The outbreak of the zombie virus plunged the world into chaos. After the Blood Moon, everyone awakened extraordinary powers, yet Ji-chuan discovered he remained unchanged. Betrayed by his girlfriend's family, he was cast out, and amidst the relentless horde of zombies, he succumbed to despair and collapsed. Upon awakening, Ji-chuan found himself transformed into a zombie, but retained his consciousness. It turned out that his extraordinary ability was that of the Zombie King, only accessible in his undead form. This world was gradually becoming unrecognizable, filled with unknown creatures, fantastical abilities, and mysterious portals, hinting at a larger secret waiting to be unveiled. Chapter 1. Not Quite Dead. A weary note from a novice author. The protagonist's mindset undergoes a gradual transformation. He is not a villain who kills indiscriminately. Some background stories of supporting characters may be somewhat intense, so prepare yourself. This narrative lacks a female lead. The protagonist focuses on his career. Acts of goodwill do not equate to servility. He merely aids those who prove beneficial or kind to him. All plot developments stem from pure imagination, without reliance on external sources. For those who enjoy surprises akin to blind boxes, fortune may favor you, though the outcome remains uncertain. Ji-chuan slowly opened his eyes, surrounded by wandering zombies. Terrified, he let out a cry, hiss, hiss, hiss. Gazing at his mottled, bluish arm, the realization dawned upon him was dead. Yet a phone call from his girlfriend, Su Wanshu, echoed in his mind, expressing her distress about her parents' residence in a densely populated area, overwhelmed by zombies, with scarce food and water. Her sobs pierced his heart. He offered simple comfort to Su Wanshu and decided to drive to bring her family over. He was rather reclusive by nature and had stocked up on plenty of food in his villa, which was relatively safe due to the scarcity of zombies and the high walls surrounding the T. However, upon his arrival at Su Wanshu's home, he was taken aback to find not only her parents, but also a stranger named Lu Hao. After a few tranquil days, Ji-chuan sensed an unsettling closeness between Su Wanshu and her cousin. When he voiced his concerns, Su Wanshu merely urged him not to overthink it, explaining that they had grown up together and thus shared a strong bond. That night, the moon turned a blood-red hue, and everyone experienced a transformation, except for Ji-chuan. The internet remained connected, and official channels broadcast news announcing that all of humanity had awakened to various levels of supernatural abilities, instilling hope in the fight against zombies. That Su Wanshu awakened her water-based powers. Lu Hao manifested a doubling of strength, and even Su Wanshu's parents exhibited some ordinary abilities, while Ji-chuan remained powerless at assess. The following day, upon realizing Ji-chuan's lack of abilities, Lu Hao seized him and threatened to expel him from the villa. Despite Ji-chuan's desperate pleas to Su Wanshu's family, his fate of abandonment remained unchanged. How could you ever be worthy of our Wanshu? Her water powers will surely lead her to greatness. Yes, you're nothing but a useless waste of resources. Wanshu, please talk to your parents. I was the one who saved your family. Despair enveloped Ji-chuan as he looked at Su Wanshu, feeling utterly powerless against Lu Hao's augmented strength. Ji-chuan, look at the time. Even without your formidable powers to rescue me, I can survive. If it weren't for your wealth and lack of parents, would I even glance your way? To be frank, I have been with Lu Hao for quite some time now. He is far superior to you. As Lu Hao listened to Su Wanshu's words, a disdainful smile crept upon his lips. Without further hesitation, he forcefully hurled Ji-chuan over the high walls of the villa. Ji-chuan hit the ground with a muffled grunt, pain coursing through his entire being, yet he knew that now was not the time to remain prostrate. Summoning all his strength, he rose to his feet, the distant zombies already drawn to him, advancing with ghastly intent. Staggering, Ji-chuan fled into the distance. The force with which Lu Hao had thrown him left his legs feeling as though they had sustained bone injuries. Each step was accompanied by heart-wrenching agony, but the fierce instinct for survival propelled him forward, with several zombies closing in ever closer. His ankle swelled like a black plum. Damn it, Ji-chuan muttered as he made his way toward the gym in the villa area, the nearest accessible refuge. Just as the pursuing zombies were upon him, he slammed the gym's door shut. The relentless pounding and howling from behind echoed ominously as Ji-chuan leaned against the door. Gasp. ING for breath, his forehead slick with sweat, and a sharp pain radiating from his ankle, causing him to grimace in distress. He reached for a mop in the corner with his leg, attempting to use it as a makeshift brace against the door. However, it was slightly out of reach. Any further movement in that direction risked the door being breached by the ravenous undead. In that moment, Ji Chuan was engulfed by despair. He slowly shifted his body to one side, pressing against the door while using all his strength to brace the other with his arm. At last, his left foot accidentally knocked over a broom. He hastily seized it, exerting every ounce of energy to position it horizontally against the door. However, he failed to notice that as he bent down to retrieve the broom, the gap of the door widened significantly, allowing a zombie's claw to reach in and scratch his arm. The moment he felt the searing pain from the wound on his arm, despair enveloped him, as if he could already envision his own demise. A bitter smile escaped his lips as he grappled with the overwhelming agony coursing through him. Fiery, painful, chaotic. Gradually, Ji Chuan lost consciousness. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long, and when Ji Chuan awoke, he found himself transformed into a zombie. Remarkably, he still retained his consciousness, while the other zombies around him showed no interest in him whatsoever. Yet, as he attempted to rise and take a step, he exerted himself only to collapse back to the ground. "What the hell? Which bastard took my left leg?" He cursed inwardly, observing that his left leg was reduced to a mere stump. Ji Chuan was uncertain whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. Having consciousness meant there was still a glimmer of hope for vengeance. Yet, as a zombie with half a leg, how could he possibly seek retribution? At this rate, he doubted he could even catch up to Su Wanchuan's mother. "What is that?" Ji Chuan noticed a zombie in the distance, its head seemingly glowing, standing out distinctly among the others. Driven by curiosity, he struggled to leap towards the luminous-headed zombie. Upon realizing that the zombie exhibited no interest in him whatsoever, Ji Chuan felt an immediate relief from psychological pressure, even finding the situation somewhat acceptable. As he approached the undead creature, he discerned that it was not the head of the zombie that emitted a luminous glow, but rather a crystalline object nestled within its skull, radiating a verdant light. The it was as if this crystal possessed an innate allure for Ji Chuan, stirring within him an unexpected exhilaration and a desire to breach the zombie's cranium to seize the core. Searching for tools on the ground, Ji Chuan acknowledged that his combat capability had been significantly diminished due to the loss of a leg, leaving him uncertain of his ability. To confront the zombie unarmed, he located a barbell from the gym and, leaping behind the zombie, summoned all his strength to strike its head with the weight. The zombie fell to the ground with no resistance, and Ji Chuan relentlessly swung the barbell until the creature's head was reduced to a mushy pulp. Strangely, perhaps due to its transformation into a zombie, Ji Chuan discovered that the psychological burden of slaying the undead was minimal. He crouched down and extracted green crystal core from the zombie's shattered skull. Suppressing his disgust, he instinctively swallowed the core whole. To his astonishment, he felt the crystal meld with his being, bestowing upon him formidable strength. It finally dawned on Ji Chuan that while others had acquired various supernatural abilities, he had yet to sense any power within himself because his own abilities could only manifest in the state of being a zombie. The zombie king can perceive the crystal core within and can devour it to harness its power. Chapter 2. Carjacking. At the moment he perceived his newfound abilities, Ji Chuan felt as though he had been reborn. He finally possessed a trump card for vengeance. From here on, all he needed to do was to continually seek out the zombies that held crystal cores, thus enabling his relentless growth. He reveled in the strength bestowed upon him by the crystal core he had just consumed. This was a basic healing core, capable of enhancing his regenerative capacity. Ji Chuan attentively sensed the transformations occurring within his body. His flesh, akin to tender bamboo shoots after a rain, visibly displayed the slow regeneration at the sight of his fractured leg. "Let it take its time at least. I shall have legs once more," Ji Chuan mused as he ventured towards areas teeming with zombies. In his current state, he was no match for Su Wanchuan and Lu Hao. He was merely a zombie capable of gradual regeneration, lacking any advantages in combat. After wandering for quite some time without encountering any zombies with crystal cores, he realized just how precious these cores truly were. Acknowledging his sluggish pace, Ji Chuan resolved to search for a vehicle he could operate, intending to drive to regions abundant with zombies. While ordinary individuals might attract zombies by driving, he found that the undead exhibited no interest in him, which solidified his decision to travel by car. During the early days of the apocalypse, most households had sufficient provisions, and few were willing to venture outdoors to take risks, resulting in sparse human and vehicular activity on the streets. Thus, he began his search through the villas, knowing that any residents would likely possess a vehicle. However, the occupancy rate in this suburban area was quite low. Ji Chuan carefully observed the appearance of each villa, distinguishing between vacant and occupied dwellings was relatively straightforward, for instance, by checking for curtains. Upon observing a villa with curtains drawn yet not lowered, Ji Chuan resolved to investigate further. Typically, villas inhabited by individuals tend to have their curtains drawn, suggesting a high likelihood that the villa before him was unoccupied. Ji Chuan pushed open the gate to the backyard, a space usually left unlocked. However, upon entering, he encountered a young woman who appeared startled, her gaze filled with terror. As she prepared to enter her vehicle, her legs trembling uncontrollably. To Ji Chuan's astonishment, he noticed a crystalline core within the girl's mind, emitting a faint golden glow. Yet, despite the remnants of his humanity, he felt no insatiable hunger. He had no desire to harm an innocent person, especially one as beautiful as the girl before him. "Fear not, fair maiden, I shall not harm you," Ji Chuan wished to convey. However, when he opened his mouth, only a series of hissing sounds escaped, which must have appeared quite menacing from her perspective. This marked her first close encounter with a zombie. With her household supplies dwindling, she had ventured out today in search of sustenance, only to find a zombie had opened the back door she had just unlocked. "Please, don't come any closer," the girl stammered, her legs shaking. Realizing she could not comprehend his words, Ji Chuan resorted to gestures. He pointed at her, then at his mouth, shaking his head to indicate that he meant her no harm. The girl began to grasp that this zombie seemed to be attempting to communicate something. "Are you saying I should enter your mouth and not resist?" "Wah," she sobbed. Ji Chuan was left speechless. Was it possible that a girl with such ample assets lacked common sense? In a fit of anger, Ji Chuan altered the sequence of his gestures, first pointing to his mouth, then shaking his hand, and finally directing his finger toward the girl. "Do you not understand that I said I want to eat you?" The girl interpreted Ji Chuan's actions one by one. "You don't like me that I know you don't like me. Please, don't eat me, Wah." A throbbing pain surged through Ji Chuan's head. He even contemplated changing his mind and offering her something to eat, conveniently producing a crystal core. Under the girl's gaze, filled with terror, Ji Chuan hopped towards her, and as he reached out his hand, she fainted in fright. He then entered the girl's pink car and drove towards the city. When Gu Yunxi slowly regained consciousness, she suddenly gasped, "Ah?" only to discover she was still in her own home. "I'm not dead." Cautiously peering outside, she noted her car was gone and the keys were missing, as if she finally comprehended what had transpired. "That zombie didn't eat me, it merely stole my car? Can zombies drive?" That zombie felt somewhat reminiscent of a neighbor in this community. "Oh no, my car is gone, and I have no food left. How will I get out?" Sitting on the floor, Gu Yunxi buried her head in her knees like an ostrich and began to weep. Meanwhile, Ji Chuan drove into the city and eventually stumbled upon a densely populated area of zombies in the city center, one of which emitted a faint glow. Casually picking up a stone, he efficiently dispatched the zombie before him, bolstered by his prior experience. He extracted the crystal core and swallowed it. Ji Chuan felt a surge of energy coursing through his body surprisingly. It was a primary speed crystal core which would enhance his speed, though he would only experience its effects once his legs had fully developed. Ji Chuan decided to venture into the shopping mall, as such enclosed spaces were likely to harbor a greater number of zombies with crystal cores due to the congregation of people. Before him lay an array of goods within reach, yet they held little value now, for the overwhelming presence of zombies deterred anyone from exploring. An idea struck Ji Chuan. He entered the supermarket and casually grabbed a suitcase, stuffing it with provisions and water, dragging it along as he continued his shopping amidst the horde of corpses. Regrettably, he did not encounter any zombies possessing crystal cores, leaving him perplexed regarding the conditions for their formation. With so few zombies bearing crystal cores, How is it that that girl possesses one? And do living humans also have them? Contemplating this, Ji Chuan resolved to search for other survivors. However, given that it was the early days of the apocalypse, many individuals were hoarding supplies and refrain from venturing out, rendering the streets nearly deserted. Yet, the prospect of risking entry into a densely populated residential building filled Ji Chuan with trepidation. He feared encountering powerful individuals with abilities who make end his life once more, and he was unwilling to take that chance. I should check if Su Wanshan and the others have any crystal cores. He was well acquainted with the layout of his villa, knowing precisely from which angles he could glimpse the interior. A mere glance at Su Wanshan and her companions would suffice. They represented the most reliable data he possessed, totaling 4 individuals. Gu Yunxi seemed to hear the sound of the door opening and hurriedly approached the window, peeking out with half of her head exposed to survey the activity in the courtyard. As she observed her pink vehicle approaching, the zombie from earlier emerged, astonishingly retrieving a suitcase from the trunk. What was the meaning of this? Did the zombie possess luggage? Hadn't it only had 1 leg by day? Now it seemed to have 2 upon catching sight of Gu Yunxi's half-visible head. Ji Chuan gestured towards the door. Are you indicating I should open the door? Gu Yunxi gasped, covering her mouth in surprise, and began to tremble again. Yet, compelled by an inexplicable force, she approached the entrance. After all, if this zombie intended to devour her, it had already done so when she fainted during the day. After a brief internal struggle, she ultimately decided to unlock the door, reasoning that without sustenance, death was inevitable, so she might as well discover what this neighbor was up to. Ji Chuan did not step inside, but instead slid the suitcase through the threshold, pointing at it. You want me to open the suitcase? Ji Chuan nodded, and Gu Yunxi, in her naivety, finally grasped the meaning behind his words. She anxiously unlatched the suitcase, only to find it filled with food. Ji Chuan gestured towards the food, then towards Gu Yunxi, and finally pointed to his mouth, indicating that this sustenance was meant for her, urging her to eat. Food, for me to eat, and then you will consume me? Woo-woo. It dawned upon her that his reluctance to feast upon her was due to her emaciated state. Was he intending to fatten her up first? Frustrated, Ji Chuan felt the urge to curse. Chapter 2. The car heist. In that moment of realization regarding his abilities, Ji Chuan felt as though he had been reborn, finally possessing a trump card for revenge. From here on, all he needed to do was seek out zombies with crystal cores to continuously enhance his own strength. He felt the power bestowed upon him by the recently consumed crystal nucleus, a primary healing crystal that could enhance his regenerative abilities. Ji Chuan attentively sensed the transformations within his body. His flesh resembled tender bamboo shoots after a rain, and the visible fractures in his legs were gradually mending. Let it be slow, at least I will have legs again, Ji Chuan mused as he ventured towards an area teeming with zombies. In his current state, he was no match for Su Wanshan and Lu Hao. He was merely a zombie capable of slow regeneration, lacking any advantage in combat. After wandering for considerable time without encountering any zombies possessing crystal nuclei, he realized how precious these crystals truly were. Given his sluggish movements, Ji Chuan resolved to search for a vehicle that could be operational, intending to drive to areas with a higher concentration of zombies. While ordinary individuals might attract zombies when driving, he found that the undead showed no interest in him, solidifying his determination to travel by car. In the early days of the apocalypse, most families had ample provisions and were reluctant to venture out into danger, resulting in sparse activity on the streets. Thus, he commenced his search through the villa district, believing that any inhabited villa would likely have a vehicle, although the occupancy rate in this suburban area was no-tap. Ji Chuan scrutinized the appearance of each villa, distinguishing between empty and occupied ones was quite straightforward, particularly by the presence of curtains. Upon spotting a villa with curtains drawn but not fully closed, he decided to investigate further. Typically, occupied villas would have their curtains drawn shut, leading him to conclude that this particular villa was likely uninhabited. Ji Chuan opened the gate to the backyard, which typically provided access to the vehicles and was usually left unlocked. As she stepped outside, she spotted a girl poised to enter a vehicle, her face etched with terror as she glanced at Ji Chuan, her legs quivering uncontrollably. To Ji Chuan's astonishment, he discerned the presence of a crystal core within the girl's mind, emanating a faint golden glow. Yet, his humanity prevailed. He felt no hunger and harbored no desire to harm an innocent soul, especially one as exquisite as the girl before him. "Fear not, beautiful maiden. I mean you no harm," he wished to convey. However, when he opened his mouth, only a hissing sound escaped, appearing quite monstrous from the girl's perspective. This was her first encounter with a zombie at such proximity. With provisions at home dwindling, she had ventured out today to seek sustenance, only to find a zombie unexpectedly opening the back door she had recently unlocked. "Don't come any closer," the girl stammered, her legs trembling. Realizing she could not comprehend his words, Ji Chuan resorted to gestures. He pointed at the girl, then at his own mouth, shaking his head to indicate he had no intention of devouring her. The girl recognized that this zombie seemed to be attempting to communicate. "Are you suggesting that I should enter your mouth without resistance?" "Woo woo woo," she sobbed. Ji Chuan was speechless. Was this girl, endowed with ample curves, truly lacking in intellect? Irritated, he altered his sequence of gestures. He first pointed to his mouth, then shook his head, and finally directed his finger towards the girl, asserting, "Do you not understand? That I do not wish to consume you?" The girl scrutinized Ji Chuan's movements, interpreting them one by one. "You do not find me appealing to. I am aware that you harbor a dislike for me. Please do not devour me. Woe is me." Ji Chuan felt a throbbing pain in his head, contemplating whether to change his mind and offer her some sustenance, conveniently producing a crystal core. Under the girl's gaze, filled with dread, Ji Chuan hopped towards her, and as he extended his hand, she fainted in terror. He merely took the car keys and remote control for the gate from her grasp, subsequently dragging her back into the room and closing the door behind him. He then entered the girl's pink vehicle, setting off towards the city center. When Gu Yunxi gradually regained consciousness, she was startled, exclaiming, "Ah," only to realize she was still in her own home. "I'm not dead." Cautiously, she peered outside, noting the absence of her car and keys, finally grasping the situation that had unfolded. "That zombie did not consume me, it merely seized my vehicle." Can a zombie drive? That creature bore a striking resemblance to a neighbor from this community. In her moment of sheer fright, she recalled Ji Chuan's disheveled appearance, his face smeared with blood, and it dawned on her that she had indeed encountered that zombie within Tach. In neighborhood. Oh no, my car is gone, and I have no food left. How will I manage to escape? Seated on the ground, Gu Yunxi buried her head in her knees like an ostrich, succumbing to tears once more. Meanwhile, Ji Chuan navigated through the city, ultimately stumbling upon a densely populated area of zombies in the city center, one of which emitted a faint glow. With newfound experience, Ji Chuan effortlessly dispatched the nearby zombie, wielding a stone with precision. He extracted the crystal core and swallowed it. Ji Chuan felt the surge of energy coursing through his body this time. It was a basic speed crystal core, which would enhance his SP. Although he would have to wait until his legs grew stronger to fully appreciate it. Ji Chuan contemplated entering a shopping mall, for such enclosed spaces often hosted crowds of people, thereby increasing the likelihood of encountering zombies with crystal cores. As he beheld the array of goods before him, Ji Chuan realized they were within his grasp, yet they held little value now, as the overwhelming number of zombies deterred anyone from daring to explore. An idea struck him, and he entered the supermarket, casually grabbing a suitcase and filling it to the brim with food and water, dragging it along as he continued his leisurely shop. Ping amidst the horde of corpses, yet he did not encounter any zombies possessing crystal cores, leaving Ji Chuan pondering the conditions necessary for their formation. Why are there so few zombies with crystal cores? How did that girl possess one? And why do living people have them? With this thought in mind, Ji Chuan decided to search for other survivors. However, it was the early days of the apocalypse, and many individuals had provisions, choosing not to venture outside and take risks, resulting in an absence of people on the streets. This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Nevertheless, Ji Chuan feared that if he ventured into densely populated residential buildings, he might encounter formidable individuals with extraordinary abilities who could threaten his life. Once more, that he was unwilling to take that risk. I should check if Su Wanshan and the others have any crystal cores. He was well acquainted with the layout of his villa and knew the angles from which he could observe the interior. As long as he could see Su Wanshan and the others, he would have the most reliable information, knowing there were 4 of them in total. Upon this realization, Ji Chuan turned the car around and headed back. Gu Yunxi seemed to have heard the sound of the door opening, and she hurried to the window, peering out to observe the activity in the courtyard. To her astonishment, her pink car was being driven in, and the zombie from earlier emerged, walking over to the trunk to retrieve his suitcase. What on earth was happening? Did zombies travel with luggage? Hadn't he only had 1 leg earlier? Now he seemed to possess 2. Noticing Gu Yunxi's half-exposed head, Ji Chuan gestured towards the door. "Are you asking me to open the door?" Gu Yunxi exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth, her body trembling once more. Yet, compelled by an unseen force, she approached the door, pondering the possibility that if this zombie truly intended to devour her, it would have already done so when she had a feint earlier. After a moment of inner conflict, she decided to open it, reasoning that without food, death was inevitable. She might as well see what her neighbor intended to do. Ji Chuan did not enter, but instead slid the suitcase inside and pointed at it. "Are you indicating that I should open the suitcase?" Ji Chuan nodded, relieved that this naive girl finally grasped his request. With trepidation, Gu Yunxi unzipped the suitcase, only to discover it was filled with provisions. Ji Chuan pointed to the food, then to Gu Yunxi, and finally to his mouth, signaling that the sustenance was meant for her, urging her to eat. "Food, for me to eat, and then you'll consume me?" She whimpered, "So." He refrained from eating her because she was too thin? Was he planning to fatten her up before feasting? Frustrated, Ji Chuan felt an urge to express his exasperation. Chapter 3. A brief partnership. Ji Chuan furiously turned on his heels and stormed out, slamming the door with a resounding bang. Gu Yunxi stood in the room, momentarily lost in thought. Was this zombie truly angry? Could it be that he had merely brought me food? His act of driving away the other zombies seemed devoid of malice. Perhaps he was indeed a good zombie. As her stomach grumbled, Gu Yunxi seized the food, devouring it hungrily. This was the first satisfying meal she had had in days, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes once more. Ji Chuan made his way towards his villa. Driving there would undoubtedly attract attention, which posed considerable danger, as he was still no match for the 4 of them. He was uncertain about the full extent of Su Wanshan's water-based abilities, aside from her capacity to unleash columns of water, while Lu Hao's doubled strength made him a formidable combatant. Su Wanshan's parents possessed rather lackluster abilities. One had the mundane skill of igniting a fire with a match, and the other could merely summon a gentle breeze to provide some relief from the heat. Ji Chuan climbed to the rooftop of an adjacent vacant building, where the darkness of night, devoid of lights, provided him with the perfect concealment. He observed the situation within the house. A blue crystal core and a green crystal core. This was the first time Ji Chuan had encountered a blue crystal core, likely belonging to Su Wanshan. It suggested that her water abilities might not be of a rudimentary level. Yet, why did Su Wanshan's parents lack crystal cores? Ji Chuan speculated that perhaps only powerful abilities could yield crystal cores, and it was conceivable that zombies with such cores had once been humans endowed with formidable powers. With this realization, Ji Chuan understood that the virus outbreak had occurred so abruptly that many individuals had not awakened to their abilities before succumbing to zombification. At present, we find ourselves in the nascent stages of calamity. The populace remains largely indoors, and even those endowed with extraordinary abilities are formidable beings, unlikely to succumb easily to death and transform into the undead. However, as time progresses, the numbers of the afflicted are expected to rise, for the resources at everyone's disposal are finite. In due course, those who refrain from venturing out in search of provisions may face starvation. Ji Chuan stifled his impulses. He was eager to draw the zombies towards him, yet the sturdy door of his residence thwarted such intentions. Even should he ignite a fire, Su Wanshan, with her water-based powers, could effortlessly extinguish it. The more pressing matter was his desire for personal vengeance. He deemed it a disservice to allow them to perish at the hands of mere ordinary zombies. Meanwhile, Gu Yunjing was savoring the bliss brought forth by her dessert when the sound of the courtyard gate echoed anew. Ji Chuan strode into the yard, opened the car door, and subsequently drove away, even securing the gate behind him. What a peculiar zombie, she mused, treating her space as a garage. Originally, driving was meant for the purpose of foraging for sustenance, But since this neighbor had procured food on her behalf, she felt little concern in allowing him to use her vehicle. The reason Ji Chuan persistently utilized Gu Yunjing's car was due to the scarcity of alternatives. While vehicles littered the streets, the whereabouts of their keys remained a mystery. In this desolate urban landscape, few dared to venture outdoors aside from the zombies. For any other soul attempting to drive would likely attract the undead. Thus, assisting her in locating food felt akin to a rental fee. And Ji Chuan fancied himself a gentleman in this regard. The city's nocturnal ambience was eerily tranquil as Ji Chuan wandered aimlessly. He found it peculiar that he could drive without attracting the attention of the zombies. A passerby captured a video from a window, showcasing a pink car gliding through the streets, seemingly unperturbed by the surrounding undead. Beneath the video, numerous speculations abound. Could it be that zombies have an aversion to the color pink? Your intestines are not pink, yet zombies have relentlessly feasted upon them. Zombies do not stir at night. Oh, how naive. The undead are far swifter at night than in the daylight. Should you doubt, I invite you to test this theory. The pink vehicle undoubtedly belongs to a female driver. Zombies do not prey upon the mindless female motorist. Female drivers account for merely 1/7 of all drivers. Yet they are responsible for only 1/16 of traffic accidents. It is the male drivers who lack intellect. Why perpetuate gender division at such a time? However, Ji Chuan remains oblivious to the fervent discussions regarding his driving circulating online. He is solely focused on the luminous glow of crystal cores scattered throughout the city. At last, he perceives two glimmering cores in the distance, moving slowly. Upon approaching, Ji Chuan soon realizes that these two cores emanate from living beings, not zombies. Transformed into a zombie, his hearing and sense of smell are remarkably acute, allowing him to overhear their conversation. Nonggu, I am frightened. It seems there are zombies nearby. Fear not, I shall protect you. Besides, you possess fire abilities. You need not fear the undead, simply incinerate them. Nonggu, what are your abilities? I have never heard you mention them. Well, my ability is to generate air walls, providing a protective barrier. It is not as formidable as yours. Hence I refrained from mentioning it. I see. How much farther must we go? Are you certain there is a shop beneath the opposite residential complex? I am certain. I purchased cigarettes there before. We should set out promptly, or we may find nothing left by the time we arrive. Ji Chuan initially intended to turn around and leave, for he had no desire to harm innocent lives. Furthermore, having overheard the conversation between the two individuals, it became evident that their abilities were formidable. Recklessly approaching them could lead to his own demise. Just as he was about to depart, a piercing scream erupted from a girl nearby. Ah, Brother Nan is a zombie. Don't scream. The zombie was merely a few meters away from the girl, and this was her first encounter with such a creature at such proximity. Its terrifying visage instinctively provoked her to cry out. Despite her attempts to cover her mouth, a horde of zombies began to converge upon them. Run, Brother Nan. Wait for me. The girl's legs felt weak, yet she hastily sprinted towards the man. Although she possessed fire abilities, she had never utilized them in combat. And by the time she aimed at the approaching zombies, they would have already caught up with her. Indeed, the zombies moved with greater speed at night, and their earlier cries had attracted additional undead from the surrounding area. Although they had not encountered any zombies on their way, the woods were now teeming with them. Damn it! The man cursed as he surveyed the blocked escape route, contemplating alternative strategies. Burn them! He shouted fiercely at the girl. He had initially brought her along due to her fire abilities. Otherwise, he would not have wanted an extra mouth to feed. To his dismay, she proved to be utterly ineffective, becoming nothing more than a burden. Brother Nan, save me. I can't do it. If I stop to aim, they'll catch me. The girl was engulfed in despair. The brother who had promised to protect her was now fleeing far faster than she could manage, and if caught, her fate was sealed. I'm sorry, Brother Nan. Before the girl could react, the man raised his hand, and after a flash of light, she found herself momentarily blinded. She possessed no extraordinary ability to create an air wall. It was merely an insipid burst of light. The zombies primarily tracked their targets through smell and sound, rendering her dazzling light nearly ineffective. In agonizing despair, the girl wailed in place, aware that death awaited her here. Chapter 4 Indeed, a horde of zombies, drawn by the sound of her cries like dogs lured by the scent of bones, surged towards her. It wasn't long before her screams ceased. Ji Chuan, his expression darkened, witnessed the entire scene unfold without rushing to confront the zombies feasting on the crystal core. Instead, he picked up a stone. his expression hardening as he activated his speed-enhancing ability and pursued the man. He could only blame himself for his impotence. With such formidable powers, he felt reduced to a mere waste. Damn it! The man sprinted towards an area devoid of zombies, yet he sensed something ominous pursuing him. The heavy footfalls did not resemble those of a zombie, bloodied and battered. He could not fathom why Ji Chuan had chosen to spare the girl and relentlessly chase him instead, employing a stone as a weapon. This was Ji Chuan's first experience with taking a life, yet his heart remained eerily calm. He forced a bitter smile, recognizing that he had become a monster. He resolved to eliminate this man because he had betrayed his co. He held no interest in the corpses strewn across the ground after transforming into a zombie. He did not experience hunger or fatigue. His sole desire lay in the consumption of crystal cores, a craving he could control. Was this the ability of the Zombie King? He returned to find a contented zombie feasting amidst its kin and swiftly dragged it away to a nearby tree. With the force of a walnut being cracked, he smashed open the zombie's skull, uncovering the blue crystal core that had just been devoured. Ji Chuan swallowed the core, and a golden light emanated from his body, a comforting power enveloping him, even causing visible changes within himself. He seemed to have grown taller, his physique becoming more robust. As a reclusive individual, Ji Chuan's body had merely been well-proportioned, but now he noticed the emergence of muscular definition in his arms. It appeared that he had leveled up after consuming the crystal core. He felt a significant enhancement in all his abilities. To his delight, Ji Chuan discovered that his voice seemed less hoarse. Perhaps with the consumption of more crystal cores, he might regain the ability to speak. He still wished to retain his humanity, especially since his kind could not communicate. As he reveled in his newfound powers, a radiant sphere of light appeared in his hand, dazzling in its brilliance. This ability could potentially draw the attention of ordinary individuals, serving as a means of signaling for help or momentarily blinding an adversary. He then employed the fire-based ability from the first blue crystal core, and to his astonishment, the flames at his fingertips could shift in size according to his will. With a gentle wave, a fireball soared forth, truly a testament to the efficacy of the blue crystal core. Indeed, Ji Chuan had acquired an offensive ability. However, it seemed that his fire-based powers remained subdued by Su Wanshan. Ji Chuan furrowed his brow, realizing that patience was still required. He felt compelled to nurture that fool, the only one he had encountered with a golden crystal core, as he sought to comprehend her powers. As the slumbering Gu Yunqi stirred at the sound of a knock, she was jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. Cautiously, she approached the window and noticed her little pink companion resting in the backyard. To her astonishment, she saw Ji Chuan standing at her door, gazing up at her, as if he were observing a simpleton. Why did he seem different? More human, perhaps even more robust. More importantly, Gu Yunqi noticed that Ji Chuan was dragging 2 suitcases. Her initial fear diminished significantly, and she descended the stairs to open the door for Ji Chuan, sensing no malice in his demeanor. Without hesitation, Ji Chuan stepped into the room. What are you doing? Gu Yunqi instinctively recoiled, startled by his actions. Clad in her pajamas, the moonlight accentuated her curvaceous figure, causing Ji Chuan to lower his gaze, though his cheeks remained unflushed. Ji Chuan pointed to the 2 suitcases. Gu Yunqi understood that he intended for her to open them. Indeed, they were filled with provisions. She also noticed that Ji Chuan's voice seemed to possess a more human quality. What are you exactly? A zombie? Ji Chuan nodded, then shook his head, attempting to convey that though he was a zombie, he retained human consciousness. You are a zombie, yet your neck aches terribly now. Observing the serious expression on Gu Yunqi's face, Ji Chuan felt an urge to scold her. He then gestured with his right hand, mimicking the act of holding a pen, swaying it side to side, inquiring if she had a pen. You desire red wine, yet all I have left is tap water. Where would I procure red wine? Gu Yunqi mistakenly interpreted Ji Chuan's gesture as that of holding a goblet. No, can the golden crystal core be consumed? Consuming it 1T render one foolish, will it? Finally, she discovered a brow pencil atop the entrance cabinet. Ah, you intend to write. Gu Yunqi finally grasped Ji Chuan's intention and turned to ascend the stairs to fetch a pen and notebook. What is your name? Upon receiving the notebook, Gu Yunqi was astonished to see that this zombie could indeed write. Subsequently, she took the paper and pen and inscribed her name, Gu Yunqi, in the notebook. Ji Chuan, wearing an expression of disbelief, forcefully wrote, You may speak directly. I can understand. Oh, right. I forgot. I am now a zombie, yet I possess human consciousness. Heavens! Does that mean you don't consume humans? As of now, I have not. Indeed, he hadn't eaten anyone. He had merely opened the heads of living individuals to consume the crystal cores. However, at present, he did not feel hunger. And whether he would yearn to eat in the future remained uncertain. That is splendid. You frightened me to death during the day. I wondered how a zombie could drive. By the way, thank you immensely for the food. I have survived on a single bag of biscuits for 3 days now, and without sustenance, I would soon be starving. What is your special ability? I possess no special ability. Gu Yunqi's expression fell, for she had also seen that news. Yet she truly felt no manifestation of any extraordinary power. Ji Chuan was somewhat perplexed. Could it be that she was wary of him? However, Gu Yunqi felt that her mind was incapable of such actions, and her expression did not suggest otherwise. Everyone possesses something unique. Perhaps your abilities remain undiscovered. Ji Chuan reflected on himself, realizing that his powers only manifested upon turning into a zombie. It was indeed peculiar that he had come to possess such strange abilities, and he surmised that other unusual powers might also exist. Suddenly inspired, Ji Chuan approached the mirror on the first floor. Besides examining his current appearance, he wished to glimpse his core. The figure in the mirror appeared ashen, with eyes that shimmered a dark crimson. He was undeniably more robust than in his former life. Yet it was still evident that he was a zombie. To his astonishment, he emitted a black aura rather than light. It resembled a swirling mass of dark energy enveloping him. His core was, in fact, black. Chapter 5. The meddlesome girl at the gas station. Ji Chuan, having finished writing, gestured to himself. Ah, so your name is Ji Chuan. I believe I have seen you in the neighborhood. Ji Chuan nodded and pointed upstairs. You should rest. I do not require sleep and can keep watch for you. Gu Yunqi's expression grew troubled. The presence of a zombie in her home unsettled her. And despite Ji Chuan being a man, the presence of a stranger was hardly reassuring. Ji Chuan moved to the center of the living room and raised his hand, conjuring a massive fireball that nearly ignited the crystal chandelier on the second floor. Surprised by his own act, he quickly made the fireball vanish. If I had intended to harm you, I would have done so long ago. Upon hearing Ji Chuan's words, Gu Yunqi nodded, feeling a surge of emotion. Were it not for the sustenance provided by Ji Chuan, she might have succumbed to starvation while venturing out today. Thus, she ascended the stairs. As dawn was still some time away, and she found herself battling drowsiness along the way. Ji Chuan, downstairs, recalled the fireball he had conjured moments ago. He had not intended to wield such immense power. Could it be that he had grown stronger, or was it merely a matter of insufficient mastery over his abilities? Another reason for his visit to Gu Yunqi's abode was the vantage point it provided of his own villa, nestled in a higher elevation. Gu Yunqi's location afforded a clear view of his residence. This explained why she had glimpsed him before, while he remained oblivious to her presence. Every time he stepped outside, she could see him through her window. However, Ji Chuan understood that this was not a secure arrangement, and patience was required for his plans to unfold. The food stored at home could sustain one person for approximately 2 months, but with 4 individuals, it would last merely half that time. Even if he failed to discover an effective counter against their abilities by that time, they would gradually perish from hunger. Ji Chuan sighed, resolving to venture out each day starting tomorrow. With each passing day, the number of those consuming food would dwindle, and when the time came for people to explore, many would undoubtedly fall victim. Thus, the acquisition of crystal cores would become feasible. Engaging in indiscriminate killings posed inherent risks. It might attract the attention of authorities, leading to his capture for experimentation, or it could provoke powerful ability users to eliminate him. Yet, he believed that if he targeted only the zombies, he would likely avoid conflict with humanity. Moreover, Ji Chuan felt that his humanity still lingered. As a good person, he harbored no desire to take another's life. The primary reason is that Ji Chuan is acutely aware of his current weakness, realizing he cannot confidently present himself before others. Let me prepare breakfast for you, he offered. Ji Chuan, in complete silence, disregarded Gu Yunqi's presence and stormed out. Of course, he had no need for sustenance, leaving the meal solely for me to enjoy. Gu Yunqi delightedly caressed the delectable treats nestled within her suitcase, as if she were handling precious treasures. To her surprise, Ji Chuan had an impressive knack for selecting food that girls typically adore. Ji Chuan certainly had his reasons. All of this was knowledge imparted by Su Wanwan. If he chose poorly, Su Wanwan would become upset, requiring considerable effort to placate her, with the most effective remedy being a handbag. Though Jichuan recognized Su Wanwan's somewhat materialistic nature, he found himself drawn to her, especially after the loss of his parents left him feeling utterly alone. She had entered his life during a time of vulnerability, providing him with the emotional support he desperately needed. Furthermore, Su Wanwan frequently professed her deep affection and regard for him, leading Jichuan to reflect on his own state of mind. She even suggested managing their finances, to which Jichuan responded that she could take charge after marriage. He had done everything within his power for her, so why did Su Wanwan treat him in such a manner? As he recalled the intimate interactions between Su Wanwan and Lu Hao, it became evident that their connection had not recently blossomed. Su Wanwan, I shall make you regret this, Jichuan thought to himself, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he casually maneuvered the vehicle. He noticed a group cautiously exploring the street corner, yet they lacked the radiant glow of crystal nuclei. It appeared that most people possessed the rather useless abilities akin to those of Su Wanwan's parents, which did not produce crystal nuclei within their bodies, paying them no mind. He continued driving forward. A video depicting a pink vehicle cruising down the street, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings, has resurfaced online, igniting curiosity about its owner. The most popular speculation is that the driver possesses an extraordinary ability to evade the attention of the undead. Could this not be considered invincible? The potential for unfettered resource acquisition is tantalizing. The owner, a lady, is seeking allies. I possess formidable powers that could safeguard you. Look at me. A 184 centimeters tall figure with chiseled abs, equally capable of tenderness and ferocity, endowed with exceptional stamina. As for the gentleman upstairs, would you consider joining forces? I have access to abundant supplies, as my family operates a supermarket. However, upon glimpsing the license plate, Kai-Kun accessed the insurance company S system as an insurance adjuster. He could retrieve the owner's details via the plate. Gu Yunxi, residing at 16 Lanshan Villa, Heshi District. Kai-Kun narrowed his eyes, realizing she was less than 3 kilometers away. If she could freely scavenge for resources, intercepting her supplies would indeed be a prudent choice. Furthermore, if he could subdue her and compel her to continuously utilize her powers, future resource shortages would be a thing of the past. If she happened to be a beauty as well. With this thought, Kai-Kun licked his lips, planning to take action that very night. During the day, she would likely be busy gathering supplies, and if the villa had surveillance, his scheme would be thwarted. However, under the cover of night, while she slumbers, he would face no such complications. Given her extraordinary abilities, the villa must surely be well protected. Capturing her, asserting control, and claiming the villa would be a most lucrative venture. Kai-Kun was filled with exhilaration, convinced that the apocalypse might not be such a calamity after all. Free from the constraints of law, humanity would ultimately reveal its true nature. He even harbored aspirations of establishing a new dynasty through his formidable supernatural powers. A lewd smile crept across his face as he selected a black long-sleeve garment from his wardrobe, suitable for nocturnal endeavors. He adjusted his suspenders, admiring his own flawless reflection in the mirror. Jichuan arrived at a gas station, contemplating how to refuel his vehicle. Hey, how did you manage to drive without being bitten by a zombie? A voice called out from behind him, though the speaker, wary of attracting the attention of the undead, refrained from raising their voice. Lin Lulu had come to the convenience store at the gas station in search of supplies and was surprised to encounter the owner of the popular little pink car, only to discover that the owner was a man. Jichuan, not wishing to frighten the individual behind him, feigned ignorance and continued towards his vehicle, opening the door. Hey, Lin Lulu exclaimed, clearly irked by his rudeness. There are plenty of supplies in the convenience store. Aren't you going to collect any? However, Lin Lulu soon noticed that he had already started his engine. What a peculiar person, she thought, to possess supplies yet refuse to gather more. It seemed he must be well stocked, but if that were the case, what was he doing out here? Lin Lulu felt a twinge of curiosity. Watch out. A zombie suddenly emerged from around the corner of a building, charging directly towards Jichuan's vehicle. Believing the zombie aimed to attack him, Lin Lulu swiftly released a radiant arrow from behind. The arrow pierced the zombie's body, inflicting severe damage, yet the creature merely collapsed to the ground, still clawing its way toward her. Without hesitation, she unleashed another luminous arrow, which struck through the zombie's head, simultaneously penetrating the tire beside it. Damn it, the deceased woman. The zombie was clearly after her. I had just filled up with 98 octane fuel. After much deliberation, I added it only to find it was in vain. Jichuan, fuming with anger, stepped out of the car and unleashed a torrent of curses towards Lin Lulu. Ah! Yet, the exclamations were nothing but mere sounds of frustration. Chapter 6. The dim underground passage. Witnessing Ji Chuan's furious outburst, coupled with his pale visage and crimson eyes, a wave of dread surged within Lin Lulu. What stood before her was no longer human. She raised her hand, poised to strike Ji Chuan, but he swiftly sidestepped, closing the distance between them in an instant. At such proximity, her light arrow would not hold its advantage. Ji Chuan abruptly raised his hand, and to Lin Lulu's astonishment, a massive fireball erupted beside her ear. This zombie could wield fire-based abilities. Was she truly destined to perish here today? However, the anticipated searing sensation did not follow. Observing Ji Chuan's gaze fixed behind her, she turned to find a zombie collapsing to the ground. In disbelief, Lin Lulu looked at Ji Chuan. "Why did you save me?" Ji Chuan spared her because her prior actions could be deemed benevolent. She had willingly shared supplies and fought against the zombie, albeit it was not targeting her. "I'm sorry." Realizing Ji Chuan's capabilities were more than sufficient to handle the previous zombie, she understood her good intentions had inadvertently resulted in trouble. "By the way, I know of an auto repair shop nearby. They should have the necessary tools." Upon hearing Lin Lulu's words, Ji Chuan rose and regarded her, nodding forward as a signal for her to lead the way. "What exactly are you?" On the road, Lin Lulu was immensely curious. Although Ji Chuan's appearance bore some distinction from the typical zombies, the unmistakable characteristics of the undead were still evident. Yet, his behavior resembled that of a human. Ji Chuan gestured towards his throat, emitting a series of inarticulate sounds. "Ah, you cannot speak." Lin Lulu cautiously surveyed the surroundings, while Ji Chuan appeared to be taking a leisurely stroll. Eventually, they spotted the sign for the car dealership, but the pedestrian street housing it was teeming with a multitude of zombies. Just as Lin Lulu felt a twinge of difficulty, a voice called out to them. "Hey, with so many zombies over there, going straight through will get you noticed. Come this way." Lin Lulu turned to see a red-haired woman peeking around the corner, offering a warning. Instantly, Lin Lulu flashed a grateful smile and headed towards the red-haired woman, with Ji Chuan trailing closely behind. Despite the red-haired woman noticing Ji Chuan's pallid complexion, the distance and his company with Lin Lulu alleviated her concern. She led them into an underground passage, stating, "It's safer this way." The tiles of the underground passage had yet to be completed, and the ceiling was exposed with pipes, making the atmosphere dim even in daylight. "Thank you, sister. Without you, I truly wouldn't have known how to get past all those zombies," Lin Lulu expressed gratefully. "Not at all. In times like these, we must lend a helping hand to one another." However, in the shadows, a barely perceptible smile graced the red-haired woman's lips. "Sister, is the direction of this passage correct? I can't shake the feeling that we are heading in the opposite direction." "We are almost there. I am familiar with this place, and I assure you, the direction is indeed correct." As they reached the end, they found no staircase leading to the ground. A stranger's voice echoed, causing Lin Lulu to gasp in surprise. In the dimness of the corridor, she had not noticed the presence of others. The girl was exceedingly beautiful and possessed a backpack full of supplies. "I had seen it, and naturally, the benefits would not be lost on you." Behind her, Ji Chuan had already discerned that there were multiple individuals at the tunnel's end. Despite the murky light, the glow of crystal cores was unmistakable, one blue and two green. "That one will be entrusted to you, and there's another fellow tagging along. You all can take care of him." Lin Lulu finally grasped their predicament and quickly raised her hand, preparing to summon a light arrow, but her limbs felt as if they were weighed down by lead, rendering her unable to lift them. "Oh, beautiful lady, what powers do you possess? Can you still wield them now?" The obscurity made it difficult to discern the exact direction of her adversaries, and now even raising her hand seemed impossible. "Who are you? What do you intend to do? Do not resist. Let us have our fun, and we shall ensure you are well compensated for your future assistance," the robust leader proclaimed. "Here, no one can defeat us, one with night vision abilities, another with gravitational powers, and a healer. Surrender to our whims. Even if you manage to injure us, we can easily recover." With that, the imposing figure brandished a dagger, a wicked grin plastered across his face as he advanced towards Ji Chuan. "Before we proceed, let us deal with this lad." Ji Chuan had initially wished to ascertain the nature of the blue ability, but he was caught off guard by the adversary's unexpected generosity in revealing their powers, allowing him to forego any reservations. A sudden burst of blinding light erupted, akin to a nuclear explosion in the depths of darkness. leaving all present in anguish as they shielded their eyes. What has transpired? The events unfolded with such abruptness that the already dim surroundings rendered everyone blind in the wake of the radiance. Ah, ah, ah. The towering figure leading the group writhed on the ground, engulfed in flames, pleading for salvation. Boss, where are you? Another individual crouched, desperately groping toward the source of the voice, only to emit a muffled groan as blood spewed from his mouth, a dagger having pierced his throat. He attempted to summon his healing abilities, yet before the green glow could manifest, consciousness slipped away, and he collapsed, seemingly sensing the chaos around him. The last remaining man scrambled backward in a frenzy. Stay away, he cried, unleashing his gravitational powers toward the direction of the footsteps, but he felt no cessation. Little did he know that his rudimentary gravitational ability required a portion of a life form to be targeted, and in his blinded state, he was unable to lock onto anything, let alone determine if Ji-chuan was indeed a life form. In his desperate wails, he was swiftly met with a dagger piercing through his skull. The acrid scent of blood mingled with the odor of burning flesh filled their nostrils as they beheld the gruesome fate of the three beneath the flames enveloping Wang Go. Yet, the man before them did not cease his gruesome task. He callously used the dagger to pry open the corpse's skull, devouring the brain within. Lin Lulu retched violently at the sight. Zhang Yan's mind was engulfed by fear. She was utterly indifferent to the man's repulsive actions. As she drew closer, she realized that his visage bore no resemblance to that of a typical human being. After consuming 3 crystal cores, Ji-chuan once again sensed the transformation within his body. This marked his inaugural encounter with the cores of his own kind, and to his astonishment, he discovered that his healing abilities had been significantly enhanced. Not only had his regenerative capacity improved, but he had also acquired the power to wield healing abilities. Please, do not kill me. I have been compelled. Ji-chuan finally comprehended the limitations of his healing powers. He could mend any wound, yet the healing process for profound injuries was excruciatingly slow. Severed limbs could not regenerate, and fatal wounds remained insurmountable. Chapter 7. Speaking again, Ji-chuan felt the fortification of his physique once more, evidently. The influence of the advanced crystal cores was substantial. The effects of consuming the green crystal cores were hardly perceptible, while the energy fluctuations after ingesting the blue ones were unmistakable. Should Lin Lulu launch an assault against him, Ji-chuan would not hesitate to eliminate her. His initial impression of the damaged Xiao Fan was far from favorable, and the thought of being countered after rescuing her evoked memories of Su Wanwan, presenting a perfect opportunity to taste the golden crystal core. Yet, Lin Lulu remained quiet, merely observing as he ceased his experiments. Even after she rose, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving me," twice. Ji-chuan glanced at Lin Lulu's somewhat bashful demeanor. He could now perceive the surrounding environment with remarkable clarity. And astonishingly, this ability could be shared with others. Why has everything around me become so vivid? Is it you who made me do this? He spoke instinctively, only to realize that the words escaped his lips. Although his voice was hoarse and slow, he was indeed capable of speech. "You can talk," Lin Lulu exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Moreover, Ji-chuan appeared increasingly human. Was this zombie evolving? It's a bit slow. Lin Lulu's curiosity about Ji-chuan deepened. What exactly are you? Are you human or a zombie? In life, I was human. In death, I still possess consciousness. That makes sense, Lin Lulu thought, understanding why Ji-chuan bore the appearance of a zombie, yet acted more like a human. My name is Lin Lulu. What is yours? Ji-chuan. Perhaps following him would ensure her survival. Who could ignore zombies while scavenging for supplies? Lin Lulu gazed at Ji-chuan's silhouette, momentarily lost in thought, especially since this zombie was rather handsome and had saved her twice. Before long, a vehicle emerged from the car dealership. Ji-chuan not only retrieved tools for repairs, but also discovered a multitude of keys for the cars. He selected the finest off-road vehicle, finally liberated from the confines of the small pink car. Get in. Lin Lulu took her place in the passenger seat. The sight of a zombie driving in the apocalypse was undeniably surreal. After his recent enhancement, Ji-chuan realized that, aside from physical improvements, he felt a connection with other zombies. It seemed his ability as the zombie king had evolved to a degree where he could exert minor control over them. Can you drive? Indeed, during my freshman year, I found myself with ample free time and decided to obtain my driver's license. However, my driving skills remain rather poor due to lack of practice. As I navigate the desolate streets devoid of any vehicles, The surrounding zombies posed no significant threat, making any potential mishap unlikely, especially since I am no longer bound by traffic regulations. Upon arriving at the gas station, I found Ji Chuan changing a tire for Xiaofun. Meanwhile, Lin Lulu was busy looting the convenience store within the gas station, her backpack brimming with supplies. With 2 vehicles at their disposal, Lin Lulu resembled a hamster that had just discovered a stash of food. Her face alight with joy, she would not have to worry about resources for the next few days. Once everything was loaded, Ji Chuan took the lead, and Lin Lulu followed closely behind. The road conditions they encountered were far simpler than those of the driving test. One merely needed to manage the accelerator and control the speed, free from any constraints of traffic laws. As they returned to Gu Yunqi's home, dusk was settling in, and the 2 vehicles came to rest in her courtyard. A thought crossed Gu Yunqi's mind. Could Ji Chuan be in a relationship with her? Did he venture out each day in search of her? For reasons unknown, a sense of unease stirred within her. Ji Chuan knocked on the door, prompting Gu Yunqi to hurriedly descend and open it. Upon entering, Lin Lulu was struck by Gu Yunqi's exquisite features and alluring curves, involuntarily swallowing hard. This was the epitome of a mature woman, and it seemed evident that Ji Chuan had shared a life with her prior to the upheaval. They had likely cohabitated. Sister-in-law? Hello. Lin Lulu attempted to address her warmly, seeking to foster a closer bond, especially since she would be residing under someone else's roof. This villa was a significant upgrade from her rented room, where even descending the stairs felt perilous. Are you unwell? Ji Chuan tilted his head, gazing at Lin Lulu, oblivious to the fact that Gu Yunqi's face was flushed crimson. You can speak now? Isn't that your sister? I thought you two were a couple. No, not at all. Gu Yunqi's blush deepened. I am Lin Lulu. Today, I was rescued by brother Ji Chuan twice. How should I address you, sister? Lin Lulu blinked, linking her arm with Gu Yunqi's. Such a beautiful lady. I would love to be close to you. I am Gu Yunqi, Ji Chuan's neighbor. It is thanks to him that I have not starved. Could it be that he truly harbored feelings for her? Gu Yunqi felt her face could fry an egg. Sister Yunqi, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Your face is so red. No. It's probably just a bit warm. Ji Chuan sighed, and with a deliberately measured tone, recounted the tale of his entanglement with Su Wanwan to the 2 of them. How outrageous. Lin Lulu clenched her fists, outraged by such ingratitude. Gu Yunqi's expression also turned cold as her gaze shifted toward Ji Chuan's villa, her heart aching at the thought of the despair he must have endured. Brother Ji Chuan, let me help you take revenge. I am quite formidable. After learning of Lin Lulu's extraordinary archery abilities, Gu Yunqi felt a twinge of inferiority. Ji Chuan had provided her with immense support, while she herself possessed no special abilities, fearing she would only be a hindrance. Ji Chuan shook his head, stating firmly, this is my affair. He yearned for personal retribution, desiring to make Su Wanwan's family suffer immeasurably. Now, he had acquired the strength to seek vengeance. And tonight, he intended to confront the very person who had driven him to the brink of madness. In order to fully harness his abilities, Ji Chuan patiently awaited the arrival of midnight, when he could employ his night vision. The zombies, too, were more potent under the cloak of darkness, enabling him to command his minions for assistance. However, just as he was about to execute his plan, Ji Chuan heard the sound of the courtyard gate creaking open. Chapter 8. Breaking the cocoon, he had awakened a remarkably powerful ability to manipulate metal, a discovery he made during his online exchanges. Unlike the trivial powers described by other netizens, his metal control was both offensive and defensive, rendering all known abilities beneath his prowess. His progress was remarkably smooth. Even when confronted by zombies, he could effortlessly direct a fruit knife to pierce an enemy's skull from a distance, significantly bolstering Kai Kuen's confidence. He envisioned the knife poised at Gu Yunqi's throat, compelling her to comply with fearful humiliation, and that thought only quickened his pace with excitement. Number 16. This is the place. With a gentle application of his powers, he deftly unlocked the courtyard gate. The faint sound was unlikely to attract her attention. He employed the same method to unfasten the villa door, and soon Gu Yunqi would be within his grasp. As a zombie, Ji Chuan's hearing was exceptionally acute, and upon the gate's opening, he signaled the other 2 to silence themselves. Someone had entered. Lin Lulu assumed an aggressive stance, while Gu Yunqi, trembling with fear, instinctively hid behind her, wishing only to assist them. Yet, she felt utterly helpless. The lock emitted a soft click, and the door slowly creaked open. A sinister smile crept across Kai Kuen's face, appearing ghastly in the darkness. Several steel tridents and knives, stained with blood and reeking of decay, levitated around him. To his surprise, upon opening the door, he found 3 individuals in the living room, staring directly at him. As he was about to launch an attack to eliminate the man before him, a beam of light assaulted him, blinding him in the night. It was Lin Lulu who had unleashed a light arrow, but this time, it resembled a rocket, no longer slender and delicate, but charged with immense energy. Hurtling toward Kai Kuen's chest. In Kai Kuen's astonished gaze, a gaping hole appeared in his chest, and his body collapsed like a deflated sack, the edges of the cavity emitting scorched smoke. Lin Lulu was incredulous at what she had just witnessed. Her light arrow had never exhibited such power. Did I kill someone? Lin Lulu stared at her hands, dazed. If you hadn't killed him, he would have killed us, Jichuan said, gesturing towards the blood-stained knives reeking of decay. Lin Lulu nodded blankly. Jichuan recalled the scene when Gu Yunshi demonstrated the fireball, and a hypothesis struck him. He dragged Kai Kuen's corpse into the courtyard and cautiously employed a lesser fire-based ability. However, the flames instantly engulfed the body, ravenously consuming it until only ashes remained, leaving behind a violet crystal core. Jichuan's conjecture was tentatively validated. Before informing the others of his findings, he needed to absorb Kai Kuen's crystal core, the only violet one they had encountered thus far. He inserted the crystal core into his mouth, and his body gradually ascended into the air, enveloped by a dark energy. He felt his shattered body continuously undergoing repair and enhancement. In a daze, he sensed himself slipping into slumber, lost in an interminable dream. In this dream, he stood atop a mountain formed from a heap of corpses, coldly gazing into the distance. With a vast army of zombies stretching out beneath him, beside him stood a few individuals, while in the far distance, the elite of humanity gathered, their various powers illuminating the scene like a beautiful aurora, yet brimming with murderous intent directed at him. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunshi looked at Jichuan in astonishment, for in their eyes, he resembled a colossal cocoon, ensconced in black energy. The dark cocoon descended to the ground, akin to a figure swathed in thick black satin, the satin-like energy undulating in ripples like waves upon the sea. Sister, what is happening? Have you ever seen anything like this? Gu Yunshi asked, bewildered, shaking her head. Should we leave him out here? Should we drag him inside? Well, I doubt I can move him on my own. Let's give it a try together, Lin Lulu replied. She approached Jichuan cautiously, gently reaching out to touch him. As her hand made contact with the satin-like black energy, it enveloped her hand like a gaseous mist. Upon touching Jichuan's arm, she found it somewhat cold yet remarkably solid. Observing Lin Lulu's actions, Gu Yunshi moved to the other side and grasped his other arm, and together they dragged Jichuan's body into the living room on the first floor. Gu Yunshi panted slightly. Lulu, you and Jichuan have been gathering supplies all day, haven't you? Above, there is a bed where you may rest while I keep watch. I have slept plenty these past few days and am not weary. Sister Yunshi, what is your special ability? Gu Yunshi lowered her head and shook it, saying, I possess no special ability. How can this be? Everyone has a unique power. All those I have encountered possess one. Perhaps yours is simply difficult to discern. Gu Yunshi forced a bitter smile, and considering her pride, Lin Lul refrained from boasting about her own extraordinary ability in the context of keeping watch. Sister, I am not tired and can keep watch. Brother Jichuan saved me twice during the day. It is my turn to protect him, as I owe him that. She then recounted the events of the day to Gu Yunshi. It had been a long time since a girl had chatted with her in such a manner. Gu Yunshi found Lin Lul's stories captivating. It was merely a chance encounter, and upon entering, she had initially thought Lin Lul was Jichuan's girlfriend. If only I had a special ability, then I could join you in searching for supplies. You surely have one. You'll discover it in due time. Jichuan's ability is quite remarkable. Who would have imagined that a zombie could retain human consciousness and even evolve? Jichuan had not fully disclosed the nature of the zombie king's ability to either of them, as it inherently seemed to oppose humanity. He had merely informed them that the ability allowed one to preserve their consciousness. When Jichuan awakened, he noticed Lin Lul and Gu Yunshi nestled together under a blanket, evidently having kept watch over him throughout the night. He chose not to awaken them, but instead quietly approached the mirror, feeling a profound transformation within himself since his revival. The reflection in the mirror revealed a figure no different from an ordinary person, yet somehow more robust and taller than the one who had lived before. However, Jichuan's eyes glimmered like rubies, imbued with a crimson sheen that seemed capable of piercing through the very souls of those who gazed into them. His skin appeared extraordinarily pale, devoid of any color. Is that you, Jichuan? Gu Yunxi exclaimed in astonishment upon awakening to the sound of footsteps, her eyes widening at the sight of the man before her. Lin Lulu, roused from her slumber, wiped away the remnants of sleep, thinking to herself, am I still dreaming? How has Jichuan become so handsome? I truly lack ambition. Without hesitation, Lin Lulu approached Jichuan and reached out to touch his arm. What are you doing? Jichuan was surprised to find that he could speak normally, no longer stuttering as before. Startled by his words, Lin Lulu gasped, wait, is this not a dream? Chapter 9. The assault. It was undeniable that Jichuan had transformed into a more attractive version of himself, making it difficult to associate him with the zombie he once was. Gu Yunxi and Lin Lulu exchanged curious glances, sensing that their neighborly little brother had suddenly morphed into a male celebrity overnight. Why is it that when I become handsome, you cease to speak? Jichuan remarked, with a hint of amusement. In truth, I am quite similar to how I was before, merely a bit more muscular. Young men often possess an inexplicable confidence about their appearance, and indeed, Jichuan had not only gained muscle, but also shed the roundness of his boyish features, now exhibiting a clean, sharp visage. You speak with much more clarity now. Gu Yunxi intended to compliment his voice, only to be taken aback by Jichuan's unexpectedly husky yet magnetic tone, as the youthful face of a charming boy belied the deep resonance of his voice. Jichuan nodded, recalling his previous conjecture, and decided to conduct an experiment. Gu Yunxi, I have a theory regarding your supernatural ability. Lin Lulu, please go to the yard and direct your weakest force to unleash a light arrow. Although Lin Lulu found this somewhat perplexing, she followed Jichuan's instructions and gently raised her hand. Typically, such a feeble attempt to harness one's power would likely result in a failure to gather energy, or the arrow would be too weak to travel far. However, to Lin Lulu's astonishment, the arrow in her hand surged forth like an intense beam of laser light, soaring into the distance. She recalled the powerful light arrow that had struck down Kai Kuan, reminiscent of a rocket launcher. Could this phenomenon be attributed to Sister Yunxi's ability? Do I possess a supernatural ability? Is my ability to thicken the arrows? Then she proceeded to the yard, where she now aimed to invoke her fire-related powers with minimal energy. Jichuan lightly raised a finger, and flames erupted skyward, enveloping them in a wave of immense heat. I surmise that your ability is one of enhancement, capable of significantly amplifying others' powers. Gu Yunxi gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. She was not the useless individual she had presumed herself to be. Try to sever the connection between us, refraining from activating your enhancement ability. Following Jichuan's guidance, Gu Yunxi focused on withdrawing her support. The flames dancing upon Jichuan's fingertip resembled a lighter. Witnessing the transformation in Jichuan's hand, Lin Lulu channeled her earlier force to launch the light arrow, which shot forth like a finely crafted needle. As Gu Yunxi sensed the intensification of her own power, she realized that the flames in Jichuan's hand could expand and contract according to her will. The reason she had previously felt devoid of abilities was that her powers could only influence those of others. Jichuan furrowed his brow as he contemplated a new possibility. He summoned greater force, causing the flames to swell. Gu Yunxi, now focus on making this flame shrink. Feeling the energy within, Gu Yunxi deduced that to diminish it would require not an output of energy, but rather an absorption of it. Fine beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she diligently adjusted the flow of energy. To her astonishment, the flames in Jichuan's hand began to gradually diminish. Sister Yunxi, you are truly remarkable. What an incredible ability. Gu Yunxi's excitement overwhelmed her, and she wept joyfully, realizing she was not useless. She could indeed assist others. Jichuan grasped the formidable potential of the golden crystal core. If harnessed adeptly, this ability could even sway the tide of battle. Your power level is equivalent to hers. I can perceive the rank of your abilities. Upon hearing Jichuan's words, Lin Lulu's eyes widened with wonder. Really? My powers can be as strong as Sister Yunxi's? Though her light arrows were quite effective for long-range attacks, they paled in comparison to Yunxi's versatile abilities, which proved to be a panacea, seamlessly complementing any partner. In the face of danger, one could simply neutralize the opponent's powers at minimal capacity. You can continuously sense it. Indeed, you both possess abilities of the same caliber. Perhaps your powers hold additional effects, but you have yet to master them fully. Elated, Lin Lulu nodded, eagerly anticipating the development of her abilities. As the moment for retribution drew near, a chilling expression settled upon Jichuan's face, now confident in his capacity to torment the Su Wanwan family. A day he had long yearned for. Ji Chuan, allow me to assist you, Gu Yunxi offered, wishing to aid him in his endeavor. And me, brother Ji Chuan, let me experiment with the other effects of the light arrows. I can also be of assistance. Ji Chuan demurred, preferring to personally deal with the family and sparing the two young women from witnessing such a brutal spectacle. I shall handle it myself. Observing Ji Chuan's resolve, Gu Yunxi acquiesced with a nod, cautioning, be careful. Ji Chuan opened the door and departed toward his villa, each step laden with profound animosity. The thought of the Su Wanwan family's countenance stirred a tempest within him as he gathered the surrounding zombies, encircling his villa. Brother Hao, do you perceive the amplified moans of zombies nearby? Am I the only one hearing it? Su Wanwan inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. Usually, the days were tranquil, with zombies scattered and sluggish in their movements. However, she detected their growls emanating from all directions. Lu Hao seemed to perceive the anomaly as well. Impossible. There are few zombies in this vicinity, and they are largely inactive during the day. Do not fret, Wanwan. Should any zombies appear, I shall fend them off for you. You are truly wonderful, Brother Hao. Choosing to be with you, rather than that good-for-nothing Ji Chuan, is the most astute decision I have ever made, Su Wanwan declared. Lu Hao affectionately stroked Su Wanwan's nose, then approached the window, drawing back the curtains to gaze toward the gate. To Lu Hao's astonishment, despite the high walls surrounding the villa, a glance through the gaps in the gate's railing revealed an overwhelming horde of zombies outside. The sheer number was beyond imagination. What is happening? Wanwan, we are surrounded. Upon hearing Lu Hao's exclamation, Su Wanwan hurried over to investigate, her scalp prickling at the sight of the zombies. Su Wanwan's parents emerged from their room. They had been on watch the previous night and had only just succumbed to sleep in the morning. However, during such perilous times, they dared not sleep too soundly. Upon hearing the commotion, they came to see what was transpiring. How could this be? Why are these zombies only surrounding our family? Su Wanwan's parents examined the surroundings from several angles, noting that not a single zombie was present near the other villas. Only their villa was besieged. The gate. It has been opened. Who did this? Lu Hao, already tense, felt a chill run down his spine at the realization. In such dire circumstances, who would open the gate? Is it you, Mom and Dad? Hurry, did you accidentally step on the remote? Su Wanwan frantically searched for the gate remote as she witnessed the zombies flooding in. It wasn't us. Su Wanwan's parents had kept the remote in plain sight on the coffee table throughout their night watch. There was no way they could have accidentally stepped on it. Unbeknownst to them, the gate had swung open due to the metallic control core manipulated by Ji Chuan. Su Wanwan repeatedly pressed the remote, but the gate remained ajar, unresponsive. The zombies surged forward like eager shoppers on a sale day, already banging against the windows, attempting to breach the villa. Lu Hao, think of something. Su Wanwan was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, hastening up to the second floor. Chapter 10, Revenge. Lu Hao and Su Wanwan's parents were equally terrified. To their bewilderment, the door of the villa swung open on its own. Su Wanwan's parents, armed with a mop and a spatula, warily observed the zombies that had broken in through the window. However, their abilities were utterly useless in combat. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the zombies invaded, surrounding the three individuals on the first floor. Son-in-law, protect us. Wanwan cannot be without her parents. The elderly couple, still clad in their pajamas and barefoot, felt their hearts racing at the terrifying proximity of the zombies. You two old fools, your abilities are so pathetic that your existence is a waste of food. Lu Hao's eyes were filled with madness as he devised a plan that might offer him a glimmer of hope. What are you saying? The elderly couple cried out in despair, realizing that Lu Hao had seized them both, his formidable strength rendering them unable to escape. Lu Hao propelled them towards the door, using Su Wanwan's parents as human shields against the flanking zombies, all in an effort to break free. Lu Hao, you heartless fiend. I will not allow Wanwan to marry you. Su Wanwan's mother continued to utter irrelevant protests, which Lu Hao found almost laughable. In such dire circumstances, who could still ponder marriage? Su Wanwan herself was weary of the notion. If she survived, there would be no shortage of suitable partners to choose from. The surrounding zombies appeared to be genuinely intimidated by his formidable presence, refraining from launching any significant attacks, and even gradually parting to create a path leading outside the villa. Lu Hao was overwhelmed with joy. It was as if the heavens had spared his life, granting him a chance for survival. The elderly couple flailed their arms wildly. emitting piercing cries of despair, yet they were merely too close to the zombies and did not suffer any tangible assault from them. As Lu Hao seized the couple and rushed forth, he found himself confronting Ji Chuan. Before him stood Ji Chuan, pallid and with blood-red eyes, observing the trio with keen interest. The zombies around them slowly encircled, some even lying on the ground, stacked like a macabre chair of corpses, upon which Ji Chuan sat, resembling a harbinger of death from the depths of hell. "You are Ji Chuan." It was Su Wanshan's mother who recognized him first, despite the evident differences in physique. His features had changed little. Observing the zombies' demeanor towards Ji Chuan, the three quickly grasped their predicament. "Chuan, you must advocate for Uncle and Auntie." Lu Hao, with a heart as cold as steel, attempted to use us as a shield, hoping we would absorb the zombies' attacks and meet our demise. "Indeed, Chuan. Uncle and Auntie have always held you in high regard, all thanks to Lu Hao. Our previous conversations were coerced by him." Auntie remarked. "I see that Wanshan is still the most compatible with you. I did not permit you to stand there and speak with me." Ji Chuan's voice was frigid as he exerted his gravitational abilities upon their knees, forcing them to kneel instantly. The abrupt application of force caused Su Wanshan's parents to grimace in pain, their knees, at their age, akin to fragile honeycomb. The three individuals experienced an overwhelming sense of oppression. Despite Lu Hao's extraordinary powers, he found himself unable to rise, cold sweat cascading down his forehead. "Ji Chuan, it is all that wretched Su Wanshan's doing. It was she who seduced me, who concocted the idea for you to bring us here, and who urged me to cast you aside. This is not my affair." Lu Hao's anguished cries echoed. "You are utterly deranged. Our Wanshan is so kind-hearted. How could she commit such acts? It is you who have incited her to collude with your schemes." He spat. "You wretched scoundrel. After all we have done to conceal your presence and shelter you during the initial outbreak of the virus, how could you betray us in this manner?" Meanwhile, Su Wanshan trembled beneath the bed on the second floor, her body shaking in fear. She could hear the argument unfolding outside her room, unable to comprehend the quarrel between Lu Hao and her parents. What was happening downstairs? She thought she heard Ji Chuan's name mentioned. He should be dead, should he not? Wasn't that useless being destined to be devoured by the zombies after being tossed over the wall? How could he still be alive? Terrifying zombies were on the prowl, their breath mingling with the stench of decay, filling her nostrils. Desperately, she covered her mouth, praying this would keep her hidden from their sight. Yet, despair washed over her as she beheld a half-bodied zombie emerging from the staircase corner, clawing its way up to the second floor. One eye had already fallen from its socket, while the other roamed wildly, searching for something. As it reached the second floor, its gaze seemed to fixate on her, a grotesque smile tearing across its decaying face as it crawled closer, emitting a low growl that was both amused and furious. "Ah, please, do not kill me." Tears cascaded from Su Wanwan's eyes, plummeting to the ground as her fingers desperately clawed at the floor. However, several zombies had already seized her legs, violently tearing at her clothing and dragging her out from beneath the bed. The undead relentlessly pulled her towards Ji Chuan, retreating back into the mass of zombies after delivering her. Staring at Ji Chuan, Su Wanwan momentarily froze, then mustered her softest smile as she knelt before him, encircling his calves with her arms and pressing her chest against his knees. "Brother Chuan, I'm so scared. You've come to rescue me, haven't you? I think of you every day." Yet, before she could finish her plea, Ji Chuan kicked her away, causing her to land on the ground with a muffled grunt. "Do not touch me, you filthy creature." At Ji Chuan's words, Su Wanwan burst into tears. Normally, her tears would render him helpless, granting her every desire. Undeterred, Su Wanwan crawled back towards Ji Chuan, displaying her curves and vulnerability. "You wretched woman. If it weren't for your advances, I would never take notice of you. Brother Chuan, from now on, I shall be your loyal dog. I will never betray you." Lu Hao lay prostrate on the ground, respectfully cradling Ji Chuan's foot in his hands. As the headliner of a nightclub, he possessed many charms to please wealthy women and had even entertained male clients for money. In this moment, he endeavored with all his might to curry favor with Ji Chuan to ensure his own survival. Yet, Ji Chuan regarded Lu Hao with icy detachment, sending cold sweat cascading down his brow, but Lu Hao dared not cease his servile actions. "I know you will not betray me. From now on, you belong to me." Lu Hao was filled with overwhelming joy, realizing that his professional competence was indeed of great utility, and he believed he could survive this ordeal. However, just as Lu Hao was about to express his loyalty, he discovered that he had lost his voice. Ji Chuan's hand had penetrated his throat. The speed of Ji Chuan's action astonished everyone present, leaving them bewildered as to what had transpired. Su Wanwan witnessed Lu Hao collapsing into a pool of blood, sitting on the ground and retreating in terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably. In the shocked gazes of the three onlookers, Lu Hao, with lifeless eyes, stood up once more, knelt before Ji Chuan, and, like the other zombies, took his place behind him. Chapter 11. Rescue. As Su Wanwan stared in disbelief at the lifeless Lu Hao, her parents had already begun to bow their heads in desperation. Chuan, our family of three has endured so much. When you are with Wanwan, we regard you as our own son. Please spare our lives. We have shared a bond for so long. Brother Chuan, I vow from this moment forth to remain loyal. I will heed your every command, whatever you ask of me. Su Wanwan even removed her outer garment, soiled by the zombies, fearing that her disheveled appearance might tarnish her beauty. After revealing her curves, she hoped that Ji Chuan might recall their past affection. Ji Chuan snorted coldly. You will do whatever I say? Seeing Ji Chuan's reaction, Su Wanwan eagerly stepped forward, nodding fervently, her eyes sparkling with renewed brightness as she flatteringly and bashfully exclaimed, Brother Chuan, anything you desire, I long for you dearly. Ji Chuan merely threw a dagger before Su Wanwan, condemning both her parents. His words plunged them into an abyss of despair, their foreheads bleeding from their fervent prostrations. Ji Chuan, you cannot do this. I know you have no parents. I could be like a mother to you. Yes, Ji Chuan, Wanwan cannot be left without her parents. From now on, we shall only recognize you as our son-in-law. Upon hearing their words, Ji Chuan felt a flicker of amusement. During his relationship with Su Wanwan, these two elders had incessantly found fault with him. Each time he visited their home, they would scowl if he brought fewer gifts than before, taking every courtesy for granted. Now, they feign nostalgia. What kind of people are you to claim any semblance of parental affection? Wanwan, if you do not act now, you shall all perish together. As Ji Chuan's words echoed, Su Wanwan swallowed hard, grasped the dagger from the ground, and astonishingly turned towards her parents. Wanwan, what are you doing? You cannot lose your humanity. If you act, how will you live with yourself for the rest of your life? Aren't you a formidable water elemental? Can't you fight back? Her parents' faces contorted with terror as they stood frozen, their knees seemingly glued to the ground. After uttering her final words, Su Wanwan summoned all her strength and plunged the dagger into her father's chest. He struggled valiantly to resist, but after several thrusts, he collapsed to the ground, motionless. Su's mother stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom her daughter's resolute determination. She pressed her hands against the ground with all her might, attempting to liberate herself from the shackles of gravity, yet her efforts were in vain. Wanwan, have you lost your mind? Are you truly going to take your mother's life with your own hands? Su's mother shouted, her voice piercing. Su Wanwan had heard such sharp cries throughout her life. Her current demeanor was a reflection of her mother's teachings, having always viewed herself as a commodity meant to generate value for her. Mother, rest assured, your daughter will burn paper offerings for you every year. Under the gaze of her mother's wrath and despair, Su Wanwan's expression twisted into that of a ravenous specter, mercilessly wielding the dagger. Amidst the chilling screams, Su's mother, with wide-open eyes, fell lifeless to the ground. The dagger clattered as it dropped. Su Wanwan immediately forced a morbid smile. Chuan Gu, let us return to our former ways. No one will stand in our way now. Ji Chuan watched with keen interest, having envisioned this scene in his mind ever since he was thrown over the high wall of the villa. Today, his desires had finally come to fruition. Ji Chuan can't possibly be in trouble, can he? It's been days without any news. Song Hui anxiously stared at his phone. While he wasn't overly concerned about Ji Chuan, who normally resided comfortably in the villa and enjoyed stockpiling food, he was taken aback when Ji Chuan mentioned days ago that he intended to bring Su Wanwan's family over. What a foolish love-struck fool. Song Hui had advised Ji Chuan against such a decision, but Ji Chuan, as always, unconditionally indulged Su Wanwan, leaving Song Hui to feel as if Ji Chuan had fallen under a spell. Su Wanwan was immediately discerned to be a nefarious character. After Ji Chuan inherited his family's fortune following the demise of his parents, she latched onto him, incessantly engaging in idle gossip and leading a chaotic personal life. She even covertly added him under a pseudonym, posting alluring yet faceless photos in a bid to entice him. However, these matters could not be openly addressed, for there was a fear that Ji Chuan, already besotted with Su Wanwan, might disavow their childhood friendship, jeopardizing the bond they shared. What new abilities have you awakened? Ji Chuan, With this thought in mind, he cautiously made his way to the base for supernatural beings in Jianghua City. This organization had been established officially after the Blood Moon, gathering numerous capable individuals with extraordinary powers. Song Hui hoped that through collective effort, they could rescue Ji Chuan. Yet, entry to this base necessitated an evaluation of one's abilities. Those deemed ineffective would not be accepted. Consequently, many were reluctant to venture out to the base during these early days of scarce resources, adopting a stance of observation. Was it truly worth risking many lives for the sake of one? The base's leader regarded Song Hui with evident displeasure. If you do not assist me in the rescue, I shall not join the base. Is this a threat? It is not. This is merely my condition for joining. Even if you wish to control me, I will not act against my will. Upon witnessing the resolute determination in Song Hui's eyes, Li Jingru sighed. Song Hui nodded in affirmation. Chief, who is so significant? What abilities does this newcomer possess? Execute your mission. Do not inquire further. Understood. Wu Qian, leading the second squad, set forth with Song Hui towards Lanshan Villa. Their expressions marked by discontent. Cui Zixuan regarded Song Hui with keen interest. What is your background, young man? How is it that the boss would assist you in a rescue? Do you possess formidable abilities? In the apocalyptic world, Song Hui's extraordinary abilities are indeed formidable. However, they are not intended for combat. This is precisely why he took the risk of seeking assistance at the base for supernatural beings, for even with his powers, he would be unable to aid Ji Chuan in times of peril. Zixuan, do not inquire further. The leader has forbidden it. Wu Qian interjected in a moment of bewilderment. Ah, how mysterious. Shall we not discuss official matters? By the way, young man, you are quite handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Cui Zixuan, playfully withdrawing a lollipop from her mouth, pointed it teasingly towards Song Hui's lips. It's quite sweet. Would you like to taste? Zixuan, how can you act this way? Have you considered my feelings? I risked my life to procure that candy for you. Sun Tao, driving the armored vehicle, expressed his irritation at Cui Zixuan's flirtation. You are far too forward. I prefer the way Song Xiaogu remains indifferent to me, she retorted, reaching out to touch Song Hui's face, only to be evaded by his frown. Ah, you certainly know how to play hard to get, young man. I find it rather appealing, Cui Zixuan remarked. Meanwhile, Song Hui silently cursed under his breath, realizing that only the elderly man at the back seemed somewhat normal as he sat quietly with his eyes closed. Why are there no zombies around here? Is the feng shui of Lanshan Villa truly that good? Sun Tao mused as they approached the entrance of the neighborhood, accustomed to crushing zombies along the way, only to find none in sight. Wait, what is that? Upon hearing Sun Tao's words, everyone turned their gaze into the distance, only to discover a dense throng of zombies encircling a particular area within the community. Chapter 12. Confrontation. Although Su Wanswan had followed Ji Chuan's orders to kill her parents, Ji Chuan had no intention of sparing her. The simplicity of death is far too merciful. He could choose not to slay Su Wanswan, preferring instead to prolong her suffering, repeatedly tormenting her. Only to heal her with his extraordinary powers, he would let her experience the despair she once felt, over and over again. Yet, just as he was about to act, Ji Chuan heard a sound emanating from a distance. It was no ordinary vehicle. Ji Chuan furrowed his brow and gazed towards the source of the noise. Sister Yunqi, what is that? To his astonishment, it was an armored vehicle. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunqi had been observing the battle from a distance, but the sheer number of zombies made it difficult to discern the situation clearly. Suddenly, an armored vehicle drove into the entrance of the community. Gu Yunqi felt a wave of unease wash over her as she focused on the armored vehicle. An ominous premonition gripped her heart. She feared for Ji Chuan's safety. For the individuals capable of mobilizing such a vehicle were surely affiliated with the authorities, and for them, someone like Ji Chuan was deemed a threat that needed to be eradicated. Lulu, I feel rather anxious. I fear something may happen to Ji Chuan. Gu Yunqi pondered for a moment before resolutely deciding. You stay here. I shall investigate. Sister Yunqi, Brother Chuan instructed us to wait for him here. The outside is perilous. Despite Lin Lulu's admonition, Gu Yunqi ventured outside. Lin Lulu sighed, realizing that her powers could not be fully utilized from a distance. With this thought, she too stepped out, remaining elevated and concealing her form. As the armored vehicle drew closer, Su Wanswan also heard the commotion and curiously turned to look. There's a water-based ability. The elderly man in the vehicle suddenly opened his eyes, and the expressions of those present reflected a surge of excitement. It appeared that this rescue mission held unexpected surprises. The fact that Elder Wang could sense the presence of this ability user indicated that he was still alive. To survive amidst such a multitude of zombies suggested that he was indeed a formidable character. Furthermore, water-based abilities typically provide a stable source of fresh water, a rare commodity in the apocalypse. The team members readied themselves for battle, and the frivolous demeanor on Cui Zixuan's face vanished, replaced by an air of composure and confidence. They had reached the periphery of the zombie horde. Wu Qian instructed Song Hui to remain still in the vehicle before being the first to ascend to the roof. He spotted Su Wanshan at the center of the zombie circle, undoubtedly the water ability user. However, what was that creature directly across from her? It resembled a human, yet possessed ghastly pale skin, seated upon a throne fashioned from corpses, with eyes that were unnaturally red. Meeting Ji Chuan's gaze, a chilling sense of dread surged within Wu Qian. This being exuded an oppressive aura unlike anything he had ever encountered. In that instant, he recognized the extraordinary danger that lay before him. "We will rescue you, water ability user." "Hold on," Wu Qian shouted, and then, unexpectedly, he clasped his hands together at his chest. Although he had initially held nothing, he conjured a submachine gun seemingly out of thin air, unleashing a barrage upon the advancing horde. Each shot felled a zombie, and upon noticing the commotion, other zombies surged towards them. Su Wanshan felt a flicker of joy. The display of power from her abilities was formidable, sparking hope that she might escape. She meticulously observed Ji Chuan's movements while keeping a vigilant eye on the battlefield. Her strategy straightforward. To survive, she would refrain from any rash actions. If the armored vehicle's side is formidable, she will flee from Ji Chuan. If Ji Chuan proves to be powerful, she will remain. A miscalculation could result in certain death. Inside the vehicle, Song Hui felt a surge of anxiety. He could not perceive the scene outside, and could only pray that this water-based ability survivor was indeed Ji Chuan. Sun Tao, observing the current advantageous situation, remained calm within the vehicle, feeling no tension. At 1 o'clock, a water-based ability survivor. At 11 o'clock, the level of the zombies remained unknown, and the opposing side had not yet taken action. Listening to Wu Qian's words, Cui Zixuan frowned. An aberrant entity? How rare to encounter one here. Different from the aberrant entities previously encountered, caution is warranted. Cui Zixuan nodded, and her figure inexplicably vanished. Old Wang opened his eyes once again, sensing a new ability user approaching, whose power seemed formidable, possibly control. The distance was still considerable, so my perception may not be entirely accurate. What? Sun Tao exclaimed in astonishment. Is this place truly teeming with hidden talents? Are legendary abilities present? With the captain of control on site, this is secure. These zombies, even if mutated, will meet their demise. It is nearly over. Ji Chuan stood up and raised a hand. The zombies that had just charged forward all retreated, halting their assault. What? Wu Qian could hardly believe his eyes. Sun Tao also sensed something unusual. The zombies had ceased their attack, though from his angle, he could not see Ji Chuan. What is happening, Captain? Have you frightened the zombies away? This is my personal vendetta. I kindly ask that you do not interfere. Ji Chuan's deep voice resonated, enveloping everyone in an overwhelming sense of pressure. Wu Qian nearly dropped his gun, having never encountered a talking zombie before. Old Wang, are there any signs of life at 11 o'clock? Wu Qian found himself questioning whether the source of this oppressive atmosphere was merely a person, albeit one with unusual skin and eyes. He secretly hoped so. The absence of life signs indicated a zombie. Upon hearing Old Wang's words, Wu Qian swallowed hard, sensing that this mission was fraught with unprecedented peril. Su Wanshan looked at Wu Qian with a glimmer of hope, wishing that this individual could rescue her, as falling into Ji Chuan's clutches would surely spell disaster. Suddenly, she felt an unseen presence brush against her, yet no one was in sight. I have stated that this is my personal grievance. I ask you all not to interfere. A wave of immense pressure washed over them, causing Cui Zixuan to kneel on the ground, revealing her form beside Su Wanshan. Zixuan. Wu Qian's heart raced, as the situation before him surpassed his comprehension. What was he to do? Abandon the rescue? Negotiate with a zombie? What exactly was this entity, and how had it discovered Zixuan? Ji Chuan, however, had not seen Cui Zixuan. His acute sense of smell detected the scent of an unfamiliar human from such close proximity, coupled with a strong aroma of candy. Sun Tao, his palms slick with sweat, could no longer remain still upon hearing about Zixuan's predicament and climbed atop the vehicle. Sun Tao, what are you doing out there? Apologies for our intrusion. We sincerely regret our earlier actions. Kindly forgive our transgressions and allow us to depart." Upon hearing this, Su Wanshan felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment, yet dared not voice her thoughts. She was astonished by Ji Chuan's formidable capabilities. Fortunately, she had not heeded her foolish mother's advice to confront him directly, as it would likely have led to her demise. Ji Chuan, displaying remarkable magnanimity, raised his hand, and at once, Cui Zishuan felt the pressure on her legs dissipate. Gasping for breath, she stood up. Observing Ji Chuan before her, Cui Zishuan's expression turned grave as she cast a glance towards Sun Tao, conveying unspoken words of gratitude. "Thank you, sir. We shall take our leave." However, the very next moment, Sun Tao, who had just been smiling, suddenly erupted with an intense aura. Bolts of lightning crackled around his arms, and in a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of thunderous lightning towards Ji Chuan. "Ji Chuan, be careful." Gu Yanxi, who had just approached, witnessed the unfolding scene and quickly redirected her energy. Sun Tao felt his lightning's potency wane, ultimately fading away. Yet, his intention had never been to vanquish the creature before him. He lacked the assurance for such an endeavor. He sought merely to gain a fleeting moment. Chapter 13. Shedding the shell. As Ji Chuan's attention was drawn by Sun Tao, Cui Zishuan had already grasped Su Wanshan's hand, and in an instant, they found themselves atop the vehicle. Wang Lao had long been waiting at the entrance with Song Huai. In haste, Cui Zishuan reached out to the others, preparing for their continued escape. However, just before they could relocate, a flash of white light erupted. Su Wanshan coughed up blood. Throughout the standoff, Song Huai had been eager to investigate, but Wang Lao had consistently thwarted his attempts. He thought he heard a female voice calling Ji Chuan's name. As Song Huai eagerly opened his eyes, expecting to see Ji Chuan rescued, he was instead met with the pale face of Su Wanwan. "Emily, hurry, save her," Wu Qian shouted, prompting a woman in white to rush over. She placed her hands on Su Wanwan's abdomen, a steady stream of energy surging forth to heal her wounds visibly. As Su Wanwan's expression began to calm, the others sighed in relief. Although they had lost an armored vehicle, the worth of a survivor with water-based abilities far outweighed that loss. "Isn't there anyone else outside? Did you not see a boy? About 175 centimeters tall, with a handsome countenance?" Song Huai anxiously inquired of Wu Qian, who shook his head in response. "Does that monster count as handsome? It's true that he possesses an appealing appearance, but stern would be a more fitting description for his sharply defined features. Besides, he seems to stand at around 182 centimeters. Feeling a sudden weakness, Song Huai was struck by a thought and approached Su Wanwan, shaking her shoulders. "Where's Ji Chuan? What happened to Ji Chuan?" The bystanders quickly pulled Song Huai away, admonishing him, "Have you lost your mind? She has just sustained serious injuries. Do not disturb her rest." "Injured?" Su Wanwan wore a pained expression, and the fact that she was only in her undergarments, having removed her outer clothing, had already garnered the attention of many men in the base. Cui Zishuan's complexion was pallid. The recent long-distance transfer with 5 individuals had nearly depleted her remaining energy. "Are you still willing to let me live? Ji Chuan can't possibly be your wife, right? If you are indeed gay, just let me know, and we can be best friends." Sun Tao forcibly pulled Song Huai away, exclaiming, "Zishuan nearly perished on this mission. Don't you dare come any closer to her. If our team fails to address this issue, the situation will grow dire." The combat capabilities of Team 2 were already formidable, featuring 2 offensive abilities, 1 exploratory and 1 escape-oriented. Yet, they still found themselves in such a precarious predicament. The current zombies were relatively weak. What had they encountered? Li Jingru summoned Wu Qian to the office. "Are you implying that a communicative zombie has emerged? One that commands the others?" he inquired. "Is this zombie aggressive?" Wu Qian hesitated. "I'm uncertain. The situation at the scene is too convoluted. Perhaps only the water-based ability user who has faced him for an extended period possesses the insights we seek. Let me in. Don't restrain me." Song Huai insisted at Li Jingru's door, only to be intercepted. "Allow him entry," Li Jingru remarked, casting a puzzled glance at Wu Qian, whose entire focus was on Ji Chuan and Su Wanshu, oblivious to the other's presence. Yet, when Sun Tao unleashed a lightning strike, a female voice had indeed warned, "Be careful." Upon grasping the general situation, Li Jingru called for Old Wang. "Are there others present with you?" Old Wang nodded. "I seem to sense the approach of control, but it is still a considerable distance away, so I cannot be completely certain." The reason behind the inexplicable weakening of Sun Tao's lightning strike has been discerned by Li Jingru. If the entity known as control were truly present, Such an effect could indeed be achieved. However, the question remains, why would the possessor of control choose to assist a mere zombie? Li Jingru finds himself at a loss. The situation is far too perilous. I cannot gamble with the lives of the base members, as many aspects remain unclear. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Li Jingru observes the despair etched on Song Huai's face. Given the existence of such a formidable creature, if we do not rescue my friend now, we may never have another chance. What if my friend is the very control you mentioned? Failing to save him would be a tremendous loss. If your friend is indeed control, the situation becomes even more complicated, for control has aided that monster, aligning your friend with the zombie. Upon hearing Li Jingru's analysis, Wu Qian gasps in realization. Indeed, control could diminish Sun Taolei's lightning power, but does this not equate to aiding the zombie? Song Huai appears lost in thought. No, it cannot be. Ji Chuan would never ally with a zombie. He is far too naive and terrified of supernatural beings. How could he possibly be in league with the undead? That foolish boy would undoubtedly scream and flee at the mere sight of a zombie. He refuses to believe it and resolves to seek him out himself. If necessary, he would drive at full speed to reach him. For time is of the essence in Ji Chuan's predicament. With this thought, Song Huai attempts to dash forward but is restrained by two individuals. Let me go? Let me go? He protests, struggling fiercely. Nonsense. My friend is right there. Even if you restrain me, I will not use my abilities. Why do you speak with such duplicity, young friend? I have always been capable of forceful actions. I merely wish to extend my respect towards you. The base is indeed a united family. Lorna, a cool, aloof girl, entered, her lips adorned with a deep purple gloss that was somewhat disconcerting. This newcomer desires to join our familial circle, yet her emotions are running high. Upon hearing this, Lorna approached Song Huai, raising her hand before his forehead. What are you doing? Let me go, please. Esteemed leader, I pledge my strength to the base. Thank you for accepting me. Song Huai's gaze became vacant as Lorna nodded at Li Jingru, and then led Song Huai outside. Chapter 14. The missed opportunity in Chuan Huai. Gu Yunxi hurried towards Ji Chuan, exclaiming, Ji Chuan, are you all right? Ji Chuan shook his head, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Your abilities have improved once again. Gu Yunxi, blushing, lowered her gaze and inadvertently noticed the two corpses on the ground, instinctively averting her eyes. Do you think I am heartless? Gu Yunxi shook her head. They were cruel to you as well. This is a matter between you two, and I am not in a position to judge. Ji Chuan, older brother. Yunxi, sister. What secret conversation are you having without me? Lin Lulu exclaimed. Ji Chuan smiled at her. Thank you as well, otherwise Su Wanchuan would have suffered more than just a few bruises. It is unfortunate that a group of people ambushed us midway. Ji Chuan's politeness stemmed from his realization that the armored vehicles belonged to the official forces. He wished to avoid antagonizing them too quickly. Upon the vehicle, he observed 4 purple crystal cores and 1 red crystal core. Uncertain of the classification of the red core, he recognized that he might not be able to defeat the individuals present. He felt acutely aware of his own weakness. The coloration of the crystal cores indicated the presence of formidable experts within the official organization, compelling him to expedite his own enhancement of strength. Ji Chuan dismissed the surrounding zombies, choosing to keep Lu Hao behind. Lu Hao knelt on the ground, bowing his head toward Ji Chuan's hand. The scene was somewhat gruesome. Do you wish to witness this? Gu Yunxi turned away, while Lin Lul merely shifted to one side. Having experienced similar scenarios before, she felt an inexplicable urge to observe the process closely this time. Ji Chuan plunged his hand into Lu Hao's skull, retrieving a green crystal core. What is this? Is this what you consume to evolve? Lin Lul inquired with curiosity, having witnessed him ingest this peculiar stone multiple times. Indeed, my talent suggests that I can absorb such crystal cores to enhance myself. I am rather intrigued to know if humans would experience a similar effect. Would either of you care to try? Gu Yunxi, gazing at the blood-dripping crystal core, fervently shook her head. Noticing Gu Yunxi's reaction, Ji Chuan swiftly seized Lin Lul, taking advantage of her distraction to push the crystal core into her mouth. The green crystal core was the smallest, slightly larger than an almond, yet remarkably hard. Lin Lul felt as though her throat was being stabbed painfully. Cough, cough. Ji Chuan, you are so wicked. Lin Lul pounded her small fists against Ji Chuan's arm, but he paid no heed. So, do you feel anything? Lin Lul shook her head, engulfed by fear of the potential torment should she be unable to digest it. Indeed, only I can consume. It is of little consequence if you experience pain during the process. I possess healing abilities that can aid your recovery. Lin Lulyalu was filled with distress, and that very night, an ear-piercing explosion echoed from the bathroom. The survivors in the entire community trembled in fear, believing that the one screaming was undergoing unspeakable torment. Ji Chuan, having obtained the crystal core, found himself in a quandary. He felt a strong aversion to swallowing it. Yet the powers associated with it were still beyond his grasp, rendering it a waste not to partake. Lin Lulyalu lay feebly on the sofa, resolutely refusing to allow Ji Chuan to place his hand above her injured area for treatment. Her lips were devoid of color. "Brother Ji Chuan, please eat. Do hurry. Why won't you consume it?" Gu Yunxi, filled with concern, stood by, gently wiping the sweat from Lin Lulyalu's forehead with a towel. Ji Chuan had already washed his hands at the sink for the 13th time. While he could stomach the crystal core mingled with brain matter and blood, the thought of consuming one tainted with excrement was rather distasteful. How foolish it was to experiment. If only he had known better. Ji Chuan steeled himself and swallowed the power crystal. Finally, Lin Lulyalu fulfilled a long-held wish, turning her head in exasperation to the other side. "Let Lulyalu rest tonight. I shall take care of her." Gu Yunxi moved aside to wash the towel, and seizing the moment when Lin Lulyalu turned her head, Ji Chuan approached her, placing his hand above the painful area and releasing his healing abilities. Lin Lulyalu felt a wave of warmth flooding her body from her pelvis. Realizing that Ji Chuan was aiding her recovery, though immensely shy, she found it quite comforting and could only bury her head beneath the pillow, becoming a timid ostrich. "You both did not sleep well last night. Do take the opportunity to rest today while I keep watch." At present, Ji Chuan is unable to control the zombies from a distance. If a day comes when he can, he could assign his subordinates to guard while he ventures forth in search of crystal cores. Realizing that Ji Chuan indeed does not require sleep, Gu Yunxi nodded and assisted Lin Lulu as they ascended to the second floor, for fatigue was beginning to weigh heavily upon her. However, Ji Chuan dared not take risks. Humanity's fear of the unknown often leads to destruction. Their location had already been compromised, and it was imperative to vacate this place. Gu Yunxi also exposed herself, and he was uncertain whether the others had noticed her presence. Remaining here posed a threat, and they ought to depart by tomorrow. The night would serve well for contemplation regarding their next destination. Ji Chuan stationed a group of subordinates at the entrance and made his way towards the villa left by his parents. The villa was now in disarray, ravaged by the onslaught of the zombie horde, and Ji Chuan searched for his mobile phone, unaware of where Su Wanwan and the others had placed it. "Ji Chuan, what abilities have you awakened? Where are you?" "Ji Chuan, please do not frighten me. Did Su Wanwan's family do something to you?" "Ji Chuan, are you in danger?" "Su Wanwan's family is not composed of good people. Wait for me. I will find someone to rescue you. The authorities have established a base for abilities. I will go there to seek help. My abilities should pass their assessment. Ji Chuan, wait for me." Upon suddenly receiving this message, Ji Chuan pondered why an armored vehicle had appeared today. Was Song Hui at the base seeking assistance and instructing him to wait? Could it be that Song Hui was in the vehicle today? Indeed, there remains a red crystal core, and the holder of the purple crystal core has yet to make an appearance. Might it be Song Hui? He yearned to inquire whether it was indeed Song Hui today. Yet he had not received any news from him via telephone. After several attempts to reach him, he was met with silence. What could this mean? If Song Hui had ventured to the base for superhumans, he should be safe there. Surely, no place could be more secure than the base itself. As time elapsed, most adept superhumans would gravitate towards that haven. Could it be that danger had arisen on the way? Ji Chuan felt a pang of worry. He needed to ascertain Song Hui's whereabouts and his current safety. Chapter 15. Private Investigation. Good morning, Brother Ji Chuan. Lin Lulu yawned as she descended the stairs, spotting Ji Chuan engrossed in videos. "Don't let your eyes suffer from staring at your phone too long, zombie. Have you come across anything about yourself? After all, you are a renowned vehicle owner." Ji Chuan indeed found a video. Most of them revolved around sharing information regarding the apocalypse. While others were besieged by hordes of zombies in their vehicles, Xiaofan's uninterrupted journey had become a societal topic of interest. Unless one possessed an armored vehicle like yesterday's, which could simply bulldoze through, any slight misstep could lead to being surrounded, awaiting death. "We must relocate to another area. This place is no longer safe. Those officials might pose a threat to me. If you two have a more viable escape route, it would be prudent to part ways. Staying with me could be perilous." Lin Lulu did not cease her actions. After sipping from a cup of water, she turned her gaze towards Ji Chuan. "Where could it be safer than by your side? You can fend off zombies even in the apocalypse. With you here, what is there to fear? I shall not leave. I, too, shall accompany you. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two, Gu Yunxi descended with her hair cascading down, her unadorned visage radiating a gentle beauty inherent to femininity. In this apocalypse, the most terrifying entity is not the zombies, but humanity itself. Memories of Nangu betraying his comrades in the woods, the trio of ruffians in the underground passage, the Su family, and that individual with the suspenders who adeptly manipulated flying knives flooded her mind. In comparison to these people, zombies seem trivial. If I am unafraid of the undead, what is there to fear? Brother Chuan, if you are frightened, I can protect you with my archery skills. After saying this, Lin Lulu playfully mimicked a gun gesture with her hands towards Ji Chuan. Very well, since you two have made your decision, let us gather our essential belongings today and seek a new abode. It would be best to leave the pink vehicle behind. It is too conspicuous. Let us take the off-road vehicle instead. Gu Yunxi had no objections, for survival in this dire world was paramount. The house and car were of little consequence. Heeding Ji Chuan's reminder, Gu Yunxi pondered and decided to pack additional personal clothing, as what she had acquired from the mall might not be as comfortable as her own. Lin Lulu had already taken most of the food supplies, a consequence of nearly a week of starvation in their rental. Where shall we go? Any ideas? Perhaps to Xingguang Villa or Ziyu Bay. Both are well-located developments with better living conditions. In this apocalypse, it is wise to reside in a decent place, especially with your ability to unlock any door. Ji Chuan nodded, surprised by Gu Yunxi's knowledge of upscale properties. By the way, what did you do before the apocalypse? Ji Chuan inquired with curiosity. I was a private equity fund manager. This caught Ji Chuan by surprise. Gu Yunxi's demeanor resembled that of a model or an internet celebrity. So professional? Are you studying finance? No, not at all. Initially, I was merely in administration, but after my uncle and aunt saw me, they insisted on attributing their performance to me. Consequently, my boss had me take a qualification exam and promptly transferred me to another position. The clients purchasing private equity are far more knowledgeable than I am. Perhaps they simply enjoy conversing with me. Who says beauty cannot be a means of sustenance? Gu Yunxi's allure has afforded her a villa. Why don't you ask me? Brother Ji Chuan, do you even need to ask? Just look at you, so animated, clearly a college student. Blowing out a tire right off the bat is quite a feat. Lin Lulu, annoyed, averted her gaze towards the car window. The three of them appeared as close friends embarking on an outing, with a pleasantly jovial atmosphere enveloping them. You've awakened. Su Wanshan opened her eyes to find herself in a hospital room, a woman in white gazing at her intently. Where am I? You are in the base for those with abilities. You have been rescued. Recalling her previous ordeal, Su Wanshan clenched her fists in indignation. Ji Chuan must pay for his actions. Wu Qian entered the room upon hearing the news, and upon seeing this familiar face, Su Wanshan shed tears of vulnerability, as though she had endured some sorrowful tribulation. Thank you all, otherwise I would have perished there. No need for gratitude. The base for those with abilities exists to rescue survivors. What was the zombie you encountered that day? Do you have any insight? That day, we heard the growls of zombies surrounding us, and they all converged. The monstrous entity dragged us out of the villa, mercilessly slaying my boyfriend first, followed by my parents. Just as it was about to take my life, you appeared. Thank you. With that, Su Wanshan once again shed tears. Upon hearing Su Wanshan's harrowing account, Wu Qian felt a chill of fear. According to her description, this was nothing short of a murderous beast, posing an immense threat to human existence. Why did he previously claim it was a personal vendetta? Were they acquainted? Su Wanshan shook her head through her tears, exclaiming, "Who would know such a monster? It is merely a lunatic that kills indiscriminately. I must avenge my parents and my boyfriend." Observing Su Wanshan's fervent state, Wu Qian sought to comfort her. After a brief conversation on other matters, he took his leave. Yet, an unsettling thought lingered in his mind. If, as Su Wanshan described, a zombie had indeed slain her parents and boyfriend, there should not be two corpses visible at the scene. Those slain by zombies would swiftly turn into zombies themselves. Yet he had seen only two bodies on the rooftop, presumably that of Su Wanshan's parents. But what of her boyfriend? Wasn't he supposed to be dead there? Why had her parents not undergone zombification? Moreover, if Su Wanshan's assertion held true, that this was a psychopathic killer reveling in bloodshed, why would such a creature retreat and engage in conversation, declaring it a personal grudge and wishing not to be disturbed? Given Su Wanshan's frail emotional state, he hesitated to let his suspicions surface, wary of causing her further distress. Wu Qian refrained from hastily reporting to his superiors. Undoubtedly, Ji Chuan was a terrifying presence, and confronting him would likely lead to casualties. If it were indeed possible to communicate and avert conflict, that would be the most favorable outcome. Thus, Wu Qian arrived at the data center and accessed Su Wanswan's file through the database system. Su Wanswan, 25 years old, unemployed, hailing from a family of ordinary workers, resides in Huanghe Street, Nanling District. As Wu Qian scrutinized Su Wanswan's information, a frown creased his brow. How could someone from a working-class family, without a job, afford to live in Lanshan Villa? Could it be her boyfriend's residence? He then proceeded to examine Su Wanswan's bank transactions. The individual who transferred the most money to her was a person named Ji Chuan. This must be her boyfriend. However, it appeared that Su Wanswan had numerous transaction records with various men. Wu Qian's frown deepened, leading him to form a preliminary hypothesis about Su Wanswan. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he searched for Ji Chuan's profile. Ji Chuan, 24 years old, unemployed, the son of renowned investors in the country. Tragically deceased in a traffic accident, residing at Lanshan Villa No. 8. Wasn't Lanshan Villa No. 8 the very villa surrounded by zombies that day? Wu Qian clicked on Ji Chuan's ID photo in the system. Although Ji Chuan appeared youthful in the system's photograph, his features unmistakably matched that of the creature he had encountered that day. Chapter 16, The Wandering Golden Core Zombie. Wu Qian formed a significant conjecture. Since Ji Chuan was indeed a monster, his earlier pretense of not recognizing Su Wanswan was curious, especially considering they both resided in Ji Chuan's house. It was evident that Ji Chuan harbored personal grievances against Su Wanswan, and perhaps he would not attack others. Brother Ji Chuan, this spacious apartment is splendid. Offering a view of the sea, Lin Lulu joyfully dashed toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Thanks to Ji Chuan, they could choose any unoccupied house, a luxury that Lin Lulu could never afford to rent for even a day. Should you wish to remain here, do take a moment to tidy up, for I must venture forth in search of the crystal core. Gu Yunxi nodded in agreement, recognizing that Ji Chuan would face no peril in this post-apocalyptic world. The house before them, though cloaked in dust, merely required a light cleaning, thus she consented. Ji Chuan, don this. Gu Yunxi rummaged through her suitcase, retrieving a pair of sunglasses, selecting a unisex style. Wearing these will render you more human-like, thus ensuring your safety. Ji Chuan complied, donning the shades before embarking on his journey. Even in the dim light, his night vision allowed for clear visibility. Through the small team, Ji Chuan discerned the formidable abilities of several humans, reminding him to remain vigilant. Meanwhile, Gu Yunxi and Lin Lul busied themselves tidying the room. Transitioning to a spacious coastal apartment, their spirits lifted considerably. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air, startling Gu Yunxi. Lin Lul cautiously approached the door. Peering through the peephole, there stood a woman, her demeanor frantic, scanning the corridor in fear of encountering a zombie. Lin Lul swiftly opened the door, pulling the woman inside and promptly securing it, wary of attracting attention in Ji Chuan's absence. Allow me to offer you some supplies. Our resources are dwindling, and there may not be another opportunity. Thank you, the woman exclaimed gratefully. You are most kind, ladies. Gu Yunxi deliberately retrieved a nearly organized suitcase, revealing only a few cans, some biscuits, and a couple of bottles of water. Sister Yunxi advises against extending assistance. We cannot afford to be generous. The woman mentioned having a child, which softened Gu Yunxi's heart. She was reminded of her own mother, who endured great hardships for her sake during her childhood. Lin Lulu approached Gu Yunxi and gently patted her, reassuring her, "It's all right, Sister Yunxi. Your kindness is simply overwhelming." The woman anxiously offered some water to the girl lying on the bed, alleviating the dryness of her lips. "Mom, I'm not thirsty anymore. You should drink," the girl insisted. "I'm not thirsty either. Save this for Xiaoxian to drink tonight," the mother replied. The woman then opened a packet of biscuits, carefully catching the crumbs that fell, and brought the biscuit to the girl's lips. Nodding in agreement, she turned away, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Sister Zhang, be cautious. The group in 705 is going door to door, raiding for supplies." The woman shuddered at the news from her neighbor. The only one who could protect Xiaoxian now was herself, and she needed to take action. As more people ventured out in search of supplies, Ji Chuan noticed numerous moving crystal nuclei on the road while driving, most of which were humans. The current zombies were relatively easy to deal with. Encountering zombies with crystal nuclei was now a straightforward task, By controlling them to approach, one could easily extract their nuclei. However, why did this particular zombie not heed his command? Jichuan halted the car to investigate. Not far away, he spotted a zombie trudging forward with a bag on its back, a golden crystal nucleus conspicuously visible in its head. Jichuan sensed a connection with the zombie, yet it showed no response to his commands. How peculiar. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Could it be that I cannot control a zombie with a golden crystal nucleus? Indeed, he had never encountered a zombie of that caliber before. Just as Jichuan contemplated further into the matter, a shadow appeared behind him. Are you insane? Why are you so close to the zombie? A tattooed man brandished a makeshift weapon, a wooden stick affixed with a sharp blade, while a voice urged him from behind. Yet, his gaze was fixed on the zombie before him. An understanding dawned upon him. The backpack of the undead creature likely housed a plethora of supplies, as the packaging of food was already visible through the seams. Instantly invigorated, the man stepped forward, raising his weapon to strike at the zombie's skull. However, as he drew closer, the backpack zombie became aware of his impending assault, and a stone wall swiftly rose before him, causing him to collide painfully against it. What was happening? This zombie possessed unusual abilities. Grasping his forehead where he had struck, the man quickly redirected his efforts, determined to launch another attack. The advancing zombie appeared agitated this time, and several rock spires erupted from the ground. Observing this, the man promptly employed his own power, causing the rock spires to inexplicably deflect away as if they had encountered a formidable barrier. Die. As the man prepared to deliver a decisive blow to the zombie, he swung his weapon with all his might, aiming the sharp blade towards the creature's head. However, the anticipated lethal strike never materialized. Instead, a series of rock walls enveloped him and his weapon, resembling a flower of stone blooming in an instant, only for the walls to constrict inward mercilessly. The man, trapped within the rocky confines, struggled to comprehend his dire situation. Despite his efforts to resist with his powers, he was ultimately crushed into a pulpy mass by the relentless pressure. Upon witnessing the man's demise, the zombie continued its relentless march toward its destined destination, as if compelled by an unseen force. Jian furrowed his brow. Is this the power of the golden crystal core? Jichuan first retrieved the crystal core from the deceased man. It was a blue core. As he swallowed it, he felt a surge of strength, acquiring a defensive ability that hardened his body. With his mind steeled, Jichuan resolved to launch an attack. With his body now fortified, he was no longer fearful of the rock spike's assault. He merely needed to leverage his speed to evade the encroaching rock walls. With this thought, Jichuan unleashed a massive fireball towards the zombie's head. However, upon explosion, the flames vanished, and the rock wall before the zombie crumbled, revealing its furious gaze directed at Jichuan. Chapter 17. Obtaining the golden crystal core. Feeling the rock spikes forming beneath his feet, Jichuan swiftly sidestepped to avoid the zombie's assault. He seized control of the man's weapon, launching a dagger towards the zombie's head, but as it approached, a rock wall abruptly rose to intercept the flying blade. The rapid execution of such a large-scale maneuver caught Jichuan off guard, further intensifying his desire to obtain the crystal core. Regrettably, the metal available for Jichuan to manipulate on the current street was extremely limited, preventing him from fully utilizing his metal control abilities. The ground beneath him trembled slightly, prompting Jichuan to shift his position as several rock walls erupted behind him. This zombie certainly strikes with ferocity as he moved. Jichuan contemplated strategies for defeating the zombie before him. Yet the zombie seemed to comprehend Jichuan's intentions, as several rock walls surged up before him. Although he managed to evade the initial barriers, the final wall propelled Jichuan into midair. Following this, rock spikes lunged towards his body. However, with a series of resounding impacts, they were repelled by his hardened form and shattered upon the ground. The zombie let out a furious roar, seemingly incensed by Jichuan's tenacity, attempting to distance itself to unleash its fatal strike. Yet, Jichuan, endowed with extraordinary speed, denied it that opportunity, akin to an unyielding adhesive drawing closer, deftly maneuvering sharp blades to attack from behind. The zombie struggled to fend off assaults from two angles, appearing increasingly beleaguered. Fireballs erupted continuously before the creature, while the blades pierced its neck. Nevertheless, devoid of pain, as long as its head remained intact, the zombie could still move with alarming swiftness. It altered its assault strategy, transforming the rock walls from mere collisions into swift strikes akin to a fly swatter, cleaving through streetlights and trees effortlessly. Under the immense force, everything struck by the walls shattered instantaneously. The barrage of flying debris and rock became increasingly relentless. Despite Ji Chuan's remarkable speed, he sustained injuries amidst the relentless onslaught. What was happening over there? In the distance, Du Ling observed the fierce clash, unable to fathom that a zombie could wield such abilities. This was far more terrifying than any mutated species encountered previously. The variety of its attacks possessed formidable lethality. Yet, the young man in sunglasses proved exceptionally powerful as well. His speed, reflexes, and resilience, coupled with his ability to wield fire-based powers, left one wondering how such feats were achieved. Having never heard of a multi-ability wielder, Du Ling believed it impossible for one to achieve such prowess solely through physical attributes. He perceived this individual as extraordinarily powerful and felt compelled to introduce him to the ability space. Consequently, he retrieved his phone and began recording the battle unfolding before him, eager to persuade his captain to allow Ji Chuan to join their team. Notably, despite the intensity of their confrontation, the surrounding zombies seemed impervious to Ji Chuan's presence. Could he be the owner of that small vehicle? Did he possess an ability to evade zombies? Du Ling's excitement grew. The base had long sought this vehicle's owner, and his presence could facilitate the acquisition of resources without harm. Setting his phone aside, Du Ling resolved to assist Ji Chuan, determined not to let him perish in this fray. A barrage of rocks struck Ji Chuan's right arm. Despite his hardened physique, it was no match for the golden crystal core, exposing his bones beneath. Fortunately, Ji Chuan felt no pain. Rolling to his left, he unleashed a fireball and directed flying knives towards the zombies' heads. However, they were thwarted by the earthen barriers erected by the undead. Sensing the unfamiliar scent of a human, Ji Chuan instinctively turned towards its origin, only to find the stranger fixated on the zombies, raising 2 fingers in a gesture. To his astonishment, 2 vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the zombie's legs and rapidly climbing up its body until they enveloped its face. Seizing the moment, Ji Chuan launched a fireball, igniting the vines that had ensnared the zombie, which became fuel for the flames. With a series of anguished howls, the zombie collapsed to the ground. "Thank you." Ji Chuan glanced at the man beside him, dusting off his clothes. To his astonishment, the wound on his arm was gradually healing, flesh and blood knitting over the exposed bone. Du Ling stared in bewilderment at the transformation taking place within Ji Chuan. "Hello, come to the ability user base. You are immensely powerful and will surely pass. Talents like you are never short of resources at the base." The individual before him radiated strength, his speed and power far exceeding that of an ordinary person. From his previous observations, Du Ling noted abilities in fire manipulation, metal control, and self-healing, leaving him perplexed. Such powers must possess the potential for growth and could very well be a mythic-level ability yet to emerge. Du Ling refrained from pressing the matter further, secretly hoping Ji Chuan would join the base and his team. Their abilities, his plant manipulation and Ji Chuan's fire expertise, would complement each other splendidly, enhancing their combat prowess. As he watched Ji Chuan's vehicle drive away, excitement surged within Du Ling. Indeed, it was the owner of that car. As he traversed the road, other zombies kept their distance. He hoped his sincerity would resonate with Ji Chuan. "Oh, how could I forget to tell him my name? I didn't even mention which team I belonged to. If he truly joins, will he be able to find me?" Du Ling chastised himself for his carelessness. Yet he felt certain he would cross paths with Ji Chuan again. Next time, he vowed to share this information in advance. Moreover, he was grateful for Gu Yunqi's sunglasses, which allowed him to pass for a human and inadvertently gain the assistance of fellow ability users. A burly bald man was relentlessly smashing the door of a house on the east side with a large iron hammer, shouting, "Open up, you filthy wench. Once we get in, negotiations will no longer be amicable." As the hammer shattered a hole in the door, the woman steadied her emotions, preparing to open it. "I apologize. I am in poor condition and have taken longer to respond." She spoke the truth. It had been days since she had eaten, and under the pressure, she felt feverish. Having scarcely consumed any water, she appeared visibly gaunt. "Damn it, quickly bring out all the food." Trembling, she extended a half-empty bag of cookies. "This is all that remains in my household. Dare to deceive me, Sixth Lord. Search her." The bald man struck her across the face, and stars danced before her eyes as she crumpled to the ground. Ji Chuan frowned and followed suit. Believing that Gu Yunqi and the others should have finished their task by now, he did not wish for the home they had just tidied to be breached. In Chapter 18, the absorption of the first golden crystal core, Sixth Lord's group dispatched all the zombies in the stairwell and secured the door to it. Their intention was to seize the supplies from each resident. As a newly developed high-end community, Ziyu Bay had a low occupancy rate, and the surrounding amenities were scarce. The risks of venturing far for resources were too great. Thus, robbing the residents would prove to be the most efficient option. They were merely renovation workers for apartment 705, armed with construction tools, which made them the most formidable force within the building. Compared to these refined homeowners, they seemed like a band of demons. For ordinary individuals, taking a life required extensive psychological preparation, but for someone like Sixth Lord, such burdens were non-existent. We truly have no food left, and the door is broken. I implore you to show mercy. Silence. The bald man delivered a kick to the woman's chest, causing her vision to nearly blacken. However, she was resolute in safeguarding Xiao Xian, forcing herself to remain conscious. Sixth Master's refrigerator and kitchen are bare. No food in the bedroom either. Not even in the study. Guest room. Ah, a little girl. The girl's cries echoed, and the woman pleaded anxiously, "Sir, I will cooperate with anything. Just release Xiao Xian." The bald man's eyes gleamed as he observed the child his subordinate had apprehended. The little girl is quite fetching. So tender. He lewdly licked his lips. Take her away. No, Xiao Xian. Just as the bald man was about to end the woman's life with a hammer, he discovered that the hammer would not descend. As if suspended in midair, the steel saws, wrenches, and electric drills in his men's hands were similarly frozen in place, even flying into the air despite their efforts to grasp them. What's going on? As the bald man curiously observed the suspended tools, they swiftly launched an assault. The hammer shattered his skull, and he collapsed before he could even scream. The others attempted to flee but were impaled by the tools, their limbs severed, filling the room with a heavy stench of blood. Before the woman's astonished gaze, Ji Chuan entered, administering a simple treatment to restore her condition. Thank you. The woman's pupils constricted sharply as she beheld the charred backpack in Ji Chuan's hand. The keychain adorning it was a cartoon figurine that Xiao Xian cherished dearly, one that she had attached before her husband departed. Where did you acquire this backpack? Have you seen its owner? Observing the woman's anxious demeanor, Ji Chuan understood. It became clear that the zombie's final yearning was to reunite with his wife and daughter. He has passed away and entrusted me with this supply pack for you. Ji Chuan spun a tale, using the demise of the woman's undead husband as a means to express gratitude for the golden crystal core. Tears streamed down the woman's face as her last glimmer of hope was extinguished. Ji Chuan merely wished to alleviate her suffering. They were not in dire need of the supplies. This house has become tainted. I can assist you in finding another dwelling. The rest is up to you. With that, he turned and exited the room. The woman, reluctant to linger, grasped her terrified daughter's hand and hurriedly followed Ji Chuan out. Upon seeing Ji Chuan at the door, Lin Lulu let out a sigh of relief, lowering her hand that was poised to unleash a light arrow. Ji Chuan, are you all right? Your clothes, Gu Yunxi remarked, noticing the dirt and numerous holes in his sleeves, as well as the scars on his arms that seemed to have nearly healed. I'm fine. I will be absorbing a golden crystal core shortly. I cannot guarantee that I want to fall into a deep slumber, so I would appreciate your assistance. Gu Yunxi nodded. While Lin Lulu interjected, you should absorb it directly on the master bed. You're quite heavy, and it will be taxing for us to drag you. Ji Chuan was now a mass of sinewy muscle. Though he appeared slender, he was surprisingly heavy. The last time they had dragged him into the living room, it had required considerable effort from two individuals. Upon entering the bedroom, Ji Chuan consumed the golden crystal core. Dark energy enveloped him once more, igniting a fervent heat within his body. Patterns resembling the crystal core emerged upon his skin, emanating a blue luminescence amidst the black energy, like a koi fish adorned with glowing blue scales. The energy from the golden crystal core steadily infused into Ji Chuan's being. If the previous crystal had injected a mere cup of water into him, this one cascaded down like a waterfall, saturating every corner of his body with energy. Gu Yunxi wished to approach and assess Ji Chuan's condition, but as she drew near, she felt her own energy being siphoned by the surrounding dark force. At that moment, Ji Chuan resembled an energy black hole. Sister Yunxi, are you all right? Lin Lulu, noticing something amiss with Gu Yunxi, hurriedly pulled her aside. Gu Yunxi gasped for breath. Shaking her head, I'm fine, but Ji Chuan. Her heart raced as she observed the agonized expression on Ji Chuan's face. Ji Chuan was ensnared in a nightmarish vision. one where humanity had declared an all-out war. Su Wanshu regarded him with disdain, as countless human abilities surged toward him, including Song Hui. "Why?" Jichuan shouted desperately. Yet Song Hui seemed oblivious, his gaze vacant as though he had not heard. The zombies crumbled under the formidable onslaught of the human abilities. Jichuan harbored no desire to harm these humans, least of all Song Hui. Yet, regardless of his attempts to communicate, it seemed as if he were invisible to them. In the eyes of humanity, there was an abundance of hatred, and Su Wanshuan wore a smug expression. As Jichuan beheld the superhumans poised to strike at his feet, Gu Yunxi bravely positioned herself in front of him, only to be pierced through by a sharp blade. Lin Lulul, weary yet resolute, unleashed her light arrows, only to have her arms severed by a flying weapon. The two fell like kites with severed strings. Song Hui stood coldly before them, showing no hesitation as he plunged a knife into his own chest. Yet he too was beheaded by the humans lurking behind him. "No, no," Jichuan cried out as he awoke, his chest heaving violently. Before him lay his bedroom, where Lin Lulul and Gu Yunxi gazed at him with expressions of surprise. Alongside the woman he had rescued and her daughter. "Jichuan, you have finally awakened." Gu Yunxi hurriedly approached to assess Jichuan's condition, finding everything normal. And he appeared even more handsome than before. She had grown accustomed to his transformations. Yet, Jichuan sensed a latent power ready to surge forth. An intuition that the next time he absorbed a golden crystal core, it would unlock something profound. "Brother Chuan, we owe a debt of gratitude to Sister Zhang Yun. You were in such poor condition before. You scared us both to death." His ability, soothing, could calm the states of others, typically employed when Xiao Xian was frightened. To his surprise, after its recent use, Jichuan seemed significantly improved. "Big brother, thank you for saving my mother and me." Xiao Xian, who had been momentarily stunned by fear, felt remorse for not expressing her gratitude sooner. Timidly, she placed a small cartoon pendant into Jichuan's hand, saying, "This is my good friend, Bouncing. It will protect you." Chapter 19. Journey to the new stronghold. Jichuan was reminded of a previous dream, leaving him with a profound sense of emptiness. A wave of immense sorrow engulfed him. He had thought himself a monster, impervious to sadness. Yet the dream had plunged him into despair. Upon inquiring with Gu Yunxi, he realized that a day and a night had passed, and this time, Jichuan's transformation was markedly more pronounced. He could vividly sense the life forms within the entire vicinity, as well as the positions of the zombies, and he was capable of exerting direct control over them. This newfound ability made the search for crystal cores in the area remarkably efficient. After absorbing additional crystal cores, he resolved to visit the base of the ability users, convinced that Song Hui was there and in peril. Jichuan descended to the first floor, commanding the zombies infused with crystal cores to approach him. The number of these empowered zombies had significantly increased, with more and more ability users falling prey to them. He, too, was in need of a secure base to maximize resource utilization and ensure the survival of his comrades. While awaiting the consumption of the crystal cores, Jichuan contemplated several potential strongholds, luxury hotels, boarding schools, hospitals, and prisons. These locations not only offered adequate lodging but also boasted well-established facilities, making them ideal fortifications. Consequently, Jichuan convened with a few individuals and summoned Zhang Yun and her daughter. "I aspire to establish an ideal stronghold. Are you willing to join me? This residential area remains perilous, and resources are challenging to gather." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yun agreed. Having witnessed Jichuan's formidable abilities, she felt a sense of security under his protection. Moreover, neither she nor her daughter possessed combat-oriented powers. Once their supplies were depleted, death would inevitably follow. "I am willing. If we remain here, it is only a matter of time before my daughter and I meet our demise. Our abilities cannot be integrated into the base of the superpowered. If we can reside in your stronghold, it would be the best choice for us." Jichuan removed his glasses and inquired, "Are you truly willing?" "I am. For I am, in truth, akin to a zombie." The crimson hue of his irises unmistakably betrayed his non-human identity. Zhang Yun had noticed Jichuan's appearance when he awakened. His eyes and complexion were not reminiscent of a human's. "Xiao Xian is not afraid of the big brother. He is a good person." Zhang Yun gently patted Xiao Xian's head and nodded at Jichuan, saying, "You have saved my life, and I am willing." Thus, Jichuan shared his thoughts on several potential strongholds with the group. Gu Yunxi suggested a high-end hotel, noting that it offered superior facilities and a more pleasant living environment compared to the other options. Lin Lulu naturally leaned toward the hotel as well, considering a stay in a hospital or prison to be sheer torment. Suddenly, Zhang Yun recalled something. My neighbor's brother manages the Alakar Hotel. Perhaps I could inquire about the situation there. The neighbor she referred to was Su Qi, who was always kind and had helped look after Xiao Xian during her busy times. It was also she who had alerted Zhang Yun about the construction workers looting from various homes. Xiao Qi, is your brother at the Alakar Hotel? What is the situation like there? Sister Zhang, I am relieved to hear that you are safe. The situation over there is dire, with numerous zombies. And my brother is trapped. Is the facility well equipped? As a stronghold, it is indeed quite comprehensive. However, the area is currently infested with zombies. Without them, it would serve as an excellent refuge, boasting tall walls, ample amenities, and an independent water purification and power generation system. Yet, no one is willing to clear out the zombies. Would you care to join us? We have encountered a formidable individual who can assist us. Really? I am willing. Please save my brother. Come downstairs. The building is free of zombies now. Suki stared at the message from Zhang Yun, momentarily taken aback. How could there be no zombies? Xiaoqi, look downstairs, she urged. Suki approached the window and drew back the curtain to gaze below. Zhang Yun was waving at her alongside Xiao Xian, accompanied by 3 strangers. Strangely enough, the zombies nearby posed no threat to them whatsoever. Suki covered her mouth in disbelief. Those zombies appeared to be immobilized, as if receiving some command, while the others were loading their belongings into an off-road vehicle. All right, Sister Zhang, I am coming down. Suki recalled the online account of that driver whose vehicle attracted no zombies. Perhaps one of those 3 possessed the extraordinary ability to evade their attention. This could indeed pave the way for a successful journey to the Oligar Hotel to rescue her brother. With the remaining supplies hastily packed, they swiftly descended the staircase. As Zhang Yun had mentioned, the entire corridor of the building appeared desolate, devoid of even a single shadow of a zombie. Sister Zhang, Su Qi exclaimed. Embracing Zhang Yun with fervor, it had been far too long since she had encountered a familiar face. Zhang Yun briefly introduced Ji Chuan and his companions, and they all proceeded towards the Oligar Hotel. Brother, we are coming to rescue you. Which room are you in? Chi, don't come. It's too perilous. The entire hotel is overrun with zombies. Brother, hold on. I've met someone with extraordinary abilities. He has the power to save you. Upon receiving Su Qi's message, a flicker of hope ignited within Su Shun. Leaning against the door of his hotel room, he realized he had not eaten for several days, surviving solely on a few bottles of water and instant coffee. The prospect of survival seemed almost unbelievable. Their journey was uninterrupted by any zombies, and Su Qi began to trust Ji Chuan's prowess. Su Qi, what abilities do you possess? Lin Lulu broke the awkward silence in the vehicle. Cleaning. I can clean objects without using water, Su Qi replied, her voice lacking confidence, feeling her power was rather ineffectual. However, Lin Lulu seized her hand, her eyes shimmering with excitement. That's wonderful. You are amazing. I truly dislike doing laundry, and cleaning rooms is incredibly time-consuming. Water resources have become scarce. Your ability is immensely practical. Hearing Lin Lulu's praise brought a hint of joy to Su Qi, realizing she was not merely a burden on their protection. By the way, Su Qi, does your cleaning ability extend to people? I have not attempted it, but I shall give it a try. Su Qi endeavored to unleash her powers upon Lin Lulu, and a refreshing sensation enveloped Lin Lulu's entire being. She discovered that not only did she feel remarkably invigorated, but her unwashed hair had also become instantly smooth. Sister Yunxi, you should try it too. No more need for hair washing in the future, exclaimed Xiao Qi, marveling at her prowess with laughter. Subsequently, the group took turns experiencing an instantaneous bathing within the confines of the car. Ji Chuan also felt that having such a member in their ranks would be exceedingly beneficial. Chapter 20. The rescue of Su Shen. Noticing that Su Wanwan's condition had improved and that she was engaging in lively conversation with the others, Wu Qian resolved to clarify the inquiries that lingered in his mind. Su Wanwan, may we have a word? Captain Wu, that is rather inconsiderate of you. Wanwan has just agreed to join me for lunch, interjected a man nearby, visibly irked. After all, he had finally managed to bring a smile to Su Wanwan's face and cherish a moment of solitude with her. Was Wu Qian attempting to thwart his efforts? Cui Zhan, cease your jesting. This is a matter of official business. Observing Wu Qian's demeanor, Cui Zhan suppressed his smile. Then, Wanwan, let us dine together this evening. Su Wanwan smiled and nodded towards Cui Zhan, then turned to Wu Qian with a curious expression, inquiring, What is it, Captain Wu? Are you acquainted with Ji Chuan? A wave of anxiety washed over Su Wanwan, yet she managed to compose herself. After all, she had meticulously crafted a tragic persona, claiming that her entire family had fallen victim to monsters. She had never disclosed to the organization that the monster in question was Ji Chuan. If they were to discover that Ji Chuan merely harbored hatred towards her, would they still assist in her quest for vengeance? I do not know him. Oh, unbeknownst to her, why had she accepted 2 years' worth of transfers from Ji Chuan, the sum of which encompassed all her daily expenditures? Wu Qian felt increasingly suspicious. Clearly, Su Wanwan was not being forthright. With tears streaming down her face, Su Wanwan shook her head, as if burdened by an insurmountable grievance. Wu Qian furrowed his brow. Is the monster you faced Ji Chuan? Were your parents truly murdered by him? At Wu Qian's inquiries, Su Wanwan's heart raced. But she found herself at a loss for words, her mind in disarray, resorting to tears as a means of self-justification. Captain Wu, things are not as you think. Let's discuss this tonight. I need to calm down. The death of my parents continues to weigh heavily on me. Observing the tear-streaked face of Su Wanwan, Wu Qian felt a twinge of guilt. Had his interrogation been too harsh? After all, she was merely a girl who had just lost her parents, not a criminal. Despite lingering doubts, he nodded in acquiescence. As Wu Qian's figure receded, Su Wanwan's expression transformed from one of vulnerability to one imbued with a hint of resentment. How could he be privy to matters concerning Ji Chuan, and even access transfer records? Could they extract her files and bank statements from here? With a sigh, Su Wanwan realized that this was an official base, capable of easily retrieving archival information. She had to utilize her limited time to formulate a clever response. She could not allow the authorities and Ji Chuan to coexist peacefully. She must craft an image of Ji Chuan as a malevolent figure, compelling them to eliminate him swiftly. Her own facade of fragility and pity must be preserved. Otherwise, in this apocalyptic world, where would she find refuge? Su Wanwan conceived a method to resolve the pressing predicament. You all praise Sister Qi, yet neglect to commend Xiao Xian. Her extraordinary abilities are equally remarkable. The atmosphere within the vehicle was relaxed, all feeling invigorated due to Su Qi's cleansing powers. Upon hearing Xiao Xian's words, Gu Yunqi turned to her with a beaming smile. Oh, what is Xiao Xian's ability? With utmost seriousness, Xiao Xian closed her eyes, placing her hands before her chest, and a luminous sphere materialized in her grasp, gradually revealing a figure at its core. As the light flickered, an adorable cartoon doll emerged. Sister Yunqi, this is for you. Wow, how delightful. Xiao Xian, you are so impressive. You possess the ability to create dolls. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunqi expressed their astonishment, while Zhang Yun felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that both she and her daughter possessed rather inconsequential abilities. In the new base, they would merely receive protection without contributing significantly, prompting her to acknowledge the need for greater effort to compensate for this shortcoming. However, Ji Chuan appeared taken aback. He sensed that Xiao Xian's powers were likely more profound than they seemed, for he could discern that her crystal core was purple, suggesting that she was perhaps too young to have fully harnessed her abilities. The group arrived at the entrance of the Aoligier Hotel, where various zombies roamed the yard and entrance. Ji Chuan retained those with crystal cores, commanding the remaining zombies to exit through the main gate, thereby forming a vigilant guard around the hotel. Su Qi still could not believe her eyes. She had initially thought Ji Chuan was merely avoiding attracting the zombies' attention. Yet the zombies before them moved like a well-trained army, lining up to exit the building and march directly to the vicinity of the hotel. What extraordinary ability is this? It appears as though Ji Chuan is the master of these zombies. Upon witnessing the desolate courtyard, Su Qi felt a surge of excitement. Her brother was indeed saved. My brother is in room 1702, and he possesses the authority to access the hotel's facilities and security systems. We must go find him. Ji Chuan nodded, instructing them to proceed upstairs while he confirmed the safety of the area below. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunqi were aware that Ji Chuan needed to absorb the crystal cores, and the gruesome scene was not something they wished for others to witness. Thus, they urged Xiao Xian and the others to ascend. Brother, it's me. Please open the door. It's safe now. Su Shun felt a wave of joy akin to that of a survivor from a calamity upon hearing the voice from outside. He hurriedly opened the door, and to his astonishment, his sister, whom he had been longing for day and night, stood before him. Su Shin embraced Su Qi and wept. Brother, it's all right. There are no zombies inside the building. Lin Lulu handed over food and water, and Su Shun devoured it ravenously. He was famished. Had it not been for Su Qi's assurance that help was on the way, he might not have been able to maintain his consciousness. Ji Chuan emerged slowly from the elevator. I know where the survivors are. After clearing the area of zombies, Ji Chuan had sensed the locations of the remaining life forms and led the group to gather the survivors in the lobby. The survivors in the lobby exchanged anxious glances. Paralyzed by the terror of an apocalyptic world, yet only dared to speak once they confirmed that those around them were indeed human. Upon realizing there were no other life forms, the lobby now housed 35 individuals. Most had ventured outside in search of supplies after exhausting food in their rooms, only to meet their demise. Furthermore, it was not the tourist season, and the occupancy rate of the expensive Aeligia Hotel was notably low. There is no need for fear. The hotel is currently devoid of any zombies. I possess the extraordinary ability to temporarily dispel them. Ji Chuan's deep voice emanates a formidable aura, instilling a sense of respect even in the absence of a demonstration of his powers. I intend to establish this hotel as our stronghold, as its facilities are well equipped. I shall periodically venture out to procure supplies, thereby ensuring the safety of everyone to the best of my abilities. However, I expect all to truthfully disclose their abilities and refrain from acts of betrayal against our sanctuary. Those who accept these terms may remain, those who do not, I assure you, will be granted safe passage from the hotel. Upon hearing Ji Chuan's silence, someone among the crowd finally spoke. Is that true? Can you truly guarantee my safe departure? Indeed, I can promise everyone a secure exit, yet I cannot assure that re-entry will be equally safe. Ji Chuan clapped his hands and pointed towards the hotel entrance, where just moments ago the area was swarmed with zombies. Astonishingly, they now retreated to either side, creating a spacious pathway. Chapter 21. Becoming the stronghold leader. As the first individual stepped outside without being attacked by the zombies, others began to follow suit. Some were uncertain of what lay beyond, others yearned to escape the confines of their prolonged entrapment, and some were concerned for their loved ones outside. They harbored skepticism towards Ji Chuan, the enigmatic stranger clad in sunglasses, and thus chose to follow the larger group as they ventured forth. Out of 35 individuals, only 11 remained. Have you all made your decision? Once you step outside, it won't be so easy to return. Upon hearing Ji Chuan's words, the 11 individuals in the hall nodded in agreement. A few of them were well aware of the situation outside and recognized that their abilities were rather weak, rendering them incapable of ensuring their own survival. Additionally, several were hotel employees who, upon witnessing Su Shun's decision to remain, felt inclined to stay as well. As Su Shun had always treated the staff with kindness, Ji Chuan removed his sunglasses, revealing his crimson eyes, which led the others to realize that he appeared somewhat inhuman. I will not harm you, and I will do my utmost to protect you. I hope we can establish mutual trust. Should betrayal occur, I will show no mercy. A few among them were startled by Ji Chuan's appearance and anxiously inquired whether it was still possible to leave. The ability to erase memories was one of Ji Chuan's powers acquired from absorbing the cores of zombies in the two regions. After consuming the cores, his abilities had significantly enhanced, and devouring similar types of cores would fortify the corresponding powers. Ji Chuan extended his hand towards one individual, initiating the memory erasure process, allowing that person to forget the memories associated with Ji Chuan's removal of his sunglasses. Subsequently, driven by instinct, the individual ran outside, and Ji Chuan made no attempt to stop him. Gradually, only 6 individuals remained. Noticing that no one else wished to leave, Ji Chuan nodded at the group and assessed his current abilities. Green Crystal Core, Speed Amplification, Intermediate, Power Doubling, Intermediate, Radiance, Gravity, Intermediate, Healing, Intermediate, Wind Blade, Poison Fog, Fragrance. Memory Erasure, Blue Crystal Core, Regeneration, Advanced, Night Vision, Area, Body Hardening, Intermediate, Metal Generation, Malicious Perception. Purple Crystal Core, Metal Manipulation. Firepower, Golden Crystal Core, Essence of Rock. Ji Chuan found it rather peculiar that the Fireball ability was absent from the Blue Crystal Core, which should typically encompass it. Instead, the related ability was present in the Purple Crystal Core. Could this anomaly be attributed to the recent absorption of multiple fire-type crystals? He chose not to dwell on it, and resolved to investigate further at a later time. Yunqi, please record the abilities of the newcomers. Su Shun, since you are familiar with this place, could you organize accommodations and assignments for everyone? I shall venture out in search of supplies. Brother Chuan, I will accompany you in the quest for supplies, Lin Lulu chimed in, trailing behind Ji Chuan. You possess offensive abilities. It would be prudent for you to remain and safeguard everyone, Ji Chuan replied, noting Lin Lulu's sulky expression upon hearing his decision. Leader, I would like to accompany you as well. My ability is a pouch. I can store items in my mouth, but it remains quite clean, as if there is some additional space within, untouched by saliva. A chubby girl interjected, recalling how her ability had allowed her to survive in a secluded room of the restaurant after the Blood Moon incident. Ji Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. This could be considered a rudimentary space ability. He yearned to discover a spatial crystal core, but had yet to encounter one. What is your name? And what prompted your decision to stay behind? In the vehicle, Ji Chuan engaged in casual conversation with the plump girl. I am Zhu Zhu, timid by nature, hesitant to live independently in the outside world. My abilities hold little significance. Even if I ventured out, I would be at a loss as to whom to seek. My appetite is quite substantial, and the food at home scarcely sustains me for a few days. Ji Chuan discerned that although this girl was timid, she possessed a rational mindset, aware of how to navigate her survival and seizing opportunities to demonstrate her worth. Another reason Zhu Zhu lingered was her admiration for Ji Chuan's striking appearance. She had a penchant for idol dramas, and when Ji Chuan removed his sunglasses, she perceived him as a dashing vampire. Whenever they passed by supermarkets or convenience stores, Ji Chuan would disembark to investigate. Numerous survivors were already scavenging, leaving many convenience stores ransacked. They found a convenience store with an intact entrance. Ji Chuan and Zhu Zhu exited the vehicle, and with a mere flick of his metal manipulation ability, he effortlessly opened the door. Zhu Zhu was not overly surprised by the zombies that automatically dodged them, having witnessed such phenomena at the hotel. Within the convenience store, her eyes sparkled with delight at the abundance of supplies. Like a little hamster, she stuffed her cheeks with the provisions from the shelves. Astonishingly, her cheeks hardly bulged, as if the items vanished into thin air upon entering her mouth. Ji Chuan, on the other hand, was considerably slower, methodically packing useful items into their luggage. How much can your ability hold? He inquired. I have yet to test its limits, but I feel that this small convenience store's supplies are within reach. Upon hearing Zhu Zhu's words, Ji Chuan halted his actions and turned to lift another shelf. With the enhancement of his extraordinary strength, he effortlessly poured the items from the shelf directly into Zhu Zhu's awaiting mouth. As the items neared her lips, they were swiftly absorbed by her own supernatural ability. I feel the right side is full. Now I will store it on the left. Observing the number of empty shelves, Ji Chuan deduced that Zhu Zhu's storage capacity was approximately 20 cubic meters. Although her primary spatial ability seemed rather limited, it proved exceptionally useful for gathering supplies. This was Ji Chuan's most efficient and abundant collection yet. Would the items deteriorate within the space? He suspected they might, as their condition would remain akin to that of normal preservation. Previously, he had gathered a considerable amount of food from the kitchen, yet some bread had spoiled after a few days. Su Xin succinctly introduced the hotel's conditions and layout, subsequently proposing a division of labor that reflected a keen managerial insight. Chi-Chi, as you possess cleaning abilities, please clear out the presidential suite on the top floor for the leader's accommodation. Then, proceed to clean the executive suite downstairs. We can reside there for the time being. The cleaning workload for the entire building is quite substantial, so do not overexert yourself. Zhao, it's fortunate you stayed. Your culinary skills are exceptional, and you can take charge of our meals. Coupled with your abilities, the food's restorative properties are a perfect match. Zhang, could you assist Zhao with the preparations? Upon hearing Su Xin's arrangements, Zhang Yun felt a wave of satisfaction, relieved that her abilities could contribute to the group. No problem. I also enjoy cooking. The other three young men were assigned to the monitoring room, taking turns to oversee the security situation of the hotel, while the two young women accompanied Su Xun to familiarize themselves with the layout of various areas, entering fingerprint passwords as the internal staff of the base. By the way, Su Xin, what is your special ability? After recording the abilities of the new members, Gu Yunxi finally inquired about Su Xun. Leaning close to Gu Yunxi's ear, Su Xun whispered an introduction, causing Gu Yunxi to widen her eyes in surprise. Chapter 22. The Ruthless Su Wanwan. Some of the little ones feel that it is only fair to inform everyone in advance that Wu Qian is not dead. I wonder if this will bring them some solace. Wu Qian glanced at the time as he made his way outside the base. Su Wanwan had arranged to meet him in the woods beyond the compound. Although it struck him as peculiar, he sensed that Su Wanwan harbored some unspoken troubles, a reluctance to let others in on her predicament. Understanding the delicate nature of the young girl's feelings, He complied with the designated time and arrived at the woods. At that moment, Su Wanwan had yet to arrive, prompting Wu Qian to light a cigarette. "Captain Wu," came Su Wanwan's voice. Wu Qian dropped his cigarette and stubbed it out with his foot, just as he was about to inquire about the reason for her summons. He was taken aback by her question. "Why do you claim not to know Jichuan? Captain Wu, please conduct yourself with dignity." Su Wanwan's voice trembled as she activated her phone's recording. Wu Qian felt bewildered. "What did you say?" "Captain Wu, please conduct yourself with dignity. I have no interest in you. No, let go of me." Su Wanwan raised her voice, seemingly overwhelmed by a profound sense of grievance. Su Wanwan raised her hand, a glint of malice flickering in her eyes as she manipulated water to invade Wu Qian's nasal cavity and trachea. A wave of suffocation surged over him, and it was only then that Wu Qian realized something was amiss. "You, what are you doing?" But Wu Qian was already rendered voiceless. Reacting swiftly, he grasped Su Wanwan's hand to thwart her from unleashing her powers further, while summoning a knife with his other hand. "Captain Wu, what are you doing? Please, no." Su Wanwan began to scream. Wanwan, Chui Zhan, witnessing Wu Qian's apparent intent to attack Su Wanwan, rushed out from behind. Earlier that afternoon, he had encountered Su Wanwan and suggested they have dinner together that evening. However, she had appeared hesitant, mentioning that Captain Wu had arranged to meet her outside the base, leaving her uncertain about the nature of the meeting. Recalling how Wu Qian had interrupted him at noon and now was poised to disturb her again in the evening, Chui Zhan felt a surge of anger and confusion. From the moment Su Wanwan had arrived at the base, he had perceived her as both delicate and beautiful, igniting his protective instincts. Moreover, with her enviable figure, she was one of the few attractive women in the base. Thus, that evening, he had resolved to follow her to discern Wu Qian's true intentions. He could not allow another to seize the opportunity. After all, Wu Qian was a seasoned bachelor, albeit one with a certain charm, and as the captain of the second team, Su Wanwan must not be taken from him. Yet, from a distance, he heard Su Wanwan's piercing scream. What was Wu Qian up to? Chui Zhan could hardly believe his eyes as Wu Qian not only held Su Wanwan, but also brandished a knife. Seeing the terror etched on Su Wanwan's face, Chui Zhan realized with fury that Wu Qian was resorting to force. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward, a knife plunging directly into Wu Qian's side. Wu Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Chui Zhan would turn against him. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words, as blood and Su Wanwan's manipulation of water effectively sealed his mouth. Gradually, he succumbed to unconsciousness, still staring in shock. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Su Wanwan's eyes. Yet she, like a startled bird, dove into Chui Zhan's embrace. "Brother Chui, thank goodness you arrived. I never imagined Captain Wu could do such a thing." Tears streamed down Su Wanwan's cheeks, stirring a deep sense of compassion within Chui Zhan. It's all right, Wanwan. There's nothing to fear." Su Wanwan managed to smile behind Chui Zhan. Earlier that afternoon, she had subtly inquired and learned that Wu Qian had not disclosed the details of his investigation to anyone. "I'm sorry, Wu Qian. Why must you stand against me?" As news of Wu Qian's demise spread throughout the base that night, Su Wanwan presented the recording to the investigation team. Her performance was convincingly genuine, and she recounted how Wu Qian had been speaking to her privately since the day he saved her, exhibiting a tendency to pursue her. It was noted that some individuals had observed Wu Qian's solitary discussions with Su Wanwan, but the content of their conversations remained a mystery. Moreover, Chui Zhan had witnessed Wu Qian in a compromising situation, providing a witness to the events, rendering everything seemingly clear-cut. "Impossible. The captain would never do such a thing," Sun Tao shouted vehemently, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Su Wanwan. "You two vile creatures. You must be the ones responsible for the captain's death." His fingers had turned pale, as if he were on the brink of unleashing his lightning ability. "Sun Tao, stop this nonsense. Assertions necessitate substantiation," the head of the investigative team declared sternly, causing Sun Tao to cease his protestations, his gaze fixed resentfully upon Su Wanwan. He found it implausible that Wu Qian harbored affections for Su Wanwan, given the enduring love he held for his deceased wife. A devotion so profound that even amidst the zombie apocalypse, he risked peril to pay homage at her gravesite. To resort to coercion, even violence, for someone he had merely encountered, seemed unfathomable to Sun Tao. Yet, few possessed an intimate understanding of Wu Qian, a man of taciturn disposition. Moreover, the organization's nascent establishment precluded deep familiarity among the various departments and squads. People tend to place their trust in tangible evidence, in what is readily apparent. This matter concludes here. I shall faithfully report the findings of the investigation. Adherence to the base's regulations is expected of all. Dismissed for the evening. The assembled throng exchanged murmurs, the evening's events destined to become fodder for gossip. The second squad captain attempted to violate a newcomer. Fortuitously, she was rescued. The second squad captain? Wu Qian? Appearances can indeed be deceiving. What newcomer? So captivating that she incites transgression? Indeed, quite alluring. Upon her arrival, she lay unconscious, clad in scant attire, a figure to ignite desire. Sun Tao clenched his fists, convinced that the truth lay elsewhere. Gu Yunxi, aware that the resource collection was complete, stepped forward to assist, only to find the trunk empty. Jichuan, what transpired? Did you fail to locate the supplies? We did. Su Shun, lead us to the warehouse and indicate the location of the freezers. Su Shun led the way, while Lin Lulu circled Jichuan inquisitively. Where are the supplies? Is assistance required? Zhu shyly pointed to her mouth, and then, under the gaze of the crowd, she expelled a tray of yogurt. It was quite a sight. And everyone received a can. Wow, you're like a hamster, Lin Lulu exclaimed in surprise. The group proceeded to the hotel warehouse, where Zhu opened her mouth wide at the sight of the supplies stacked like a small mountain before them. Although the total volume was only about 20 cubic meters, the sheer spectacle was still awe-inspiring. Zhu, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched her head. She had always been a wallflower, bullied during her school years and relegated to a marginal role in the company, often tasked with menial jobs like fetching coffee. However, in this new collective, everyone seemed incredibly kind, and her unique abilities found their worth. She truly enjoyed being here. Chapter 23. The synergy of abilities. Zha Ziran sprinted forward, urging him to stay at the hotel. This was no time for jokes. The wall was so high, and if a zombie outbreak occurred, there was only one exit through the main gate, a certain death. That pale-skinned young man wearing sunglasses was merely posturing. Zha Ziran had no interest in playing games with him. The outside didn't seem perilous. The zombies hadn't attacked him upon sight. Could it be that the zombie virus had weakened? How could that be attributed to that bespectacled youth? Was he truly a savior? The more Zha Ziran pondered, the more convinced he became that leaving was the right choice. Yet, the days of heightened tension had drained his stamina, and he found himself gasping for breath after only a short run, resting by the roadside. In the distance, the zombies took notice of him and began to approach. His extraordinary ability allows plants to flourish at an accelerated pace. He is heading towards the base of the extraordinary beings, for such a power is perfectly suited for agricultural endeavors, serving as a vital support for logistics. With this capability, he need not venture out on perilous missions. He is indeed a coveted asset. He has no desire to linger in that small base, for it could easily be overrun one day. Yet, what to do in the present moment? With little time for contemplation, Jiren Cha continued to sprint forward, only to attract an increasing horde of zombies in his wake. Realizing his stamina was waning, he hastily sought refuge in a nearby warehouse, oblivious to the ominous stirrings within. Gasping for breath at the entrance, Jiren Cha noticed the overwhelming stench of blood permeating the air, with corpses of zombies strewn across the floor. A group of individuals regarded him with fierce expressions, brandishing knives and clubs, while one among them extracted a blade from the skull of a fallen zombie. Observing the throng of zombies he had inadvertently summoned, a man spat in frustration. Damn it. This fool, the boss wants me to take care of him. They had just cleared the area in preparation for establishing a base, only to be surrounded once more. The others glared at Jiren Cha with displeasure. They had searched long and hard for an ideal stronghold. The strategic location of this warehouse, coupled with the abundance of surrounding resources, made it particularly desirable. However, after expending great effort to clear the space, they discovered that this warehouse served merely as a cable storage facility, of little use to them. Frustration simmered among the group, and Jiren Cha's sudden appearance provided a convenient outlet for their ire. Please, don't kill me, he pleaded, facing the menacing group whose demeanor was more terrifying than the zombies themselves. What value do you hold if we spare your life? Look at you. Your physique is quite delectable. Roasting you would be quite the treat. I am aware of a location abundant in resources. I possess knowledge of a superior stronghold. Upon overhearing the crucial information regarding the search for a stronghold, Jiren Cha devised a plan to ensure his survival. He realized he must swiftly locate useful crystal cores to enhance his abilities, thereby enabling him to infiltrate the psychic space in pursuit of Song Huai's whereabouts. Uncertain of Song Huai's current predicament, he sensed an imminent danger. Following their last negotiation, the psychic base undoubtedly regarded Jichuan as a significant threat and would not extend a cordial welcome. To ensure the safety of the vicinity surrounding the stronghold, Jichuan ventured to an area adjacent to the hotel. Fortuitously, due to his enhanced abilities, Jichuan sensed the presence of zombies imbued with crystal cores nearby, drawing them towards himself. He merely selected a concealed spot, concealing his form to evade detection. After consuming 3 speed-type crystal cores, Jichuan discovered that his speed ability had ascended from intermediate to advanced, transitioning beyond the green classification to a blue grade. However, certain abilities appeared incapable of further advancement, no matter how many he absorbed. Some, like the fragrance skill, proved to be rather trivial, eluding his attention. Jichuan was still somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of absorbing and advancing with crystal cores. Upon encountering cores he could not assimilate, he merely allowed those zombies to roam free, retaining a few subordinates with abilities. Alas, the majority remained green cores. Under Jichuan's command, a throng of zombies lined up, while he, akin to a vendor, methodically opened the skulls of the zombies to consume the crystal cores. He acquired several fundamental skills, and the sole blue crystal core he obtained granted him the power of ice, enabling the transformation of water into ice, which proved to possess some utility. Jichuan spotted a lone zombie slowly advancing toward him from a distance, its head housing a purple crystal core. "Come on, hurry up. I'm waiting for you." At this moment, Jichuan realized that consuming the purple crystal core did not significantly enhance his abilities. He sensed a new power, expansion of ability range, undoubtedly a supportive skill. It was no wonder that the purple crystal core had transformed into a zombie. Alone, it was no different from an ordinary person. However, for Jichuan, possessing a multitude of powers, this skill altered everything. With the enhancement of all his abilities ranges, the effect achieved by the purple crystal core rivaled that of a golden one. What was this? Jichuan discovered that the expansion could actually merge with other abilities. When combined with the toxic mist, it transformed into the purple ability, toxic rain. And when fused with fire power, it became the purple skill, firewall. Jichuan took his time to decide, opting instead to utilize this ability independently, gauging its impact on his other powers. Skills like rock spikes, wind blades, and fireballs experienced a broader range of attack, while the toxic mist could be released over a greater area. It seemed that refraining from merging yielded greater benefits for his current self. But what about the effects on my Zombie King abilities? Jichuan attempted to perceive the changes. He experienced an enhanced awareness of life and zombies over a larger area, and he could now issue commands to zombies from a greater distance. Wait, are the zombies at the base suffering massive casualties? There's a group of life forms at the entrance. Jichuan couldn't afford to waste any time and hurriedly drove toward the base. This is the place, boss. There are no zombies left inside. The living conditions are excellent. There's an abundance of equipment, and there are even a few beautiful women. Jia Ziren led the group from the warehouse to the front of the Alajar Hotel, recognizing it as the prime stronghold in the vicinity that the others were seeking. The notion that the young man intended to protect everyone was laughable. It presented a perfect opportunity for this group to test the capabilities of the man in sunglasses. If they failed to take control, it would be due to circumstances beyond their control, allowing for an easy surrender. Conversely, should they succeed, Jia Ziren would emerge as the hero who had guided them to an ideal refuge, ensuring his own safety under their protection. The outside world was undoubtedly perilous, but perhaps another attempt to reach the base of the supernatural beings could be made in the future. Jia Ziren's thoughts were indeed optimistic. "Brother, this place is certainly far superior to the warehouse," he remarked. "There are no zombies in sight, and a hotel like this must have ample supplies. You've done well. How many people are inside?" "Fewer than 20, I believe. Most have fled. There's a young man who wishes to assume leadership, but he is ill-suited for the role. You are my leader. No one else compares." Flattered by Jia Ziren's praise, the leading man displayed a smile as he and his subordinates began to eliminate the zombies at the hotel entrance. Chapter 24. Burglary. This squad consisted of 12 individuals, all chosen by Qianhu for their offensive abilities, essential for vanquishing zombies or humans alike. Other forms of supernatural powers were not deemed necessary. His strategy proved correct. While others hesitated to descend, he had already taken the initiative to scour the streets in search of a stronghold. The zombies they encountered were no match for them, and they had yet to encounter the so-called mutated varieties spoken of online. The members of the squad unleashed their extraordinary abilities, hurling weapons, generating electric shocks, unleashing air cannons, and conjuring walls of fire. An onslaught of powers rained down upon the horde of zombies, causing them to collapse in droves. Jaziran was astonished by the combat prowess of the team, realizing that each individual possessed remarkable strength. It seemed he had indeed found a reliable support system. Pei Wendong, formerly the captain of the security team at Oligar, had been working alone in Jianghua City, where he had received considerable care from Su Shun. Upon seeing Su Shun remain behind, he too chose to stay without hesitation, taking 2 other newcomers to oversee the security situation from the monitoring room. The commotion at the entrance caught his attention, prompting him to quickly check the surveillance footage. A squad of over 10 individuals was fiercely battling the zombies, and it appeared they were not there for friendly purposes. Mr. Su, there is a group of over 10 people at the hotel entrance, seemingly intent on entering. Upon hearing Pei Wendong's voice through the intercom, the faces of those organizing supplies in the warehouse turned grave. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi, accompanied by members with combat-oriented abilities, hurried to the lobby, where they could see the situation outside from a distance. What do you want? This stronghold does not permit entry to outsiders. Pei Wendong had already made his way from the monitoring room to the entrance, where the ground was littered with the corpses of zombies. Qianhu and his group glared menacingly from the outside. What do you mean, your stronghold? This is our territory. Open the door, or I assure you the main entrance will not remain intact. Qianhu sneered at Pei Wendong, though his gaze was still fixed on the few individuals hastening from the hotel. Oh, there really are some pretty girls inside. They look quite well kept. The living conditions here seem rather decent. A group of henchmen gazed at Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi, their faces contorted with lewd grins. In a post-apocalyptic world, it was rare to encounter not only beautiful women but even those who appeared clean. The women met on the streets were typically smeared with blood and disheveled, thoroughly dampening their spirits. Yet before them stood 2 enchanting figures, one exuding an alluring mature charm, while the other radiated the freshness of a neighborly girl. They had already begun to contemplate how to indulge in their presence. I warn you, if you come any closer, I shall retaliate, Lin Lulu declared fiercely. Yet her words fell on deaf ears, eliciting laughter from the outsiders. This girl has got some spice. Brothers, how long has it been since we savored Sichuan cuisine? This is the perfect opportunity to change our palate. Before the henchmen could finish their laughter, Lin Lulu raised her hand, launching a beam of light that pierced through the crack of the door. Qianhu effortlessly sidestepped the light arrow, but it struck one of the henchmen behind him. You seek your own demise. Qianhu bellowed, his weapon transforming into a massive blade, akin to a small fishing vessel, as it descended from above, cleaving the door in 2. The henchmen surged forward, initiating their assault on Lin Lulu and her companions. Lin Lulu shot light arrows with remarkable speed, while Pei Wendong stood protectively in front of her, his ability allowing him to conjure a protective shield for area defense. Gu Yunxi enhanced Lin Lulu's attacks, but the multitude of enemies made it impossible for her to focus on weakening each one effectively. Furthermore, the opponents appeared to possess evenly distributed abilities, and Gu Yunxi, lacking combat experience, found it challenging to determine which targets to weaken, making the enhancement of Lin Lulu the wisest choice. Assaulting projectiles flew incessantly, but fortunately, they were all deflected by Pei Wendong's shield. Lin Lul's arrows had become robust, yet paradoxically, they appeared more adept at evasion. Despite unleashing a volley of 4 arrows, she merely grazed a few individuals. Although she was aware of the formidable nature of her powers, Lin Lul and her companions lacked substantial combat experience, whereas their adversaries had carved a path through hordes of zombies with undeniable prowess. Originally, the team comprised over 20 members, but after being ensnared by the undead, many were executed on the spot, leaving only 12 who could be deemed seasoned in battle. A wall of flames surged beneath Lin Lul's feet as she commanded, "Disperse." Her companions hurriedly retreated from the fiery onslaught. Pei Wendong's shield had limited coverage. Just as he prepared to shield against the flames, a dart whizzed past his head, a stream of blood trickling from the wound, rendering his left eye barely able to open amidst the crimson flow. "Step back, safeguard yourself," Lin Lul exclaimed, her concern for the injured Pei Wendong palpable. "Hey, cutie, you've got quite the figure." Gu Yunxi, retreating, seemed oblivious to the danger lurking behind her. As if deliberately attempting to tease, one of her companions seized her from behind, encircling her waist but refraining from aggression. "Sister Yunxi," Xiao Xian shouted from a distance, while Zhang Yun, in a nearby room, hurriedly embraced Xiao Xian, signaling her to refrain from shouting. Yet, Xiao Xian's hands began to emanate light. Baba, quickly assist Sister Yunxi and the others. A doll emerged, larger than any she had crafted before, a small bear carrying a bomb. Taking deliberate steps toward the battlefield under the watchful eyes of the crowd. What are you doing, Xiao Xian? Zhang Yun queried, bewildered by the unfolding scene. For Xiao Xian had never before animated a doll. I must assist Sister Yunxi and the others. They are in peril. Zhang Yun was acutely aware of the peril they faced. Yet, amidst the chaos of abilities flashing like blades, what could these ordinary individuals with life-oriented powers possibly do? Lin Lulu aimed and released 2 arrows at the assailants behind Gu Yunxi, but her hesitation to harm Gu Yunxi caused her shots to veer off course. A young man dashed to Gu Yunxi's side, wielding his rudimentary leaf blade skill to launch an attack against the ruffians. This diversion allowed Gu Yunxi a moment of respite. Yet the ruffian retaliated with a stunning jolt, incapacitating the young man. The ruffian's laughter grew more audacious. Though he was compelled to maintain distance under Lin Lulu's relentless assault. Suddenly, a transparent air cannon struck from behind, sending Pei Wendong crashing to the ground. His back torn asunder, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, struggling to rise again. Pei Wendong. Lin Lulu yearned to assess his injuries, but she was utterly drained. Any cessation of her offensive would render them all vulnerable to obliteration within moments. Little sister, don't interfere with my buddy's romantic pursuits. If you do, just surrender and choose a brother to attend to you first. Everyone else can wait. The ruffians, observing the 3 individuals remaining upright, wore expressions of disdain, easing their onslaught. Qianhu refrained from intervening, recognizing that his participation would likely leave his adversaries in ruins, while 2 living, attractive women held greater value. What was this? Qianhu squinted, noticing a small bear doll slowly advancing into the fray, its cheerful visage exuding an unsettling charm. Chapter 25, Total Annihilation. Qianhu fixated on the bear before him, a peculiar scent of gunpowder wafting through the air. To his astonishment, the fuse attached to the doll was indeed lit. A sense of foreboding arose, prompting an urgent call to evade. Listening to Qianhu's warning, the lackeys were utterly bewildered. Evade what? Before they could grasp the situation, the seemingly innocent smile of the little bear morphed into a grotesque snarl, its form swelling ominously, revealing a mouth full of razor-sharp fangs. With a thunderous cry of boom, the bomb behind it detonated with a violent explosion. The nearby thugs were left in utter confusion, losing 5 of their number instantly, while 3 others sustained injuries from the blast. Zhang Yun could scarcely believe her eyes. Her daughter's ability had such devastating power. She had merely thought her daughter's affinity for dolls had awakened a talent for crafting them, never suspecting that those dolls could come to life and even explode. Xiao Xian, can you still do it? Zhang Yun gazed at her daughter with hopeful anticipation, oblivious to the beads of sweat forming on Xiao Xian's forehead. Xiao Xian nodded affirmatively. Xiao Aisha, assist her. In a flash of light, a doll with golden hair and a blue dress appeared, no larger than a cup. Hopping eagerly towards the battlefield, it glided swiftly, creating a path of ice beneath its tiny feet. Despite its size, the icy route granted it remarkable speed. As the stunned onlookers regained their composure, they witnessed yet another doll approach. This time, they did not merely stare in astonishment, but launched an immediate assault. Several darts were hurled at the doll, but it appeared to be filled with nothing more than ordinary cotton, resulting in mere punctures across its form. Xiao Aisha brandished her fairy wand, sending forth a barrage of icy spikes toward the surrounding thugs. Damn it! What is this? Faced with the oncoming ice spikes, the ruffians abandoned their attack on Lin Lulu and began to dodge instead. Such a widespread offensive required urgent attention. He unleashed a vast inferno, and the puppet ignited in the flames, appearing to suffer immensely before swiftly transforming into ashes. Little Aisha, jump, you go. Xiao Xuan's hands glimmered once more, though the radiance was faint and extinguished quickly, causing her to collapse, her forehead drenched in perspiration. Xiao Xian. Zhang Yun anxiously cradled her, only to sense her frailty. The others in the room were equally distressed, their abilities proving futile. Su Shen turned to seize the hotel's fire axe, but was halted by Su Qi. Brother, you are no match for them. Are you just going to watch them perish? A profound urgency gnawed at Su Shen. As a man, he felt compelled to take action. The sound of an off-road vehicle echoed unsettlingly down the street. No one dared venture out in the apocalypse except for Ji Chuan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jichuan stepped down from the vehicle. "Kid, this is our territory. Step any closer, and you shall face dire consequences." A ruffian yelled at Jichuan. Yet, before he could react, a rock spike erupted from below, piercing through him and causing an instantaneous demise. The others were left bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. "You bastard!" An air cannon struck Jichuan with a resounding thud, akin to hitting iron. Jichuan raised his hand, and a colossal rock wall descended, crushing the assailant into a pulp. While the others stood in stunned silence, rock spikes similarly impaled them, resulting in a gruesome fate. With a snap of his fingers, the spikes vanished. Astonishingly, the fallen ruffians began to rise slowly from the ground. Qian, who gazed in terror at the scene before him, grappling with the illusion that had ensnared him. "I knew my comrades would not perish." "You are still alive, aren't you?" Yet. The once vibrant members of his team approached him, their lips stained with blood, their eyes devoid of life, moving with a gait reminiscent of the undead. "Stay back. Stay back." As he began to comprehend the dire situation, Qian, who raised the blade in his hand, which grew to an enormous size, intent on severing the corpses of his fallen allies to halt their advance. However, the weapon remained suspended in midair, impervious to his exertions. To his astonishment, the blade slipped from his grasp and hurtled towards Jichuan. In a moment of sheer disbelief, Qian, who watched as Jichuan magically diminished the colossal sword, effortlessly snapping it in two, without ever laying a finger upon it. Overwhelmed, Qian, who collapsed onto the ground, stripped of his powers and weapons. How could an ordinary man contend with a horde of zombies? No. His former subordinates encircled him, preparing to feast upon him. In a corner, Cha Ziren trembled, astonished that the man in sunglasses possessed such formidable abilities. Summoning his willpower, he resolved to slip away through the shattered doorway. Yet, as he reached the threshold, he collided with Jichuan's body. When had he arrived? Could he teleport? Why was his body so cold? Unbeknownst to Cha Ziren, Jichuan merely moved with remarkable speed, his advanced speed ability rendering him seemingly instantaneous in his movements. "You look familiar." Jichuan gazed at himself with a radiant smile, causing an unsettling shiver to run down Cha Ziren's spine. Though his expression mirrored that of when he had invited everyone to stay, Cha Ziren now perceived an unusual danger emanating from him. "Leader, I have given it considerable thought, and I believe our base is indeed the best. I am here to join our base." Cha Ziren genuinely felt this way. If Qian who were to lose, it would indicate the strength of their base, making his decision to join advantageous. "Oh, I recall stating that I could ensure your safe departure at that time. However, I cannot guarantee your safe entry." Jichuan's smile was dazzling as he removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of crimson eyes that exuded an ominous aura against his handsome visage. Cha Ziren understood why he had always worn sunglasses. He was not human at all. As Cha Ziren watched in astonishment, Jichuan grasped his own neck with one hand, exerting a tremendous grip that rendered Cha Ziren helplessly attempting to pry Jichuan's fingers away. Meanwhile, Jichuan's other hand reached toward his own head. A wave of cold dread swept over Cha Ziren as he struggled in vain, desperately trying to scream, yet no sound emerged. The sickening crack of a skull shattering echoed, and Cha Ziren collapsed like a marionette with severed strings, his limbs going limp. Jichuan savored a blue crystal core, relishing the flavor of plant growth. It turned out that fresh crystals were incredibly delectable. Gu Yunxi threw herself into Jichuan's embrace, bursting into tears. Moments ago, she had been engulfed in fear, contemplating a desperate end alongside the thugs who had seized her, yet she found herself incapable of such an act. Lin Lulu, witnessing the embrace, remained silent, her head bowed. Jichuan, however, cast a smile in Lin Lulu's direction, expressing gratitude for her protection of everyone. Lin Lulu, with a hint of pride, turned her head away, downplaying her contribution, asserting that it was a collective endeavor. As she assisted the awakening Pei Wendong, they made their way towards the hall. Chapter 26. The terrifying loyalty. Seemingly aware of her own emotional display, Gu Yunxi released Jichuan, her cheeks flushed, supporting the still, trembling Gung Mao beside her. She expressed her gratitude for his brave intervention. Gung Mao, a fresh college student, had never encountered such a beautiful sister, and his face turned crimson. Shaking his head in modesty, rendered speechless by his nervousness, Zhang Yun, noticing the battlefield had turned safe, hurriedly approached with Xiao Xian in her arms, seeking Jichuan's assistance. Su Shun, possessing greater strength, helped Zhang Yun carry Xiao Xian, sprinting towards them. What's wrong with Xiao Xian? Jichuan pondered, perplexed. As it appeared the danger had yet to reach the hotel, and he sensed no injuries on Xiao Xian. Zhang Yun recounted the earlier events, providing Jichuan with clarity. He had long suspected that Xiao Xian's abilities were not merely trivial. Such powers could not be merely purple. It was likely a case of overexertion of her abilities. As she was still so young, Jichuan raised his hand to heal Xiao Xian, and soon her complexion visibly brightened. Zhang Yun expressed her gratitude repeatedly. By the way, Su Shun, what are your abilities? This is also a purple ability, which piqued Jichuan's curiosity. However, during the earlier encounter, Su Shun did not partake in the battle, suggesting that this was not a combat-related ability. Lowering his voice, Su Shun said, Leader, my ability is loyalty. I can designate a target and assess the loyalty levels of others towards that individual. If the other party is not resistant, I can alter their state through my power, effectively instilling loyalty in them. Jichuan gazed at Su Shun in astonishment, taken aback by the existence of such an ability. Su Shun was undoubtedly a formidable steward, capable of preventing the emergence of traitors. So, what is the loyalty level of everyone in our stronghold? Initially, the loyalty levels were rather low, with only Gu Yunxi and Lin Lulu hovering around 75. The newcomers generally stood at about 20. However, following the recent battle, the overall loyalty level has risen to around 70, with Gu Yunxi and Lin Lulu achieving even higher scores. Goodness! It seems that the deterrent power of force is far more effective. Witnessing such strength undoubtedly reassures the members of the stronghold, making them aware that following me poses little danger. Jichuan nodded in understanding, but Su Shun then grasped one of Jichuan's hands. Closing his eyes, a stream of purple light flowed from Su Shun's hand into Jichuan's. Leader, this is the effect of my loyalty. I can select a target to pledge allegiance to, and my loyalty towards you will be at 100. Moreover, you will be able to observe the loyalty levels of others in our territory towards you. In truth, Su Shun had not initially intended to disclose this, nor had he elaborated on his abilities to Gu Yunxi. He was simply grateful to Jichuan for saving his sister and for rescuing him as well. However, through Jichuan's demeanor, Su Shun discerned his formidable strength. His declaration to protect the members of the stronghold with utmost effort was no mere rhetoric, but a genuine commitment. The initial reluctance to wield his abilities stemmed from the realization that, should he choose an object of loyalty, he would be obliged to adhere to their every command. Akin to a gamble, as Su Shun released Jichuan's hand, he was surprised to find that he was impervious to the chill emanating from Jichuan's grasp, even feeling a twinge of reluctance. The notion of loyalty was indeed formidable. A complete devotion of 100 made the act of touching the Lord seem like a rare privilege. Jichuan surveyed his surroundings and was genuinely able to perceive each individual's loyalty index. Gu Yunxi at 87, Lin Lulu at 80. This troublesome girl Zhang Yun at 75. Juju at 86, how could she attain such a high score? Suchi at 74, Pei Wen'an at 72, Geng Mao at 71. Jichuan found this index quite intriguing, as it offered a straightforward means to gauge the trust each individual placed in him. Some, despite a brief acquaintance, exhibited considerable trust, while others, although outwardly loyal, might not genuinely feel the same. With the aid of this index, personnel management would become remarkably intuitive. The higher the loyalty, the more challenging it was to enhance. A 100 loyalty rating could compel one to undertake any task. Any task. Jichuan was taken aback, for the Su Shun before him embodied that 100 loyalty. With a playful gesture, he instinctively recoiled, as a straight man would when faced with a 1,000-year-old trick. He and Song Hui often played this game, subconsciously guarding his rear when ascending stairs. Yes, Chief, Su Shun's cheeks flushed, turning away and lifting his pert dairy. This was peculiar. You are not quite right. All right, I believe you. Jichuan made Su Shun feel somewhat bashful, despite currently being a cold-blooded creature. He felt his cheeks burning. All right, Chief. You are also my master, and a master can command Su Shun at will. No, such unwavering loyalty is too daunting. With loyalty reaching a staggering 100, under the influence of Su Shun's extraordinary abilities, he felt akin to a marionette. Su Shun's powers were indeed formidable. Yet, this also brought Jichuan a sense of relief, as it assured him that his companion would not betray him, which was sufficient. Brother? Su Qi gazed at the flushed face of Su Shun, feeling as though the sky had fallen. Could it be that her brother harbored feelings for the chief? Was his previous talk of a sister-in-law merely a fleeting jest? What was happening? Was this the reason her brother had remained single for so long? What was she to do? Having always been her brother's most loyal wingman, should she intervene this time? How was she to choose between ethics and familial bonds? It's not what you think. Ji Chuan hurriedly attempted to clarify for Su Shan. It's all right, Ji Chuan Ji, you are incredibly handsome and exceptionally talented. My brother often speaks of you, declaring you the most outstanding young man he has ever encountered. Please give my brother a chance, would you? Brother, I have chosen familial loyalty. This is as far as I can assist you, Su Qi resolved after much internal conflict. As a new-age young woman, she believed she could embrace all things novel. The thought of the two of them together sparked a slight thrill within her. What was this awakening of emotions? Su Shan was momentarily stunned. What was his sister saying? Had he ever uttered such words? Yet, if it meant drawing closer to Ji Chuan, he would welcome any words. Loyalty rears its head, and Su Shan remains entirely unaware of the repercussions of selecting a target for his allegiance. Yes, master. Do not call me master. Just use my name. Brother, are you not still an Aimu? Su Qi felt as though the sky had fallen upon her. The towering Su Shan, who stood at 186 centimeters, had a myriad of girls confessing their feelings to him, each more beautiful than the last. Even if he were to prefer boys, one would expect him to assume the role of the suitor. How could he possibly refer to Ji Chuan as master? Su Shan was acutely aware of his words, yet his unwavering state of loyalty conjured a peculiar delusion within him. Obtaining Ji Chuan's approval was the greatest reward he could receive. Like a scavenger, he mechanically extracted the crystals from the ruffians, his visage contorted in distaste, akin to a ghastly act. Is it necessary to continue this display of loyalty? Surely reaching a level of 100 is rather daunting. Let it unfold naturally. Chapter 27. The Iron Fortress under observation. Ji Chuan consumed the crystals from the ruffian gang, discovering they were all of the attack type, with the lowest being blue. Among them, the firewall skill, typically derived from the fireball expansion, was unexpectedly acquired in its entirety. These two seemingly useless skills could actually be combined. The blue crystal, air cannon, and the green crystal, aroma, could surprisingly transform into a purple crystal, area sleep. The elevation in crystal color marked a significant qualitative leap, revealing that the fusion of two crystals could indeed yield a superior crystal. Ji Chuan was immensely delighted and promptly chose to proceed with the fusion. With the disappearance of the last two crystal cores, a new purple crystal core, range slumber, has been acquired. This skill proves to be quite advantageous for infiltrating the base of the superpowered individuals. Although there are other combinations for crystal cores, their utility appears limited. Given that the original crystal cores vanish upon fusion, Ji Chuan intends to only combine those that elevate the core's rank, as results from merging cores of the same level hold little significance. Utilizing metal creation and manipulation, Ji Chuan is repairing the gate, restoring it to its former glory after it was severed by Qianhu. Qianhu's crystal core is purple, metal scaling, which allows the user to amplify or diminish metal while disregarding its mass, rendering it a remarkable ability for ordinary individuals. However, Ji Chuan possesses considerable strength and adeptness in metal manipulation, making the skill useful primarily for structural repairs. The recent ambush on their stronghold has left Ji Chuan feeling apprehensive, prompting him to fortify the gate and the surrounding walls. He enveloped the entire hotel perimeter in metal and heightened its defenses, transforming it into a veritable fortress of steel. Additionally, the combat prowess of the members remains inadequate. Although Lin Lulu possesses a golden attack-type ability, her combat experience is severely lacking. The other two members wield green abilities, one defensive, that hardly influence the battlefield. Gu Yunqi boasts formidable powers, yet she becomes easily flustered in combat, making it challenging for her to fully unleash her potential. Xiaoxian is powerful as well, but her youth hampers her endurance in prolonged battles. Ji Chuan finds himself in a quandary. He must seek out more formidable members to safeguard the base in his absence or train them to enhance their combat capabilities, lest the stronghold fall into jeopardy during his absence. Ji Chuan entered the room to assess everyone's condition and intended to convene a brief meeting to share his thoughts, inviting suggestions from all present. Nearby, survivors from the higher floors had observed the transformation of the Oligar Hotel, its metallic walls rendering it a striking artifact of a post-apocalyptic world. Had the Oligar Hotel been officially repurposed? There wasn't a single zombie in sight. This is splendid. The base for those with special abilities is too far away, and the journey there is perilous, while this hotel is much closer. Is anyone interested in forming a team to investigate? I must admit, I feel a tinge of fear. Are you all certain? What are the criteria for admission to this outpost? Surely they do not test for abilities. It would be futile for ordinary individuals to venture forth. Indeed, what if we embark on this risky journey only to find they are not accepting newcomers? The prospect is daunting. Online discussions regarding the changes at the Oligar Hotel are fervent as people cling to the hope of survival, increasingly leaning towards collective reliance. Du Ling, tasked with exploration and monitoring anomalies, felt compelled to investigate upon seeing this news. He is affiliated with the authorities, yet the Oligar Hotel is not their undertaking. Although numerous small organizations have emerged, they are merely alliances formed amidst the apocalypse. The ability to clear the entire Oligar and effectively reinforce its perimeter demonstrates considerable strength. He needs to confer with the leader of this outpost to ascertain the situation before reporting back to the authorities. How is everyone holding up? Ji Chuan examined the injuries of the wounded. Fortunately, under his healing, they were nearly recovered. Most were in good condition. I have fortified the outer walls of our stronghold, rendering it difficult for ordinary supernatural beings to penetrate. Nevertheless, I shall still venture out in search of supplies and cores, leaving the stronghold vulnerable during my absence. Hence, should we seek to recruit more formidable supernatural beings, or focus on honing your combat skills? What are your thoughts? I cannot always remain at the stronghold. The crowd fell into silence, acutely aware that their own frailty would become a burden to Ji Chuan. Relishing in the resources and protection he procured while being unable to contribute meaningfully. I wish to undergo combat training, Lin Lul declared, stepping forth first. Engaging in face-to-face combat with others had left her feeling utterly unprepared. She recognized her need for growth. So do I, Gu Yunxi resolutely affirmed. In truth, we could pursue both endeavors concurrently, as you shall see. Zhu Zhu retrieved her phone, revealing that the modifications of Oligar had already sparked speculation online, with some expressing a desire to join us. The stronghold has garnered considerable attention, and it is likely that powerful supernatural beings may soon arrive. Ji Chuan nodded. The gathering of additional supernatural beings would undoubtedly bolster the strength of our stronghold. Furthermore, we could utilize Su Shen's loyalty ability to monitor the condition of our members. Survivors who manage to arrive safely must possess some degree of strength, and our stronghold currently suffers from a shortage of manpower. Numerous fundamental tasks, such as operating the monitoring room, conducting patrols, organizing supplies, performing repairs, and cleaning, require personnel to accomplish. Even those with lesser abilities can contribute to these essential duties upon their arrival. Moreover, most individuals tend to be hesitant. Only a select few are willing to take tangible action. Ji Chuan resolved to commence training for everyone, having already devised a training methodology. A few individuals endowed with combat abilities arrived in the courtyard, where Ji Chuan instructed the zombies to enter as sparring partners. Gung Mao wielded the green leaf blade ability, while Jiang Yi possessed the green stone projectile ability. Both faced two zombies in unison. Pei Wendong, endowed with the blue protective ability, was subjected to an assault from 4 zombies simultaneously, tasked with comprehensive defense. Lin Lulu confronted 8 zombies at once, with an ongoing replenishment of adversaries. Ji Chuan's directive to Gu Yunxi was to ensure a stable enhancement of the abilities of the 4 individuals. He lacked the luxury of time for prolonged training. All was a matter of practical combat, where contact with zombies could lead to demise, yet their deaths could serve as a means to bolster the zombie stronghold. Though he spoke thus, he had not issued orders for the zombies to draw blood. His true intent was merely to expedite their growth. Upon hearing Ji Chuan's words, the psychological pressure on the group intensified, yet these ordinary zombies paled in comparison to their capabilities. The zombies surged forward, roaring as they lunged toward their targets. Lin Lulu swiftly initiated her assault. Having previously struggled against multiple foes, this scenario offered her a chance to further hone her experience in facing numerous targets. Light arrows rapidly coalesced in her grasp, aimed at the nearest adversary. Simultaneously, the other zombies lunged at her, prompting Lin Lulu to retreat continuously. In her prior encounter with several thugs, she had realized that remaining stationary to shoot arrows rendered her a target. She could not afford to halt her movement. With quick, evasive maneuvers, she dodged the onslaught of zombies, feeling the gravity of Ji Chuan's seriousness. Lin Lulu cursed under her breath, recognizing that she was still too slow. The speed of her arrow formation was inadequate for sustained fire, significantly hampering her attack frequency. Was there no way to accelerate further? Lin Lulu felt the light arrows coalescing. Yet despite her significant enhancement in willpower, her rate of condensation remained unchanged. If speed could not be altered, what about quantity? With this thought, Lin Loyulu began to envision 2 nearby zombies as her targets, gathering the light arrows. Although the second arrow appeared somewhat ethereal, she realized that it was indeed possible. It turned out that her light arrows could manifest in multiples. Jichuan's lips curled into a smile. Truly, the golden crystal core held vast potential for enhancing abilities. Move swiftly. Focus. Otherwise, death could ensue. To further stimulate everyone's latent potential, Jichuan spoke as he turned to rest nearby, creating an illusion of vulnerability among the group, causing a collective shiver of caution to sweep through them. Chapter 28. Enhancing the use of abilities. Su Wanswan had previously been the primary focus of Wu Qian's Project 1. Yet Wu Qian had not provided any reports on the project's progress. Thus, based on your understanding, how much do you truly know about Project 1? Su Wanswan felt a twinge of unease as she scrutinized Li Jingru, sensing that the middle-aged man's gaze possessed an uncanny ability to pierce through the facade of hearts. Project 1 referred to Jichuan, the only known zombie capable of communication, a remarkably unique case. The leader, he was a veritable demon of death. He had murdered my boyfriend, slaughtered my parents. Just as he was about to end my life, the base intervened and saved me. Yet he still inflicted grievous wounds upon me. Captain Wu had scarcely inquired into the circumstances surrounding Project 1, primarily seeking opportunities to engage me in idle conversation. Su Wanswan feigned a look of grievance, convinced that Wu Qian had long harbored ulterior motives towards her. According to reports from the members on site, this zombie possesses the ability to communicate. Did he not convey anything to you? He also mentioned personal grievances. Could it pertain to matters between you and him? Li Jingru's fingers rhythmically tapped the table, revealing no discernible emotion. Su Wanshu had already meticulously crafted her explanation throughout that afternoon. Even if her plan faltered, she could articulate her thoughts as intended. That zombie had previously roamed near my residence, initially exhibiting mundane behavior, until my boyfriend discovered him intruding into our home and promptly expelled him. To my astonishment, he transformed into that horrifying being. Perhaps the personal grievances he mentioned stem from my family's act of casting him out of our home. Yet, we acted solely in self-defense. Is it truly justifiable for him to slaughter my family over such a trivial matter? He is nothing more than a bloodthirsty monster. This situation bears a striking resemblance to reality. A mere waste without any special abilities has morphed into something so terrifying. Su Wanshu genuinely could not fathom how Jichuan had managed such a feat. The rhythmic tapping of fingers on the table came to a halt as Li Jingru seemed to ponder deeply. You mentioned he was merely an ordinary zombie at first. How could he later gain the ability to manipulate other zombies, neutralize the invisible Cui Zixuan, and compel her to kneel while speaking human language? Was your injury also inflicted by him? A sense of dread washed over Li Jingru. If Su Wanshu's claims were indeed true, this zombie was evolving at an alarming rate. Should he genuinely harbor malevolent intentions, the consequences once he fully matures would be beyond comprehension. Understood. You may leave now. Henceforth, you shall work in the logistics department, providing water resources for the base. Once Su Wanshu departed, Li Jingru's expression grew grave. How did it go? A figure behind him bowed and inquired. The murder of her boyfriend is indeed true, while the killing of her parents is a fabrication. The interaction between Wu Qian and her is a mere pretense. Initially, Number 1 displayed ordinary traits, but later demonstrated genuine growth. Li Jingru furrowed his brow, for he held little interest in the cause of Su Wanshan's family's demise. Wu Qian was already deceased, and his feelings for Su Wanshan were of no consequence. Moreover, Su Wanshan's water-based abilities were essential to the base, rendering any inquiry into these trivial matters unnecessary. His primary concern lay in Number 1's capacity for development. He decided to appoint Wang Lao as the leader of Team 2, as they were most familiar with Number 1, and instructed Teams 2, 6, and 7 to investigate Number 1's whereabouts, ensuring that any findings were reported promptly. The man nodded and exited the room. Sun Tao, what are you doing? Wu Qian is to be cremated today. Brother, light a cigarette for me. Our captain had a wish to be buried alongside his wife after his passing, and Zi Xian and I intend to assist him with this request. Sun Tao handed 2 packs of cigarettes to the man. Such supplies were exceedingly scarce now, and each cigarette was a precious commodity. The man believed that with Cui Zixuan's help to divert attention, the base would remain oblivious to their actions, allowing them to dispose of a single corpse without issue. It would also save him the energy required for his low-level fire abilities, which made incinerating a body quite exhausting. Make haste in your transfer, if discovered. Do not implicate me. Understood, we shall depart at once. Cui Zixuan activated her abilities, and the two individuals and a body, arrived beside Wu Qian's wife's grave. Sun Tao meticulously examined Wu Qian's remains, harboring suspicions about the circumstances surrounding his death. Wu Qian was neither the kind of person who would be fond of Su Wanshan, nor was he someone who could have been killed by Cui Zhan. The wound on the waist was profound, indicating a potentially fatal injury. Withdrawing the blade must have resulted in a significant loss of blood. Yet, how could there be another wound on the neck? Sun Tao furrowed his brow. Sun Tao, have you ever served as a forensic expert? Cui Zixuan observed Sun Tao's peculiar actions, initially believing he was merely assisting Wu Qian in fulfilling a promise. I have an unsettling feeling that the captain's death is not as straightforward as it seems. With such a deep gash on the waist, look at the neck. A weapon capable of inflicting such a grievous wound on the waist could hardly leave merely a superficial mark on the neck. Cui Zixuan stepped forward for a closer examination. Perhaps the neck injury was sustained when the captain attempted to evade the attack? Cui Zhan and Su Wanshan, those two who shattered everything, must surely be responsible for the captain's demise. Yet, what purpose does this knowledge serve? The base will show no mercy to the deceased. Cui Zixuan's expression fell. Acknowledging that Wu Qian was indeed a commendable captain, often looking after the only woman in their team. We must hurry. If we delay, the zombies will discover the captain's remains. Upon hearing Cui Zixuan's reminder, Sun Tao hastily resumed his efforts. Captain, this will reunite you with your beloved. Meanwhile, Gu Yunxi was in a state of chaos on the battlefield, with everyone engaged in a tense struggle, yet Ji Chuan had not directed the zombies to attack him. His sole objective was to enhance everyone's abilities. However, she realized that she could only select a single target. It was impossible for her to maintain the enhancement effect on another individual. Why did she feel so inadequate? Everyone else was visibly making progress, while she remained stagnant. Gu Yunxi concentrated on harnessing her abilities, envisioning a green orb of light that represented the enhancement of her powers, which she could direct onto whomever she chose. She longed to bestow the orb's effects upon multiple individuals simultaneously and struggled to control it. Under her eager intent, the green orb seemed to stretch and morph into an oval shape, hastily detaching from the previous target to pursue the next one. Was this merely an illusion? In that fleeting moment, Gu Yunxi perceived the orb flattening. If the orb could only exist singularly, could its shape be altered? Determined, Gu Yunxi shifted her focus from moving the orb to compressing it, attempting to transform its form. The once round orb now resembled a disc, making contact with Lin Lulu and Gung Mao before her. The light arrow visibly thickened, and the leaf blade pierced the zombie's skull as if it were a steel blade. Had she succeeded? Gu Yunxi was overwhelmed with joy. With renewed vigor, she furrowed her brow and urged her willpower to continue compressing the orb, which expanded into a larger green disc, eventually enveloping the entire area. Everyone felt their powers intensifying. The bored Ji Chuan was activating his life perception. With the aid of the diffusion, he sensed whether there were any new targets within the territory. Once he could harvest crystal cores from after training. Wait, 3 purple crystal cores suddenly appeared? Was this merely an illusion? Suddenly, 2 individuals vanished again. After expanding his range of perception, Ji Chuan discovered a peculiar phenomenon. Crystalline cores appeared abruptly only to disappear just as swiftly, reminiscent of the invisible person he encountered that day. This individual possesses teleportation abilities. Yet, 1 purple crystalline core remained, and it was not a zombie. Could it be an official surveillance? A temporary hideout? Ji Chuan was determined to uncover the truth. He approached the training grounds and called for a halt. Everyone was panting, as practical training was the most exhausting. I will step out for a moment. You all take a rest. With that, Ji Chuan turned and boarded the off-road vehicle, heading towards the location of the purple crystalline core. Chapter 29. The Rescue of Wu Qian. What on earth is happening? Has someone been buried alive? Upon arriving at the designated location of the crystalline core, Ji Chuan found only a grave before him. His life perception could distinguish between humans and zombies, and the life form associated with this purple crystalline core was evidently not a zombie. With a simple gesture, he waved his hand, and the mound of earth instantaneously dispersed, revealing a slab of stone that lifted a person from beneath. This is the individual who drew a gun that day? Ji Chuan was taken aback. Wu Qian's pallid complexion suggested he was lifeless, yet Ji Chuan knew he was not dead. Upon observing the wounds on his body, Ji Chuan realized he had merely succumbed to shock from excessive blood loss. The ghastly pallor akin to that of a corpse was indeed a result of his severe hemorrhaging. Was the base for ability users this negligent? The chaos of that night led to such a predicament. The personnel responsible for transporting Wu Qian's body, upon witnessing the copious amount of blood and his ashen face, would naturally assume he had perished. They had even listened for his heartbeat and breath. He was unaware that after a significant loss of blood, a person's pulse becomes exceedingly weak, their extremities grow cold, their complexion turns ashen, and they fall into a state of unconsciousness. Consequently, it was only natural for everyone to presume that Wu Qian had perished. However, the purple crystal nucleus seemed to elevate him beyond the realm of an ordinary individual. His physical resilience had surpassed that of the majority. Despite being on the brink of death for 2 days, he was ultimately discovered by Ji Chuan. Had it not been for Sun Tao's desire to ensure his union with his wife and burial, Gu Yunqi's sudden epiphany during training, and Ji Chuan's idle perception of life, Wu Qian would undoubtedly have succumbed. The prolonged outdoor treatment raised concerns about Wu Qian's body temperature plummeting. Yet Ji Chuan remained oblivious to the fact that Wu Qian had been placed in the morgue by the ability user base for an entire night. The healing technique gradually mended Wu Qian's body, and his complexion visibly improved. However, Ji Chuan's healing powers were still limited to the green spectrum. Thus their effectiveness was somewhat restrained and slow. As Ji Chuan's hand moved towards Wu Qian's chest, he suddenly gasped. Wu Qian jolted awake, inhaling deeply. Where am I? Wasn't I killed by Cui Zhan? At the moment when Su Wansuan obstructed his airway with water, Wu Qian had manifested a knife using his abilities and cut through his windpipe to prevent suffocation. Yet, he had not anticipated that Cui Zhan would launch a surprise attack. You are awake. It was him. Upon seeing Ji Chuan's face, Wu Qian felt as though he had descended into hell. Yinjia, please take care of him. Of course. Did he just leave like that? Is the woman beside me human? Was it he who saved me? Wu Qian's mind was in disarray as he found himself in an opulent room, resembling a luxurious hotel. Confused about his situation, he pondered whether he was hungry, but first, he decided to drink some water. Zhang Yun gently supported Wu Qian, carefully bringing a bowl of honey water to his lips. Although Wu Qian was filled with questions, he sensed no malice from the woman before him. He was exceedingly thirsty, his throat felt as though it were ablaze, and his entire body was unusually weak. Where was this place? The leader. Was it Ji Chuan? During his research, Wu Qian had noted the striking resemblance between number 1 and Ji Chuan, and he wished to validate this hypothesis. Do you know our leader? Wu Qian shook his head, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. He was a zombie. Why would a zombie be regarded as their leader? Taken aback by Wu Qian's inquiry, Zhang Yun seemed surprised he would ask such a question. Both my daughter and I were saved by him. My neighbor and her brother were also rescued by him. Zhang Yun gestured towards the window. He saved all the survivors in this hotel and reinforced the doors and walls, allowing the survivors to choose whether to stay or leave, even accepting those with weaker abilities. Are you serious? Wu Qian could hardly believe what he was hearing. Ji Chuan's actions seemed far more humane than those of the base. For the sake of limited resources, the ability user base did not accept the weak, only those deemed useful. It's true, uncle. Without Ji Chuan's help, Xiao Xian and my mother would have perished. Ji Chuan is a good person. Xiao Xian looked on curiously, studying Wu Qian. Please eat something. Your body is still quite weak. Zhang Yun held a bowl of porridge in her hands, feeding Wu Qian spoonful by spoonful. Wu Qian felt a bit embarrassed. I can manage on my own. Noticing Wu Qian's discomfort and his capability to move, Zhang Yun placed the porridge into his hands. Allow me to fetch you some more food. You should eat when you are hungry. If you need anything, just call me. Xiao Xian and I are staying in the room opposite yours. Please take care of yourself. After Zhang Yun left, Wu Qian gazed blankly out of the window. The inhabitants of this stronghold seemed to live quite comfortably. Could it be that Ji Chuan posed no threat to humanity? Wu Qian sighed and lay down. Knock, knock, knock. I brought you some food. It was Zhang Yun's voice. She carefully approached with a tray filled with an assortment of dishes, placing it beside Wu Qian's bed. What seems to be the matter? Zhang Yun observed Wu Qian's pale complexion, noticing beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was likely due to his extreme weakness and the exertion of his abilities. However, Zhang Yun mistakenly assumed that Wu Qian's condition had worsened and hurriedly reached out to touch his forehead. Fortunately, he was not burning with fever. I thought you might have a fever. I'm relieved to hear that that's not the case. Is there anywhere else you feel unwell? Aside from his weakness, Wu Qian was plagued by an indescribable sense of unease. In this unfamiliar environment, surrounded by strangers, burdened with a mission, and having uncovered some hidden truths, he felt overwhelmed by the multitude of tasks awaiting him, yet he was powerless to act. Wu Qian shook his head, unable to articulate his disquiet. Zhang Yun employed her calming abilities on Wu Qian. Instantly, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him, and he relaxed completely. Was it this woman before him who had brought about such relief? How should I address you? My name is Zhang Yun. Feel free to call me if you need anything. And you? Wu Qian. Zhang Yun nodded. Please eat these. I had Chef Zhao prepare them fresh. They won't taste as good when cold, for Chef Zhao is a seasoned hotel chef with exceptional skills. I will help you up. Gazing at Zhang Yun's gentle visage, Wu Qian hesitated but eventually sat up. You must eat more to regain your strength. Chapter 30. The rising zombie threat. Du Ling arrived at Jichuan's stronghold. The sight of the outer wall surpassing all expectations. It loomed even taller than what had been seen online, a feat achieved through Jichuan's acquisition of metal resizing technology, which greatly facilitated the reinforcement process. Du Ling's abilities leaned more towards support. Rather than engaging in battle, he chose a less populated area to unleash his powers. A robust vine gradually emerged from beneath his feet, lifting Du Ling upward, and upon reaching the outer wall, it began to ascend. Thus, Du Ling successfully entered the stronghold. An unfamiliar human scaled the wall from the southeast, a plant-based ability user. Jiang Yi informed everyone via the intercom. Lin Lulu furrowed her brow, and the group hurried outside to investigate. Who are you? If you come any closer, we will attack. Lin Lulu assumed a defensive stance, having just seen off Qian Hu and his group. In this apocalyptic world, humans posed a greater threat than zombies. Du Ling raised his hands. I mean no harm. I am a member of the ability user base, here to assess the situation and determine whether this newly established stronghold requires our assistance. No need for that. Since you are affiliated with another organization, I kindly ask you to leave promptly. Next time, should you enter without permission, we will not be so courteous. Lin Lulu did not fully trust the other party. She would not take their claim of being officials at face value. After all, the last time an official had saved that wicked woman Su Wanswan, one could only wonder what their true intentions were. May I meet your superior? We could collaborate. Upon entering the base, Du Ling discovered that its security level was extraordinarily high, capable of withstanding most zombies. If this were merely a small organization, they could even directly petition their superiors for incorporation. Lin Lulu hesitated for a moment, aware that Jichuan had excellent hearing and could discern the ongoing conversation. If he wished to intervene, he would do so, yet he remained absent. Recognizing Jichuan's stance, Lin Lulu adopted a firmer demeanor. The leader is not present. Please leave. Jichuan recognized Du Ling, having aided him when he acquired the golden crystal core. Yet he preferred to avoid an early entanglement with the officials and thus refrained from revealing himself. A light arrow shot towards the ground beside Du Ling's feet. Please leave. The next strike will be directed at you. All right. I will exit immediately. Do not act rashly. To his surprise, the door opened, and Du Ling stepped outside. He readied himself to confront the zombies, but the surrounding undead seemed disinclined to attack. The door closed behind him, reflecting on the SUV parked in the courtyard. Could it be him? Du Ling recalled the formidable figure and, noting the surrounding zombies' lack of aggression, a suspicion began to form. Captain, it appears that the leader of the Aeligia Hotel might be the formidable individual I mentioned previously. Captain, what is this creature? More formidable than any existing mutated species. Captain Chi Feng of Team 7, concealed behind a building, embarked on a mission to locate the whereabouts of Subject 1, venturing into the throngs of zombies. Although Team 7 lacked overwhelming strength, their abilities afforded them a fundamental capacity for self-preservation, thus, to enhance efficiency. They typically operated independently while sharing gathered intelligence. From a vantage point, Chi Feng discerned an anomaly in this area. The density of zombies was alarmingly high, leading him to suspect that Subject 1 might be among them. He maneuvered through walls to infiltrate the zone, confident that even if detected, the ordinary zombies would be too slow to catch him, and he could swiftly evade their attacks by passing through walls. The closer he approached the perimeter, the more he realized the concentration of zombies was unusual, yet the core of their assembly remained obscured from view. Consequently, Chi Feng opted to ascend to the rooftop of a nearby building for a clearer observation. It was there that he spotted a colossal, Extraordinary zombie at the center of the horde, a sight he had never encountered before. Even from the rooftop, he could distinctly observe the grotesque bony protrusions affixed to the creature's broad back. Just as Chi Feng prepared to document this sight for a report, the enormous zombie seemed to take notice of him, lifting its head to gaze in his direction. In a moment of astonishment, he watched as the creature, akin to an agile gorilla, effortlessly leaped onto the side of the building, bounding swiftly towards him. Each leap resonated with enough force to shatter the building's windows. Not daring to delay, Chi Feng immediately activated his abilities, descending through multiple floors to reach the ground level, and sprinted away into the distance, continuously traversing through walls for cover. The thunderous footsteps of the giant zombie echoed behind him, a relentless reminder of its pursuit. Having frequently utilized his extraordinary abilities, Chi Feng began to feel breathless, and his footsteps fell silent. He stealthily observed a distant zombie, which had raised its head, seemingly sniffing the air. This was dire. It tracked by scent. Realizing this, Chi Feng did not dare to linger and swiftly fled in the opposite direction. A few zombies were drawn to him, but once he penetrated the wall, they could only mindlessly pound against its surface. Thinking of the nearby garbage dump, he wasted no time, driven by an ominous premonition. If that colossal zombie were to capture him, death would be inevitable. His heart raced, yet his powers allowed him to avoid many detours. Ignoring the filth, he hastily navigated through the refuse, the overwhelming stench nearly making him retch. Beads of sweat streamed down his face, making it increasingly difficult to harness his abilities. The ground trembled. He sensed the terrifying zombie had drawn near. The footsteps ceased, as if the creature were straining to discern its bearings. As the sounds receded, Chi Feng cautiously emerged from the heap of garbage. He had narrowly escaped death and vowed to steer clear of the vicinity of the dump, having encountered a zombie far more dangerous than any mutated variant. Hastily, he relayed this information to his team members, indifferent to Du Ling's comments regarding the stronghold leader. The recent escape had made him acutely aware of the perilous state of humanity. "Wow, Captain Chi, did you fall into a cesspool?" the base guard remarked disdainfully, pinching his nose. "What? Are you saying that a zombie, surpassing even the mutated types, has been found near the eastern suburbs garbage dump? Bigger than a grizzly bear?" Li Jingru could hardly believe his ears. Moments ago, the 6th team reported that at the foot of Nanshan Mountain, there was a zombie wielding a steel whip, exhibiting an exceptional level of aggression, far surpassing that of ordinary mutated beings. The situation was growing increasingly dire. The zombies appeared to be undergoing continuous mutations, with powerful, anomalous zombies emerging in numbers. Meanwhile, humanity had yet to comprehend the conditions under which these zombies evolved. Jichuan was foraging for walnuts in a new area, and this time he made a notable discovery: a blue stasis crystal core capable of momentarily halting a target. It was his first encounter with a time-related ability. He also discovered that the stasis core could be combined with an ice crystal core to form a time freeze purple crystal core, which could stop time within a small area. However, any life forms entering this zone would also be affected. This proved remarkably useful for preserving supplies, prompting Jichuan to combine them without hesitation, alleviating concerns regarding spoilage. What was happening? While controlling the zombies with crystal cores to approach him, Jichuan noticed one zombie that he had not summoned was deliberately advancing towards him. Sensing no crystal core within this particular zombie, Jichuan's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to investigate what this approaching entity was. Chapter 31. The first wave of defectors after dispatching the 8th zombie and consuming its crystal core. The target that had approached him finally came into Jichuan's line of sight. This zombie appeared to be female, possessing the curves characteristic of a woman. Yet her skin was a pallid gray, and her limbs and chest were adorned with what resembled black skeletal structures, giving the appearance of a hard, armor-like texture. With a steel whip in hand and an expression of fierce intensity, Jichuan exhibited no fear towards the zombies before him. The zombie in front of him displayed no signs of aggression, prompting Jichuan to observe her actions. The steel whip zombie approached Jichuan and gradually knelt down. A strange curiosity enveloped Jichuan as he wondered what she was doing. In reverence to the great zombie king, she uttered, her voice reminiscent of his own when he had first transformed into a zombie, hoarse and deliberate. "Who are you?" "I am born from your will, existing to serve you." To Jichuan's astonishment, this zombie possessed the ability to communicate and displayed a semblance of intelligence, lacking a crystal core, unlike those transformed from humans. He pondered the implications of her strength without a crystal core, momentarily halting his actions. Before him stood another zombie, one that had yet to consume a blue body-enhancing crystal core. You shall be named Xiaomei. Let us assess your strength. Defeat this zombie. Jichuan commanded both zombies. And the blue crystal core zombie shimmered with a metallic sheen before unleashing a roar and charging at Xiaomei. With a deft movement, Xiaomei's steel whip coiled around the zombie's neck. With a powerful twist, she effortlessly pulled the zombie to the ground, creating a crater upon impact. Denying the zombie the chance to rise, Xiaomei's whip constricted around its neck like a serpent. Standing dominantly over the zombie with one foot upon its shoulder, she exerted force through her hands, ultimately severing the head of the body-enhanced zombie with a decisive pull. With a sharp intake of breath, Jichuan was taken aback. He had initially believed that physical enhanced zombies were the nemesis of such cold weaponry, yet he was astonished by the remarkable strength of Xiaomei, whose prowess far surpassed that of the blue ability users. Well done. How did you come to exist here? He pondered. If her existence was a result of his own, why was he utterly oblivious to it? And how did she find herself in this place? My subordinates possess consciousness and have always existed. Here, when you approached, I could sense your aura. You are our king. Upon hearing Xiaomei's words, Jichuan felt as if his own abilities had an unforeseen passive effect. To create such a subordinate without any prior knowledge was perplexing, especially since he had never encountered anyone else possessing a black crystal core like his. It appeared that this ability had much more potential yet to be explored. Indeed, the stronghold was in dire need of combat power, and Xiaomei was perfectly suited to safeguard the base during his absence. However, he wondered if there were others like her. Is anyone out there? Please let us in. Xiao Xian vigorously pounded on the towering metal gate. Having noticed the establishment of a new stronghold nearby and wishing to seek refuge, he and his roommate had initially rented a place in the vicinity to prepare for graduate school entrance exams, but the sudden outbreak of zombies had forced them to reconsider. Staying any longer would either lead to being devoured by the undead or succumbing to starvation. Surely they can hear us. How can we get through such a high gate and wall? Fan Jiahao joined in the fervent knocking, hoping to attract the attention of those inside. Although the surrounding zombies inexplicably did not attack them, they could see the undead in the distance drawing closer. Just as they contemplated retreat, the door swung open, and two individuals dashed inside. Who are you? Jiang Yi, monitoring the situation via surveillance, promptly alerted everyone, and Lin Lulu hurried to the entrance. We discovered a new stronghold and would like to join. We're willing to undertake any arduous tasks. What abilities do you possess? Qiao Xinshi's face betrayed his hesitation, as he knew their powers were rather trivial. Allow us to demonstrate. The two turned their gaze towards Lin Lulu's group, focusing on Jiang Yi, believing it would be more effective on him. Suddenly, Jiang Yi spun around and began performing a plank. Jiang Yi, what are you doing? Lin Lulu stared at him in confusion. I don't know. My body just moved on its own. My ability is to make the target turn around, and mine is to compel the target, who has their back to me, to do a plank. Huh? Lin Lulu's jaw dropped in astonishment. Such an ability existed. While their powers seemed rather inconsequential, they could indeed be combined effectively. When we encounter zombies, if escape isn't possible, we make them do planks right there. And that's how we've managed to survive thus far. Though the effect lasts only a short time, it suffices for our escape, Qiao Xinshi said, sheepishly scratching his head. Just as they were chatting, the door opened again, and an off-road vehicle entered. Ah, a zombie, Qiao Xinshi exclaimed, horrified by the menacing appearance of Xiaomei, who appeared far more dangerous than an ordinary zombie. Instinctively, he activated his ability against her. As Xiaomei turned her head, her gaze suddenly took on a fierce intensity, and she directly faced Qiao Xinshi. How could this be? Qiao Xinshi realized that her supernatural abilities had failed her. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. A steel whip lashed out, yet it remained suspended in midair. Xiaomei, these individuals are members of our stronghold. They are those you must protect. Indeed. Wang. The members of the stronghold looked on in astonishment at Xiaomei, who emanated an overwhelming aura of authority, yet this zombie appeared to obey Jichuan's commands. Furthermore, it was capable of speech. This was the first encounter for everyone with a talking zombie. To them, Jichuan seemed no different from an ordinary human. This is Xiaomei, who will assist in guarding the hotel courtyard, ensuring safety in my absence. The group nodded vacantly, yet still hesitated to approach. Who are these two? Jichuan noticed the unfamiliar faces of Qiao Xinshi and Fan Jiahao. They are survivors who have come to our aid. Their abilities are quite intriguing. This is our leader, Ji Chuan. Lin Lulu gestured for the two to demonstrate their abilities for Ji Chuan. Jiang Yi once again positioned himself on the ground, performing a plank. Ji Chuan watched with curiosity as the pair executed their combined technique. He had never encountered such powers before and wished to give it a try. Use it on me. Ji Chuan's deep voice instilled a sense of fear in Qiu Xinshi, and the sight of his crimson eyes led her to believe he was no ordinary human. Since he was the leader, she felt compelled to obey his command and attempted to use her turning ability on Ji Chuan. Did you use it? Upon Ji Chuan's inquiry, Qiu Xinshi swallowed hard and nodded. This is ineffective for me. Am I immune to the control abilities of the green crystal core? Ji Chuan felt no unusual sensations in his body. Why not try using your abilities on me? Ji Chuan turned around voluntarily, and Fan Jiahao employed his powers. Yet Ji Chuan remained utterly unresponsive. How can this be? The solid sphere. Have our abilities become ineffective? Perhaps the leader is simply too formidable. Qiu Xin felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from both Ji Chuan and Xiao Mei, making it necessary to muster great courage even to approach them. It seems that I can indeed disregard the green control abilities. Having consumed so many crystal cores, it is unreasonable to be influenced by the green control powers. Chapter 32. Discovering Xiao Mei. Are you certain you saw the whip zombie here? To investigate the strength of the whip zombie, Li Jingru dispatched several experts with targeted abilities to join Team 6 in their pursuit. However, upon reaching the destination, they encountered only a horde of ordinary zombies. Although numerous, there was nothing out of the ordinary. The captain of Team 6 surveyed the area and led everyone in a few circles, confirming that nothing was amiss. How can this be? Did that zombie simply wander off? Li Jingru initially targeted the whip zombie because there was a powerful magnetism user at the base who could directly seize its weapon. Additionally, Chi Feng reported that the enormous zombie possessed formidable destructive power, yet exhibited no obvious weaknesses, leaving little room for effective countermeasures. The captain of Team 6 spotted a bank nearby, where multiple surveillance cameras were positioned at the entrance, and thus signaled for everyone to enter the bank for further investigation. After effortlessly exterminating the zombies within the bank, Captain Han Yang of Team 6 entered the surveillance room to review the footage from recent days. Do you see the zombie? The moment we approached, it launched an immediate attack, nearly costing us our lives. The group was taken aback by the ferocity displayed by the zombie on screen. Its agile movements and ruthless strikes indicated a combat prowess far superior to that of an ordinary zombie. They manually accelerated the footage. Wait, where is it heading? The whip-wielding zombie suddenly moved towards the distance, where an off-road vehicle appeared to be stationed, though the details remained unclear to the onlookers. There was no intense battle. Upon reaching the vehicle, the whip-wielding zombie seemed unusually calm, not brandishing its weapon. Shortly thereafter, the off-road vehicle started and exited the frame. It appeared that the whip-wielding zombie had been taken away by the vehicle. Han Yang copied the footage and sent it to the base. Was it subdued by a powerful ability user, or was it eliminated by someone else? The group proceeded to the location where the off-road vehicle had been spotted, only to find the ground littered with zombie corpses, all with their skulls crushed, lined up in a row. However, the body of the whip-wielding zombie was conspicuously absent. Who could have done this? The base members gazed at the heap of corpses with a sense of awe. Although they possessed the capability to exterminate zombies on a large scale, the bodies before them bore only head trauma, with no visible wounds on the rest of their forms. It was as if these zombies had been dispatched in an instant by an unfathomably powerful adversary. Relevant information was dispatched to the frontline and reconnaissance teams via their mobile devices. The possibility of the steel whip zombie being taken away by an off-road vehicle looms, as the vehicle remains unimpeded by the zombies. A formidable superhuman possesses the strength to vanquish numerous undead. Du Ling pondered over the information on his phone, realizing that this could only be the sunglasses man. Captain, I know where the person the base is searching for is located. What did you say? The one who drove away in the off-road vehicle is the powerful individual I mentioned to you. He established the Aeligier base. Are you certain? Absolutely. I even spotted that off-road vehicle in Aeligier's courtyard. Meanwhile, Ji Chuan selected a warehouse to store perishable supplies, subsequently applying a time-freezing state to it, ensuring that the items would no longer be a concern regarding their expiration. However, only he could access these supplies. Others entering this space would also be frozen in time. After briefing everyone, Ji Chuan prepared to continue gathering resources and crystal nuclei. Currently, Ji Chuan had amassed a considerable number of crystal nuclei, and through their fusion, he had acquired numerous superpowers. Many lower-tier abilities had also been upgraded after devouring multiple similar crystal nuclei. Green Crystal Core, Strong Light, Healing, Intermediate, Wind Blade, Intermediate, Poison Mist, Intermediate, Water Gun, Martial Arts, Cooling, Material Decomposition, Walking on Water, Blood-Sucking, Defense Enhancement, Intermediate, Purple Crystal Core, Metal Manipulation, Firepower, Firewall, Metal Scaling, Body Hardening, Advanced. Diffusion, Area Sleep, Time Freeze, Golden Crystal Core, Essence of Rock. Despite a fervent desire to investigate news regarding Songhui, Ji Chuan refrained from recklessly entering the base of the ability users, having already learned of the presence of a red crystal core user among them. The exact number of such powerful ability users remained unknown, and Ji Chuan lacked the confidence to emerge unscathed. He sensed a multitude of life forms approaching the stronghold, many of which possessed advanced crystal cores. What could be the reason? Ji Chuan furrowed his brow. Was it possible that so many experts were seeking refuge at the base? He sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. It is here. Du Ling, leading a team of combatants from the ability user base, arrived near Aligier. As the video suggested that the Steel Whip zombie might have been taken away by an off-road vehicle, necessitating their preparations for battle. Naturally, if the Steel Whip zombie had already been dealt with by the formidable individuals mentioned by Du Ling, the base would seek to recruit Ji Chuan along with the Oligier Hotel, transforming it into a new stronghold. Thus, in addition to the combat forces, high-ranking officials from the base were dispatched for negotiations, as Du Ling indicated that Ji Chuan was not easily swayed. Upon witnessing the iron walls surrounding Oligier, the group expressed their admiration for the formidable metal ability users at this stronghold, capable of such extensive fortification. Indeed, under the impending doom, the construction of such a formidable steel fortress is a testament to the prowess of its creators, perhaps even comrades in arms. A few individuals effortlessly vanquished the zombies at the entrance, while Xiaomei fixed her gaze towards the Grand Gate, already moving in that direction. I approached to assess the situation within. One among them began to ascend slowly, given the towering height of the gate and surrounding walls. As he soared above the barricade, the courtyard of Aligier came into full view. His expression swiftly transformed from awe to terror. Steel Whip zombie. He spotted Xiaomei lurking behind the gate, brandishing a steel whip, her countenance darkened with intent. His body swayed precariously in midair, nearly plummeting. The Steel Whip zombie was indeed lurking just behind the gate. Only then did the others grasp the gravity of the situation, gearing up for combat. Suddenly, Xiaomei sprang into action. Despite the gate's formidable height, she adeptly leaped and scaled it with ease, arriving before the ascendant. Ah, damn. The flyer hadn't anticipated such swiftness from the zombie. Confronting it at such close quarters felt like a waking nightmare. The steel whip lashed out, and despite his frantic attempts to retreat, it ensnared his ankle. As Xiaomei descended, he exerted all his strength, yet he fell alongside her. Chapter 33, The Trial of the Elite Team. Witnessing his comrades in peril, the leader, Brother Yan, ceased to wait any longer and unleashed his powers upon the Grand Gate. With his hands tracing circles before him, the metallic gate appeared as if sliced by a laser, revealing a passageway. As the crowd observed the steel whip zombie fixated on the individual on the ground, only he, possessing the ability of flight, trembled uncontrollably, rendered immobile by the constricting steel whip. Without hesitation, Yin Guang launched an assault on Xiaomei, unleashing a barrage of lasers that Xiaomei deftly evaded with a simple backflip. The rapid movements of the steel whip caused the individual on the ground to spin dizzily, yet reason compelled him to swiftly activate his abilities and soar towards the group. Seizing this moment, the ability users infiltrated the courtyard, while Xiaomei's steel whip inexplicably lifted, pointing straight at one among them. This was none other than the base's powerful magnetist, who had joined the operation specifically to counter the steel whip zombie, preparing to disarm Xiaomei with formidable magnetic forces. However, in an unexpected turn, Xiaomei harnessed the tension created by the whip to propel herself towards the magnetist, intent on launching an attack. In an effort to shield the magnetist, Yin Gu capitalized on the opportunity presented by Xiaomei's magnetically influenced trajectory, anticipating her movements and swiftly initiating his offensive. A fierce laser pierced through Xiaomei's right arm, severing her hand along with the steel whip, which was then seized by the magnetist. Wait! A deep voice resonated as Ji Chuan appeared before the crowd. Xiaomei retreated behind Ji Chuan, halting her assault, while the onlookers stared in astonishment at the scene. Only Cui Zixuan trembled in the background. Despite the individual before her donning sunglasses and appearing taller and more robust than before, she could not mistake him. This was indeed number one. The overwhelming sense of pressure etched itself into her memory. For the sake of the mission's safety, she had been specially included in this operation, precisely to divert the group in times of peril. What brings you here? Upon observing that Xiaomei had retreated and ceased all actions, Yin Guang found himself perplexed by the current situation. The individual before him was undoubtedly the leader of the stronghold. However, how could such a formidable zombie possibly heed his commands? Should they first eliminate the steel whip zombie or attempt to recruit the powerful figure before them? Noticing that the steel whip zombie remained inactive, Yin Guang resolved to inquire about the man's circumstances. I am Yin Guang, the head of the ability user base and the leader of this operation. May I ask? Everyone, retreat. He is number one. He is a zombie. Upon hearing Cui Zixuan's warning, the crowd was immediately filled with trepidation. They had long heard tales of number one and Cui Zixuan. Having been in closest proximity to him on that fateful day, would not be mistaken. What? Yin Guang could scarcely believe that a zombie could possess such a form. Faced with the reality before him, he realized that there was but one choice left to eradicate the zombie. Cui Zixuan, you must be mistaken. He has killed a particularly troublesome mutant. Du Ling, incredulous, believed that Cui Zixuan had been rendered senseless by the steel whip zombie. Yin Guang, upon hearing Du Ling's words, felt a flicker of doubt. His peripheral vision remained fixed on Ji Chuan, fearful of any sudden movements. To command zombies. If the steel whip zombie obeys his orders, he must indeed be number one. Yet, why had he not launched an immediate assault and instead engaged in dialogue? Cold sweat beaded on Yin Guang's forehead. His decision could very well determine the fate of those present. I nearly perished before him. How could I be mistaken? Everyone retreat. Before Cui Zixuan could finish her words, she found herself kneeling on the ground, reminiscent of that fateful day. Miss, he spoke. That day, I merely knelt briefly like this. I had no intention of taking your life. Ji Chuan's deep voice instilled a profound sense of fear in Cui Zixuan, rendering her unable to raise her gaze to meet his pallid countenance. Moreover, you have taken my adversary. By that reasoning, I indeed should seek retribution upon you. It is all a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. We shall depart at once. Release her, Yin Guang implored, observing Ji Chuan's willingness to communicate, cautiously contemplating a retreat. The steel whip zombie and the entity known as number one before them were far superior to any mutated being. And this elite team of 10 could not afford to be diminished here. You have taken my foe, breached the gates of my stronghold, injured my subordinates. And now you wish to leave unscathed? Ji Chuan removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of crimson eyes that sent shivers down the spines of those present. As Yin Guang prepared to unleash his powers for an assault upon hearing Ji Chuan's words, he found his limbs heavy, rendering him powerless and sprawled upon the ground. Too slow, Ji Chuan continued. Had I wished to end your lives, you would already be dead. I can allow you to leave, but how brazen. Release Brother Yin. A fervent youth charged forward, an exceptionally powerful offensive ability user within the stronghold, a cornerstone of their team. Brother Yin was a commendable superior, and witnessing his subjugation filled him with urgency. After all, it was but a zombie. Could it truly be a match for one endowed with such formidable powers? Xia Guang, no. Yin Gu sensed the intentions of his subordinates, wishing to intervene, yet it was already too late. The technique was executed with remarkable subtlety. Even if encountered by an ability user, it was highly likely that the target would perish before realizing their fate. Just as the shadowy blade congealed, the enraged Xiao Guang transformed into a pool of blood amidst the rocky terrain. Xiao Guang. The onlookers were unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Such a formidable ability user met their demise right in front of them. Du Ling was rendered speechless, astonished, recalling that this technique had been employed by the mutated creature from the backpack that day. Why could Ji Chuan wield it now? I had just mentioned that I would allow your departure, yet it seems you were reluctant to leave. No. Everyone, stay still. Yin Guang, lying on the ground, had sensed everything occurring with Xiao Guang. He could no longer bear to witness further sacrifices. Cui Zixuan trembled uncontrollably, feeling that death was drawing ever closer. We were presumptuous. We shall retreat. You state your conditions. I shall not inflict harm upon humanity nor relish disturbances. Those who initiate attacks against me shall not be spared. Do you comprehend? A woman adorned with black lip gloss harbored a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. She was a formidable mental control ability user within the base. She had always believed her powers surpassed those of her sister, Luana. However, having lived in her sister's shadow throughout her life, including after the apocalypse, she now viewed Jichuan as her opportunity. By controlling him, she could not only resolve the immediate crisis and earn acclaim, but also solidify her new status through the formidable Jichuan. Her sister was merely a pawn controlling some bases. It was monsters like Jichuan who represented the pinnacle of combat power and held authority. Contemplating this, a faint smile played on her lips. Lorna's control required close proximity, yet she was different. Chapter 34. Wu Qian joins the base. Loi gazed at Jichuan's alluring visage and robust physique, filled with exhilaration. From a young age, she had been enamored with darker elements, her tastes and style starkly contrasting those of her peers. The formidable and shadowy creature that Jichuan was perfectly aligned with her aesthetic, and she could hardly wait to dominate him and become his queen. While Lorna needed to place her hand upon the target's forehead to employ her mental control, Loi merely required a gaze shared between them. She slowly tilted her neck, subtly drawing Jichuan's attention, her eyes shimmering with a cerulean glow. Sister, my abilities are the most formidable. Just as Loi felt certain that Jichuan was within her grasp, a rock spike pierced through her eyes. With a scream, Loi collapsed, struggling little before falling silent. Those familiar with Loi's powers could surmise that she had attempted to exert her abilities on Jichuan upon witnessing his attack. However, this elite team had been hastily assembled, and many members were unfamiliar with each other's abilities, mistakenly believing Jichuan was merely engaging in slaughter. I told you I would not spare those who attack me. Yet, those who had yet to be subdued, witnessing Loi's dire fate, could no longer remain composed and launched their assaults against Jichuan. Stop! Yin Guang was in a state of acute desperation on the ground, striving to rise and prevent the impulsive youths from acting recklessly, yet he found himself utterly powerless. The immense weight of gravity rendering even his breath a laborious task. In the face of the looming threat of death, few could maintain absolute composure. The members tasked with the offensive, upon perceiving the adversary's intent to attack, unanimously resolved to cooperate. Zombies, being inherently the foes of humanity, left no room for argument. Exterminating them was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. With two comrades already fallen here, avenging their deaths became a noble endeavor worthy of praise in this apocalyptic world. As the members prepared to unleash their formidable techniques, the ground swiftly erupted with numerous rock formations resembling blossoms of stone, methodically enveloping each defiant soul, from which crimson nectar flowed abundantly. Yin Guang wept as he heard the gruesome sounds of flesh and bone shattering nearby. Overwhelmed by sorrow for his fallen allies and an all-consuming fear of death, he was filled with profound regret for his desire to resist. Realizing that the adversary had sought to communicate and spare them, their arrogance led them to believe they could succeed in defiance. Jichuan, no. The sounds of battle in the courtyard drew Wu Qian's attention. Dragging his weakened body to the battlefield, he was soon followed by Zhang Yun, anxious for his safety. Leader, I couldn't stop him, Zhang Yun said, her voice tinged with remorse. Upon hearing her words, the flyer understood that Zhang Yun was a subordinate of Jichuan. Wu Qian's voice resonated in the distance, and Cui Zixuan strained to lift her gaze, astonished to indeed see Wu Qian's figure. How could this be? Wu Qian was someone she had personally buried alongside Sun Tao. Captain, you're alive. Cui Zixuan burst into tears, astonished that she still had a chance to see Wu Qian. Let us go. Otherwise, I shall take her life. Shaoan. Wu Qian was in turmoil. Over the past few days, Zhang Yun's meticulous care had enveloped him in a familial warmth. Before him stood the members of the base. Jichuan let out a light chuckle, and before the flyer could react, a rocky protrusion had already erupted from his mouth. The flyer instantaneously lost vitality, collapsing like a tattered cloth. Only Yin Guang, Cui Zixuan, and Du Ling remained on the scene. Jichuan, please, spare them, Wu Qian implored earnestly. Cui Zixuan was once his teammate, and he was determined to save her. She rescued my enemy. Do you think I should let her go? Wu Qian understood that the enemy referred to Su Wanswan. He had already witnessed Su Wanswan's terrifying nature and comprehended Jichuan's hatred towards her. Perhaps they had indeed erred. From the very beginning, Jichuan had not actively attacked them. He was merely settling his own grievances. If you could spare Zixuan, I would willingly join the base. Captain. Cui Zixuan wept even more sorrowfully on the ground, believing that Wu Qian was sacrificing himself for her. Zixuan, it was Ji Chuan who saved me. He has rescued many others as well. Wu Qian recalled the experiences recounted by Zhang Yun, and the others in the base also held a deep trust in Ji Chuan. Their bonds were genuine. If he could save Cui Zixuan, he would accept such a choice, and his reputation would surely be tarnished within the base. Cui Zixuan's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing Wu Qian's words. A zombie saving people? Yet the captain stood vividly before her. Ji Chuan contemplated for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Cui Zixuan immediately felt the weight upon her dissipate and rose to her feet. Without regard for Ji Chuan, she rushed straight towards Wu Qian and embraced him. Captain, I never expected to see you again. However, Wu Qian resisted Cui Zixuan's extraordinary power. Cui Zixuan could not fathom Wu Qian's choice, who merely shook his head. Cui Zixuan nodded. She still had a chance. Do not disturb me further. You should leave. Listening to Ji Chuan's words, Cui Zixuan cast a reluctant glance at Wu Qian. Right, take him with you. Ji Chuan pointed to Du Ling, who had refrained from attacking him earlier and had even offered assistance. This way, we shall be even. Du Ling stared blankly at Ji Chuan, astonished that a zombie could possess human emotions. Mind your actions, or you shall meet your demise. Ji Chuan placed his hand upon Yin Guang's head, exerting the utmost intensity to erase his memories. Yin Guang rose, yet wore a dazed expression. Who am I? Where am I? Cui Zixuan and Du Ling were taken aback, astonished that Ji Chuan could accomplish such a feat, yet he had not employed it upon them. The one who breached my door and was the first to contemplate attacking me shall bear the burden of penance. The 10-member team had dwindled to just the two of them, necessitating careful consideration of their words and the means to conceal Ji Chuan's information. They harbored no doubt that a misstep in their speech could indeed lead to death, or result in becoming a soulless, amnesiac husk. You should go upstairs to rest. Sister Yun has asked Su Shun to assist Wu Qian with the membership process. Zhang Yun nodded and helped Wu Qian ascend the stairs. The ground was strewn with high-grade crystal cores, resembling the remnants of a meal. Yin Guang, his face etched with terror, watched as Ji Chuan brutally opened the skull of a corpse lying on the ground, searching for something to consume. In that moment, he was merely an ordinary man, unaccustomed to such ghastly sights. This golden crystal core, referred to as Xiao Guang, was astonishingly a manifestation of the dark essence. Such a sophisticated ability was beyond his typical grasp. Yet, after devouring the scattered crystal cores, Ji Chuan realized that his consciousness was once more slipping into slumber. Dark energy relentlessly enveloped him. Observing Ji Chuan's transformation, Gu Yunxi and Lin Delu, having prior experience, hurriedly called for the others to carry Ji Chuan to a room. Chapter 35. The Third Transformation. What on earth is happening? Li Jingru, puffing on a cigarette, wore a grave expression. Out of a 10-member elite team, only 2 remained, with a significant portion of their combat strength, including high-ranking officials from the base, lost. Cui Zixuan kept her head lowered, displaying an air of distress. After our group discovered the absence of the steel whip zombie from its previous location, we scoured the area for surveillance footage. Following the direction the steel whip zombie had taken, we encountered a formidable zombie that could obliterate them in an instant. Li Jingru exchanged a glance with a companion beside him, to which the individual subtly nodded in agreement. Cui Zixuan was aware that there was an interrogator near the leader, reputed for possessing the ability to discern lies. Thus, she communicated with Du Ling, sharing only trivial information to avoid raising suspicion. Du Ling, inform your captain that you know who took away the steel whip zombie, and that you voluntarily led them in the search this time. Li Jingru's gaze was extraordinarily fearsome, as though he were scrutinizing a traitor. Indeed, though lacking absolute certainty, I believe I have seen the off-road vehicle captured on surveillance, prompting me to lead the group towards its direction. However, I never anticipated encountering such formidable zombies. The team launched an attack, only to be swiftly dispatched in an instant. Du Ling cautiously deliberated, ensuring that the information he conveyed was accurate. What characteristics define these powerful zombies? Li Jingru narrowed his eyes, perplexed by the sudden emergence of such formidable foes. Recent events had been exceedingly vexing for him. They possessed the ability to wield rock-based powers, rapidly enveloping and crushing individuals with multiple rock slabs, while rock spikes could precisely pierce vital areas. Where did this encounter occur? Du Ling glanced toward Cui Zixuan, seeking assistance. Revealing Ji Chuan's exact location would undoubtedly incite his displeasure. It was the direction the off-road vehicle took as seen on the surveillance. It should lead to the Xinghe district. Li Jingru waved his hand, signaling for them to descend. He needed a new strategy to swiftly address the pressing dilemma at hand. Jichuan felt an overwhelming heaviness in his head. This was the most distressing experience he had ever endured. Previous transformations had merely been nightmares. But now he sensed himself ensnared in reality. He remained the same reclusive individual, yet before him stood a grotesque zombie, its decaying visage rendering him paralyzed with fear. Who are you? Jichuan inched backward, the monstrous zombie instilling within him an immense sense of dread. You wield my power, and I inhabit your body. You are the zombie king? Indeed. What is your purpose? To create a realm of the undead and eradicate all of humanity. Despite the grotesque visage of the zombie, its skin stripped away, Jichuan discerned a smile upon its face as it approached him. He fled in the opposite direction, shouting, "Stay away." It was a primal instinct of humanity in the face of terror. However, after running for an extended period, he glanced back, only to find the zombie maintaining a disturbingly close proximity. Jichuan gasped for breath, realizing the futility of his escape. "You cannot run away," came the eerie voice, as the zombie inexplicably materialized before him, blocking his path. "I reside within you. Do not reject me. We are one. I am nothing like you, you monster." Jichuan attempted to unleash his powers to strike back, but to no avail. In that moment, he was merely an ordinary man. Engulfed by despair akin to when Lu Hao had cast him from the villa, his eyes darted wildly across the bloody visage, reflecting a thrill akin to that of a predator confronting its prey. "You are afraid of me." The decayed muscle fibers twisted into a grotesque arc, and the zombie leaned closer, revealing its 3 rows of razor-sharp teeth, its interest in Jichuan palpable. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he retreated, desperate to escape the creature before him. Yet, an icy sensation crept up behind him, accompanied by a low, beastly growl. Unbeknownst to him, the area had become infested with zombies, completely obstructing his path. "You cannot escape. We shall meet again." Jichuan was acutely aware of the foul stench emanating from the zombie's gaping maw as it extended its gnarled, sharp claws towards his head. This is the fear of facing death. Jichuan harbored no doubt that this claw could easily rend him apart. "No, stop." In a frenzy, Jichuan recoiled, but the zombie behind him seized his arm, immobilizing his torso and legs. He was utterly powerless as the claw grazed his head. "Ah!" Jichuan jolted awake, gasping for air. Before him were Gu Yunxi, her face etched with concern, and Zhang Yun, glistening with beads of sweat. "You have finally awakened. This time, it felt like an eternity," Gu Yunxi remarked. "How long has it been?" 3 days, came the reply. Jichuan could scarcely believe he had been unconscious for such an extended period. Observing the fatigue etched on the faces of his companions, he felt a warmth envelop him. Was this what it meant to have allies? It seemed he had traversed a long, harrowing nightmare, wherein something of great significance had transpired. Yet upon awakening, Jichuan could recall nothing. "Jichuan, your forehead," Gu Yunxi noted, her gaze fixated on a deep gash upon his brow, resembling a closed eye. Jichuan raised his hand to touch his face, sensing the anomaly on his forehead. However, there was no sensation, no connection to it, akin to a scar upon his body. Yet, Jichuan felt certain it was not so simple. This time, he had consumed 7 high-grade crystal cores, and he could perceive a profound transformation within himself, even sensing the life forms throughout the entire administrative region. With mere thought, he could share the vision of every zombie within each sector. He knew that Xiaomei was kneeling on one knee in the courtyard, and through the eyes of the zombie, he could observe the surrounding humans. He endeavored to further strengthen his connection with the zombies in the area. While sharing a vision, he began to control the bodies of the corresponding zombies. He succeeded. A profound excitement surged within Jichuan. He could now command the zombies in the area to act from a first-person perspective. Attempting to unleash his abilities, he faced failure. Realizing that the catalyst for his powers was the crystal core, and the zombies outside, lacking such cores, could not activate corresponding abilities. Jichuan contemplated whether to retain some zombies with crystal cores for the purpose of possessing them, instead of using all of them merely to crack walnuts. "I'm fine now. You all may rest." "Thank you for your hard work." Jichuan smiled at Gu Yunxi and Zhang Yun. Gu Yunxi nodded. She and Lin Lulul had endured an entire day, while Sister Yun had been on watch for 3 days with little sleep. She always felt her abilities were of little use and hoped to alleviate Jichuan's suffering during his unconsciousness as much as possible. Jichuan descended the stairs and called for Zhu Zhu. It was time to replenish supplies. With his newfound abilities, Jichuan could effortlessly locate supermarkets yet to be looted. To avoid drawing attention, he refrained from driving this time. Instead, he flew towards the destination with Zhu Zhu by night, saving considerable time, and throughout the journey, Zhu Zhu appeared remarkably exuberant and joyful. Upon entering the supermarket, Jichuan easily lifted shelves and poured their contents into Zhu Zhu's mouth, discovering that this transformation had significantly enhanced his abilities. He even felt an urge to visit the ability user base. Chapter 36. Initial foray into the ability user base. His strength had evidently grown, and a purple crystal core had emerged within him. Could the birth of Xiao may be related to my transformation? After this metamorphosis, it was indeed apparent that Xiao Mei had gained considerable enhancement. It was highly likely that the stronger he became, the stronger Xiao Mei would also grow. Leader, during your slumber, I took the liberty of bestowing the loyalty status upon Yin Guang, as I was uncertain how to handle him. I hope for your understanding. Su Xin spoke respectfully from the side, yet Jichuan sensed a hint of eagerness in Su Xin's gaze. You have done well. He has lost his memory, so let him contribute to the stronghold. Thank you, leader. With Jichuan's affirmation, Su Xin displayed a look of satisfaction, which made Jichuan feel somewhat awkward. He cleared his throat a few times and then descended the stairs. Within the area, he possessed the crystalline cores of various zombie abilities. Area protection, visual concealment. These two are quite good. Bring them over to Crack Walnuts. For those over 50 to call me father, what use is that? Let nature take its course. Solidifying excrement into stone. The destructive power of non-solidification is already considerable. I have no desire to possess. Mimicry, transforming into a chosen target, lasting 3 hours. This is it. Jichuan finally discovered the ability he sought. Rather than risking himself, it would be wiser to possess a zombie and explore from within. Furthermore, there is an excellent target for mimicry, Yin Guang. Yin Guang is aware that I have erased the memories of Du Ling and Cui Zixuan, making infiltration through his identity most suitable. With this in mind, Jichuan directly commanded the mimicked zombie to advance towards the ability user base. When assuming Yin Guang's form, he deliberately soiled his face and clothes to create the appearance of someone on the run. It's Team Yin. The guard could hardly believe his eyes. It was said that Yin Guang had perished during a mission. The figure before him, though somewhat disheveled, was indeed Yin Guang. Li Jingru was taken aback by the news. After confirming with Du Ling and Cui Zixuan, who assured him that the zombie had indeed caused Yin Guang's amnesia without killing him on the spot, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fearing that Yin Guang might have already succumbed to the fate of the undead, he felt reassured upon learning that Yin Guang, having exceptional skills, had managed to escape by sheer luck. Cui Zixuan and Du Ling exchanged glances, perplexed by Jichuan's intentions. Perhaps it was conceivable that releasing someone after erasing their memories could be a possibility. Old Yin, what on earth happened? Jichuan pretended to be in agony, feigning a headache, pondering whether the amnesiac characters in dramas ever acted in such a manner. How did you manage to escape? I just ran all the way. There were so many terrifying zombies chasing after me. Don't come any closer. Jichuan interjected, stop asking. If we keep this up, we might burst into laughter. Observing Yin Guang's frantic demeanor, Li Jingru sighed and instructed Mo Li to take him to the infirmary for some rest. Jichuan diligently surveyed the layout of the base, lamenting that his possession did not allow him to utilize his own abilities, leaving him unaware of how many individuals were present or what powers they possessed. He could only gaze at the passing ability users, yearning to catch a glimpse of Song Huai's face. I'm fine. Don't touch me. As Mo Li prepared to draw his blood for examination, Jichuan struggled desperately, uncertain whether his mimicry could replicate the entirety of a living being. Time was of the essence, and he did not wish to squander it. Mo Li, perceiving his behavior as a strong reaction to injury, chose not to force an inspection, instead providing some calming medication to soothe his distress before allowing him to leave. Team Yin, please don't be anxious. The base is secure, and no harm will come to you. It seems you have not eaten in quite a while. Allow me to take you for a meal. Mo Li's tone was gentle, and upon seeing Yin Guang nod, she finally felt a sense of relief. Jichuan needed to explore and understand the layout of the abilities base, not wishing to squander time in the treatment room. I cannot recall anything. I have no memory of the base's areas or the number of its members. This is the largest survivor base within the city, originally an air raid shelter, equipped with comprehensive facilities. It primarily comprises 11 underground levels, including security defense zones, office areas, living quarters, recreational zones, supply storage areas, energy supply sections, medical and isolation units, cultivation zones, breeding areas, and research facilities. Essentially, it resembles a small city. However, the outbreak of the virus was abrupt, and the base's reserves were insufficient to accommodate the entire city's populace. Initially, they could only select capable ability users, continually gathering supplies and eliminating surrounding zombies, with the hope of accepting a larger number of survivors once resources became plentiful. Currently, the base houses around 2,000 individuals, with new survivors joining daily, while others may sacrifice themselves, leaving the population uncertain. Ji Chuan felt a tinge of melancholy at Mo Li's words. In a city of 10 million, only 2,000 had found refuge within the organization, while the majority of humanity would inevitably become wandering zombies in this apocalypse. Each day, countless individuals exhaust their supplies in search of exploration, yet through the sense of life, it is evident that the number of zombies possessing crystal cores is steadily increasing. As the elevator descended, it came to a halt on the third basement level. Team Yin arrived at the cafeteria. This floor primarily consists of the dining hall, logistics, recreation, and exercise areas. Please take a look and see if anything feels familiar. Perhaps it might jog your memory. Guided by Mo Li's words, Ji Chuan began to explore each room, astonished by the vastness of the ability user base. Why would the authorities establish such an extensive air raid shelter? Moreover, they had never disseminated any relevant information. It seemed that this base had been operational since the onset of the apocalypse. This area served as the logistics department, where many survivors with life-related abilities would work, ensuring the vital supply of resources for the base. Suddenly, Ji Chuan's pupils constricted as he spotted the person he loathed beyond measure, Su Wanshu. She was engaged in cheerful banter with those around her, and upon noticing Yin Guang's intense gaze at the entrance, she felt a twinge of curiosity, sensing that dreadful look was imbued with deep-seated hatred directed towards her. As the individual beside her followed Mo Li out, Su Wanshu inquired with curiosity, "Who was that? Is it possible that zombies have infiltrated the base? Is it safe?" A sense of unease gnawed at her. The way that strangers' eyes mirrored Ji Chuan's filled her with trepidation. Why would an unfamiliar person regard her with such animosity? Ha! Wanshu, you truly have a knack for humor. Zombies are so conspicuous. How could they possibly enter? Even if they did manage to sneak in, Wang Lao would definitely sense it within the base. Su Wanshu forced a smile and nodded, convincing herself that perhaps she was overthinking it. Chapter 37. A pity for the mimicry Yin. Why aren't you eating? Ji Chuan gazed at the food before him, utterly devoid of appetite. His interest lay solely in crystal nuclei. As he inhabited the body of a zombie, his sole desire was for flesh and blood. I'm not hungry. I seem to have recalled something. I need to explore a bit more. You carry on with your tasks. I'll manage on my own. Upon observing the calming demeanor of Captain Yin, Mo Li exhaled a sigh of relief, contemplating that perhaps a little more contemplation would jog her memory. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement, reminding herself that if Captain Yin found himself lost or in trouble, he should call for her assistance. Very well. Ji Chuan rose with determination, intent on exploring other floors, his primary objective being to locate Song Huai. It was inconceivable that a mere mimic zombie, devoid of any extraordinary abilities, could have harmed Su Wanshu. The base must possess healing powers, and Su Wanshu's water manipulation ability could effortlessly remedy his current predicament. Descending to the fourth basement level, Ji Chuan was greeted by a plethora of rooms, undoubtedly the living quarters. Excitement surged within him as he began his search, reasoning that if Song Huai resided here, he would undoubtedly have his own room. However, the only indication available was the room numbers, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Meanwhile, within one of the rooms, Elder Wang was recuperating after a mission with Team 7. Although he was temporarily leading Team 2, the lack of personnel had resulted in them being scattered and borrowed by other teams. This arrangement had been sanctioned by higher-ups, as the absence of Wu Qian rendered Team 2's operations perilous. Not long ago, Elder Wang had sensed the presence of zombies, but being within the confines of the base led him to dismiss the notion. Moreover, having just returned from a mission, he felt weakened from overexerting his abilities, rationalizing that the residual sensations he experienced were merely echoes from the recent encounter with zombies. Yet, as he rested and regained his strength, the scent of the undead grew increasingly potent. This was no figment of his imagination. How could this be possible? How could zombies infiltrate the base without triggering any alarms? Elder Wong swallowed hard, propping himself up, and summoned all his strength to channel his abilities. Suddenly, I opened my eyes. The zombie was moving on this level. Without a moment's hesitation, Wong Lao pressed the alarm button in the room, and I sensed the invasion of the undead. The alarm echoed throughout the base, leaving everyone in utter disbelief. This was the first encounter of its kind. Was this a drill? There had been no prior notification. Zombies have breached the base. Everyone, swiftly seek refuge and secure the doors of your respective rooms. As the announcement resonated, chaos ensued around us. In a place like the logistics department, most of the ability users lacked the means for self-preservation. After finally finding refuge in the base, encountering zombies was completely unfathomable. Those nearby quickly locked the door, scanning the room for any suspicious entities before exhaling in relief. With so many skilled individuals in the base, the zombies should be dealt with shortly. The combat units received the alert, instructing them to promptly reach the 4th basement level and secure its entrances. Ji Chuan was taken aback upon hearing the broadcast. Had he been discovered already? How had they managed to do so? He soon realized that numerous armed forces had stationed themselves at all exits, initially intending to blend into the crowd and escape. An elderly man pointed him out. It's him. I sensed no human presence about him. He is a mutated zombie. The troops were somewhat skeptical. After all, the man before them was once their leader, Yin Guang. What are you saying? I merely lost my memory. Why am I being labeled as a zombie? Ji Chuan wished to maintain his charade, yet the information gathered during this infiltration was still far too limited. He hoped to collect more intelligence before withdrawing, and the ability to shape-shift was invaluable. Staying here felt like a regrettable waste. Indeed, it is a zombie. Launch the attack. Elder Wong was resolute in his abilities. At such a close distance, he could not be mistaken. Moreover, the threat posed by this zombie was minimal. He did not sense any formidable power. Elder Wong, are you certain? After all, that is Team Leader Yen. The troops hesitated to act. Who would bear the responsibility if they harmed Team Leader Yen? Besides, the current Team Leader, Yen, is still capable of speech. Can a zombie speak? What absurdity! Perhaps Elder Wong, having been on too many missions, has misinterpreted the situation. Who would take on the blame for inadvertently injuring Team Leader Yen? This thought infuriated Elder Wong. He possessed only an exploratory ability with no combat prowess. Yet no one believed him in this critical moment, with such a colossal zombie before them. But why does this zombie resemble Team Leader Yen and possess the ability to converse? Hurry, he could very well be number 1. Hearing the tremor in Elder Wong's voice, the others dared not delay. Number 1 was a figure of immense strength, possessing human intellect that allowed for communication. Thus, if the speaking Team Leader Yen were indeed number 1, this possibility became plausible. Unfortunately, in its current form, it could do nothing beyond mimicking. Faint. With a thunderous shout, Ji Chuan felt his consciousness slip away as he collapsed. Is this the end? Having merely glanced at the 3rd and 4th underground levels, he was unaware of the situation elsewhere. Su Wanshan was on the 3rd underground level. The individual referred to as Elder Wong could sense the zombie. And if this issue was not resolved, he would surely be discovered during his next infiltration. Being attached to an ordinary zombie, he could not ascertain whether others posed a threat to him and had failed to gather any information regarding Songhuai. Overall, a preliminary understanding of the base for those endowed with extraordinary abilities has been established. The facility, sprawling and subterranean, boasts a far greater degree of concealment and security than that of Eligier. It resembles a refuge meticulously crafted for a post-apocalyptic world. Ji Chuan harbored an unsettling intuition that hidden secrets lay within. After all, which city would construct such an opulent air raid shelter? He resolved to embark on a personal exploration next time. Though possessing a semblance of safety in his spirit possession, the information gleaned was woefully inadequate. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the fallen Yin Guang astonishingly transformed into a zombie. No one hesitated this time. They launched an immediate assault, shattering the mimicry of the undead with precision. A few individuals clad in protective gear proceeded to disinfect the remains, while the isolation unit's ability users transported the processed corpses to the surface. Thank you, Old Wong, the leader murmured, his head bowed in gratitude. Had it not been for Old Wong's insistence, the consequences could have been dire. Next time, let's be more efficient. I will not misjudge again. Old Wong expressed his frustration regarding the earlier performance of the combat team, which nearly led to catastrophe. It was imperative to ensure that any zombie incursions were detected promptly. Otherwise, the city's most secure stronghold would transform into a banquet for the undead. Chapter 38. The carrier of the Crimson Core feasting upon carefully selected cores in the vicinity, Jichuan employed area protection and visual cloaking around the stronghold. From above, the interior of Aligier had vanished from sight, enveloped in impenetrable darkness. With the exposure of this exploration, the base for extraordinary abilities would undoubtedly heighten its vigilance. An offensive could be launched against this location at any moment. Yet, Jichuan remained captivated by the previous elite squad. Never before had he amassed high-grade cores with such swiftness. Should they return, they would undoubtedly serve as his personal delivery. Jichuan believed that the base of the superhumans could not possibly concentrate all its combat power solely on him. The number of zombies possessing crystal cores was steadily increasing, and dispatching a large portion of the base's forces posed a significant risk. Moreover, having spared Du Ling and Cui Zixuan, he had already conveyed his unwillingness to proactively attack humans. This was also the reason he did not erase their memories. With enhanced protective measures in place, Jichuan resolved to explore other regions. Thanks to the base's flyers, he possessed the ability to traverse distances swiftly. His superpower energy seemed boundless. Upon absorbing the corresponding abilities, he could unleash the maximum potential of that power without experiencing the fatigue typical of humans after frequent use. This time, Jichuan decided to head towards the coastal area of Haichang in the east, which he had yet to explore and presumably had amassed a considerable number of crystal cores. At that moment, the city bore a post-apocalyptic visage, with resource-deprived individuals venturing out to explore, fully aware of the encroaching zombies. Nevertheless, some attempted to drive through the horde, believing that driving offered a greater chance of survival than fleeing on foot. Flames and thick smoke billowed from various spots on the ground, and the city's roads were exceptionally congested, with stranded vehicles colliding haphazardly. No one could ascertain which route would allow for a clear passage, and all faced the looming specter of death, except for Tang Yu. At that moment, she was comfortably enjoying hot pot in a safe house on the eastern outskirts. Mom, bring out more ingredients. Let us not waste those that are not resistant. She took a selfie with the table full of food and sent the photo to her father. Yeah, why aren't you and your mom at home? The house is empty. Yeah, where are you? Yang and your aunt are quite famished. Might you allow your father to bring them over? Yeah, your birthday is approaching, and your father has not forgotten. Would you permit him to celebrate it with you this year? Yeah, it is perilous for you and your mother to be alone. Let your father come to protect you both. Sun Yin is scolding Tang Hongqiang for his ineptitude, while Tang Yang cries out in hunger. Tang Yu merely smiles at the chaotic scene before her, as if watching an entertaining drama. In a previous life, during the early days of the apocalypse, Tang Hongqiang had similarly sought refuge in their city center home. Though accompanied by his remarried partner, Sun Yin, and their child, Tang Yang, the compassionate mother accepted them, for they shared over 20 years of affection. Amidst her astonishment and despair, Tang Yang unexpectedly plunged a knife into his own body. Mother, is Yang impressive? Yang has slain the wretched spawn. Well done, Yang. You are the best. Sun Yin praised Tang Yang with a face full of gratification, as though he had accomplished something remarkable. Tang Hongqiang was indifferent to his own suffering, fearing the blood would stain the home, and he too cast himself from the building. I have been reborn, Tang Yu exclaimed in delight upon witnessing the street below, free of zombies, and saw her mother busily working in the kitchen. She wept and embraced her mother. Yeah, what is the matter? Tang Yu tearfully recounted everything to her mother, expecting disbelief. To her surprise, her mother also wept, stroking her head. It is all my fault. I have brought harm to Yaya. It must have hurt terribly to be pierced by the knife. Yaya, possessing an innate understanding of her surroundings, has always been remarkably sensible and would never utter such a falsehood. Consequently, Tang Yu decided to sell the house at a low price and installed surveillance cameras within. Aware of Tang Hongqiang's ability to unlock doors, she anticipated that he would inevitably return to this place, regardless of the sale. Should the new occupants move in, they would likely confront the Tang family. If not, she would simply observe them through the monitors. She rented a villa in the eastern outskirts, complete with a basement, fortifying it and acquiring numerous freezers filled with supplies, as well as installing solar power facilities. Before the onset of the apocalypse, she made ample preparations, knowing her mother possessed water-based abilities, ensuring a steady supply of water. When the zombies appeared overnight as foretold, Tang Yu's mother felt a wave of trepidation upon seeing the news. Yet she was grateful for the opportunity to alter their fate in this lifetime. As Tang Yu watched the Tang Hongqiang family enter a house stripped of even a grain of rice, a cold laugh escaped her lips. In this life, they would be trapped there. However, while she was indulging in a hot pot, she sensed the house trembling, akin to a mild earthquake. Although such an event had never occurred at this moment in her past life. The colossal zombie, now nearly 4 meters tall, had grown even larger since Qi Feng had first encountered it, with bone spurs extending from its back to its shoulders, creating a terrifying visage. With its acute sense of smell, it detected the rich scent of human food from a distance. Driven by instinct, it followed the aroma to the suburban villa. In its territory, it caught wind of fresh prey. Ignoring the villa's high walls, the enormous zombie effortlessly leaped towards the entrance, causing the entire structure to tremble violently. Tang Yu had spotted a green monstrosity outside the window, yet its upper half remained obscured due to its immense size. How could this be? In her previous life, she had never encountered such a zombie. Tang's mother positioned herself protectively in front of Tang Yu, her legs trembling in fear, as the colossal zombie had already smashed through a wall with a single blow. The creature leaned its head against the shattered remnants, peering into the room. Its bloodshot, murky eye resembled that of a wild beast, filled with madness and exhilaration as it gazed upon its potential prey. A wave of despair washed over Tang Yu. Why, despite her meticulous preparations in this life, was she still destined to perish before Tang Hongqiang? She had yet to witness the demise of her despicable father. As she watched the zombie's enormous hand reaching in, she felt utterly powerless against such terror. Tang's mother desperately splashed water at the creature, but to the zombie, it was merely the feeble attempt of a child. Just as the mother and daughter were engulfed in hopelessness, the gargantuan zombie suddenly bolted away, seemingly alerted to something. Tang Yu's heart raced as she remained frozen in fear, gazing at the wrecked villa. Jichuan was hurtling towards them. Having sensed a red crystal core in the eastern suburbs, it was his first opportunity to encounter such a core, and despite the fact that it was human, his curiosity compelled him to investigate. What could this be? From a distance, Jichuan discerned a massive figure charging towards him, moving with the agility of an ape. Even from high above, he could clearly trace its trajectory. The nearly 4-meter-tall zombie halted directly beneath him and then leapt towards him with all its might. Chapter 39. The three newcomers at the Avengers base. As Jichuan was about to launch a direct counterattack, he realized that the leaping zombie exuded no malice whatsoever. "Master, I have finally awaited your arrival," it exclaimed, bounding towards Jichuan's legs like an eager puppy. Jichuan understood that this creature was a subordinate akin to the likes of Xiaomei. It seemed that each time he underwent a transformation and grew stronger, a corresponding zombie would gain the wisdom to evolve. Although this zombie appeared simple-minded, the immense strength it possessed was truly monstrous, undoubtedly a formidable force. Jichuan nodded and asked, "Do you have a name?" "I do not have a name. Please bestow one upon me, master." "You shall be called Dezhuang." "Wonderful. I am Dezhuang now." Jichuan soared towards the crimson crystal core, with Dezhuang closely trailing behind. Even if such a creature were to hide underground, a single punch would reduce it to mere pulp. "I wonder how many times I can be reborn." Tang Yu resigned herself to fate, vowing to avoid the eastern suburbs in her next life. She embraced her mother, tears streaming down her face as she savored the warmth of that embrace. Hello. The thunderous footsteps had ceased before the villa, and Tang Yu realized the monster had positioned itself at the door. But why had such an abrupt hello sounded? Tang Yu opened her eyes, only to find a strikingly handsome face staring back at her. The figure hovered in midair, devoid of color, with eyes as crimson as blood, reminiscent of a dashing vampire from an American television series. Tang Yu gazed at Jichuan in terror, her eyes filled with confusion. When she turned to look at the entrance, the monster stood there, frozen in place. As they gazed upon the creature, a startled sound escaped their lips. "Fear not. It means you no harm," he reassured them. "Dezhuang, sit." "Good. Now spin around." "Excellent. Lie down." In the astonished eyes of the mother and daughter, the previously fearsome monster now resembled a docile dog, lying motionless on the ground. Realizing that the creature had no intention of attacking, Tang Yu finally mustered her courage. "Who are you?" "I am Jichuan, the leader of the Avengers base in Xinghe district." This name was a temporary invention of Jichuan's, as he felt it suited him well. "Is that the stronghold converted from the Oligier Hotel?" Tang Yu had seen it online before. However, in her past life, she had not paid much attention to it. but she had come across it in this life. Jichuan nodded. I apologize for the damage caused by my subordinate to your home. He ran out, and it was only then that I found him. Such incidents will not occur again. Your villa is currently unsafe. As an apology, would you consider residing at our base? It is quite secure, and we have ample supplies. Tang Yu was somewhat taken aback by Jichuan's words. She had expected to face further hardships, yet here was an unexpected opportunity. The Avengers base was a name she found appealing. Unwilling to relive the tragic demise of Tang Hongqiang, she glanced back at her mother and then nodded. Then hold on tightly to me. With one arm around Tang Yu and the other around her mother, Jichuan assured them, do not be afraid. I shall fly slowly. Despite his cool demeanor, Tang Yu felt an undeniable sense of safety in his presence. Da Zhuang was trailing behind, carrying 2 ice chests along the ground. What is your supernatural ability? May I inquire? Jichuan felt a twinge of curiosity, but he surmised that Da Zhuang's lack of resistance did not stem from combat abilities. What kind of power could possibly be associated with the color red? Tang Yu took a deep breath, reasoning that it would be fine to share her secret. After all, if danger truly arose, she could always restart. My ability is rebirth. Jichuan nearly stumbled at this revelation. You possess such extraordinary power. Is there really such an ability? Upon hearing Jichuan's admiration, Tang Yu nodded and recounted the events of her previous life, expressing her astonishment at encountering Da Zhuang in this unexpected situation. Jichuan felt vindicated in his decision. A person capable of rebirth was a profoundly formidable entity, one who could infinitely influence the trajectory of the future. His amicable approach was indeed prudent. Even if one contemplated seizing the crystal core, the moment he breached her consciousness and met her demise, the future could irrevocably alter. This is the place, and your ability is quite precious. Keep it secret from others, Jichuan advised. Tang Yu nodded in agreement, though the ground appeared shrouded in darkness. As Jichuan descended, Tang Yu realized it was, in fact, a luxurious hotel. The courtyard was immaculately maintained, devoid of any signs of chaos typical of an apocalyptic scenario. Within the courtyard, a zombie wielding a steel whip knelt on one knee, presumably obeying Jichuan's commands, much like Da Zhuang. The grand doors swung open, and Da Zhuang entered, hoisting 2 freezers, while Xiaomei shot him a fierce glare. With me by the king's side, you are sufficient. Who let this pest in? A whip lashed out at Da Zhuang, striking him with a resounding crack. Master, save me. This woman is so fierce. Da Zhuang, seemingly as aggrieved as a 1,200-pound child, scurried to Jichuan's side, seeking his comfort. What is the situation? Do they know each other? Why are they so antagonistic? Jichuan found himself perplexed by the current circumstances. Xiaomei, this is Da Zhuang. We shall be the guardians of the courtyard, so let us coexist harmoniously. Indeed, Wang. Despite her fierce demeanor, Xiaomei still knelt on one knee in affirmation. Su Xin, this is our base's new member. Please arrange accommodations for her. Zhu, accompany me to gather some supplies. Certainly, leader. Zhu relished the tasks of scavenging for supplies with Jichuan during their last outing. Jichuan had carried her all the way, leaving her so elated that she scarcely slept a wink that night. Tang Yu was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Jichuan's stronghold to be so liberating, undoubtedly superior to that of the ability user base. Even though she could be reborn, she, being no different from ordinary people, would surely not pass the tests at the ability user base. This floor housed the gym and swimming pool, while the dining hall was situated above and the storeroom lay underground. Su Xin led Tang Yu and her daughter on a tour of the Oligier Hotel, astonished to discover that amidst the apocalypse, the residents lived much like ordinary folk. 3 meals a day were prepared by the hotel chef, whose ability enabled food to restore physical vitality, and the flavors were exquisite. My sister Su Qi possesses cleaning abilities. If you wish to save time on bathing, you may seek her assistance. This is your room. Please see if it meets your satisfaction. Tang Yu was deeply touched by Su Xun's patient introduction. This was a base filled with warmth and humanity. She never anticipated that even in this apocalyptic world, she could share her days with so many others, alleviating her loneliness. Observing the luxurious suite, Tang Yu nodded in approval, acknowledging that the accommodations were indeed splendid, akin to a vacation. Miss Tang, would you and your mother be willing to officially become members of the base? Should you agree, I shall bestow upon you the status of loyalty, and the base will ensure your safety. Very well, we accept. Tang Yu understood that while her abilities were formidable, achieving her desired outcomes remained a formidable challenge. Thus, Relying on a more powerful ability user was indeed a wiser choice. In this life, without Ji Chuan, she could perish at the hands of De Zhuang. And in the next life, even in a new setting, she might encounter unforeseen dangers. She was uncertain whether she could infinitely trigger her rebirth, nor could she ascertain if repeated rebirths would lead to madness. As the two beams of light merged into their minds, Tang Yu felt no immediate change. Yet, her trust, respect, and reliance on Ji Chuan intensified profoundly. Chapter 40. Tang Hongxiang's decision. What is this? The incineration chamber of the ability user base was processing the bodies of the intruding zombies, which allegedly had infiltrated by disguising themselves as Yin Guang. This marked the first instance of zombies breaching the base, raising concerns about viral transmission. Thus, the ability users promptly isolated and sent the bodies to the incineration chamber. After incineration through fire-based abilities, the staff discovered a blue crystal nucleus left behind, which was subsequently reported. The nucleus was quickly forwarded to the research center. Researchers found that this nucleus could generate immense energy, potentially serving as a battery for ability users to harness their powers. Many potent abilities were highly taxing on the user's stamina, yet this crystal could replenish energy. This revelation was exceedingly exhilarating. At the onset of the apocalypse, the base had conducted research on zombie corpses, revealing the absence of any similar entities. Why, then, does this particular zombie corpse possess such a crystal core? Leader, I suspect that only mutated zombies can produce these cores, and I wish to obtain more mutated zombie bodies for further study. Upon hearing Dr. Zhao's suggestion, Li Jingru nodded in agreement. If we could acquire a substantial number of such zombies, the combat capabilities of the superpowered individuals would be significantly enhanced, allowing for the sustained use of their formidable abilities. Moreover, the potential alternative applications of the crystal core's energy warrant further investigation. The initial plan to swiftly eliminate the number one target has been temporarily shelved, as securing additional crystal cores would bolster humanity's chances of survival. In Haichang District, power outages have occurred, and in some areas, water shortages have already begun. Without human maintenance, many systems have started to fail, instilling a heightened sense of crisis and urgency among the survivors. Devoid of water resources, humanity can scarcely endure for more than a few days, prompting individuals, regardless of their strength, to join the ranks of those scavenging for supplies. Concurrently, this has led to a surge in the zombie population. Tang Yu considers herself fortunate, as her stronghold has not faced such hardships. Aside from engaging in casual conversations with the base members and observing their training, she spends the remainder of her time watching the Tang family, who appear increasingly frail. In the early days of the apocalypse, venturing outside was not as perilous. However, now the streets are teeming with zombies. Without formidable abilities, the likelihood of surviving while searching for supplies is exceedingly slim. After realizing there was no opportunity for Tang Yu to go out, Tang Hongxiang ceased his pretense of concern, transforming from a facade of daily niceties into a cascade of curses. You deliberately brought me to this wretched place, didn't you? You are as despicable as your mother. Wretched scoundrel, do not let me find you. After experiencing being thrown from a building by my father in my previous life, Tang Yu believed she would never feel pain again. Yet, upon witnessing the curses from her father on the screen, her entire body trembled. Do you need my assistance in capturing them? Once I bring them to you, they can be handed over for your judgment. Ji Chuan had appeared beside her at some point, and Tang Yu found herself momentarily entranced by his chiseled features. Uncertain of how to begin, she feared that her loathing for the grotesque visage of her father might lead Ji Chuan to perceive her as a vengeful person. Tang Yu meticulously recounted the events of her previous life. I can empathize. What you endured in your past is akin to the betrayal I suffered in this life. However, my adversaries are sheltered within a base of extraordinary abilities, where many formidable individuals reside. I currently lack the confidence that I can exact my revenge and emerge unscathed. Yet, I possess the capability to bring your enemies before you. Gazing into Ji Chuan's crimson eyes, Tang Yu felt herself becoming ensnared. Since her rebirth, she had been haunted nightly by visions of her and her mother before their demise, each time awakening in tears, trembling with overwhelming hatred that seemed to threaten to consume her. She once believed that witnessing Tang Hongxiang's gradual descent into death would provide her the greatest solace. However, throughout the entire ordeal, she found no joy or satisfaction. She had long sought an answer. By some inexplicable twist of fate, Tang Yu nodded. Ji Chuan merely smiled before ascending into the sky. As they traversed the road, Jichuan noticed the unusual activity on the ground. It appeared that the frequency of missions from the base of extraordinary abilities had increased. There were even teams transporting the corpses of zombies into armored vehicles. Jichuan hovered in the air, squinting his eyes to observe their actions. The corpses of zombies lay strewn across the ground. What purpose did they have in transporting these bodies? Hurry up, this is the Xinghe district, where it is said that the #1 target is active. Move faster. I must follow the protocols to isolate the corpses before proceeding with their relocation. Otherwise, do you wish to be infected? Fine. But what does the base need so many mutated zombie bodies for? For research purposes, although I cannot specify what they are studying, I am merely a laborer. Listening to their conversation, Jichuan realized that initially, selecting zombies with crystal cores seemed like a mere coincidence, especially since such zombies were now ubiquitous. It is now evident that the ability user base is indeed searching for crystal cores. Jichuan has experimented and ascertained that humans cannot devour crystal cores as he does. Thus, what could they possibly want with them? A sense of foreboding washed over him, yet he continued his flight towards the city center, to Tang Yu's former residence. Tang Hongxiang also bore a weary expression. With only the ability to unlock doors, encountering a zombie outside would undoubtedly mean death. In recent days, he had attempted to breach other people's homes, but found either deserted houses or individuals with heightened vigilance, who would immediately cower at the sight of a weapon aimed in their direction. He dared not venture to other floors, fearing a direct encounter with the undead. The two wretches, Tang Yu and her daughter, truly left nothing behind. Tang Hongxiang was nearing his limits. As he observed Sun Yan, who continued to curse at him incessantly, he swallowed hard. Without any weapons or powerful abilities, hunger was steadily eroding his will. The only sustenance available was. With this thought, Tang Hongxiang approached Sun Yan directly. The world had shattered, devoid of order. Many matters had lost their significance, and the pretense had become unnecessary after such a prolonged charade. Sun Yan, upon meeting Tang Hongxiang's gaze, felt a surge of anger. Why are you staring at me? Does your gaze somehow alleviate our son's hunger? Not a single day has passed smoothly since I married you. Tang Hongxiang, lacking both a distinguished lineage and substantial capability, possessed merely an appealing exterior. He had once enjoyed a decent life with Chen Yuro, who came from a reasonably well-off family. However, upon encountering Sun Yan at work, he found himself captivated by her extraordinary charm. Her father held the position of director at his workplace. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose Sun Yan, and his career began to ascend effortlessly. Yet, did he truly love either Chinyuro or Sun Yan? Such feelings eluded him. A man who had crawled out of the mire had no need for love. Unprepared and weakened, Sun Yan found herself ensnared by Tang Hongxiang's grip around her throat. Since Jichuan's abrupt departure, Tang Yu had been monitoring the surveillance, only to witness the horrifying scene unfold before her eyes. She could hardly believe that Tang Hongxiang intended to kill Sun Yan. Initially, she had thought her father's affections had simply shifted, but she never anticipated his heart could be so ruthless. Sun Yan, already on the brink of starvation, could scarcely muster the strength to resist. Her eyes, bloodshot and filled with despair, remained fixated on Tang Hongxiang. Tang Yang, terrified, retreated to a corner, weeping uncontrollably, as the world around her faded into darkness. Sun Yan desperately clawed at Tang Hongxiang's hand, yet her feeble strength was no match for that of a man. In despair, Sun Yan shed tears, never anticipating that the man she had chosen would wish to take her life. Chapter 41. A moment of courage from Chen Yuru. As Jichuan entered through the window, he was greeted by a disturbing scene. Tang Yu's father was tightly gripping the neck of his second wife on the bed. At the sound of Jichuan's footsteps, all three turned to regard this uninvited guest. Thanks to the elite team from the base of the ability users, Jichuan swiftly employed Luo Yi's mental control over the trio. Slowly, the purple hue of Sun Yan's face began to fade to a pallid white. The three stood frozen in place, while Jichuan instructed Tang Hongxiang to carry Tang Yang, lifting the two adults and soaring towards their stronghold. Although he longed to exact his revenge himself, the conditions were not yet favorable. However, the opportunity to avenge Tang Yu lay before him, a mere trifling task. It was a splendid bargain to enhance the goodwill of someone possessing the power of reincarnation through such a simple act. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, who had been fixated on the surveillance, found herself in a state of shock. She had previously acquiesced to Jichuan's request, yet now she could not comprehend her father's intentions. She recounted the recent events to her mother, Chen Yuru, whose expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, leaving her momentarily speechless. It had been over 20 years since she met Tang Hongqiang, yet she realized she hardly knew this man at all. Despite his impoverished circumstances when together, he had always shown her profound affection. He would brave the snowy streets on his bicycle for 10 blocks, merely to procure a warm, roasted sweet potato for her. During her bouts of abdominal pain, he would hold her hand tightly, compassionately rubbing her belly time and again until she fell asleep. In moments of profound sorrow following the demise of her parents, one may embrace oneself, whispering reassurances of remaining by their side, vowing to care for their daughter. Thus, when faced with an unexpected proposal of divorce, Chen Yuru could only perceive her own inadequacies as the reason for Tang Hongqiang's disdain, perhaps believing he had truly fallen for another woman. Despite the overwhelming sadness that engulfed her heart, should not true love compel one to wish for another's happiness? Chen Yuru had always possessed a timid disposition, attributing all misfortunes to her own shortcomings, her heart tender and compassionate. Therefore, upon hearing her daughter express sympathy for Tang Hongqiang's plight in a past life, she felt compelled to welcome him and his family, convinced it was a deed she could perform. Yet, this ultimately led to the tragic demise of both herself and her daughter. However, when her daughter revealed that Tang Hongqiang had attempted to strangle Sun Yan, one could not help but wonder about his motives. Initially believing that Tang Hongqiang had departed out of love for Sun Yan, she pondered whether he had become an accomplice to prolong his life for the sake of his current wife and child. While now contemplating the murder of Sun Yan for reasons unknown, did that considerate man, who once wore a warm smile, exist solely in her memories? Before long, Ji Chuan brought the 3 individuals before the mother and daughter. They are here. Dispose of them as you wish. They are currently under control and can be compelled to obey. Upon hearing Chen Yuru's inquiry, Ji Chuan nodded. Under the influence of mental control, they would not utter falsehoods. Why have you come to my mother and me? Chen Yuru asked, startled by Tang Hongqiang's words. Realizing this was the man with whom she had shared over 20 years of her life. If resources are insufficient, would you kill me and my mother? Yes. Hongqiang, did you ever love me? No. Then why did you marry me? Because your heart is pure and your family background is favorable. You were my best choice. Chen Yuru's hands began to tremble. She felt utterly foolish. Do you love Sun Yan? No, but her father is the director. Which would secure me a better position? Who is the most important person in your life? Do you still care about Yeya? Do you care about your son? Chen Yuru's voice quivered with tears. She had devoted her youth to such a man, and countless warm memories now felt unbearably ironic. In my life, I am the only one who matters. I only care for myself. Tang Yu and Chen Yuru finally grasped the answers they sought. Tang Yu trembled as she raised a dagger, the very one Ji Chuan had instructed her to retrieve after bringing the 3 before her. Each day of her rebirth, she fell asleep with hatred in her heart. Yet, Chen Yuru snatched the dagger from Tang Yu's grasp. Mother? Tang Yu thought her kind-hearted mother would still try to stop her, and she felt a surge of anger and sadness. Yeya, last life, it was mother who harmed you. I have lived in cowardice for too long. Let me do this. I cannot allow scum to tarnish my daughter's hands. Chen Yuru shouted as if to encourage herself, raising the dagger to strike at the vital points of the 3, tears streaming down her face. The 3, struck by excruciating pain, regained their senses, staring in disbelief at the blood-soaked holes in their chests. Sun Yan and Tang Yang, already weakened, soon collapsed, despite possessing a more robust constitution. Tang Hongqiang clutched his agonizing wound. He gazed into Chen Yuru's eyes and uttered, "Yuru, I'm sorry." A torrent of blood gushed from his mouth before he succumbed, collapsing backward. Whether the apology held sincerity remained ambiguous to Chen Yuru, rendered unverifiable by Tang Hongqiang's demise. Chen Yuru, overwhelmed with sorrow, slumped to the ground, her face a disarray of tears and bloodstains. Tang Yu embraced her mother, joining her in tears. "Mother, it's all over." Chen Yuru nodded in Tang Yu's embrace, her grief stemming perhaps from Tang Hongqiang's passing or the nostalgia of their shared youth. Desiring to grant the mother and daughter a moment of solace, Ji Chuan turned to depart. However, Tang Yu, tears streaming, mouthed a thank you to Ji Chuan. His parents had once lavished him with similar affection. Despite graduating from a prestigious university, he found himself disinclined towards the cutthroat dynamics of corporate life, leading him to resign and embrace a reclusive existence at home. Rather than expressing anger at his departure from a renowned company, His parents showed concern for any distress he might have endured. Despite their demanding schedules, they had consistently attended every pivotal moment in his life, joyfully capturing those instances on video. However, a tragic car accident claimed their lives. A high concentration of alcohol was detected in his father's system, an anomaly given his father's aversion to alcohol and the unlikelihood of him driving under its influence with his mother in the car. Yet, the reality remained immutable. Ji-chuan could only spend countless nights watching videos of his parents, his tears flowing as he listened to their joyful and proud conversations in the background. During the most agonizing moments, I was fortunate to have Song Huai and Su Wanwan by my side. This is also the reason for my deep tolerance towards Su Wanwan. Ah Huai. Ji-chuan suddenly recalled something. Song Huai had clearly informed me of awakening a remarkably powerful ability, which would undoubtedly attract the attention of the ability user base. Yet, why did he vanish without a trace upon entering? Coupling this with the psychic control skills he acquired from Luo Yi, a conjecture began to form. It is highly probable that Song Huai has fallen under the mental control or imprisonment of the ability user base. Chapter 42. Survivors of low-level abilities. The electrical and water circulation systems are gradually collapsing, and the ability user base is actively exterminating zombies, allowing survivors to accompany the base's teams. Look, the official base is currently engaged in extensive rescue operations, Zhu Zhu remarked, pointing at the screen, her phone's volume turned up high enough for everyone to hear. The sun has risen in the west. It seems they now only accept useful ability holders. After so many deaths, they have begun indiscriminately recruiting members. Lin Lulu rolled her eyes nonchalantly, forcefully inserting a small strawberry cake from the table into her mouth. Either the ability user base is not lacking in supplies at present, or they are in dire need of a substantial workforce. Brother Sheng has a point. However, why has no one come to seek refuge at our outpost? Only the plank support duo has arrived. We were merely taking a chance ourselves. Primarily, there was no precise information regarding this outpost online. It was all mere speculation. Had we known how favorable this outpost was, it is likely that a multitude of people would have flocked here. Xiao Xinshi felt fortunate about his decision. He had spent several delightful days at this stronghold, with the only labor being to monitor the surveillance in the control room, which was a rotating shift, truly a comfortable arrangement. However, this was Wu Qian's first time venturing downstairs. Having sustained severe injuries previously, a simple healing spell had merely preserved his life. Under Zhang Yun's attentive care over the past few days, along with the restorative meals prepared by Chef Zhao, he had only just begun to regain his strength. If relevant information were to be disseminated online, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the authorities. The base for superhumans boasted numerous formidable individuals, and public speculation regarding the oligarchs would not prompt official scrutiny. However, the release of precise information would change the situation entirely. The base for superhumans is filled with experts, while we have only our leader as a formidable force, which could lead to complications. Moreover, their extensive recruitment of new members would likely result in the emergence of even more powerful individuals. In this apocalypse, many travel in pairs, and the authorities lack the capacity to investigate every spontaneous civil organization. Yet, if word spreads that there exists a brand new stronghold actively recruiting members, the officials would undoubtedly come to investigate. Wu Go, can any expert from the superhuman base surpass our leader's prowess? Our leader is simply unparalleled. I am but a mere captain of a frontline reconnaissance team. The true combat members are exceptionally skilled in combat-related abilities, and much of the advanced abilities are classified, of which I am not privy to. Wu Qian recalled the young man who had accompanied him on the mission to Lanshan Villa. He seemed to possess a classified level of ability. On that day, he was heading to Lanshan Villa to meet a friend. Could that friend be Ji-chuan? With a countenance strikingly handsome, Wu Qian recalled Song Huai's description of his friend and shook his head. The portrayal bore no resemblance to Ji-chuan whatsoever. At the registration office for the base of extraordinary abilities, what sort of abilities are we discussing? Every time I awaken, I can discern the exact time. Do you have any relatives or friends at the base? No, only my daughter and I remain in this world. The staff glanced at the young girl beside the man. What ability does she possess? She can blow bubbles without the need for soapy water. The personnel at the base frowned without pretense. Please surrender your mobile phone and all electronic devices. Electronic signals interfere with the base's equipment. The man showed no hesitation as he produced a battered phone and placed it on the table. Level -9. The reception staff nodded and then smiled at the father and daughter, saying, "Follow me." The girl clutched her father's hand tightly, appearing somewhat anxious. Don't be afraid, Nan. We are safe now. The base for extraordinary abilities has food and water. The little girl timidly nodded as they entered a technologically advanced elevator. Unable to believe that such a luxurious haven existed amid the desolation of a crumbling world. After struggling for several days, the father and daughter finally spotted a team of extraordinary individuals combating zombies and did not hesitate to follow them to the base. Filled with joy at the prospect of survival. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a vast expanse resembling a colossal laboratory. Through the windows of the room, they could see numerous intricate devices and hurried researchers clad in white coats. It appeared that the room was entirely occupied by staff members, all clad in uniform attire. Impeccably neat, with no sight of fellow survivors wandering the corridor. The attendants escorted them to a spacious chamber, already filled with numerous individuals. The door to the room was remarkably sturdy, devoid of any windows. The father and daughter entered, making their way to a corner under the gaze of the assembly, where an elderly man sat with his eyes closed, seemingly in a state of tranquil repose. Sir? The atmosphere in the room felt peculiar. The man perceived it merely as a wait before being assigned to accommodations. He contemplated inquiring about the situation. The elder opened his eyes to regard the man, one eye clouded and seemingly devoid of vision. When shall we be allocated our quarters? Do you have any knowledge of this? The man asked cautiously. The elder chuckled softly. We are all mere subjects of experimentation. Accommodation is unnecessary. What did you say? The man could scarcely believe his ears. Old man, do not spout such nonsense. This is an official base. We are rescued survivors, not guinea pigs. A blonde individual nearby shouted, though he too was uncertain, having waited in the room for 10 hours. Each time he knocked loudly on the door to inquire, the guards had issued warnings, thus silencing any further attempts. His ability was acute hearing. Following his introduction, the base's registration staff had looked at him with disdain, mocking the usefulness of a partially blind individual with enhanced auditory perception. Yet, his hearing was capable of transcending obstructions, allowing him to pinpoint all sounds within a 50-meter radius. He had overheard the conversations of the staff, reports on experimental data, and the anguished cries of the test subjects. The survivors assigned to this level find their sole refuge in experimentation. He harbors no desire for debate, nor does he wish to provide further explanations. Let the inhabitants of this room cling to hope, for otherwise they shall await death in despair. Observing the elderly man with his eyes closed, the man perceives a hint of instability in the elder's mind. How could the authorities so brazenly subject the populace to experimentation? Do not fear, my dear, he reassures. Soon we shall have our own room, and you can sleep soundly. The man tenderly caresses his daughter's head, and the girl nods, leaning against her father's chest. She remains obedient, refraining from tears, though she gazes anxiously at the unfamiliar faces surrounding her. From within the laboratory, the terrified cries of the test subjects pierce the air. Do not come closer. Let me go? Yet, mere moments later, the sounds abruptly cease. The elderly man, with his eyes still shut, shows no sign of distress, though his hands glisten with beads of sweat. Chapter 43. Advanced Teaching Materials. Currently, Ji Chuan, in search of crystal cores, finds himself in a quandary as the teams of ability users delve deeper into the city. It has become increasingly difficult to manipulate an area of zombies openly without drawing attention. Thus, Ji Chuan opts for a region with fewer ability users, summoning only the advanced crystal core zombies, striving to minimize notice. That fellow in green, how could he possibly pass the assessment with such an errant shot? Exclaims one. Oh my goodness, we are here to collect the mutated specimens, and you've caused the mutated species to sink into the ground. How do we collect them now? I apologize, Captain Xia, but that mutated specimen is about to unleash its abilities, and I am terrified. Yes, move your feet. Are you seeking death? Xia Yiqing felt an overwhelming frustration towards the newcomer before him. That rascal Song Xi had once again thrust a novice into his care. He had already assisted Song Xi with several newcomers, and each time it was his turn, Song Xi would resort to underhanded tactics, even resorting to a childlike display of affection. Why is it that a grown man can be so endearing? Yet, Xia Yiqing found himself utterly captivated by it. Guan Ling was exasperated with the task of collecting the bodies of the mutated creatures. Her ability, Earthquake, was akin to a powerful seismic event confined to a specific area, possessing considerable destructive power. However, Once the corpses fell into the chasms created, how could they possibly be retrieved? She now dared only to exert her abilities in small increments, just enough to destabilize the mutated zombies. What are you doing? Unbeknownst to her, Xia Yiqing had approached her side, raising his hand as one of the zombies nearby was reduced to fragments. Guanling was utterly oblivious to how Xia Yiqing had acted so swiftly. Captain Xia, I fear that if I cause an earthquake, the zombies will fall in as well. Then are you merely going to tremble in place? Are you treating the zombies as if you were wielding a fascia gun? Aren't you observing the battlefield around you? Every time Xia Yiqing brought a newcomer along, he felt as though he might explode with frustration. What should I do then? Guanling was on the verge of tears. Xia Yiqing shouted, entirely unconcerned about attracting a horde of zombies. If you discover that your abilities cannot be used for offense, then employ them for defense, for assistance, for control. Now, envision surrounding those mutated zombies. Do not unleash your earthquake directly beneath their feet. Instead, utilize it to encircle them. Your teammates possess formidable abilities, yet their accuracy leaves much to be desired. By encircling the target, are you not merely affording your comrades a stationary target? Upon hearing Xia Yiqing's words, Guanling suddenly awakened to the realization. A square fissure manifested, encapsulating the mutated creature in its center, transforming it into an isolated island. Unlike ordinary zombies, the mutated ones do not mindlessly tumble into the crevice. Instead, they launch their attacks from the surface. The man clad in green, observing that the zombie had lost its operational space, aimed at the area and released a swirl of green gas. This gas, resembling the head of a monstrous entity, corroded the mutated creature's flesh upon contact. The mutated being visibly deteriorated, swiftly transforming into a pile of bones. The transport team members were filled with astonishment. They relished undertaking missions with this squad, as it required minimal isolation, merely collecting crystal cores. What are you staring at? Keep moving. Do you think this is the only zombie? Others are still engaged in battle, so stop exchanging glances. Upon hearing Xia Yiqing's admonition, the two hastily resumed their combat. Team Xia is renowned for its strictness, yet indeed, newcomers have shown marked improvement under his guidance. Captain Xia, I sense a high-level mutated zombie approaching. Should we retreat with these newcomers? A teammate of Xia Yiqing reminded from behind. To train the newcomers, the veteran members had only brought along the reconnaissance team. Old Yuan, isn't this even better? An excellent, practical lesson that will undoubtedly enhance the newcomer's capabilities. It has ceased its movements, seemingly located around 3 kilometers away in an abandoned factory. Xia Yiqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. If it does not seek us out, we shall seek it. If we could indeed gather several extraordinary abilities, we would be adorned with crystalline cores. And locating it this month would complete our team's KPI. Accelerating the task at hand, we are embarking on a significant venture. Upon hearing Captain Xia's reminder, everyone exerted greater effort in dispatching the zombies before them. Captain Xia's instructional prowess had led to marked improvements, and their confidence soared rapidly. Anticipation hung in the air regarding the grand venture Captain Xia had mentioned. With him by their side, the adversaries would merely serve as practical experience for their training. In this place, no one would likely discover our presence, thought Ji Chuan, as he noticed a considerable number of high-grade crystalline core zombies in this area. He opted to wait at a nearby abandoned factory to prepare for the harvesting. The derelict factory offered neither adequate concealment nor necessary supplies, making it an uncommon location for human activity. Despite sensing several formidable teams nearby, he did not believe they would venture here. To avoid attracting their attention, he dispersed all the zombies around the factory. Come on, brothers, move faster. I am eager to collect in the next area. Ji Chuan felt the movements of the high-grade crystalline core zombies in proximity, yet in the distance, a human team was also approaching him. What is happening? Could they be searching for me? Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes, locking onto his target. 1 red crystalline core and 6 golden crystalline cores. This was the most luxurious team composition he had sensed thus far. He casually inhabited the body of a zombie near that group, but suddenly, a man among them, wearing goggles, whipped his head around to gaze directly in Ji Chuan's direction. Is someone watching me? Ji Chuan merely possesses the body of an ordinary zombie, lacking any unique abilities of his own. Thus he does not perceive the possibility of being discovered. Upon witnessing Yuan Sen's gaze, Xia Yiqing immediately launched an attack on the zombie, which was subsequently reduced to mere fragments. Curiously, despite its ordinary appearance, he sensed the energy of a formidable entity emanating from it. Yet Xia Yiqing harbored no doubts, continuing forward with unwavering trust in his teammates' judgment. Ji Chuan found himself pondering in the abandoned factory. How was his presence detected? What was the source? Was the probing ability of the golden crystal nucleus truly so extraordinary? Could possession itself be unveiled? Indeed, the human base is rife with skilled individuals. He was fortunate not to have acted rashly. Ji Chuan felt a twinge of hesitation. He had yet to engage in combat with an individual wielding a red crystal nucleus, and was uncertain of how his own strength would measure against such an opponent. Sensing their approach, it was evident they were moving directly towards him. A smile crept upon Ji Chuan's lips. He still possessed several abilities, including flight, time manipulation, area-induced slumber, and enhanced speed. If he could not win, he could simply flee. With this thought, Ji Chuan exited the factory, soaring to the eaves of the building, observing the direction of the approaching group, patiently awaiting their arrival. Chapter 44. A Lesson in Failure. Yuan Sin's perception intensified. The adversaries exhibited slight movements yet remained stationary. The energy of their abilities was a novel experience for him, and he had initially believed his inability to perceive it accurately was due to the distance involved. Other supernatural abilities, whether in zombies or humans, are quite apparent. In Yuan Sin's mind, they merely appear as stars of different colors. However, upon sensing Ji Chuan, it resembled a swirling mass of black fog, yet within this mist, myriad colors of light shimmered. This was the reason Yuan Sin deduced that the other possessed multiple abilities. Yet, as they drew closer, the black fog did not become clearer, akin to an unfathomable abyss, concealing all that lay beneath its surface. Captain Xia, I harbor a troubling premonition. We are almost there, yet I still cannot discern clearly. Oh, old Yuan, we are indeed fortunate. Though the other team members will not be able to accumulate such valuable experience. Xia Yiqing's words were spoken with a nonchalant air, a testament to the composure of the strong. In the distance, the group spotted a solitary figure, perched upon the eaves of a factory, observing them. Despite the considerable distance, his ruby-like eyes remained striking. Bathed in the afternoon sunlight, his pale skin gave an impression of Ji Chuan as a quiet, fragile youth basking in the sun, exuding a unique beauty amidst the apocalypse. You've arrived. His voice was a deep contrast to his youthful appearance. Hey, young man, it's quite perilous up there. Do you need assistance getting down? Xia Yiqing called out to Ji Chuan with enthusiasm. Captain, he is a zombie. A flicker of surprise crossed Xia Yiqing's eyes as he cast a doubtful glance at Yuan Sin, for this was the first time he questioned Yuan Sin's judgment. Such a beautiful youth, and yet he was a zombie? He felt as though he were gazing upon a work of art. Young man, are you truly a zombie? Xia Yiqing continued to call out to Ji Chuan with unwavering warmth. Indeed, I am a zombie. Everyone perceives me as a formidable foe, the legendary number one among the articulate undead. Except for Xia Yiqing, who possesses unwavering confidence in his abilities, believing that no zombie in this post-apocalyptic world poses a threat to him. If you do not attack me, I shall not harm you, he asserts. Ji Chuan offers Xia Yiqing a smile, exuding a relaxed demeanor that piques Xia Yiqing's interest and excitement. Oh, young man, you are quite formidable. It seems that inflicting harm upon us is merely a matter of your will. Must you seek our consent? Xia Yiqing gestures dismissively, prompting the newcomers to swiftly disperse and adopt a combat formation. They sense that this will be the most valuable practical exercise in conjunction with their training. It appears that you must indeed inflict harm upon me. Is that correct? Ji Chuan inquires, observing Xia Yiqing's unyielding resolve against mental manipulation, leaving him somewhat taken aback. It seems that the intricacies of control-based abilities require further exploration. He then attempts to exert control over a nearby girl, pondering the abnormality of the situation. This captain possesses intriguing qualities. Alas, young man, you are a zombie, and thus there is no alternative. Let these children witness the prowess of a true warrior. As Xia Yiqing concludes his statement, the eaves of the dilapidated factory suddenly shatter. Ji Chuan ascends into the air, astonished by the rapidity of it all. How did he achieve that so swiftly? What type of ability is this? Despite possessing an advanced speed enhancement ability, he failed to discern the movements of Xia Yiqing's attack. The newcomers around him were also launching their assaults with remarkable speed. A swirling mass of green mist lunged toward him with a gaping maw, reminiscent of a monstrous creature. Yet, the mist moved with such sluggishness that it could not reach Ji Chuan. The murderous intent coalesced rapidly around him, and Ji Chuan relied on his instincts to evade. Suddenly, the sound of air exploding filled his ears, though nothing was there. Jichuan narrowed his eyes, pondering the nature of this red crystal core and its peculiar abilities. If he had not possessed the ability to sense malice, he would have found it challenging to dodge such an invisible trajectory of attack. A continuous surge of lethal intent manifested, and sharp blades quickly formed around Jichuan, slicing and exploding with alarming speed, akin to an unexpected detonation. "Are you a wind elemental?" he mused, astonished by the sheer swiftness and power of wind-based abilities. Summer I Ching was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a smile. "You truly are a master." Many high-level elementalists fail to discern this. Several rock spikes erupted from the ground, prompting Yuan Sun to swiftly pull the two individuals beside him to safety. His energy perception allowed him to detect the energy fluctuations in the vicinity. In an astonishing display, Summer I Ching summoned a violent gust that propelled the other three into the air, evading the assault of the rock spikes. This revealed the true nature of his elemental abilities. It was difficult to ascertain his type based solely on his usual attack patterns. However, while they hovered in midair, Guanling unleashed a widespread fissure in the ground, leaving the group stranded as if on an isolated island. "Guanling, what are you doing? Is this how you apply what you've learned?" Summer I Ching felt a surge of frustration, ready to express his anger. "Captain, Guanling is under mental control." Yuan's son interjected, and Summer I Ching ground his teeth in frustration. Jichuan did not wish for them to fall into the abyss. For how could one then crack walnuts? He watched Xia Yiqing with keen interest. Despite his myriad of swift and varied techniques, as long as he could perceive the trajectory of the incoming attacks and evade them, he felt no threat. With a series of explosions, Jichuan clearly sensed the acceleration of his opponent's onslaught. The relentless barrage of attacks became increasingly difficult to dodge. Though several wounds marred his body, they were gradually healing due to his regeneration ability. Upon realizing that his prideful assault could not pose a lethal threat, Xia Yiqing altered his strategy. No longer did he strike at fixed points, but instead unleashed a tempest, with Jichuan feeling the violent winds rapidly coalescing around him. The once clear afternoon was suddenly enveloped in darkness, as if a black orb of light had shrouded the area. The newcomers were thrown into disarray, their vision obscured, plunging them into panic. The hurricane continued to rage, yet Xia Yiqing had no notion of Jichuan's whereabouts. In jest, Jichuan stood among them. "Captain, he is right beside us." Yuan sensed it, but could no longer utter a sound, as the shadowy dagger had pierced his body. Even in the darkness, he could discern his position. Yuan Sin was his primary target for elimination. This was the first time Xia Yiqing felt the looming threat of death. Possessing such power, he had never allowed an opponent to survive beyond 3 seconds. All adversaries had been swiftly vanquished. Although he was exceptionally experienced in combat, that experience had only come from overwhelming strength. He hardly believed that he would encounter a zombie on par with his own prowess. Yet today he realized how exceedingly arrogant his former self had been. Chapter 45, The Price of Arrogance. "You are quite intriguing." Jichuan's voice unexpectedly resonated in his ear. In that fleeting moment, Xia Yiqing unleashed a blade of wind at the source of the sound. Alas, the anguished cries emanated from his own team member. Xia Yiqing's attack had inadvertently claimed the life of a rookie he had been mentoring. A wave of terror surged from his feet. For even those with vision found it arduous to strike Jichuan, let alone himself, who was currently deprived of sight. The ruthless techniques he wielded now threatened to become a death sentence for his allies. "Captain, save me." The cries of his teammates echoed in succession, marking the first time a newcomer had perished during his training. Xia Yiqing, engulfed in confusion and helplessness, flailed in his attacks, yet hesitated to strike recklessly. They found themselves isolated on an island formed by the rift in the ground, surrounded by comrades, making friendly fire all too easy. "Do you inquire for your opinions before inflicting harm upon you?" In the darkness, Jichuan's spectral whisper shattered Xia Yiqing's psychological defenses. He recalled how naive he had been upon their initial meeting, believing this to be merely a sophisticated training exercise. Little did he know that Jichuan, even without night vision, could perceive everything within his domain of darkness. He leisurely dispatched those around him, collecting the crystalline essence he had acquired. The abundance of golden crystals could potentially lull him into a deep slumber, rendering him hesitant to consume them recklessly. The sound of flesh being torn apart echoed. Yet Xia Yiqing summoned his courage and directed a blade of wind towards that ominous direction. The crystal core, along with his consciousness, was forcefully dislodged, prompting Ji Chuan to swiftly ascend and catch it in his grasp. You are disobedient. Xia Yiqing felt a tremendous sense of oppression enveloping his body, compelling him to resist with all his might, his legs bulging with veins. He sensed that without a full exertion of his strength, he would be crushed by this overwhelming force. In the midst of darkness, he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. A pair of crimson eyes illuminated before him. An immense wave of terror engulfed him instantaneously, even as his body continued to combat the force of gravity. Yet, his consciousness began to fade away gradually. Do not resist. Ji Chuan's gaze was akin to the threshold of hell, drawing Xia Yiqing's very soul into its depths. Indeed, master. Xia Yiqing knelt on one knee, resembling a soulless puppet. This is a success. It appears that to control high-level psychic beings, one must first weaken them. Ji Chuan was contemplating the methodology of mental control when he sensed a malicious intent emanating from afar. Instinctively, he attempted to evade. Yet 4 cards disregarded his efforts and soared directly toward him. What is this? For tens? The 4 playing cards encircled him. The 10 of hearts, the 10 of clubs, the 10 of diamonds, and the 10 of spades. Each suit was present. As the cards spun, they emitted a blue luminescence that was somewhat blinding to Ji Chuan. The cards formed a radiant barrier, ensnaring Ji Chuan within its confines. A diminutive figure sprinted from the distance, leaping gracefully before Ji Chuan, and carried the dazed Xia Yiqing away. Ji Chuan realized that this individual was also a wielder of a red crystal core ability. Ji Chuan attempted to breach the luminous barrier before him, yet it remained impervious, severing all connections to the outside world, as if he were trapped in an alternate dimension. The figure bearing Xia Yiqing darted away like a frenzied hare, effortlessly vanishing from Ji Chuan's sight. Shortly thereafter, the playing cards beside him began to crinkle, and the barrier exhibited cracks. Ji Chuan summoned his strength once more and easily shattered the barrier. For tens cascaded to the ground, resembling the most ordinary of playing cards. Song Ci struck Xia Yiqing's face with resounding slaps. Contrary to his diminutive stature, each blow was imbued with considerable force. In mere moments, Xia Yiqing's face swelled. His gaze gradually sharpened, shifting from vacant to one of profound terror. Ah, I do not wish to die? He found himself lying in the infirmary of the base. Big Fool Qing, you have awakened, Song Ci spoke, only to notice tears streaming down Xia Yiqing's cheeks. With a heavy heart, he rested Xia Yiqing's head upon his shoulder, gently patting his back. It's all right now. Yet Xia Yiqing was engulfed in boundless sorrow, plagued by guilt over his decisions, fear of facing Ji Chuan, and remorse for his fallen comrades. A torrent of negative emotions surged within him. Powerful as he was, he could only weep silently in that moment. With no words to express his turmoil, Song Ci remained silent as well, simply allowing Xia Yiqing to lean against him. Have you heard? Team Xia suffered total annihilation against number 1 this time. What? Team Xia couldn't even contend with number 1? Indeed, it is said that Team Xia was saved by Team Song, but it cost Team Song 4 cards. What abilities does Team Song possess? I am uncertain. What kind of card is it? It is said that Team Song's power is embodied in a deck of playing cards, which are rendered useless once utilized. My goodness, 4 cards. Did they eliminate number 1? It seems not. They merely confine number 1, thus allowing for an escape. I can no longer venture into the Galaxy District. The missions there are too perilous. I must inform my captain. Oh, just keep it to yourself. Do not disclose that I told you. Understood. Many believe that Xia Yiqing possesses explosive abilities. Moreover, Xia Yiqing has never failed a mission and has mentored numerous newcomers, truly earning the title of King of the Battlefield. However, it was unexpected that he faltered against number 1, causing unrest among all teams privy to the truth. They declined to undertake missions in the Galaxy District for various reasons, knowing that facing number 1 with their strength would spell certain doom. No one considers themselves fortunate enough to escape as Xia Yiqing did, with Song Ci sacrificing his 4 cards to save him. Observing the despondent Xia Yiqing, Li Jingru felt a deep sense of helplessness. Are you saying that you have communicated with number 1? As long as you do not harm him, he will not retaliate against you? Xia Yiqing, with vacant eyes, nodded slightly. It is all my fault, the leader's fault. My arrogance led to a grave misjudgment. Recalling the warnings from Ji Chuan and the admonitions from Yuan Sun, Xia Yiqing wished to slap himself in regret. Yuan Sun is an exceptionally rare explorer-type ability user, whose energy perception can detect the most subtle fluctuations in energy. Regardless of whether it pertains to the superhumans, the zombies, or the abilities unleashed by these superhumans. There exists a fluctuation of energy. He can sense this energy and thus evade such risks. Yet, the teammate who had fought alongside him for so long perished due to his own folly. As this realization dawned upon Xia Yiqing, tears streamed down his face. Memories of Yuan's son flooding back, striking his heart like a colossal hammer, each blow resonating with profound sorrow. Li Jingru sighed, initially believing that with the acquisition of the crystal cores and the deployment of several skilled individuals, they could easily eliminate subject number 1. However, he was taken aback by the formidable strength of number 1. How many individuals should be dispatched? Sending even one too few could lead to total annihilation, while sending too many could halt all other operations at the base. Since number 1 had claimed not to harm him, he would not harm humanity. Cui Zixuan and Du Ling had once stated the same. Should they truly allow him to be? Li Jingru waved his hand, dismissing Xia Yiqing. He felt a few more strands of his hair turning gray. Chapter 46. Abundant Harvest. Jichuan flew towards the base, humming a cheerful tune, clutching 6 golden crystal cores. Today had indeed been fruitful, lifting his spirits as he spared the lesser walnuts. He could hardly be blamed. He had shown considerable restraint, but the opposition had proved too aggressive, compelling him to act. Were he still human, he would have admired Xia Yiqing's character, which exuded a confidence typical of the strong. Yet, fate had determined their paths to diverge into 2 camps, and their next encounter might not see him showing any mercy. He had worried excessively before the conflict, and this time, he was aware of the formidable reconnaissance abilities he had acquired. Even when possessing an ordinary zombie, he could perceive the surroundings, a testament to his burgeoning strength. Upon returning to the base, he informed Lin Lulu and Gu Yunqi that there was a possibility of entering a state of slumber once more. The two nodded in acknowledgement, accustomed to the situation, and planned to summon Zhang Yun later. Each time during his unconsciousness, Jichuan exhibited signs of distress, and Zhang Yun's soothing abilities proved to be quite effective. However, after consuming 6 golden crystal cores, Jichuan remained unaffected. Although he felt a resurgence of energy within his body, there were no signs of transformation. It seems I will not faint this time, Jichuan remarked shyly, glancing at the two by the bedside. Lin Lulu rolled her eyes and said, "Come on, Sister Yunqi, let us play some cards. I owe a lipstick for losing." Gu Yunqi cast a worried glance at Jichuan, and upon confirming that he was indeed fine, she was pulled away by Lin Lulu. "A lipstick seems a bit excessive. How about a bottle of nail polish instead?" Zhu Zhu, who did not paint her nails, had no nail polish. Their voices grew fainter as they moved away. "That girl is becoming increasingly audacious," Jichuan muttered in exasperation. Jichuan discovered that after absorbing a substantial number of high-level crystal cores, he received prompts indicating that many of his abilities could indeed be combined. Among these, the enhancements of speed, advanced, strength, advanced, mental fortitude, advanced, and defense, advanced, could coalesce into a golden crystal core, perfect body, significantly enhancing all physical attributes while granting immunity to all abnormal states. The abilities of metal manipulation, metal scaling, metal generation, and strong magnetism combined into a golden crystal core. Essence of gold. The abilities of cooling, firepower, firewall, and fire control converged into another golden crystal core, essence of fire. Other abilities that lacked advanced levels were not pursued by Jichuan. He then proceeded to examine his current abilities. Green crystal core, intense light, healing intermediate, windblade intermediate, poison mist intermediate, water gun, martial arts, cooling, material decomposition, walking on water, blood sucking, defense enhancement intermediate, malodorous, taste elimination, purple crystal core, body hardening advanced, diffusion, area sleep, time freeze, mental control, flight, area protection, visual obfuscation, light power, blizzard, golden crystal core, essence of rock, essence of darkness, perfect body, essence of gold, essence of fire, corrupting evil spirit, earthquake, energy perception, heavenly thunder, falling stars. Realm of illusions. The richness of my skill set seems to provide a significant advantage even when confronted by those endowed with the red crystal core. Jichuan possesses the unique ability to explore the limits of all supernatural powers, a feat unattainable by humanity. Although the recent newcomers are all formidable wielders of the golden crystal core, their performance in utilizing their abilities pales in comparison to that of the mutated purple crystal core zombies. Faced with such formidable opponents, they are left paralyzed in fear. overly reliant on the strength of those around them. With this thought in mind, Ji Chuan resumed training the group. Lin Lulu, having drawn a favorable hand, exclaimed in frustration before retreating downstairs. Zhu Zhu, prioritizing the leader's words, hastily pulled Gu Yunqi away. Lin Lulu puffed her cheeks in anger. Today, I was attacked by an elite team, led by a particularly powerful captain. However, their over-reliance on their leader rendered them nearly helpless during the battle. Consequently, I easily triumphed over them, and you all must cultivate the courage to remain calm in the face of formidable adversaries. Despite the fact that some abilities may not be particularly formidable, an excessive reliance on others will inevitably hinder one's progress. Lin Lulu rolled her eyes from the sidelines, noticing that Ji Chuan was increasingly resembling a seasoned bureaucrat. Lin Lulu, your opponent is Xiao Mei, while the other attack-type ability users will face Dezhuang. What? I'm supposed to fight Xiao Mei? Ji Chuan, have you lost your mind? Lin Lulu suspected that Ji Chuan was deliberately punishing her with this absurd matchup, as Xiao Mei appeared capable of inflicting severe harm with a mere lash of her whip. What do you have to fear as a ranged attacker? Is Xiao Mei's whip longer than your arrows? If you manage to hit Xiao Mei with 3 arrows, that would count as your victory. Lin Lulu gazed at Xiao Mei in the courtyard, whose muscular physique resembled that of a champion bikini competitor from the West. To her astonishment, excitement radiated from Xiao Mei's face as she cracked her whip against the ground, producing a sharp sound that made Lin Lulu swallow hard. She resolved to mask her dissatisfaction with Ji Chuan more subtly in the future. The others, too, wore expressions of helplessness, even with their utmost effort. They felt incapable of scraping even a fragment of skin from Dezhuang. His colossal stature alone was intimidating, boasting extraordinary strength. Coupled with astonishing speed, one punch from him could send a person flying. Dezhuang cheerfully bounced in place, seemingly elated, while the onlookers felt as though a minor earthquake had struck the hotel courtyard. Those without attack-type abilities were, at this moment, rather grateful, as they all perched on windowsills, amused by the spectacle. With Wu Qian's arrival, the base had gained another formidable combatant. His ability allowed him to temporarily replicate lightweight items he touched. Thus, he had effectively touched nearly every weapon available in the base. The courtyard has been divided into 2 arenas, one for Lin Lulu and Xiao Mei, and the other for Wu Qian, Gu Yunqi, Pei Wendong, Jiang Yi, Xiao Xian, Geng Mao, and Dezhuang. Xiao Xinshi and Fan Jiahao have been placed among the spectators by Ji Chuan, who believes their abilities are better suited as good luck charms. Zhang Yun gazes at Xiao Xian with concern, yet Xiao Xian reassures her with a confident expression. Xiao Mei, Dezhuang, aim for non-vital areas and be gentle. Understood, master. Lin Lulu's objective is to shoot 3 arrows at Xiao Mei, while the others aim to obtain a single hair from Dezhuang. Is there any issue? The leader inquires. My abilities can also be utilized in combat. I wish to join. Ji Chuan turns to the somewhat timid Chen Yuru. Are you certain, Aunt Chen? Chen Yuru nods, inspired by Xiao Xian's training courage. As an adult, she feels the need to be stronger to protect Yaya. Mom, can you do this? Tang Yu looks at Chen Yuru with worry, but Chen Yuru simply nods, steeling herself with utmost determination. Chapter 47. The members of the Avengers base engage in sparring in an effort to avoid physical harm. Lin Lulu quickly moves in the opposite direction of Xiao Mei. However, Xiao Mei remains unfazed, casually twirling the steel whip in her hand, seemingly dismissive of Lin Lulu. On the other side, a group encircles the formidable Dezhuang, nervously swallowing their fears, particularly Chen Yuru. The haunting image of Dezhuang breaking into her villa lingers vividly in her mind. The moment Dezhuang's gaze pierced through the wall's crevice, fixating on the pair of mother and daughter, was one that nearly stole her breath away. Our objective is his hair. His speed and agility make it exceedingly challenging to ascend and seize it from atop his head. Let us attempt to utilize our extraordinary abilities to dislodge his hair. No, do not strike Dezhuang's head. Upon hearing Wu Qian's plan relayed to the group, Dezhuang hastily shielded his head with his hands, resembling a chubby child wronged. The sympathy for Dezhuang's plight elicited not a shred of compassion from the onlookers, akin to a formidable wall standing before them, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Thus, let us commence. Ji Chuan's cool voice resonated, and the battlefield erupted into a flurry of activity. Before Lin Lulu could conjure her first arrow, Xiao Mei suddenly propelled herself from a distance, launching toward Lin Lulu like a bullet, leaving behind a crater in the ground. Lin Lulu was nearly frightened into retreat by the scene before her. Yet, seizing the opportunity, She unleashed her light arrows, striving to impede Xiaomei's advance. De Zhuang, who had just moments ago felt aggrieved, was electrified by Ji Chuan's command. Swinging his robust arms toward Wu Qian, realizing that this individual had just proposed the strategy, he presumed Wu Qian must be the leader of this makeshift team. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, Wu Qian swiftly dodged De Zhuang's assault. In a bid to capture De Zhuang's hair, he promptly materialized a flying dagger in his hand. However, as the light flashed, Wu Qian was astonished to discover that instead of a single dagger, 5 had appeared. He barely managed to keep them from clattering to the ground. Gu Yunxi nodded toward Wu Qian, who marveled, could she be the one who holds dominion? Without further hesitation, at the moment De Zhuang turned to withdraw his hand, he hurled the flying dagger toward De Zhuang's hair. Gu Yunxi found herself in a state of disarray. She had neglected to bestow an enhancement upon Geng Mao earlier. Now, she endeavored to expand the radius of her ability. The green orb of light in her mind was continuously manipulated and enlarged, as she aimed to envelop the entire arena with her enhancements. Da Zhuang nimbly evaded Wu Qian's flying daggers, a smile of delight adorning his face. Having spent so long as a guard at the base without encountering any foes, he had grown rather bored. The other guard, Xiaomei, would lash out at him with a whip whenever he approached, instilling a sense of fear that kept him at bay. Yet the unfolding battle before him was truly captivating. Just as he prepared to leap forward and strike at Wu Qian, he realized his movements resembled those of a phantom, leaving Wu Qian no time to react. Lacking any defensive maneuvers, this strike could potentially spell doom for Wu Qian. Both Da Zhuang and Wu Qian were taken aback. Yet inertia propelled Da Zhuang's body like a high-velocity projectile straight towards Wu Qian's face. Boom! Da Zhuang collided with a rock wall, clutching his head in pain. It was Ji Chuan who had intervened just in time to protect Wu Qian. Gu Yunxi, while enhancing your allies, you also forget to enhance your opponents? Upon hearing Ji Chuan's reprimand, Gu Yunxi finally grasped the situation. Although she had enveloped the entire area with her orb, Da Zhuang and Xiaomei were also caught within its radius, becoming subjects of enhancement. Sister Yunxi, it's you. Lin Lulu lamented from a distance, nearly in tears. Initially struggling to evade Xiaomei's relentless pursuit, she found herself overwhelmed. Though her arrows had gained in width, Xiaomei's explosive power was akin to that of a superhuman. Do not even mention hitting Xiaomei. One cannot even aim, for she perceives that Xiaomei's movements surpass her own in agility. Just moments ago, she endured a lash from Xiaomei. And though she was aware that Xiaomei had not exerted her full strength, the impact still caused her to grimace in pain. Gu Yunxi hastily seized her augmented powers, redirecting her focus to weaken Da Zhuang. However, Da Zhuang's inherent strength and speed were formidable, independent of any abilities. The attempt to weaken Da Zhuang proved futile. Gu Yunxi fell into contemplation. If she could solely enhance her teammates while avoiding the adversary, a widespread circular coverage was not feasible. She began to experiment with reshaping the green orb of light, endeavoring to mold it into a crescent form. By circumventing the central Da Zhuang, the crescent's remaining area could encompass the others present. Jiang Yi's stone projectiles were entirely disregarded by Da Zhuang, akin to grains of sand striking him. Yet, suddenly, the stones swelled to the size of a soccer ball, catching Da Zhuang off guard and causing him discomfort as he hastily raised his arms to shield himself from Jiang Yi's direction. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Qian conjured a grappling hook, launching it toward Da Zhuang's back. Swiftly ascending toward Da Zhuang's rear, he shouted, "Cover me." Sensing Wu Qian's maneuver, Da Zhuang began to shake violently, attempting to dislodge him while reaching back with his hands. However, his robust arms and thick back proved incapable of grasping Wu Qian, who was positioned in the middle of his back. The others hastened to intensify their attacks, leaving Da Zhuang momentarily blinded. Chun Yuru's water stream, enhanced by her powers, surged toward Da Zhuang's head like a high-pressure hose, striving to obscure his line of sight. Da Zhuang's strength was overwhelming. Upon realizing he could not grasp Wu Qian, he began to shake and leap violently. Wu Qian felt as though she were riding a wild stallion, jostled to the point of slipping off, as if her internal organs might be dislodged. Lin Lulu was battered and bruised after receiving 5 lashes, yet Xiaomei wore a disdainful smile, as if she were merely reprimanding an insect. Lin Lulu had made noticeable progress since their last encounter, increasing the number of light arrows to 3. However, in the face of absolute speed and agility, mere numbers proved futile. Hitting the target was essential. The quantity was of no use to her. Lin Lulu, dragging her injured body, darted about like a frightened fawn, true to her name. She needed to unleash a quality shot. Hitting the target was imperative. Yet how could she possibly aim accurately amidst such rapid evasion? She attempted to deepen her connection with the light arrows. Surprisingly, Sister Yunqi's ability could alter its state based on her thoughts. Jichuan had mentioned that his powers were on par with Sister Yunqi's. Could my light arrows be influenced by my intentions as well? A whip ensnared Lin Lulu's left leg, and she lost her balance, crashing to the ground. In her panic, she turned to see Xiao Mei approaching her with a queenly smile. In haste, she released an arrow, but Xiao Mei merely tilted her head slightly, effortlessly evading the shot. Just as she raised her hand to deliver a blow that would render Lin Lulu unconscious, a light arrow unexpectedly pierced her abdomen from behind. Lin Lulu realized with astonishment that she could indeed alter the trajectory of the light arrows. Chapter 48. Lin Lulu's awakening. The once straight light arrows, having failed to find their mark, began to retreat. Xiao Mei could only continue to evade. Seizing the moment, Lin Lulu rose to her feet, dragging her bloodied left leg as she retreated. She loosed another arrow towards Xiao Mei, realizing that controlling two light arrows simultaneously was stretching her abilities to their limits. The exertion had left her somewhat disoriented, but she understood that if she could just maintain her focus and land a hit, victory would be hers. Jichuan is truly relentless, offering no assistance, she lamented, glancing at her wounded body with concern over the potential for scars. Yet, recalling Jichuan's healing powers, she sighed in resignation. Xiao Mei moved with remarkable agility. Despite having been struck by an arrow, her zombie physiology rendered her largely impervious to pain, allowing her to maintain her original speed. She maneuvered like a gymnastics champion, employing various acrobatic poses to evade the pursuing arrows. However, beads of sweat began to form on Lin Lulu's forehead as her consciousness wavered. If she failed to strike her target soon, the intensity of her power would surely lead to her own collapse. The speed of the light arrows began to wane, a fact not lost on Xiao Mei, who smiled knowingly. Methodically, she continued to dodge the arrows, biding her time for Lin Lulu to exhaust her strength. Meanwhile, Xiao Xian observed with trepidation as the imposing De Zhuang remained on the periphery. The group was protective of the young girl, preventing her from advancing. Pei Wengdong stood resolutely in front of Xiao Xian, aware that a mere brush with De Zhuang's massive arms could pose a grave threat to her life. Xiao Xian hesitated for a considerable time, her objective being Da Zhuang's hair. She rummaged through her mind, pondering what kind of doll could possibly seize Da Zhuang's locks. As she watched Wu Qian being flung aside by Da Zhuang, Chen Yuru employed the force of water to cushion Wu Qian's fall, sparing him from injury. Da Zhuang, seething with anger, turned around to pursue Wu Qian, relentlessly pounding the ground with his fists, leaving deep craters in his wake, while Wu Qian could only roll about helplessly on the ground. A flash of golden light danced in Xiao Xuan's hand. The doll, which should have been diminutive, gradually rose to its feet under Gu Yunxi's extraordinary powers. Astonishingly, now the size of a person, the doll bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Mei, albeit with haphazard features. Its eyes were mere buttons, and its mouth crudely stitched with crossed threads. The Xiao Mei doll emitted a voice sharper and more piercing than Xiao Mei's. "You filthy insect! Why aren't you behaving?" Upon hearing this voice, a flicker of fear crossed Da Zhuang's eyes as he realized that a second Xiao Mei stood directly before him. Although the real Xiao Mei was still evading the arrows of light in the distance, the sight of the doll sparked confusion within Da Zhuang. In his moment of distraction, the doll swiftly lashed a steel whip toward his neck. Da Zhuang had no choice but to grasp the whip with both hands to prevent himself from choking. The strength of the doll was surprisingly comparable to that of Xiao Mei herself. Jichuan observed the unfolding situation with great interest, noting the rapid growth of each individual in this real combat scenario. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Qian once again scaled Da Zhuang's body using the grappling hook, but this time, the Xiao Mei doll clutched him tightly, rendering him immobile and unable to leap or twist. Meanwhile, the others exerted themselves, employing their extraordinary abilities to strike at Da Zhuang's body, providing Wu Qian with the necessary cover. Wu Qian stood atop De Zhuang's shoulders, tugging at his hair with considerable force. Meanwhile, Lin Lulu had collapsed from exhaustion, and just as Xiao Mei was about to deliver a finishing blow, Jichuan intervened. "It's over," everyone performed admirably. Jichuan tended to the group, and Lin Lulu gradually regained consciousness. This drill saw significant progress from all participants, yet it is essential to reflect on the lessons learned. Xiao Mei emerged victorious, while the Zhuang faced defeat. Both De Zhuang and Lin Lu hung their heads, feeling disheartened. De Zhuang, why did you focus solely on attacking Wu Qian? Ji Chuan sought to gauge De Zhuang's strategic acumen. Because prior to the battle, I issued commands as the captain. My intention was to incapacitate the core of the team first. Your reasoning is sound, yet upon realizing the difficulty of overcoming the opponent, one should prioritize addressing the other individuals present. They are equally vital and can aid the core members in securing victory. Each member on De Zhuang's side showcased their strengths, exemplifying the essence of teamwork. Moreover, when facing adversaries in the future, refrain from divulging your strategies. Ji Chuan turned to Wu Qian, who nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Lu, why did you lose? I was alone, hence my defeat, she retorted, turning her head away in frustration, believing Ji Chuan was taking personal revenge against her. You lost due to your lethargy, Ji Chuan remarked, lightly flicking her forehead. Among us, your unique abilities are best suited for offense. Yet you often indulge in snacks and leisure games, lacking a sense of urgency. Upon hearing Ji Chuan's words, Lin Lu lowered her head, offering no retort. Well done. You have made significant progress today. From now on, everyone can train with De Zhuang and Xiao Mei. Otherwise, we shall forever remain inexperienced newcomers. I do not wish for what transpired within the ability user base to happen to you. It is disheartening to possess the strength to confront, yet be rendered a mere target due to a lack of experience and courage. Look at Jiangyi. He has just completed training and is already engaging in a plank exercise, demonstrating an exemplary attitude. Everyone, let us strive together. You are all dismissed. The audience, stirred by Ji Chuan's words, felt a surge of enthusiasm. Xiao Xian and Fan Jiahao, eager to contribute, unconsciously directed their abilities towards Jiangyi. Just wait until I stand up. You two will have a show to witness. Receiving Ji Chuan's praise, Jiangyi refrained from arguing, instead inwardly seething, as these two mascots only ever employed their abilities against him. Gu Yunxi took Lin Lu by the hand and led her towards the hall. Lu, you performed remarkably just now. I saw your light arrow could actually track its target. Yet, Lin Lu's face did not reflect joy. I believe Ji Chuan is correct. I have always relied on his protection, and in moments of peril, I have not been able to contribute much. No, you have been invaluable to us, Lu. You are our mainstay. Lin Lu's face was filled with melancholy, yet my abilities were undeniably more potent than those of the other members. I had previously possessed the capacity to excel, but it was only today that I realized the potential of my powers. Lin Lu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She understood that Ji Chuan had always treated everyone with kindness and had never imposed strict discipline upon them. However, she could not continue to be so carefree. Ji Chuan's experiences today enlightened her to the fact that merely waiting to be protected could place her in peril. Learning to fend for oneself was the safest course of action, and she had been living far too comfortably for too long. Everyone must be weary. The meal is prepared, and once we eat, we shall all feel revitalized. Master Zhao warmly invited everyone to the dining hall, for preparing restorative food was the only way he could contribute, and he cherished this base immensely. Each member was striving to fulfill their role for the collective, and Lin Lu's side, resolving to engage in special training with Xiao Mei during the day from now on. Chapter 49. The unfinished experiment. Huang Mao had been waiting in the level -9 waiting room for 12 hours, but this time, the staff who opened the door were there to escort him. Finally, it was my turn. Your work efficiency is astonishingly low. I've been waiting so long that I've grown drowsy. Huang Mao complained, and unlike the beautiful attendant who had previously guided him to the waiting room, this time he was flanked by 2 armed guards. The guards showed no reaction to Huang Mao's words, merely escorting him as they proceeded towards their destination. I am tired. Where's my room? I wish to sleep now. This floor appears to be entirely composed of laboratories. Where's the living area? The young man with yellow hair felt a growing sense of unease as he observed his surroundings. He recalled the words of the blind old man, who claimed that they were all experiments and had no need for accommodations. At that moment, he had dismissed the old man's ramblings as nonsense. However, as he ventured further, he realized that this entire level was indeed filled with laboratories. It was evident that the occupants of those rooms had never emerged. It was implausible for the old man to have seen these laboratories. Silenced by his apprehension, a twinge of anxiety began to rise within him. Despite the absurdity of the old man's assertions, The current scene before him lacked any semblance of a residential area. This level resembled a research center, or perhaps a hospital. In a state of trepidation, he arrived at a room where the centerpiece was a bed. Yet, rather than a conventional bed, it resembled a multifunctional chair used in dental examinations, surrounded by various connected apparatuses. More accurately, the entire room resembled an operating theater. Several individuals clad in white coats stood observing him. Have we taken a wrong turn? The young man with yellow hair was drenched in cold sweat as he surveyed the scene, instinctively reaching for the door behind him, only to find a guard obstructing his movement. Please lie down. We need to conduct a physical examination. The tone of the white-coated figure was gentle, akin to that of a caregiver soothing a frightened child about to visit the dentist. It seemed a routine procedure to undergo a health check at the base. Especially in light of the recent outbreak of the zombie virus outside, it was unlikely they would allow individuals to reside here without such precautionary measures. Reassuring himself, he attempted to dismiss his fears as mere overthinking. Furthermore, the two guards did not appear to grant him the liberty to leave. Thus, he reluctantly reclined on the bed, only to discover that his hands and feet were secured by steel locks affixed to the apparatus. What are you planning to do? The young man with yellow hair was suddenly filled with panic. How could a physical examination restrict his personal freedom in such a manner? The doctor, clad in a white coat, picked up a mask without providing any explanation and placed it over the struggling young man's face. In mere moments, he was fast asleep, as peaceful as a child. The blue crystal core was embedded into the living specimen number 53, a 23-year-old male. The type of core embedded, electrical system. The category of the specimen's abilities, enhancement. The target embedding location, heart. The experiment commenced. After a brief disinfection, the scalpel sliced open the young man's chest. Just moments ago, the yellow-haired youth had boasted that his turn had finally come, claiming to be the strongest in the room. Zhomi remained indifferent. As long as he and his daughter were safe, that was all that mattered. He understood that the base had received many survivors, and it was entirely normal to arrange rooms for them one by one. He felt an immense gratitude for being able to save them, and waiting a little longer was of no consequence. Moreover, individuals were continually being called out from the room, while others were entering. All he had to do was wait. The door swung open once more, revealing Zhujian Pain. The elderly man beside Zhomi trembled, unlike the others who were impatient. He slowly rose to his feet and, with a sigh, glanced at Zhomi's daughter in his arms. Leaning closer, the elder whispered into his ear, "There is a freight elevator 30 meters to the southeast. The code should be 1218. If you have the ability, take the child and escape." Zhomi felt perplexed. Why should they flee? What was this elder talking about? How did he know the elevator's location and code? Inquiring about abilities was commonplace, yet upon realizing their abilities, the staff had indeed displayed a look of disdain. Must one venture out to undertake a task to procure a mobile phone? This waiting room, devoid of windows and doors, resembles a chamber of confinement rather than a lounge. The entrance is fortified with heavy metal doors. A sense of unease envelopes Zhomi as he gazes upon his daughter's slumbering visage, his heart heavy with worry. Should he escape, he would meticulously scrutinize the surroundings, for if anything seemed amiss, he would risk everything to rescue his daughter. The door creaks open once more. Zhomi. Zhou Yuan. The man's expression is devoid of the joy he exhibited upon entering the base. He cradles his daughter and trudges forward. Two guards flank him as they lead the way, and Zhomi attentively surveys his environment. "Excuse me, I urgently need to use the restroom. I've been waiting for too long," he implores. The guards exchange glances. "Then you best hurry." They alter their course, guiding him towards the lavatory. Indeed, in the southeastern corner. They spot the elevator. However, the restroom lies at the far end, and the elevator is on the verge of being missed. Zhomi finds himself with no opportunity to board the lift, for even if he did, he would be swiftly subdued by the two guards. He carries his daughter with heavy steps. "What are you dawdling for? Move faster." The guards have grown wary of Zhomi's demeanor. Left with no choice, he seizes a trash bin from the corridor and hurls it at the guards with all his might, then dashes towards the freight elevator with his daughter in his arms. In mere moments, however, he is effortlessly overpowered by the guards. Quite clever, one remarks. Despite cradling his daughter, Zhomi's futile attempt with the trash bin yields no success. The guard possessing restraining abilities has already bound his hands, while another snatches his daughter away. 1-1. The abrupt movement caused Zhou Yuan to burst into tears, yet the guards offered them no respite, promptly escorting him to the operating room. "Release me. Return my daughter." Zhou Mi, devoid of any means to resist, watched helplessly as Zhou Yuan was taken to another chamber. Zhou Mi had already caught sight of the surgical table before him. How did you discover this? The white-coated individual scrutinized Zhou Mi's registration information, awakening to the current time. A completely useless ability, yet a rare temporal power nonetheless. This specimen is quite remarkable. At that moment, Zhou Mi fully believed the elder's words, though it was far too late. His daughter would also be subjected to their experiments. The thought filled Zhou Mi's eyes with a crimson hue. The only family he had fought desperately to protect in this apocalyptic world was his daughter. And now he had unwittingly placed her in peril. The strength of an ordinary person was utterly insignificant. The guards easily restrained Zhou Mi upon the operating table. The white-coated figure affixed a mask over Zhou Mi's face, and he succumbed to slumber. The reason Zhou Mi believed his ability was to awaken and know the time was that whenever he fell asleep, a temporal panel appeared before him, endlessly shifting. It resembled an electronic clock's display, persistently repeating in his dreams. Regardless of the scenes he envisioned, that time-laden screen remained ever-present. Moreover, upon waking, he had compared it several times, confirming its alignment with the actual time. In his torment, Zhou Mi wept in his dreams, fully aware that both he and his daughter were destined to become experimental subjects, likely facing death. Given another chance, he would never place his hopes in reaching the base of the ability users. Despite the challenges he faced, he was determined to strive for a better life for his daughter. The time panel within his dreams began to tremble violently, and to his astonishment, he witnessed the clock on the screen rewinding continuously. Time froze at noon today, the very moment he and his daughter encountered the base team of superhumans. A blinding light erupted in the dream, and slowly, he opened his eyes. Chapter 50. A perfect day, what are you standing there for? Get in the car. After dealing with the nearby zombies, the members of the superhuman team regarded the man before them with perplexity. Just a moment ago, he had expressed immense gratitude, assuring his daughter that they were finally saved, yet now he stood there, seemingly transfixed. What are you doing? Are we leaving or not? Overwhelmed, he burst into tears, disregarding the team's urging, and swiftly scooped up his daughter, fleeing into the distance. Captain, what's wrong with that man? Why is he running instead of getting in the car? Should we chase after him? Let him be. There are numerous other survivors awaiting our assistance. If he doesn't wish to join us, then so be it. Listening to the sound of the vehicle's door closing behind him as it drove away, his taut nerves finally began to ease. He had escaped that den of horrors. Yet, where should he take his daughter now? Oh right, he had come out in search of crystal cores. However, the superhuman team was currently active in the area, so he needed to avoid them. In the sky, Ji Chuan soared, sensing the presence of crystal cores throughout the region. There were quite a few high-level cores nearby, but where should he go to extract them? His gaze settled on an abandoned factory, where he dispatched all nearby zombies, ensuring he would not draw the attention of the superhuman team. Ji Chuan languidly awaited the approach of the walnuts, while simultaneously noticing a lavishly equipped group advancing towards him. An inexplicable intuition assured him that this entourage was indeed headed his way. Uncertain of the source of his conviction, he ascended directly to the eaves of the factory, quietly biding his time. Should I perhaps lean in for a closer observation? After all, the red crystal core has yet to engage in battle. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, Ji Chuan promptly dismissed it. How peculiar today seems. His thoughts felt jumbled. Yet he possessed an unshakable confidence in his ability to make the right decisions regarding the unfolding events before him. A contingent had now gathered at his feet. Hey, young man, it's quite dangerous up there. Do you need assistance coming down? It seems we meet again. Ji Chuan's deep voice resonated, startling himself with the word again. The leader of the group appeared equally perplexed. Had they crossed paths before? Captain, he is a zombie. Yuan Sen's warning prompted Xia Yiqing to furrow his brow. The striking young man before them, resembling a work of art amidst the apocalypse, was, astonishingly, a zombie. This time, you still have an opportunity to escape. I shall not harm you before you make your move. Will you cherish this chance? Ji Chuan's voice exuded a languid confidence, even more so than Xia Yiqing's. Young man, it seems you possess considerable strength. Confident that you can vanquish us? Xia Yiqing waved his hand, signaling his comrades to assume their battle formation. Ji Chuan effortlessly soared into the air, the eaves behind him shattering spectacularly. Xia Yiqing relentlessly launched a series of concentrated assaults, yet found that Ji Chuan evaded them all. As if endowed with the uncanny ability to foresee the future, entirely anticipating the trajectory of her strikes. Could this be possible? A flicker of unease stirred within Xia Yiqing, yet she dared not cease her actions. The newcomers around her, having heard whispers of the legendary number 1, stood paralyzed in place. Even their attacks were mere superficial scratches, as if they were swatting at phantoms. If she could not vanquish Ji Chuan, they would all perish, just as her tempest was yet to be unleashed. Ji Chuan had already taken action. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility non-existent in an instant, plunging them into utter blackness. Xia's team leader, Before Yuan Sun could finish his sentence, he collapsed onto the ground. At the sound of Yuan Sin's anguished cry, the newcomers erupted into chaos, shrieking and striking wildly, nearly inflicting harm upon Xia Yiqing herself. Calm down. Sensed the enemy's position. Yet Xia Yiqing felt as though a mountain bore down upon her, her body taut, the veins in her legs bulging. She heard her comrades wailing in agony, accompanied by the sickening sounds of flesh being torn apart. It was as though Ji Chuan was disemboweling them, the creeping dread gnawing at Xia Yiqing's heart. She had never encountered such a lopsided battle. A pair of crimson eyes ignited before her, nearly eliciting a scream from Xia Yiqing. Kneel. Yes, master. Xia Yiqing knelt, resembling a soulless puppet. Ji Chuan made no further move. He swiftly dashed out of the barrier, directing a pinpoint of light towards a hidden direction within his subconscious. The points of light shot forth like bullets, only to be engulfed by an encroaching grayness upon reaching their destination. Within this realm, time stood still, akin to an artistic space sculpted from plaster. In the midst of this stillness, a slender youth with a delicate visage retrieved for playing cards, preparing to cast them forward. Yet, he remained motionless in this muted domain. Ji Chuan slowly stepped inside, cradling the boy's face in his hands, his crimson eyes locking onto the youth's gaze. Release your cards, Ji Chuan murmured with an ethereal tone as the colors gradually returned to the boy's form. Kneeling quietly before Ji Chuan, the two became the protagonists of this gray-white expanse. Yes, master. This time, however, he sought to rectify the regrets of his dreams. Leader, these two are. The captain of the Psychic Base's combat team, the other is formidable as well. I managed to turn the tables on him when he attempted to eliminate me. Ji Chuan remarked nonchalantly. Bestow loyalty upon them. Su Xin nodded, and the two, under his control, offered no resistance, willingly accepting the state of loyalty. Xia Yiqing gasped for breath, still gripped by the terror of facing death. Yet, upon seeing Ji Chuan before him, fear dissipated, replaced by genuine respect and trust. Leader. Xia Yiqing bowed his head. Ji Chuan acknowledged him with a nod. Leader. Beside them, Song Ci also lowered his head. Thanks to you. Song Ci rolled his eyes, feeling that this fool had brought him great trouble. What? In my attempt to save you, I was discovered by the leader and subsequently captured. Our leader is quite formidable. You have indeed been discovered. Xia Yiqing swallowed hard, feeling utterly speechless at his own arrogance. Song Ci let out a sigh. The unfortunate news was that he had been captured. The silver lining, however, was that Xia Yiqing was also present, and he found himself rather fond of this new leader. His emotional ties to the base of supernatural beings were rather shallow. As long as those he cherished were by his side, that sufficed. The sound of a bowl crashing to the ground echoed. Wu Qian was gazing out the window while consuming the medicinal porridge prepared by Zhang Yun. He spotted two figures in the courtyard. Astonishingly, they were the two primary captains of the combat team. An impulse to slap himself surged within him. Both individuals possessed classified powers, yet they had chosen to surrender. Chapter 51. The sought-after Xiao Xian. This time, Ji Chuan opted to amalgamate those crystals that could be evolved. He summoned everyone for training, hoping they would grow rapidly. Old Wu, you're alive. Xia Yiqing and Song Ci exclaimed in astonishment at Wu Qian. They say you are quite the charmer. Who would have thought you would secure the leader's favor? Wu Qian felt utterly bemused, at a loss for words. It's not what it seems. I was framed by Su Wan Swan, and I was on the brink of death when the leader saved me. I told you. Uncle Wu looked so proper. How could he engage in such antics? Song Ci flashed a sunny smile, resembling an innocent child devoid of guile. Yet, upon hearing Wu Qian's words, Xia Yiqing felt a pang of guilt. So many around him had been saved by Ji Chuan, who had even offered them a chance to escape. Yet, he had obstinately sought to eliminate the very person who had saved countless lives, thus jeopardizing the lives of his own team members. Guilt, intertwined with the weight of loyalty, cast a shadow over Xia Yiqing, rendering him unusually despondent. Fortunately, the presence of Song Ci provided solace. Living in this stronghold did not seem entirely unfavorable. What about you two? How did you come in? Song Ci gestured toward Xia Yiqing. That foolish lad recklessly attempted to slay the leader, while I foolishly sought to rescue him from the leader's grasp. Upon awakening, we found ourselves as members of this base. Xia Yiqing lowered his head, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his features. Their nostalgic reminiscing came to a close, and it was time to commence training. Jichuan utilized Xia Yiqing and his companions as an example, urging everyone to strive for continuous improvement, and proceeded to organize two separate groups. Xia Yiqing and Song Ci were assigned to a distinct group, as Jichuan believed this training held little significance for the two of them. Leader, I can take charge of training the members from now on, Xia Yiqing proposed, to which Song Ci nodded in agreement. Indeed, Brother Yiqing possesses considerable experience in teaching abilities. He is a renowned instructor within the base. I entrust the newcomers assigned to me into his capable hands, for I have observed that he instructs far better than I do. The more adeptly newcomers learn, the greater their chances of survival. So this is how you think, Xiao Ci. I had assumed you were merely lazy, Xia Yiqing exclaimed, his excitement prompting him to grasp Song Ci's hand. He was pleasantly surprised by Song Ci's kindness, realizing that his inclination to let newcomers learn from him stemmed from a genuine concern for their welfare. Song Ci chuckled awkwardly and nodded. Although the truth was that his motivations were largely rooted in his own laziness, impatience, and a somewhat irritable temperament. Jichuan acknowledged this, initially intending to offer a reminder himself, but upon hearing Song Ci's suggestion, he decided to let Xia Yiqing take the lead in this endeavor. Summer Yiqing was responsible for guiding the team, led by De Zhuang. Song Ci, why don't you try guiding Lin Lulu? The two nodded in agreement. Multi-person practical guidance was Summer Yiqing's forte, although Song Ci's experience in instruction was not as extensive as Summer Yiqing's. It was more than sufficient for a novice like Lin Lulu. Thus, the training commenced. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Lulu raised her bow and shot an arrow. Are you just going to shoot it like that? What else should I do? Lin Lulu was somewhat taken aback by this newcomer to the base, finding his remarks rather ungracious. Don't you aim? I did aim. As Xiao Mei's steel whip came crashing towards her, Lin Lulu struggled to keep up. Conversing with Song Ci while trying to fend off Xiao Mei, her arm already stinging from the impact. I sense that your ability is not fully developed. Lin Lulu, incensed by Song Ci's words, decided to showcase her prowess. In an instant, she released 3 luminous arrows. Is this all you can do? What good is it if you can't hit anything? Lin Lulu was determined to make Song Ci her target. How did she shoot so quickly? Another strike landed on Lin Lulu's leg, causing her to grimace in pain. Who can fly faster than an arrow? If you can't aim at a moving target, why not let the arrow pursue on its own? What? Let the arrow pursue on its own? Lin Lulu was taken aback, incredulous at the notion that her arrows could act with such autonomy, as if they were obedient hounds. Could she truly communicate with her arrows? She began to sense the connection between herself and the arrow. Suddenly, her pupils dilated in astonishment. She truly felt her will influencing the arrow. She attempted to alter the trajectory of the arrow, and indeed, it soared towards the direction of her imagination. According to Song Ci's teachings, she sent commands to her arrow after establishing a mental connection. Remarkably, the arrow began to pursue Xiao Mei on its own. The first arrow piercing through Xiao Mei's abdomen from behind, followed closely by 2 more arrows in hot pursuit. Sister, you are quite clever, if you remain ignorant. I shall not bother with you any longer. Lin Lulu finally grasped why Song Ci seldom instructed newcomers. Her words were both caustic and impatient, and the crucial points were conveyed in an ambiguous manner. To comprehend it all felt like a stroke of genius on her part, continuously launching light arrows. Xiao Mei found it increasingly difficult to evade the 2 arrows chasing her, and when the number of arrows surged to 5, she quickly succumbed. Jichuan was pleasantly surprised by Lin Lulu's performance. Indeed, the guidance of an experienced individual facilitated rapid growth. Little sister, why are you not moving? What is your ability? My ability is to create dolls imbued with powers. I am contemplating what kind of doll could turn the tide of battle. Dolls with abilities. Xia Yiqing pondered for a moment and suddenly realized. A puppeteer, winning here is quite simple. Old Wu, cease your attempts to climb up. Shift to offense. Increase firepower across the board. Wu Qian, recognizing Xia Yiqing's wealth of experience, followed her guidance without hesitation. Little sister, being a puppeteer is a formidable ability. You can conjure powerful puppets through your imagination. Think about it. Which puppet have you encountered that was the most powerful? Xia Yiqing gently encouraged Xiao Xian. Xiao Mei, De Zhuang is quite afraid of you. As she pondered whether there existed a being more formidable than Xiao Mei, Xiao Xian found herself lost in contemplation, initially convinced she had grasped the correct answer. Had she encountered someone more powerful than Xiao Mei? Was it Superman, the Powerpuff Girls, or Sailor Moon? Grasping her head in confusion, she observed the difficulty everyone faced in their assaults, with Da Zhuang swinging his arms with ferocity, a stark contrast to his usual gentle demeanor. A realization struck her. Light emanated from Xiao Xuan's hands, and under the influence of Gu Yunxi's extraordinary abilities, a figure gradually materialized. Astonishingly, it was a rudimentary version of Jichuan. Xiao Xian recalled how obedient Da Zhuang had been when confronting Jichuan, the strongest individual he had ever encountered. Yet, despite its simplicity, the figure unmistakably resembled Jichuan. The doll of Jichuan floated gently onto Da Zhuang's head, and in a moment of stillness, Da Zhuang transformed into a shade of gray. Xiao Xian, you are incredible, exclaimed Lin Lulu, who rushed toward the Jichuan doll, playfully teasing it. Jichuan's expression darkened. Ha ha, Jichuan, your doll is rather adorable. Xiao Xian, how long can this doll endure? Might you gift it to me? Lin Lulu laughed heartily, appearing considerably less wounded than before, her joy palpable. However, the massive doll would not last long. Xiao Xian sensed this inevitability, and indeed, within moments, the Jichuan doll crumbled like a puff of cotton. What about the smaller doll? She wondered. The one without extraordinary powers should persist. Xiao Xian, please craft a leader doll for me. Zhu approached Xiao Xian, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Still, there is me. Gu Yunqi blushed as she raised her hand. Jichuan wore an expression of exasperation. As if to say, do you all consider me invisible? The crowd fell silent. However, Lin Lulu leaned in and whispered to Xiao Xian, suggesting they secretly prepare something for them and give Xiao Xian some candy, which brought a smile to Xiao Xian's face as she nodded happily. Jichuan chose to ignore this. Su Shen also planned to find Xiao Xian to customize a Jichuan doll. After today, Xiao Xian became a highly sought-after figure within the base. Chapter 52. A glimmer of hope. After the training concluded, Jichuan continued to emphasize the importance of personal growth, insisting that everyone should rely more on themselves rather than on others. Xia Yiqing took the initiative to assume the role of the training instructor, adopting a very strict approach. Jichuan nodded in approval. He was quite satisfied with Xia Yiqing's training methods. Lin Lulu lowered her head, realizing that Jichuan had always been lenient. As a pivotal force within the base, she understood the necessity of shouldering the responsibility of protecting it, rather than depending solely on Jichuan. She resolved to train more with Xiao Mei and seek guidance from Song Xiai. Although his words could be harsh, his keen insight allowed him to recognize her potential. As Jichuan was about to delve deeper into discussions with Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai regarding the whereabouts of Song Huai, the leaders of the combat team might possess valuable information. However, he soon sensed the presence of two golden crystal core life forms approaching, surrounded by a horde of zombies. With a sigh, he initially intended to let them fend for themselves and collect the two additional crystal cores, but upon noticing a father desperately shielding his daughter, his heart softened. Jichuan swiftly flew over. Zhou Yuan huddled in her father's embrace. The zombies had encircled them. Despite the father wielding a salvaged machete with all his might, he posed little threat to the overwhelming number of undead. She feared that both she and her father would perish in this grim place. She could not comprehend why her father had not boarded the vehicle to safety. Yet she understood that every decision he made was rooted in reason. Being with her father brought her the utmost solace. Zhou Mi's eyes burned crimson, though her legs trembled. She raised her blade and frantically struck at the approaching zombies. Why had this come to pass? She had already been granted a second chance. Yet she still could not evade the clutches of death. She yearned to unleash her abilities once more, but in her current state, devoid of slumber, she could not locate the screen that bore the essence of time. Despair enveloped Zhou Mi. Dying on the operating table seemed preferable to being devoured by the undead. Muan, I'm sorry, it was your father's error. As the zombies lunged toward them, Zhou Mi embraced her daughter tightly, shielding her with all her strength. Though her body quaked with fear, the anticipated agony of being torn apart did not descend upon her. The surrounding zombies abruptly ceased their movements, retreating silently to welcome their king. Jichuan descended slowly from the heavens, standing before the father and daughter. Zhou sensed the anomaly around them and gradually lifted her gaze to meet Ji Chuan's crimson eyes. Confusion clouded her understanding of the situation. The previously frenzied zombies now exhibited an unsettling calm. "You are safe," Ji Chuan's deep voice resonated, the most melodious sound Zhou had ever heard. In her understanding, zombies could not speak. Thus, although Ji Chuan appeared somewhat brooding, he was merely a human endowed with formidable powers. "Thank you. Do you know how to get to the Oligar Hotel? I have heard there is a base there, and I wish to explore the possibility of joining with my daughter." After abandoning the quest to reach the superhuman base, Zhou found himself contemplating their next destination. With their combined abilities, survival seemed utterly unattainable. Their hopes now rested upon the collective, and online sources mentioned a new base in the Xinghe district. Since they were quite close to Xinghe, they decided to take a chance. In a city teeming with zombies, time for reflection was scarce, compelling him to forge ahead, propelled by a faint glimmer of hope. "I am the leader of the base. I can guide you there," said Ji Chuan. Zhou burst into tears, realizing that this opportunity had not been squandered. With his ability to sense energy, Ji Chuan understood the nuances of power far better than Yuan San, who could only perceive the types of abilities. Ji Chuan could directly discern the specifics of their powers. Upon meeting Zhou and his daughter, he was eager to invite them to join the base, unaware that they were already seeking his outpost. Even though the activation conditions were stringent and may not be applicable in a crisis, this ability was undeniably formidable. Suddenly, Ji Chuan found clarity regarding the peculiar feelings he had experienced throughout the day. Upon encountering Zhou, he realized that Zhou had already activated his power. Yet, it seemed that others did not share this sensation. Why had he been left with such an impression? Ji Chuan was puzzled. As for Zhou Yuan's power, Ji Chuan could not comprehend it. It was a healing ability dubbed Mermaid. What connection could there possibly be between mermaids and healing powers? Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan, experiencing flight, gradually relaxed, curiously gazing beneath her. "Daddy, we are flying," Zhou Yuan exclaimed with excitement. "Though this big brother feels somewhat cool, he can actually fly. He is a superhero." "Wan, don't move around." Zhou, feeling a bit dizzy and already somewhat acrophobic, had never been on such an open-air plane before, and he struggled to maintain his composure, his complexion pale. Fortunately, the journey was brief, and he found himself enveloped in a black mist as he entered above the hotel. Upon landing, however, he discovered that the hotel appeared surprisingly tidy amidst the apocalypse. Zhou could not hold back any longer. At the moment of touchdown, he vomited, though his stomach was empty, resulting in merely a splash of sour liquid. He felt embarrassed as he continuously apologized to Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan raised his hand, causing Zhou to shut his eyes in fear, thinking Ji Chuan was about to strike him, but instead, a wave of warmth enveloped him. A green light emanated from Ji Chuan's hand, and the dizziness that had plagued him dissipated, leaving him refreshed. Ji Chuan was performing a healing on him. Thank you, leader. It is mealtime now. You and your daughter should head to the dining area." "All right, thank you, leader." Without the need for ability registration or surrendering their phones, Zhou observed two fierce-looking zombies in the courtyard. Yet, they seemed to harbor no animosity towards him. Recalling how all the zombies had ceased their attacks earlier, he surmised that the leader possessed formidable abilities against them. Su Shen quickly welcomed the newcomers, and laughter filled the dining room, creating a joyful atmosphere. Nevertheless, Zhou remained tense. After handing him over to Su Shen, Ji Chuan departed, having no need for a meal. Despite his hunger, Zhou dared not take too much food, advising his daughter to do the same, fearful of leaving a poor impression. "Your daughter is still growing. How can she thrive on so little?" Observing Zhou's discomfort, Su Shen kindly gathered a generous amount of food for the father and daughter. "Rest assured, our supplies are abundant. It is essential to eat well. After the meal, I shall show you around." Zhou nodded gratefully, finding a corner to enjoy the feast with his daughter. It had been quite some time since he had savored such a sumptuous meal, and his hands trembled slightly. Xiao Xian noticed them from a distance and rushed over with palpable excitement. "This is for you." Looking at the eager expressions on Xiao Xian and his daughter's faces, Zhou nodded, urging, "Quickly thank your sister." Zhou Yuan immediately broke into a smile, delighted with the doll. This marked Xiao Xian's first encounter with peers at the base, filling her with uncontainable joy. The innocence of childhood friendships blossomed as they began to plan to play together after their meal. "Xiao Xian, let your sister eat properly. Do not disturb her." Zhang Yun approached, offering an apologetic smile, Tajomi Xiaoxian is just excited to meet someone her age. I hope it's not too much trouble. Not at all. And it hasn't he played with peers in quite some time, Zhomi replied, savoring the fresh flavors that danced upon his palate, momentarily lost in thought. His daughter should be joyfully playing with her contemporaries, basking in parental care, yet here he was, feeling utterly inadequate, having failed to save his wife. Anin had lost her mother. The ordinary scene before him was a fleeting glimpse of happiness he had not experienced in ages amidst the apocalypse. Whether it was the euphoria of surviving or the weight of guilt for his daughter, tears streamed down Zhoumi's face uncontrollably. Chapter 53. The fate of Song Huaixia, Yiqing's newly formed squad has perished. The whereabouts of Team Xia and Team Song remain unknown. Indeed, leader, Team Song was in close proximity to Team Xia before their disappearance, and they are likely to have met with a similar fate. Evidence of a struggle is present. Though it appears not to have been particularly fierce, the opposing force struck with ruthless precision, resulting in the near-instant demise of the members. The prospects for Team Xia and Team Song appear dire. Li Jingru nearly faltered, almost collapsing under the weight of the news. Xia Yiqing is not only a key asset to the base, his exceptional abilities mark him as one of the highest-level practitioners currently detected. Additionally, he serves as an instructor at the base, nurturing the potential of newcomers endowed with formidable combat abilities. To think such a powerful individual could meet with disaster? The entire team wiped out in an instant? Song Ci, a secret weapon of the base, possesses abilities on par with Xia Yiqing. Yet he wields consumable items that correspond to his powers, some of which are extraordinarily potent, even heralded as humanity's hope. To have encountered misfortune in such a manner. Is it in the Xinghe district? Li Jingru's gaze turned vacant as a hypothesis formed. Yes. He picked up his phone only to set it down again. His face a portrait of turmoil. Clearly, Du Ling and Cui Zixuan had stated that Entity Number 1 would not proactively assault humans. Could it be that Xia Yiqing and his team struck first? Yet, Su Wanzuan had also described it as a murderous monstrosity. Dispatch nearby teams to investigate further, to ascertain whether there are any surveillance cameras, and to uncover what transpired at the scene. Understood. Team Xia and Team Song have sacrificed themselves. What did you just say? That jest is not one to be taken lightly. I just not jesting. 'Tis rumored that Captain Xia led a squadron today to gather the remains of mutated creatures in the Galaxy District, only to encounter subject number 1. All perished. Thou speakest falsely, heed him not. The bodies of Captain Xia and Captain Song were not discovered at the scene. At present, we can only surmise they are missing. Captain Xia and Captain Song are formidable. How could they possibly be deceased? I refuse to believe it. I am a protege of Captain Xia. He is too puissant to be vanquished by zombies. Merely missing, perchance Captain Xia and Captain Song have eloped. Hast thou observed Captain Song's coquetry towards Captain Xia? His face flushed crimson to his ears. What art thou saying? Captain Xia is mine. Enough, enough. Ye are callous. Henceforth, I shall not venture into the Galaxy District. Though Captain Xia and Captain Song are of unknown whereabouts, the others are most assuredly deceased. Fortunately, I am not responsible for the Galaxy District. I shall entreat my captain to decline assignments in that region. The refectory was clamorous. Su Wanwan slowly spooned the food before her, her movements languid. Her attention was captivated by the discourse of those nearby. She gleaned tidings of Jichuan, that he now possesses the capacity to annihilate a squadron led by a high-ranking psychic captain. Unease gnawed at her heart. During their last encounter, the zombie disguised as Yin Guang regarded her with a venomous gaze. Though that zombie is now deceased, a common mutated creature, Su Wanwan discerns it was Jichuan. She could not mistake that gaze. And now, Jichuan's power seems to have escalated once more. Fortunately, she has been assigned to the logistics department, rarely venturing beyond the base, lest she constantly fear Jichuan finding her. But what if Jichuan continues to ascend? What if he surpasses everyone at this base? That day, Jichuan sat upon a chair fashioned from the corpses of the undead, an overwhelming sense of dread rendering her nearly breathless. She would awaken from dreams of that scene in terror. She often dreamed of her parents pleading with her not to take action before their demise, of Lu Hao accusing her of being the cause, and of Wu Qian pressing a dagger against her throat. Wanwan. Su Wanwan jolted awake, her spoon clattering onto the table. Cui Zhan, noticing the pallor on Su Wanwan's face, intended to express concern but inadvertently startled her. Su Wanwan held little regard for Cui Zhan. Many at the base were fond of her, yet none had proven to be worthy targets thus far. Cui Zhan was merely a member of a reconnaissance team, not even a captain. He possessed a burst of ability, merely running slightly faster. What future could that hold? She would never agree to be with him. However, Cui Zhan was quite useful. It was thanks to his presence at the scene that Wu Qian met his end so smoothly. Otherwise, her solitary performance might have easily exposed her. It's nothing, Zhang Ge. I was just lost in thought. Wan, you must eat well. It's your poor appetite that's made you so thin. Cui Zhan wished to affectionately ruffle Su Wan's hair, but she subtly evaded him. She did not wish to mislead anyone about her relationship with Cui Zhan. At this juncture, she needed to find a powerful ally as her support, and Cui Zhan evidently could not fulfill that role. Thank you for your concern, Zhang Ge. I understand. There's no need for that, Zhang Ge. Your mission is perilous, and accumulating those points is not easy. I have matters to attend to this evening, so I won't trouble you further. Before Cui Zhan could persuade her to stay, Su Wan stood up, gracefully gathered her tray, and departed with a gentle smile. Wan is truly a wonderful girl, possessing an admirable sense of decorum. Cui Zhan gazed at Su Wan's retreating figure, secretly lamenting, her slender waist stirring a sense of yearning within him. Have you heard of Song Hui at the base? Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai shook their heads. They had been tirelessly fighting on the front lines and had not paid attention to the newcomers at the base. Song Hui, did he really go to Lanshan Villa to find you? Wu Qian exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't he the young man who assigned their team a mission? Jichuan did not expect that the person privy to the details had been right beside him all along, yet he had never inquired about Wu Qian, making it difficult for him to express his frustration. He was in the car that day? Yes, it was just Wang Lao and him left in the vehicle. In fact, during my previous investigation, I had speculated that he was looking for you, but he mentioned that his friend was 175 centimeters tall and handsome. So it could not possibly be you, and I did not pursue that line of thought. Jichuan understood, in Song Hui's memory. He still appeared as he did when he was human, a modest homebody. Now, he estimated his height to be around 184 centimeters, with a sturdy physique and sharp facial features, making it impossible for anyone to associate the handsome 175 centimeters visage with him. What has become of him? This was the question Jichuan yearned to unravel. After we escaped that day, he wanted to seek you out, but the base deemed it too perilous. Observing his agitated state, they resorted to employing mental control on him. Wu Qian endeavored to express this as calmly as possible, concerned about inciting conflict between the two bases. Although he had become a member of the new base, he was reluctant to witness the demise of innocence in warfare. Indeed, as he had surmised, Song Hui had been controlled. Had it been him and Wang Lao in the vehicle that day, he had encountered Wang Lao, merely an ability user of the exploration type, insufficient to qualify for the Red Crystal Core. Thus, the Red Crystal Core must belong to Song Hui. What is Song Hui's ability? I am uncertain. The base instructed me not to inquire, as it appears to be classified information. Clearly, Song Hui's ability holds significant value for the ability user base, and I wonder about his current condition. Jichuan clenched his fists, further solidifying his resolve to personally venture to the ability user base to rescue Song Hui. Chapter 54. The Unfortunate Cui Zishuan. Dueling after a few days of acclimatization at the base, Zhoumi realized how fortunate he was to be here. The luxurious accommodations, abundant resources, and the protection of numerous formidable individuals enveloped him in comfort. He refrained from disclosing the specifics of his ability, merely stating vaguely that he had the capacity to ascertain the exact time upon waking, and ingenuously showcased her bubble-blowing ability to others, and no one deemed it trivial. In fact, they praised an end for the beauty of her bubbles. Zhoumi discovered that there were ability users at the base capable of prompting others to perform plank exercises. Such individuals thrived in this warm community. During these days, Xiao Xian and an experienced immense joy, the two quickly became inseparable friends. Are you accustomed to life in the base? Zhang Yun inquired gently, her soft-spoken nature reflecting her inherently tender disposition. As the children played together, their parents observed nearby. Zhoumi also grew familiar with Zhang Yun. I feel as though I am dreaming. I never expected to live such a life amidst the apocalypse. Indeed, we are fortunate, he replied. The two children had played so delightfully over these past few days, and Zhoumi found himself smiling involuntarily, feeling as though it had been ages since he last laughed. Yes, it is thanks to Anan's arrival. Without her, Xiao Xian had no one to play with and felt quite lonely. Encountering Xiao Xian was indeed a stroke of luck for Anan, who was typically quite reserved and struggled to make friends. What are Xiao Yun and the others discussing? Zhou Mi wondered if it was merely his imagination, but he sensed that Wu Qian deliberately positioned himself between him and Zhang Yun. Everyone was exceedingly kind to him, except for Wu Qian. It wouldn't be fair to say Wu Qian was unfriendly. Rather, there was a hint of hostility reflected in his gaze. We're discussing the children. Seeing them so joyful brings me joy as a mother, Zhang Yun remarked, her attention fixed on Xiao Xian. Although she often played with her, Xiao Xian's happiness flourished in the company of her peers. The children were perfectly safe within the base. There was no need for you to keep such a constant watch. Cough, cough. Wu Gu, are you unwell again? Wu Qian's expression suddenly appeared extraordinarily fatigued. I'm fine. Zhou, please take care of Xiao Xian while I assist Wu Gu upstairs. Zhou Mi discerned a hint of triumph in Wu Qian's gaze. Zhang Yun is indeed excessively naive and kind-hearted. Was his dizziness merely a pretense? Such an act seemed deliberate. Being new, Zhou Mi refrained from commenting, wishing only to cherish a tranquil life with his daughter. Leader, there is but a distant convenience store nearby with a single surveillance camera. The footage is somewhat blurred and devoid of sound. Li Jingru received the tablet. Observing as Ji Chuan appeared to sense something before darting out of the factory, taking refuge under the eaves. The conversation between them remains a mystery. But when Xia Yiqing launched an assault, Li Jingru witnessed the eaves shattering and a series of explosions near Ji Chuan. Soon after, the entire area was engulfed in darkness. Despite the obscurity, Li Jingru recognized that Ji Chuan was carrying none other than Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai. However, their condition was indiscernible from this distance. Could they still be alive? What purpose did the first team have in taking them? In Yin Guang's team, Qi Guang possessed the rare dark attributability. Was such an occurrence mere coincidence? A chill coursed through Li Jingru as he speculated that Ji Chuan's secret to power lay in devouring others. Yet, why had the other members been left behind, their bodies marred and abandoned, while these two captains were taken away? Li Jingru squinted, contemplating whether the advanced abilities were beyond his immediate consumption, or if he was simply incapable of absorbing them at present. A glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. Perhaps Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai were still alive. The possibility of a turnaround for the enhancer base in Jianghua City still exists. Notify Team 7 to join Chui Zixuan in exploring the whereabouts of Subject 1 in the Xinghe district. Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai are likely imprisoned by Subject 1. They are not deceased. Upon receiving the assignment, Chui Zixuan felt as though the sky had fallen. She had meticulously avoided all missions in the Xinghe district. Fearing an inadvertent encounter with Ji Chuan, and dreading that he might suspect her of harboring peculiar intentions towards their stronghold. This mission, however, required her to directly escort the entire team to Ji Chuan's residence as guests. Du Ling, who typically abstained from smoking, lit a cigarette and arranged to meet Chui Zixuan in a small grove outside the base. Due to fears of encountering the ghost of Wu Qian, this place had seen a significant decline in visitors. Nevertheless, both Chui Zixuan and Du Ling had previously encountered the still-living Wu Qian, thus they were not apprehensive. What should we do? How would I know what to do? You always ask me, can't you devise a solution to intentionally lead the wrong way? As long as we appear in the Xinghe district near Aoligier, do you think he wouldn't sense it? Would we even have a chance to explain ourselves? One sharp rock spike could very well be our undoing. Du Ling lamented, clutching his head in despair, already envisioning the consequences. What other options do we have? The team cannot simply heed our whims. They cannot confine their explorations to the periphery of the area. Even if we split up, once any team member ventures into Aoligier, Ji Chuan will surely find a way to sense their connection. It is said that zombies possess an acute sense of smell. Perhaps they could even detect their own scent on them. Currently, they have merely evaded the Star River district to carry out their mission. However, Ji Chuan has discovered that someone from their team has disturbed him, which may pose a challenge for future outings. In their imagination, Ji Chuan manifests as an omnipotent specter, capable of appearing in their dreams and extinguishing their lives. Why not speak candidly to your captain? Chui Zixuan found herself at a loss for solutions. If only Du Ling were the captain of the 7th team. How could one speak the truth? To confess that they deliberately withheld information? They were aware of all the details from that day, but chose not to disclose them. They knew the location of the opposing stronghold, yet remained silent. Even under direct interrogation by the leader. What differentiates this from treachery? Du Ling, you truly are a genius. What do you mean? You suggest we defect? Since my captain is already there. Chui Zixuan, have you lost your mind? Chapter 55, Su Wanshan's chess game. Su Wanshan arranged a chessboard in the chess room, seemingly engrossed in a game against an invisible opponent. This marked her 8th match of the evening. The young woman exhibited an elegant demeanor, lost in her solitary game. Upon hearing a male voice, her heart raced with excitement, though she feigned a startled expression. "I apologize, young lady, for startling you. It's quite all right. I was so absorbed in the game that I didn't notice someone approaching. Why play chess alone?" The man inquired, his brow furrowed in curiosity. "My father taught me to play chess when I was young, and as I grew older, I would often engage in matches with him. He once told me that life is akin to a chess game, where many sacrifices are made to attain greater rewards. Yet I can never see him again. Today, I find myself missing him." Su Wanswan's expression bore a hint of sorrow, as she earnestly portrayed a daughter reminiscing about her beloved father. The man was deeply moved, silently taking a seat across from her. "My dear lady, might you indulge me in a game?" Su Wanswan's demeanor shifted from grief to joy. "Really? Then I shall seek your guidance, sir." From the hierarchy above, she meticulously selected a target. Su Huaiji, the direct overseer of the combat team at the base, aged 45, had lost his family to the undead. He once had a cherished daughter, and it could be said that he devoted himself entirely to her upbringing, mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Each time he yearned for his daughter, he would visit the chess room at the base in the dead of night to play alone, even conversing with himself about his longing, which once startled a guard who happened upon him. Thus, for several consecutive days, Su Wanswan found herself in the chess room, playing game after game, as it was seldom frequented by others in the evening. Finally, today, she encountered Su Huaiji. This was a meticulously arranged chess match for him. Although Su Wanswan possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the game, she comprehended the essence of men. "Thank you, sir, for accompanying me in this match. It alleviates my longing for my father. You persist in calling me sir. Do you not recognize me?" Su Huaiji was further touched, for the young woman's experiences mirrored his own so closely. "My surname is Su." As they tidied up the chess pieces, Su Wanswan seized the opportunity, her hand inadvertently brushing against Su Huaiji's. "Your hand is quite warm, Mr. Su. My father's hand was as warm as yours." Su Wanswan revealed a resolute smile, gathering the last chess piece before she walked out with a look of despondency. Su Huaiji gazed at her retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. The following morning, Qi Feng set out with the 7th team and Cui Zixuan for the Galaxy District. Although Qi Feng had heard of the incident regarding number 1 in the Galaxy District, he felt he had no authority to refuse. The 7th team, known for its self-preservation capabilities but lacking in combat strength, had clearly been entrusted with the exploration of number 1 due to these considerations, and Cui Zixuan, possessing teleportation abilities, had been assigned to accompany them. Thus, the rationale for refusal was elusive. Qi Feng set out, steeling himself for the journey. Given the peril associated with number 1, it was imperative that they did not act independently. Should danger arise, Zixuan would promptly employ her teleportation. "You must remember to hold hands or maintain contact. If we don't connect, I will have to escape alone. Number 1 is terrifying. I have encountered it up close." Today, Cui Zixuan's demeanor was somewhat flippant. Her previous remark was not mere banter. If genuine danger presented itself, she would not concern herself with them, as they were not her team. However, why bring a cage full of pigeons? If we encounter zombies, will feeding the pigeons spare us? Cui Zixuan inquired curiously of Su Kuan from the 7th team. "My ability is Pigeon Whisperer, which allows me to converse with pigeons. Their navigational skills are exceptional and can assist us in our search. I am aware that today's mission is fraught with danger. This cage of pigeons represents my entire fortune. How splendid. Let us halt our advance and allow the pigeons to lead the way." The recognition abilities of pigeons are rather limited. They are unable to discern the precise nature of our objectives and can merely glance at suspicious areas. If they encounter such areas, they cannot determine whether the entity numbered 1 is present or whether the teams led by Xia and Song are there. That judgment must rely on us alone. Cui Zixuan has once again fallen into despondency, while Aeligier is shrouded in a veil of darkness. Indeed, even a pigeon could perceive that something is amiss. Ultimately, it will be they themselves who venture into the exploration. Cui Zixuan's mind is consumed with thoughts of betrayal, and she fears approaching Jichuan, lacking even the opportunity to speak before succumbing to despair. On 2 occasions before unleashing her powers, Jichuan has forcibly interrupted her, leaving her kneeling in submission. This has conditioned Cui Zixuan to instinctively associate thoughts of Ji Chuan with the act of kneeling. A cage of pigeons has already taken flight. Cui Zixuan and Du Ling are savoring the final tranquility before the impending storm. They silently pray that these foolish pigeons do not uncover any secrets. Although the Xinghe district is not small, it will be swiftly explored under the watchful patrol of a flock of flying pigeons. These pigeons will report any unusual occurrences to Su Kuan, such as where hordes of zombies gather or where numerous individuals are stationed. However, the more subtle nuances exceed the pigeons' observational capabilities. They cannot comprehend the underlying anomalies. Thus, whether a person is alive or dead, or whether a particular ability exists, remains unverified. From the moment the 7th team steps into the Xinghe district, Ji Chuan can sense their presence. The influx of teams into the Xinghe district has noticeably diminished of late, much to Ji Chuan's satisfaction, as it signifies fewer walnuts will be taken away by others. Yet, he finds himself perplexed as to why this team has brought along a group of life forms devoid of crystal cores. And these life forms move with such swiftness? Unable to quell his curiosity, Ji Chuan ascended into the sky to gaze upon the direction of the beings. Is that a bird? Ah, it is a pigeon. Through the lens of Ji Chuan's embodiment, he beheld the members of the group, and to his astonishment, he spotted Cui Zixuan and Du Ling among them. Ji Chuan let out a cold chuckle, piercing the pigeon's heart with a subtle shadowy force. Remarkably, the pigeon, once grounded, slowly took to the air again. Its eyes glowing crimson, drenched in blood. Ji Chuan gently gestured forward, and the pigeon flew back in the direction it had come. Chapter 56. Ji Chuan's macabre amusement. A single pigeon appeared exceedingly distressed, flapping its wings as it approached Su Kuan. What are you doing? Su Kuan felt a mix of helplessness and confusion towards the frantic pigeon, signaling it to slow down. Coo, 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 coo. What? There's a zombie of your kind behind. What are you saying? Coo, coo. It's coming this way? Su Kuan followed the direction indicated by the pigeon and indeed saw another pigeon flying towards them. Yet, this one seemed gravely injured, its feathers stained crimson with blood, and its movements were somewhat rigid. What is that? The zombie pigeon drew ever closer, and as it entered the field of vision of the group, Cui Zixuan felt a shiver run down her spine. The pigeon bore a conspicuous gaping wound in its chest, from which dense flesh lumps protruded, its eyes glowing red, moving in a mechanical manner. Run, run. Cui Zixuan sensed an ominous presence from this creature, convinced it was Ji Chuan's warning to her. After all, it was merely a pigeon. Qi Feng sighed in relief upon realizing that the creature before him was not a mutated zombie. He raised his pistol and fired twice, causing the zombie pigeon to fall to the ground. Only when the pigeon lay still did Cui Zixuan exhale with relief. However, she soon noticed a distant zombie fixated on them. Although it was at a considerable distance, this particular zombie exhibited a striking difference from the others. Its unwavering gaze sent a chill down her spine, even though it bore no resemblance to Ji Chuan. That zombie is watching us. We should leave. Tell the leader to send another squad for exploration. We haven't uncovered anything today. Zixuan, what's wrong with you? Is Wu's passing affecting you so deeply? The second team's tasks are not significantly more perilous than this. Look at that zombie. It's observing us, and it seems to be smiling. The group turned to where Cui Zixuan was pointing, and indeed, a zombie faced them, standing still and unresponsive. Ji Chuan was, in fact, smiling. He was taken aback by Cui Zixuan's apparent timidity. He had merely leaned in to ascertain whether Cui Zixuan and Du Ling were contemplating a reckless decision, only to witness the scene before him. It appeared they were in a state of compulsion, with Cui Zixuan persistently urging them to depart without divulging any information about their base's location. As the group sighed in resignation while waiting for the other pigeons, Ji Chuan waved at Cui Zixuan. Ah, it waved at me. Cui Zixuan screamed in fright. Yet, when the others turned to Ji Chuan, he feigned the demeanor of an ordinary zombie, mimicking the aimless wandering of his fellow undead, appearing no different from the rest. Qi Feng furrowed his brow slightly and exchanged a glance with his team members. Du Ling was also filled with trepidation, his hands trembling uncontrollably beneath him. After being reminded by Cui Zixuan, Du Ling kept a furtive eye on the approaching zombie. When he raised his hand, he recognized it as Ji Chuan. His hands shook violently, prompting him to slip them into his pockets, maintaining an outward appearance of nonchalance. As the others turned their attention away from him, Ji Chuan made a gesture across his throat, accompanied by a sinister smile. Oh, woe is me. I did not wish for this. Do not blame me. I am merely a victim of circumstance, and I have said nothing. Chui Zixuan felt her legs buckle beneath her, leading her to collapse in tears. Qi Feng suspected that Chui Zixuan had lost her sanity and prepared to report the mission's conclusion to the base. As the only one capable of understanding Chui Zixuan, Du Ling too felt a darkness encroaching upon him. I do not wish for this either. The base ordered our team to undertake this mission. It is not by my own volition. We have no say in the matter. Du Ling suddenly exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief at the two individuals before him. Ji Chuan nearly burst into laughter, finding their plight amusing. Yet, through their narratives, he realized he had no intention of eliminating them. It was evident that they were genuinely trapped in their circumstances. Experience had shown that, in the face of life and death, mere appearances held little significance. Su Kuan scrutinized the electronic map, magnifying a specific location repeatedly. It seemed to be near the Aoligier Hotel. Not there, Chui Zixuan cried, her sobs growing more profound. Ji Chuan, however, could no longer laugh. This pigeon-raising individual was indeed a remarkable character, suggesting that his tranquil existence was about to be disrupted once more. Ji Chuan, in a fit of anger, incessantly pointed at Chui Zixuan. Everyone around believed Chui Zixuan had lost her sanity and paid her no heed. Captain, during the early days of the apocalypse, that hotel was reportedly transformed into a stronghold. There may indeed be a problem, one suggested. Indeed, it is said that when team leader Yin last embarked on a mission, the off-road vehicle headed in that very direction. Du Ling, what are your thoughts? You were present last time, weren't you? Qi Feng disregarded Chui Zixuan entirely. Du Ling felt utterly despondent. His typically unreliable comrades were remarkably astute today. Whenever he found himself at a loss for reasoning, he would turn to Chui Zixuan for assistance. Yet she was now in disarray, grappling with her own predicament. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the zombie, which was crossing its arms and gazing intently at him. Du Ling was 100% certain. This was undoubtedly Ji Chuan. Stay calm. Preserve your dignity, he reminded himself. Du Ling felt as if uttering a single incorrect word could lead to calamity, a sensation akin to a surge of blood rushing from his bowels to his mouth. His chest heaved violently, and the room began to blur before his eyes, accompanied by a disconcerting hint of hypoglycemia. I believe it was not that direction. That day, we were actually in the northwest when we encountered. Du Ling, you wretched fool, have you been secretly drinking? Qi Feng exclaimed, incredulous. Had it not been for Du Ling's persistent presence since the mission commenced, Qi Feng would have suspected Du Ling had downed a bottle of liquor, for he was decidedly not himself. Captain, please, do not report it that way. It will truly lead to danger. Du Ling contemplated surrendering. Yet his emotional ties to the squad forbade him from doing so. Chui Zixuan lifted her gaze towards the zombie, only to discover that it had seamlessly blended into the throng of its kind, its movements unremarkable. A wave of relief washed over her as she took several deep breaths, gradually rising to her feet. However, just as she steadied herself, a familiar voice pierced the air. I hear you are looking for me? Ji Chuan hovered above, observing them with an amused tilt of his head, a smile gracing his lips as he directed his attention towards Chui Zixuan and Du Ling. Chapter 57. The Summoning of Heroic Spirits. Undoubtedly, the talking creature before them was Subject 1. An overwhelming aura of pressure rendered the assembly momentarily incapable of thought. Zixuan quickly. As anticipated, the group clasped hands, though Chui Zixuan was acutely aware of its futility. Before Qi Feng could finish his sentence, the others, following in Zixuan's lead, knelt upon the ground. What are you all doing by holding hands? Is this a childish game of spinning around? Ji Chuan descended slowly. His interest peaked as he regarded Qi Feng. At that moment, the scene contained little more than a solitary purple crystal core, which held little allure for Ji Chuan. He merely sought to toy with them. In this instant, Qi Feng comprehended Chui Zixuan's predicament. Only by confronting Subject 1 directly could one truly grasp the essence of fear. Moreover, Chui Zixuan had experienced this sensation not once, but twice. There will always be valiant souls who, before comprehending the extent of their adversary's power, attempt to resist, a trait for which humanity is often lauded as courageous. Among the 7th team, Zheng Ji, the only member with an offensive-oriented ability, believed at that moment that he alone possessed the potential to vanquish the creature before them. Despite the numerous legends surrounding Subject 1 within the base, upon meeting it, the creature's appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of a human, lacking any profound visual shock. Although he knelt upon the ground, struggling to lift his head, a purplish glow emanated from his being. A sword-wielding woman stood behind him, though she possessed no physical form. Appearing more like a specter, Ji Chuan had long been aware of his movements, yet he was intrigued by the sight of necromancy. Eager to witness the effects of summoning spirits, he allowed the sword spirit to launch its attack. The blade struck Ji Chuan with a resounding clang. Yet it could not penetrate his hardened body. Ji Chuan clicked his tongue and struck at the sword spirit with a knife hand. But it was as if he had struck nothing but air. Raising an eyebrow, he found this to be somewhat amusing. In an instant, Zheng Ji, the summoner of the sword spirit, collapsed to the ground. No one understood what had transpired. Cui Zixuan trembled uncontrollably, having amassed considerable experience in facing Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan merely utilized the power of shadows to condense into a slender shadow needle, which pierced through the man's skull from beneath the chin. The sword spirit vanished in an instant, leaving only an overwhelming aura of fear. Team 7, despite their formidable self-defense capabilities, found even the slightest movement under the immense gravitational pressure to be exceedingly arduous. The sound of flesh being torn asunder echoed, and though they could only catch a glimpse, they understood that Ji Chuan was eviscerating the fallen corpses. A chill penetrated their very pores. Allow I can extend this opportunity to you, but there shall be no second chance. With that, Ji Chuan vanished. He merely utilized the arcane powers of darkness to conceal himself within the shadows, lacking the immediate effect of a long-distance transfer. Nonetheless, his sudden disappearance imparted an air of mystery to Ji Chuan, a notion he found rather sophisticated. As the gravitational influence was lifted, everyone gradually rose to their feet. Du Ling, trembling, retrieved a cigarette, but his hands shook so violently that he struggled to ignite it even after several attempts. Qi Feng gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, finally comprehending Cui Zixuan. Her demeanor was certainly not that of madness, but rather a natural human response. He pondered how to communicate this to the base. Cui Zixuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Previously, she had only Du Ling as her ally, but now the entire reconnaissance Team 7 was joining in, alleviating the burden of concocting flimsy excuses alone. They decided to relocate to another area. Cui Zixuan nodded and initiated the transfer, leading the group away from the Galaxy District. Report truthfully, she instructed. Are you certain? Cui Zixuan could scarcely believe her ears. Qi Feng possessed remarkable audacity. He nodded affirmatively. The captain has an interrogator by his side. I cannot utter falsehoods. You could at least relay some inconsequential truths, Cui Zixuan remarked, recalling how she and Du Ling had navigated their circumstances. She had not anticipated Qi Feng's lack of insight. Qi Feng shook his head, deeming it meaningless. Even if we comprehend the situation, should we refrain from visiting the Galaxy District, other teams will inevitably arrive. Sacrifices will continue to occur. It would be more prudent to inform the captain of the genuine circumstances, allowing him to decide whether to cease dispatching personnel to the Galaxy District or to send skilled individuals for subsequent actions. Cui Zixuan was momentarily stunned. If others were to be dispatched, would it imply that a dead ally is preferable to a living Taoist? Qi Feng, you old scoundrel, do you not possess a shred of intellect? You secure your own safety while burdening the adept members of the base with the perils of this endeavor. Since he wishes to express it thus, let it be so. He is the captain of the 7th team, and his authority surpasses mine. After all, it is not I who uttered these words, and thus Ji Chuan's ire should not be directed at me. As the crowd departed, Ji Chuan emerged from the shadows and soared towards the stronghold. At that moment, being discovered would be quite embarrassing, causing his stature to plummet. However, Ji Chuan remained unperturbed, for he possessed formidable abilities in both life perception and energy detection. There was no chance anyone would notice his journey. Without hesitation, he consumed the recently acquired purple crystal core. What intrigued him about this ability was that ordinary physical attacks seemed to be ineffective against spiritual entities. Did this mean that while the main body remained unharmed, the spirit could engage in relentless assaults? Upon returning to the base, Ji Chuan sought to activate this newfound ability, eager to witness the form that the sword-wielding woman would take under his summons. Dark energy erupted from Ji Chuan's being, gradually coalescing into a spiritual entity. As the entity took shape, it transformed into a dog-headed humanoid. What is this? The heroic spirit I summoned is a dog. Before Ji Chuan stood a creature roughly his height, an orc with a canine head yet bearing human-like features, covered in fur and standing on 2 legs. I am not a dog. I am the great werewolf clan. Accept my dominion, insignificant humans, for I am the mightiest king of the werewolf race." As the crimson light flickered in Jichuan's eyes, he raised his hand and delivered blow after blow to the werewolf before him. The Wolf King was reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. What was transpiring? Why was this individual able to dominate him? The Wolf King carefully sensed the aura of the person standing before him. His pupils widened in shock. He realized this being was no mere human, but a creature of the undead. Suddenly, memories flooded back. He had been dead for so long that he had nearly forgotten the visage of his kin. The surrounding environment and the unfamiliar aura made him feel as though he was no longer in the world he once knew. "Stop, please stop." The Wolf King yearned to resist, yet he discovered that the person before him possessed an innate power that rendered him powerless. Each strike felt as though his handsome wolf visage was swelling. Xiaoxian was unusually excited, leading Enin to approach and touch him. The Wolf King was in despair. His swollen face had become round, and although he did not comprehend what Xiaotian meant, he certainly understood what a dog was. He bared his teeth at Xiaoxian, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Jichuan's hand descended upon him once more. The Wolf King had no choice but to squint his eyes in a sycophantic manner, curling his two wolf paws against his chest. He lay on the ground, exposing his belly, allowing the two little girls to explore him as they pleased. "You can't touch there." The Wolf King silently screamed within. Yet as he met Jichuan's cold gaze, he dared not utter a sound. Tears trickled from his squinted eyes. Was he in hell? Chapter 58. The Wolf King with dull eyes. Thus it was. "Leader, our team can no longer venture into the Star River district. If we do, we will meet our demise." Qifeng earnestly articulated his counsel, uncertain of how Li Jingru would respond. Regardless of the choices presented to him, he wished to remain uninvolved, solely desiring to protect his team members. "Did you encounter number one? Who let you go? Did Zhengji perish because he attacked number one?" Qifeng nodded, resolved to speak candidly about everything. Li Jingru found himself once again ensnared in a web of indecision. It seemed that as long as one did not initiate an attack against number one, survival was plausible. All those who had previously succumbed must have attempted to confront number one. Yet, Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai were in number one's clutches. If they were to delay until the day when number one could absorb special abilities, not only would Jianghua City be at risk, but potentially the entire world could face annihilation at number one's hands. Li Jingru had an unwavering belief in his instincts. He suspected that Jichuan had taken Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai precisely to absorb their cores. There must be certain limitations to absorption in situ. Li Jingru felt that further delays were untenable. He finally raised his phone and dialed the number noted as the other shore. An unknown level of mutated zombies had been discovered in Jianghua City, suspected to possess the ability to devour ability users and grow continuously. Assistance was being requested. Jichuan regarded the Wolf King before him with curiosity. Although the ethereal presence appeared as a sole entity when faced with Zhengji's spirit, the simple attacks lacked any palpable sensation. For reasons unknown, this ability manifested differently within him. He felt no drain from the Wolf King, prompting him to keep it within the base for further observation. Xiaoxian and Enin were quite taken with this large dog. As children are often fascinated by furry creatures, whenever the Wolf King bared its teeth, it would catch Jichuan's gaze from the corner of its eye, and it would remain serene, allowing the children to playfully torment it. "As the leader of the werewolf clan, I believe I deserve a modicum of respect." The Wolf King approached Jichuan with a smile, wagging his tail in a seemingly obsequious manner. "Ah, my master, I was mistaken. Please do not be angry. My belly is quite pleasant to the touch. Do feel it." The Wolf King was sweating profusely, fearing that Jichuan might bestow upon him a few more harsh blows. "What is your strength?" Jichuan inquired, curious about the prowess of the heroic spirit he had summoned. "Among the werewolf clan, I am the strongest, yet compared to you, my master, I am but a mayfly, a blade of wild grass." "Enough. Do you see that green zombie? That is Dazhuang. Compare yourself to him." Jichuan promptly interrupted the Wolf King's flattery, wishing to directly gauge his strength. Upon hearing Jichuan's words, Dazhuang beamed with excitement. Resembling a gorilla as he approached the center of the courtyard, his gaze fixed eagerly on the Wolf King. Big doggy, Dazhuang exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, as the Wolf King turned, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. "I abhor being called a dog." No longer the docile figure before Jichuan. The Wolf King bared his fangs and lunged at Dazhuang without regard for their size difference. Dazhuang, remarkably swift, swung his fist, akin to an oven, in the direction of the Wolf King. Yet, to his astonishment, there was no sensation of impact. The Wolf King's sharp claws cleanly severed Dazhuang's entire arm, exposing the bone beneath. This left Jichuan incredulous, though fortunately for Dazhuang, he felt no pain. He swiftly reinforced his other arm, his green skin hardening like steel, and launched another powerful strike at the Wolf King. With a swift motion, the Wolf King used its claws to block, its powerful legs striking the ground with such force that two deep craters were formed. Dazhuang, augmented by his enhanced strength, was formidable, and the flesh of his other arm was rapidly healing. However, the Wolf King, evading Dazhuang's pressure, quickly darted in the opposite direction, its body gracefully twisting midair as it extended its sharp claws towards Dazhuang's head, only to be thwarted by a solid rock wall. Enough of this. The two combatants ceased their aggressive maneuvers, kneeling on one knee in deference to Jichuan. To Jichuan's surprise, the Wolf King proved to be quite formidable. Even the robust Dazhuang could be effortlessly sliced. Jichuan began to form a preliminary understanding of the Wolf King's prowess. "Brother Jichuan, we want to play with the big dog." Xiao Xian and in approached Jichuan's legs, while the Wolf King wore an expression of resistance, its eyes pleading for assistance from Jichuan. "Go play, but do not let the children get hurt. If they do, I shall pluck every last hair from your body." The Wolf King trembled at this threat, contemplating the misfortune it had brought upon itself, summoned into existence yet shackled to a living nightmare of a master. "Big dog, lie down. We want to play horsey." Anin had grown increasingly fond of this place. Not only were there companions to play with, but also such gentle creatures. Anin carefully climbed onto the back of the Wolf King, while Xiao Xian grasped its mane. "Hold on to its fur like I do, then you won't fall off." Anin mimicked her, clutching a handful of the Wolf King's fur with both hands, eagerly anticipating the creature's movement. "Go, big dog, run," Xiao Xian shouted exuberantly. The Wolf King resembled a beast stripped of its will to live, his eyes devoid of all brilliance as he slowly crawled through the courtyard. Once a formidable leader, he had now been reduced to a mere tool for child-rearing, and Jichuan had even bestowed upon him the name of Little Gray. It seemed that the illustrious lineage of Fenris was drawing to a close. Jichuan observed that no teams had ventured into the Star River district recently, suggesting that his previous admonitions had finally been heeded. Yet, he could palpably sense the dwindling vitality of the entire city. Numerous other strongholds had emerged within the area. As humanity huddled together for warmth in these apocalyptic times, Jichuan had no desire to interfere, thanks to his energy perception ability. He now approached walnut picking with great discernment, eschewing useless powers and becoming quite particular in his selections. He was currently scouring the city for abilities related to stealth, ensuring that he could infiltrate bases without being detected again. In the kitchen, Xia Yiqing found herself momentarily lost in thought as she observed Yin Guang, who was busy harvesting vegetables. "Xiao Xi, did we mistake someone for another?" She pondered aloud. "Hey, Lao Yen," Song Xi called out to Yin Guang, who looked up in confusion, pointing to himself as if to say, "Me? Pardon me, I must have mistaken you." Upon witnessing Yin Guang's bewilderment, Song Xi felt a twinge of curiosity. Why did this person bear such a striking resemblance to Yin Guang? Wu Qian intervened, pulling the two away. Hearing Wu Qian's words, Xia Yiqing felt a pang of apprehension. It was indeed a stroke of fortune to retain her consciousness and survive. Otherwise, she might have found herself alongside Yin Guang in the vegetable patch, and Jichuan's chosen name left much to be desired. "I suspect we might encounter familiar faces at the base in the future." Song Xi took a hearty bite of the hamburger, and one cannot help but remark that the cuisine here surpasses that of the ability user base by leaps and bounds. Why is that? Do you possess a precognitive ability within your card enhancement projects? Are you not acquainted with those individuals at the base? They are all cut from the same cloth. With a modicum of power, they feel invincible and tend to act recklessly. Xia Yiqing was rendered speechless by Song Xi's words. It is a natural inclination for the powerful to be arrogant until they encounter someone stronger. Chapter 59. Mobilization Conference of Jinglian City No. 111. Why are you crying? Su Huaiji inquired, taken aback. Over the past few days, he had perceived Su Wanwan as a pure and kind-hearted child. Yet, the Su Wanwan before him appeared profoundly sorrowful, tears cascading down her fair cheeks, stirring a deep ache within his heart. "I'm all right, Mr. Su. I simply miss my father too much." She recalled her helplessness in the face of the zombies, unable to assist her father, who had fallen victim to their brutality, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of guilt. While spending time with you, I have found that you evoke feelings reminiscent of my father, and inadvertently, I am reminded of him. Mr. Su, though it may be somewhat presumptuous, would you allow me to call you Dad? Upon witnessing Su Wanwan's frail and sorrowful demeanor, Su Huaiji swallowed hard. It had been ages since he had felt such emotions. Following the loss of his family, his heart had been consumed by a profound hatred for zombies, channeling his formidable abilities to eradicate countless of them. It seemed as though his humanity had dwindled, leaving him as nothing more than a relentless machine of destruction. Yet, no amount of slaughter could ever fill the void within. The longing for family tormented him daily, until that fateful night when he encountered Su Wanshan, a being so pure and kind. Like himself, she too yearned for her loved ones, and from that day forth, her visage would often linger in his thoughts. Though not as a mere reflection of his daughter, this sentiment was difficult for him to articulate. Confronted by the weeping girl before him, Su Huaiji felt his heart stir. Very well, he acquiesced, sensing that a refusal would shatter the innocent heart of this virtuous girl. He could not bear to witness her sorrow. Papa. Su Wanshan leaped into Su Huaiji's embrace, her cheek pressed against his sturdy chest. The fragrance of her hair filled his nostrils as he slowly raised his arms, encircling her delicate waist. Her form was astonishingly soft, and without realizing it, Su Huaiji tightened his grip, holding Su Wanshan even closer. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Su Wanshan was not crying. Instead, she lowered her head to reveal a smile imbued with profound meaning. Have you settled on a candidate? You mean to say reinforcements will be dispatched? Very well. The ability user base in Jianghua City will certainly cooperate to the fullest. Li Jingru finally received the anticipated response, his anxiety having escalated over the past few days. He diligently compiled all pertinent information regarding Subject No. 1 to ensure it represented an unprecedented specimen among other cities in this apocalyptic era. Initially, his superiors were skeptical of the notion that zombies possessed such capabilities, but after viewing several blurred images, their hesitance began to waver. The first video features Du Ling capturing footage at Ziyubei, where she confronts the backpack zombie, using her fire-based abilities alongside her metal manipulation skills in a fierce offensive. The second video depicts an individual driving away with the steel whip zombie. Reports indicate that an elite squad of 10 encountered Entity No. 1 while searching for the steel whip zombie, resulting in the tragic demise of 7 members on the spot. It is noted that Entity No. 1 possesses advanced rock-based abilities, suggesting a significant likelihood that it has taken the steel whip zombie and demonstrates the capability to annihilate the entire elite squad. The third video is extracted from the surveillance of a convenience store near an abandoned factory, revealing Entity No. 1's extraordinary ability to not only fly, but also wield dark elemental powers. Coupled with the condition of 2 special ability captains at the time, there are suspicions that it may also possess mental control abilities. The Jianghai City base for ability users would not dare to fabricate such evidence. However, if such a zombie indeed exists, it could represent the most perilous mutated species detected in the world to date. The higher-ups have continued to refer to Entity No. 1 as Jichuan. Its rapid evolution in such a brief period poses an undeniable threat, akin to a ticking time bomb for humanity. Although the report mentions that Entity No. 1 can communicate and has pledged not to harm humans proactively, assurances from a zombie are inherently unreliable. This could very well be a tactic of delay, as posited by Li Jingru, who speculated that they may be waiting for an opportunity to assimilate special abilities. Should this assimilation succeed, humanity might face imminent annihilation. Thus, it is imperative to dispatch formidable reinforcements to Jianghai City to eliminate Entity No. 1, ensuring that the future of humanity remains secure. The captain of the combat team in Jianghua City is rather inept, isn't he? Ha ha ha, who could argue otherwise? Just look at the video. 2 elite superhumans were effortlessly carried away on shoulders. Ha ha. The girl with the bun lay on the ground, pounding it in amusement, clearly witnessing something utterly ridiculous. The operations conference room for superhumans in Jinglian City was bustling with energy, filled with the top 10 combat teams. As everyone scrutinized the video materials and analysis reports of Jianghua City's No. 1, they regarded it with disdain, even believing that Jianghua was making a mountain out of a molehill. Silence. If their analysis reports are accurate, then No. 1 not only possesses increasing strength, but can also wield 5 to 6 types of abilities. The crowd gazed at the commander in silence, though the sneers on their faces remained. Jinglian City had awakened a significant number of elite superhumans, achieving perhaps the lowest casualties nationwide. While the city maintained order, an exceedingly rare feat, having superpowers does not equate to strength. 100 low-tier abilities pale in comparison to a single high-tier one. Indeed, Jianghua City even speculated that number 1 could drive? Isn't that laughable? Just being able to speak is already absurd, and now they claim he can drive? Ha ha ha. In my opinion, Jianghua City merely produced a powerful superhuman who refuses to adhere to the base's regulations. The video merely depicts a single individual. What connection does he have with zombies? This sentiment aligns with the judgment of most. The blurry footage of Jichuan shows no discernible characteristics of a zombie whatsoever. Moreover, no other cities have reported instances of zombies exhibiting growth, speech, or driving capabilities. They suspect that the individual responsible for the analysis report in Jianghua City may be suffering from a lapse in mental stability. In light of this, the leadership has determined that reinforcements are necessary for Jianghua City. If the report holds any truth, Subject 1 could prove to be a highly volatile factor. It is imperative to ascertain the situation promptly and eliminate any threats. Who among you will volunteer? I shall go. If the adversary is indeed a zombie, then I am the optimal choice, declared a middle-aged man clad in a hood, whose demeanor suggested he was far from healthy, his cheeks sunken. The commander nodded, inquiring if anyone other than Wang Lin was willing. A girl with a bun hairstyle eagerly raised her hand, exclaiming, Me. She was exceedingly enthusiastic, having found the zombies in Jinglian City to pose no challenge whatsoever. It was said that other cities were engulfed in turmoil, and being one to seek thrills, she could not let this opportunity pass. Additionally, she was keen to encounter the foolish beings from Jianghua City. They were utterly amusing, having nearly brought her to tears with laughter moments ago. Chapter 60. The meeting before the assault. Is everyone here? Su Wanshan, what brings you here? Li Jingru remarked, his displeasure apparent upon seeing Su Wanshan enter the conference room. Leader, I firmly believe that Su Wanshan possesses considerable capability and has invaluable first-hand experience regarding Subject 1. Therefore, I have reassigned her from the logistics department to serve as my assistant, Su Huaiji stated, basking in the glow of Su Wanshan's grateful and admiring gaze. Feeling a sense of accomplishment, knowing that Li Jingru would not interfere with his personnel decisions. Let us commence with the matter at hand. I have reported the performance of Unit 1 in our city to Jinglian City. Considering that we have already lost 2 elite ability captains, Jinglian City has agreed to dispatch combat support. Today serves 2 purposes. Firstly, to coordinate with the main combat team from Jinglian City and to establish our battle plan. Secondly, to request the logistics department to arrange reception and accommodation for the forces from Jinglian City. Minister Jiang Jilan of the logistics department cast a glance at Su Wanshan, and Su Huaiji unexpectedly took her away. Although the logistics department could manage without one person, it was troubling that Su Wanshan had not exchanged a single word with him prior to this. Chief, there are no issues with accommodation or reception. However, what if the main force wishes to take a shower? We must conserve water resources here in the logistics department, especially with the increasing number of new members at the base. Jiang Jilan was deliberate in her remarks. Even if a team wanted to take a shower, it would not be a problem. Yet, she felt displeasure, as the logistics personnel could depart at will. While Su Huaiji dared to speak to her in such a manner for Su Wanshan, let the Human Resources Department investigate the newcomers. With so many people registering daily, surely a water ability user can be located? Li Jingru nodded, acknowledging that the captains from Jinglian City were taking significant risks to come here. All proposed conditions should be met as much as possible. Water ability users will be prioritized for assignments in the logistics department, so there is no need for concern on that front. Jiang Jilan nodded, and Su Wanshan sensed that the woman had cast another glance in her direction. The primary task remained to finalize the selection of personnel to assist in combat. Does anyone have any suggestions? Indeed, Li Jingru found himself in a state of inner turmoil. He perceived the first opponent as exceedingly perilous and remained uncertain about the requisite number of personnel needed to secure victory. Should the few individuals from Jinglian City possess the capability to triumph over the first adversary, the allocation of his own forces would be of little consequence. However, what if they lacked such strength? Deploying personnel under such conditions would undoubtedly amount to sending them to their demise. Jianghua City could not afford further losses of its primary combatants. He sensed an abnormality in the zombies of Jianghua City as they continued to evolve. It was conceivable that borrowing personnel from other bases might become the norm. Reluctant to act unilaterally, he sought the counsel of others, believing that if the outcome proved unsatisfactory, it would be a collective burden to bear. In matters shrouded in uncertainty, enlisting additional supporters to share the consequences would grant him a measure of comfort. This time, with Jinglian City's strength at the forefront, he opined that it would be prudent not to deploy overly headstrong individuals, but rather those with a gentle disposition who are amenable to following orders. Thus, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, there would be a clear account for Jinglian City's inquiries. Su Huaiji was well acquainted with the temperaments of his subordinates, most of whom held inflated views of their own capabilities. As long as the disparity in strength was not significant, individuals of equal standing tended to resist authority. A victory would be favorable. However, what if defeat ensued? Should Jinglian City investigate and discover that they had contributed minimally to the effort, leaving the battle entirely to others? How would they justify any casualties? He believed it necessary to deploy the main force. Jiang Zhilan yearned to counter Su Huaiji's assertions, yet her arguments bore merit. If they refrained from sending the main force and subsequently faced failure, it would essentially mean consigning the personnel of other bases to their deaths, complicating future requests for assistance. Their objective was to support the main forces of Jinglian City in securing victory. What advantage would there be in deploying the entirety of their strength? Their unilateral actions lack coordination and may even produce counterproductive effects. This indicates that Minister Su is not adept at managing people, as his subordinates do not heed his authority. Indeed, Minister Su's attention is fixated on the newcomers, leaving him little energy to comprehend his veteran subordinates. A smile adorned Jiang Zhilan's face, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Enough, Huaiji. Could you perhaps converse with those main team leaders about adhering to the directives of the Jinglian forces? Li Jingru found Jiang Zhilan's perspective reasonable. Should they fail without the main force, it would merely consign others from different cities to their demise. How would they report such a scenario? Regardless, it was imperative that those dispatched here maintained a credible stance. Let the leaders in. I wish to hear their opinions. All right then, Dr. Xiao. How are your research results coming along? Currently, the crystal core can provide stable energy for the ability users. As of now, there is only one successful sample of the test subject, but its emotional state is highly unstable and still under observation. It cannot yet be deployed. Wang Lin, could you possibly keep Xiao Yan and Lan Xing at a distance from me? Their presence has become quite unbearable. The aircraft from the Jinglian City ability user base was en route to Jianghua City, carrying the aid team dispatched from Jinglian City. The girl with the bun waved her hand near her nose, displaying an expression of disdain. The hooded man remained silent. But the two individuals behind Shen Mengting quietly stood up and made their way to the rear of the cabin. Shen Mengting exhaled, although the odor lingered. It was significantly milder than before. Fortunately, she and Wang Lin were not on the same team. Otherwise, they would likely have clashed regularly. We should arrive by afternoon, rest for the night, and set forth early tomorrow. A man, eyes closed in contemplation, remarked. Once we arrive in the afternoon, we can launch our assault without hesitation. Who knows the conditions of the base in Jianghua City? The beds there are surely not as comfortable as mine. Shen Mengting expressed some disdain. She yearned for a swift resolution, eager to share tales of Jianghua City's delights and their comrades. Jianghua City will send personnel to assist us in the afternoon. We must discuss tactics with them and gain first-hand insights into the situation regarding our targets. Discuss tactics? Brother Hui, do you still expect those inept individuals from Jianghua City to aid us? If too many of them venture out, we might find ourselves rescuing them from the clutches of zombies. The thought of the scene from the video made Shen Mengting chuckle. She excelled in offense but had no interest in rescue missions, and the presence of incompetence would only hinder their progress. Shouting, "Do not be hasty. We must communicate with the people of Jianghua City. What if they turn out to be stubborn fools? That would certainly complicate matters for us." A university student turned towards Shen Mengting, squinting with a smile, his face perpetually adorned with such an expression, seemingly oblivious to how he opened his eyes. Very well. As long as they follow orders. I hope they do not send any fools. I have little patience for stupidity. Speaking of which, the minister seems to place immense importance on this operation, dispatching 4 of us. I believe 2 would suffice at most. If the figures in the video are indeed zombies, the minister's decision is not unwarranted. Jinglian City has never encountered such a mutated species. If the adversary has the potential to grow, our objective is to eradicate it in its infancy. Very well, dear brothers, do remember to indulge me. I shall take a brief rest. And do call me when the time comes. The others gazed out the window, lapsing into silence, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 61, Finding Song Hui. Hard work pays off. After much searching, Jichuan finally discovered the desired ability within the walnuts. Breath control. This ability allows one to conceal their presence by suppressing their own aura. He no longer required respiration and could remain in silence indefinitely. Next, he could utilize the essence of darkness to shroud himself in the shadows of the base, evading detection by those with abilities, and slowly seek out Song Hui within. Master, take me with you, Xiao Hui exclaimed, waving his hands energetically below. Xiao Xian and then clung to his leg hair, and he felt reluctant to care for children at the stronghold. He sensed that much of his wolf fur had been pulled out during these past few days. Xiao Hui was particularly delighted, performing a somersault and entering Jichuan's body. Master, I adore being within you. Is that so? Then perhaps you ought to remain there, Jichuan replied. That's not quite what I meant. As long as it's not about taking care of children, I would still like to come out. What use are you when not caring for children? Your appetite remains substantial. I ought to see if skinning you would result in your fur disappearing. It appears quite warm. Master, please don't. I shall eat less. The spirit protested. If I perish, my fur will vanish along with me, which would also deplete your energy. Please do not attempt it. Xiao Hui had to concede that this world was replete with delectable offerings. He had never encountered such a vast array of culinary delights. Although, as a heroic spirit, he did not require sustenance, the enticing aromas wafting from the restaurant proved irresistible. Your meager energy holds no sway over me. Simply take care of Xiao Xian, he said. As you command. Jichuan was en route to the ability user base, and through his energy perception, he discovered that Wang Lao's room had been relocated to the basement level, likely to prevent any infiltration by zombies disguised as humans. Consequently, Jichuan held his breath from a distance, allowing his entire being to meld into the shadows, gradually moving toward the base through this veil. This time, he was entering the ability user base in his true form. While possessing a vessel bore no risk, the lack of personal abilities rendered the acquisition of valuable information impossible. Entering himself would yield a different outcome altogether. Jichuan sensed the energy of the red crystal core. Although he had previously come into contact with Song Hui's red crystal core at Lawn Mountain Villa, he had lacked energy perception and was unaware of the specifics of Song Hui's abilities. The most straightforward approach was to locate all 12 crystal cores to ascertain whether they belonged to Song Hui. Based on his deductions, Song Hui's abilities were not combat-oriented, thus allowing for the exclusion of certain cores. The remaining candidates included Forest Spirit Source, Stellar Vision, God of Space, and Ant Queen. Jichuan deemed the first three to be less related to combat and prioritized searching for them, while the Ant Queen appeared to suggest a feminine ability. This was the first time Jichuan had experienced such a dense concentration of crystal cores, stirring within him an almost primal urge for slaughter. Though he managed to suppress it, lacking the energy to individually sense each core due to their sheer number, he proceeded towards the first crimson target. The bearer of the source of forest spirits was a woman, engaged in work confirmation with her subordinates. The helipad had been cleared, and it was anticipated that the Jinglian City team would arrive in approximately 1 hour. The woman nodded, instructing her team to extend the highest level of hospitality, reserving 4 of the most opulent rooms, for they were confronting life-threatening dangers in Jianghua City. Jichuan discerned a piece of information that piqued his curiosity. There were individuals from other cities coming to offer their support. Was there a threat in Jianghua City that warranted external assistance aside from his own presence? He shook his head. It was likely that those individuals were coming for him. An hour. Then, he decided to linger a bit longer. He observed the woman as she merely reviewed the documents in her hands before seeking her next target. To his surprise, the second target resided on the 6th sublevel. Jichuan recalled that the 4th sublevel was predominantly a living area for the masses, indicating that this individual possessed some unique distinction. The man appeared quite ordinary, exuding the same reclusive aura that Jichuan had embodied in life. Unable to decipher the purpose of the ability labeled Stellar Vision, he noted that the man was merely engrossed in a video game. An array of snacks adorned his desk, suggesting that his living conditions surpassed those of the vast majority in the base. After observing for 20 minutes without uncovering anything remarkable, Ji Chuan's patience waned. He commenced his search for the third target, which astonishingly lay deep within the 10th sublevel. Ji Chuan meticulously observed the structure of the base, having previously infiltrated it to gain a general understanding of its layout. This time, upon his actual arrival, he was struck by the vastness of the ability user base. The guard presence on the negative 10th level was substantial, with numerous teams continuously transporting supplies. Captain, the task points for collecting resources have become increasingly elusive. Venturing further out is perilous. Could we possibly request a few new combat-oriented ability users to join us? With more individuals, the point distribution would be diminished. But given the current abundance of zombies in the vicinity, we should seize the opportunity to accumulate points nearby. Only when we exhaust local resources should we consider distant explorations. Indeed, the captain's insight is sound. Moreover, we will have the chance to select our team members carefully. Our city boasts a number 1, and it appears that the new recruits with combat abilities are keen on resource collection and logistics. Even 2 elite ability leaders struggle against them, and the newcomers are reluctant to court death. Yes, perhaps we could end up choosing advanced ability users, all thanks to you, Captain. Now take a look. Old Zhang, please tally up the results from Team 11's resource collection. It seemed that this level served as the warehouse for the base's supplies. Ji Chuan ceased his observation of those at the entrance and delved deeper into the interior. The members of the logistics team were categorizing the resources collected by their squad and transporting them to the corresponding rooms. Perishable items were being moved deeper into the base, coincidentally aligning their path with Ji Chuan's. He seamlessly blended into the shadows of the workers, who were heading towards the third holder of the red crystal nucleus, god of space. Fortunately, with all the materials being metallic, Ji Chuan felt no concern. At the entrance of the final chamber stood 2 guardians, each endowed with extraordinary abilities. One possessed the golden crystal core of Fainting Scream, while the other wielded Mire of Sludge, both seemingly belonging to the category of restrictive abilities. As the porter confirmed his identity through iris recognition, the last door finally swung open. He employed his powers to transport the supplies into the room, causing Ji Chuan's heart to race with intensity. He felt an overwhelming urge to reveal himself and embrace the person before him, who was none other than Song Huai. Chapter 62. Eavesdropping on the battle plan. Ji Chuan melded his form into the shadows of Song Huai. Mechanically, Song Huai began to organize the supplies that had been delivered, indicating he was likely a top-tier spatial ability user. Observing the variety of items sent by the base staff, Ji Chuan surmised that Song Huai's spatial capabilities would prevent any deterioration of the supplies. A fierce impulse to reveal himself and fight surged within him. However, reason prevailed. Currently, Song Huai was under mental control, and based on Ji Chuan's experience, the only means to break such control would either involve inflicting harm upon Song Huai or locating the ability user who had ensnared him. His healing abilities were severely limited, and he wished to avoid causing Song Huai any bloodshed. While he could easily escape on his own, extricating Song Huai and ensuring his safety proved to be a formidable challenge. Furthermore, it seemed that reinforcements from Jinglian City were approaching, though Ji Chuan remained uncertain of their strength. Huai, please endure. I promise to take you out of here, he thought. After noting the location, Ji Chuan departed from that level, searching among the densely populated base for a mental control ability user, as eliminating the source of Song Huai's control was the most effective way for them to escape together. Over 5,000 samples were overwhelmingly numerous, and Ji Chuan found it exceedingly challenging. Moreover, he sensed 6 crimson cores swiftly approaching, 4 life forms and 2 zombies. This was Ji Chuan's first encounter with zombies coexisting so peacefully with humans at such close proximity. One of the crimson cores was identified as a necromancer. The aircraft from Jinglian City landed on the helipad behind the base, and 6 individuals disembarked. However, upon closer inspection of the last 2 members of the group, he noticed their bodies were covered in dark, venom markings, resembling zombies. Li Jingru, Jiang Zhilan, and Su Huaiji had been waiting there for some time. Su Huaiji's gaze sharpened as he observed the final 2 individuals. They had once served as captains in their base and had perished during a mission, yet he could control them. I am the necromancer, Wang Lin. The hooded man's expression darkened, and the crowd was taken aback by Wang Lin's revelation. They had not anticipated such a formidable presence in Jinglian City. Thus, even with the continuous demise of ability users, they would still bolster humanity's fighting strength. In an instant, Li Jingru's confidence in future confrontations surged. Regardless of the cost, He was determined to eliminate the first target. A smile instantly graced his features as he welcomed the visitors. Introducing himself as Li Jingru, the head of the ability user base in Jianghua City. He had already prepared accommodations for everyone and invited them to follow him for rest, after which they could discuss the battle plans. There is nothing to discuss. The plan is simply to follow our lead. Shen Mingting stretched lazily, scoffing at the notion of convening with these foolish individuals to deliberate on strategies. Do not waste your time. If it were not for Hui Gu and Tu Tu's intervention, she would have sought to resolve her objective directly. Xiao Ting, with her impatient disposition, should not be taken to heart. Nonetheless, she possesses considerable strength. We shall soon inquire into the situation, so there is no need for concern. The young man squinted his eyes in a jovial manner, exuding an aura of warmth and friendliness. The final man, however, wore an aloof expression, remaining silent. Li Jingru offered an awkward smile before leading his group into the base. Ji Chuan's mischievous tendencies resurfaced as he possessed the body of a male zombie, following the others inside. Suddenly, Wang Lao sensed the presence of a zombie entering the base and was about to sound the alarm, only to notice that Li Jingru, Jiang Zhelan, Su Huaiji, and several unfamiliar strong individuals were present, prompting him to investigate further. There was no need for alarm. These two zombies were brought by Captain Wang Lin from Jinglian City and were under his ability's control. Wang Lao scrutinized the two zombies, feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding, particularly regarding the male zombie. He discerned a glimmer of intelligence in the male zombie's eyes, which did not resemble those of an ordinary mindless creature. TSK. As Shen Mingting entered the room prepared for her, she involuntarily clicked her tongue. This accommodation was far more austere than her own quarters in Jinglian City, smaller in size, intensifying her desire to swiftly complete the task and depart. This was, after all, the most luxurious room in Jianghua City, with Li Jingru's lodgings being scarcely better. Noticing Shen Mingting's reaction, Jiang Zhelan felt a twinge of annoyance, but merely sighed. There was no need for rest. Let us convene promptly. Without taking into account the thoughts of the other three, Shen Mingting made a decisive choice, and the others had no objections, as they were not particularly fatigued. They arrived at the conference room, where the dispatch team members had been waiting patiently. Su Huaiji had devoted considerable effort to addressing their concerns, fearful that discord among them might lead to irreparable conflict. Shen Mingting strode confidently to the front of the stage, exuding an authoritative presence that belied her youthful and delicate appearance. It was confirmed that the base had encountered a level 1 entity, a zombie, up close, and it was indeed verified that the opponent was a member of that category. However, very few survived encounters with the level 1 entity. Based on video footage and survivor accounts, it was established that the level 1 entity possessed 5 to 6 distinct abilities. Shen Mingting nodded in acknowledgement. Ji Chuan, listening intently from the back, mused on the notion of 5 or 6 abilities, almost reminiscent of 50 or 60. He had certainly expended considerable effort in honing his own skills, though many remained unutilized and unexhibited. The second matter at hand was the nature of their abilities. The team members straightened their posture, declaring, "I am the mightiest wood-based ability user in Jianghua City, wielding the exceptional ability, God of Wood, which enables me to utilize plants for both offense and defense. I am the holder of the exceptional ability, Spring, granting me the power to heal within a certain range and inflict damage using some wood and rock-based abilities. I possess the exceptional ability, Melody of Illness, which, when performed, imposes 3 random and potent negative statuses on the target. My exceptional ability, Titan's Hammer of Fire, delivers hammer strikes imbued with fire damage, capable of striking targets from a distance." After hearing their introductions, Shen Mingting merely let out a soft hum. Initially, she had considered advising them against participating. Yet the thought of Wang Lin's abilities made her reconsider, realizing that their involvement could indeed prove beneficial. In Jinglian City, instances of exceptional ability users meeting their demise were rare, which was why Wang Lin had only 2 followers. Perhaps this time I could assist him in gathering a few in Jianghua City. Regarding the third matter, on the battlefield, you are required to heed our commands. So do not complicate the situation. What did you say? The burly man wielding the God of Fire hammer was instantly incensed upon hearing those words. In his view, they could handle things on their own. He was astonished that the leader had summoned reinforcements and insisted they follow orders. The reinforcements before him displayed an unfriendly demeanor from the outset, even believing that they would hinder progress. After all, they were elite superpowers. a rarity even in a city of millions. Do you not comprehend what I am saying? Upon finishing her statement, Shen Mingting was taken aback as the burly man collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes, sensing that they had encountered a rather troublesome adversary this time. Chapter 63. The Eve of Battle. Captain Shun, I kindly request your forbearance. Su Huaiji, observing the other captains preparing to act, preemptively unleashed his oppressive aura, a formidable presence that exuded a palpable sense of menace. Shen Mingting displayed no semblance of fear. Instead, she merely smiled gently while continuing to observe the assembly. The burly man, clutching his chest, rose from the ground, his eyes reflecting a mixture of anger and trepidation. Just moments ago, he had been overwhelmed by excruciating pain, as if his entire chest were on the verge of bursting. Despite being an elite superpower himself, he could not fathom the nature of Shen Mingting's attack. Ji Chuan was attuned to the unique abilities and strengths of those around him. Although he currently existed in a possessed state, his true form lingered within the shadows of the room. This chamber has gathered nearly 2/3 of the base's red crystal nuclei. He entertained thoughts of launching a direct assault, yet many abilities cannot be accurately assessed merely by their names and classifications. Currently, the only individuals prepared to act are himself and Xiao Hui, alongside 2 zombies, totaling a mere 4. In stark contrast, there are 11 seasoned individuals with red crystal nuclei present, all possessing considerable combat experience. Clearly, taking action at this juncture would be unwise. Although he triumphed against Xia Yiqing previously, it was partly due to her underestimation of the situation and his prior experience. Now, the opponent possesses a more comprehensive understanding of his capabilities, and facing 11 adept masters of red crystal nuclei simultaneously renders his chances of victory nearly non-existent. To his surprise, the one endowed with the Ant Queen ability is none other than Li Jingru, the leader of this stronghold. He remains unaware of the potential effects of the Ant Queen, perplexed as to why a man would wield such an ability. I do not genuinely wish to engage you, Minister Su. Should I choose to strike, you would perish in an instant. Therefore, I suggest you temper your imposing presence. My earlier display was merely intended to convey that obedience to commands is not a matter for negotiation. The expression on Shen Mingting's face bore a maturity beyond her years. I have little tolerance for folly. If uncontrollable factors arise during combat, I will not extend aid, and may even preemptively eliminate the source of trouble. I trust you all comprehend this. Upon finishing her statement, her hair seemed to defy gravity, rising into the air, with her bun unraveling like a tempestuous maiden caught in a storm. The oppressive aura she emanated caused a shiver to pass through the crowd, and Su Huaiji was astonished to find that her pressure was on par with his own. In Jinglian City, a few individuals regarded the situation with indifference, merely observing in silence. Shen Mingting stood out as a remarkably assertive captain. Anyone who dared to dismiss her as a mere girl would surely come to regret it. The girl's hair cascaded down, and a relaxed smile unexpectedly graced her face. Let us conclude our activities for today. We shall set off promptly at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I can hardly rise any earlier. She expressed her discomfort about the day's events, exclaiming that she felt quite unclean and needed a bath. Next time, I certainly won't undertake a mission with Brother Lin, she added, playfully sticking her tongue out at Wang Lin, presenting herself in a manner befitting her youthfulness. Undoubtedly, this group possessed formidable abilities. Yet uncertainty loomed over their potential success the following day. With 8 exceptional ability users, failure seemed implausible. However, a sense of unease persisted within him, a peculiar instinct akin to that of insects. Ji Chuan sensed the powers of the 4 individuals in Jinglian City, perceiving no threat from Wang Lin. He had already recognized that his control over the zombies surpassed Wang Lin's, suggesting that his crystal core was likely superior to the red crystal core. The base had stationed several reconnaissance ability users near their quarters for protection. Even without their vigilance, Ji Chuan felt that his presence would be detected by the sharp-eyed one. Initially, Ji Chuan contemplated a nighttime ambush, but he deemed the risk too great. Presently, the most potent energy emanated from Shen Mingting. The surge of power within her was immensely formidable, indicating her profound mastery over her abilities. As for the taciturn man, his powers remained enigmatic to Ji Chuan. Soul reshaping. He pondered, what kind of ability could that be? He resolved that tomorrow, his primary focus would be on addressing Shen Mingting first and foremost. The courtyard of the Oligia was filled with all the capable members ready for an offensive. In the afternoon, Jichuan had instructed everyone not to relax, leaving them in a state of apprehension. What if something were to happen to him? Lin Lulu could scarcely contain her anxiety, even contemplating rushing over to ascertain the situation. The master was unharmed. He was drawing closer. As Jichuan landed, the group finally felt a sense of relief. However, his demeanor was grave. A formidable battle awaited them the following day. Jichuan relayed his observations from the afternoon, and both Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai grasped the gravity of the situation. They were somewhat familiar with the four captains leading the main forces, whose strength was not to be underestimated. It was said that the city of Jinglian maintained order due to the formidable abilities of its supernatural beings, keeping the zombie threat within manageable bounds. Therefore, the reinforcements arriving from such a place were likely to surpass their own capabilities. This meant they would face at least 8 elite supernatural beings the next day. While on their side, only Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai possessed elite powers. Jichuan considered Wang Lin to be no threat, and thus not a combat asset. The 2 red crystal core zombies were under his control, providing him with at least 4 red crystal core supernatural beings to aid him. Xiaohui, due to its ability to resurrect continuously, could also be counted as an elite supernatural being. Thus, they faced 7 red crystal cores against their 5, with Jichuan included, giving them a fighting chance. Subsequently, Jichuan outlined the plan for the next day. While detailing the strategy, he heard a voice. "I know you can hear me. Tomorrow morning. The base has tasked me with the transfer, but it is not my desire to come. Once I arrive, I will leave immediately. I beg you, do not make it difficult for me." "Excuse me, Captain Shun." Jiang Zhilan held several intricate devices in her hands. The room was silent, yet the door swung open. Shin Mingting stood with her back to the entrance, attending to her hair. "Captain Shun, this is the latest achievement from Jianghua City. We have discovered that the crystal cores of mutated species can provide energy to those with special abilities, alleviating the fatigue associated with extensive use of such powers. I want to need it. I have yet to exhaust my energy. Please give mine to Zhuang too. His consumption is considerable." Jiang Zhilan sighed softly. "Well, I hope this Shin Mingting truly possesses the prowess she claims." Chapter 64. The 5-colored domain. The others had long been waiting in the hall, with Shin Mingting making her entrance as the last, meticulously securing her bun with a final hair tie, rubbing her eyes, and stifling a yawn. "Is everyone here? Then let us depart." The captains from Jianghua City exchanged glances at Shin Mingting's demeanor, somewhat speechless, yet chose to remain silent. Su Huaiji advised them to follow the directives of the Jinglian group without question, emphasizing that they should prioritize self-preservation, as Jianghua City could not bear further losses of special ability users. Some captains felt Su Huaiji's warnings were a bit alarmist. They believed that even without reinforcements from Jinglian City, the 4 of them could undoubtedly deal with subject number 1 together. "Zixian, lead the way," instructed Su Huaiji. Chui Zixuan nodded, hoping that Jichuan had heeded her warning from the previous day. She activated the energy device developed by the base, utilizing a teleportation technique. With prior notice, she felt her own danger was minimal. In an instant, they all found themselves before the Oligier gate. Before anyone could inquire further, Chui Zixuan had vanished without a trace. What could have caused such fear? The individuals with extraordinary abilities in Jianghua City exhibit a notable timidity. While the crowd has learned to disregard Shin Mingting's derision, their primary focus lies on the assault against the entity known as Number 1. What is this? Based on the investigations conducted by Team 7, it has become apparent that Number 1 is likely located within the Oligier Hotel. They have even scrutinized various online resources concerning the hotel. The information suggests that Oligier merely employs metallic abilities to fortify its exterior, complemented by obscuring abilities to create a deceptive facade, far from being an ingenious tactic. Yet, they are unable to discern the hotel's precise location. Before them lies an expansive area enveloped in a 5-colored semicircle, resembling a colossal energy shield pressed against the ground. Zhuang Tu took the initiative to assault the peculiar region, unleashing several beams of crimson light that gradually transformed into searing flames, scorching the area. Even from a considerable distance, one could feel the rising temperature. However, the entire region remained utterly unperturbed. Zhuang Tu then summoned a cascade of azure light, conjuring a blizzard accompanied by ice shards that relentlessly bombarded the area, akin to being submerged in an ocean without causing a single ripple. It is a domain. 5 distinct domains. Zhuang Tu was taken aback. He had never witnessed a mutated entity wielding a domain. He had only seen powerful ability users employ such techniques, but he had never conceived that multiple domains could intertwine. Do not panic. It seems that to infiltrate their stronghold, one must enter the domain. Maintaining such a vast and intricate domain would certainly deplete the adversary's energy for combat. Shen Mingting confidently advised, yet the current circumstances were indeed beyond her prior experience. It appears that only one domain can truly grant access to the stronghold. Shouting, let us split up. Entering a single domain together poses too great a risk. Entering an excessively formidable domain, without the consent of its master, renders one nearly ensnared. The present domain may very well be a colossal trap. Shen Mingting nodded. I shall choose the transparent zone. Others may select as they wish. With that, she swiftly moved towards the transparent area, sensing it was devoid of any domain. It was likely the sole breakthrough required to confront number 1, once she dealt with him. The other domains would naturally succumb. Zhuang Tu also perceived the uniqueness of the transparent area. Understanding Shen Mingting's penchant for swift resolutions, he allowed her to proceed. In the video, number 1 employed the dark domain, a perilous black area. I shall venture into the black zone, Zhuang Tu announced to the group. I will accompany you. Wang Lin replied, aware that although Zhuang Tu possessed versatile abilities, his offensive strength was not particularly formidable. By merely encountering number 1, he could swiftly subdue him. And Zhuang Tu's powers would provide adequate cover. The two complemented each other well. Su Hui remained silent and directly entered the nearest brown area. The 4 from Jianghua City exchanged glances, reluctant to be directed, yet this presented them with an opportunity. Only the red and silver zones remained, and they proceeded as a duo into one of them. Has that little brat succumbed to fear? He chose the transparent area, clearly the safest option, Yin Lai grumbled. Albeit only in a place where she could not hear him. The pain she had inflicted on him lingered vividly in his memory, and he remained unaware of the techniques she had employed. Accompanying Yin Lai was Ning Chua, the wielder of Spring, who firmly believed that number 1 would inevitably be defeated this time. The two individuals ventured into the Crimson Domain, as Yin Lai had already sensed the fiery energy emanating from it. Indeed, it was a realm of flames, with an elevated temperature surrounding them. Upon entering, they discovered that roaring infernos blazed all around. Yet, Yin Lai felt an exhilarating thrill, believing that the power of his fire god hammer would be magnified within this fiery expanse. However, Ning Chuha felt somewhat uncomfortable, having fashioned a cloak of vegetation around herself to insulate against the intense heat. The domain was far more expansive than they had initially anticipated. As long as the master of the realm possessed the requisite ability, they could even create a domain the size of an entire city. The pair pressed deeper into the territory, maintaining a profound silence, devoid of any adversaries. They quickened their pace, intending to traverse the domain and delve into the stronghold. Suddenly, they heard footsteps in the distance. Ning Chuha did not sense the deathly energy typically associated with zombies. Rather, the footsteps belonged to a human. Yin Lai raised his hand, poised to launch an assault. Yet, upon catching sight of the figure, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. Xia Yiqing, you're alive, brother Xia, Ning Chuha exclaimed joyfully. For among the leaders of the combat team, Xia Yiqing was notably handsome, and she held a favorable impression of him. However, before Ning Chuha could reach Xia Yiqing, an explosion erupted by her side. Brother Xiao, what are you doing? It nearly harmed Ning Chuha, leaving Yin Lai equally perplexed. Have you betrayed us, Xia Yiqing? In truth, the leader had never actively harmed any humans. On the contrary, he had saved many, and his presence here was no different. Loyalty compelled Xia Yiqing to act entirely from Ji Chuan's perspective. Leader? Are you referring to number 1? Ning Chuha shook her head, unable to fathom the words of Xia Yiqing. A droplet of luminous dew fell upon Xia Yiqing's head, bringing a refreshing sensation to his body. Xia Ge, wake up. Ning Chuha believed that Xia Yiqing had fallen under mental control, and the ability she had just employed was precisely the technique to dispel such control. Yet, the anticipated recognition did not transpire. Instead, she was met with Xia Yiqing's even colder gaze. How could this be the case? He had not succumbed to mental manipulation. He had simply betrayed us. Yin Lai no longer hesitated. As his fist descended, a massive hammer materialized above Xia Yiqing, surrounded by raging flames. Bolstered by the domain of fire, the entire hammer glowed a fiery red. Should this hammer strike? there would be no doubt that it would reduce its target to nothing more than a charred mass. In an instant, as if someone had given Xia Yiqing a shove, he was propelled far away, the surrounding flames dancing in that direction. Few were privy to the specifics of Xia Yiqing's abilities, and Yin Lai found himself taken aback by the evasion. The hammer struck the ground, leaving behind a dark circular mark within the domain. However, following the explosion, Yin Lai realized that his hands were already a gruesome mess. Chapter 65. Su Hui's first defeat. Xia Yiqing, are you serious? Yin Lai grimaced in pain, yet he could still hear the explosions echoing around him. Ning Chuha unleashed a sphere of green light, enveloping Yin Lai's hands and hastily tending to his wounds. More and more injuries appeared on Yin Lai's body, yet he could not find the opportunity to deliver a second blow. He was utterly bewildered by the nature of Xia Yiqing's assault. Xia Gu, do not overstep your bounds. Ning Chuha observed that the speed of the treatment lagged behind the ferocity of Xia Yiqing's attacks. With a mere gesture, the rocks behind her soared towards Xia Yiqing. Ignited by the influence of the fire domain, their power dramatically enhanced. Yet, before they could make contact, the stones exploded mid-air, the shattered fragments seemingly possessing a mind of their own, veering away from Xia Yiqing. Without the advantages of heightened speed and malicious perception, few could evade Xia Yiqing's onslaught. Had it not been for Jichuan's presence, Xia Yiqing would indeed have the confidence to be audacious. The current 2-on-1 scenario failed to put Xia Yiqing at a disadvantage. Retreat, I have no desire to slay you. It was the kindness residing within Xia Yiqing. Had he aimed for their vital points from the outset, both would have perished. Yet he merely wished for them to recognize the futility of their efforts. Encountering him was one matter. Facing their leader would surely spell instant doom for the duo. Seeing their lingering hesitation, a tempest surged toward them. Flames around them flickered violently, and a scorching wind swept in, rendering Ning Chuha's breathing laborious and her body unbearably hot. Let us depart, Yin Lai. We are no match for him. She felt as though her hair might ignite at any moment. While Yin Lai possessed some resistance to fire, he understood that victory in such a confrontation was unattainable. All right, we shall leave. Cease the fighting. Upon hearing Yin Lai's words, Xia Yiqing halted his actions. Ignoring the turmoil within, Yin Lai was covered in lacerations, and as the recent heat wave enveloped him, he could almost smell the scent of roasted meat. Ning Chuha hastily pulled Yin Lai to flee in the opposite direction, only to unexpectedly encounter Xia Yiqing. Why would Xia Yiqing assist the zombies? Fortunately, it was him. It was evident that he had shown restraint. If number 1 could subdue Xia Yiqing, it would imply that number 1 possessed greater strength than Xia Yiqing. Had they encountered number 1, they might have already met their demise. Who would be destined to confront number 1? Ning Chuha began to pray fervently that it would not be Xiao Su or Hua Ranqiu. Su Hui entered the nearest brown area, indifferent to his choice. As all regions seemed equivalent to him, his ability of soul reformation was remarkably potent. Should the target be a zombie, he would aid the creature in reclaiming its human soul, allowing it to once again experience the despair and terror of its former life. Most souls would reject the notion of becoming a monster, with some even choosing to relinquish their existence altogether. Occasionally, he encountered souls with a fervent will to survive, but they often perished at his hands, as they were unprepared for the shocking reality of their transformation into a zombie. Conversely, if the opponent were a human, the resolution would be simpler. A person endowed with formidable abilities would, after the reformation of their soul, essentially lose their memories, rendering them indistinguishable from an ordinary individual. Any being that once possessed a soul could be easily dealt with by him. The terrain before him resembled a desolate expanse, filled with sand and rock. Su Hui recalled the report indicating that number 1 wielded earth-based abilities, and an instinct surged within him. Perhaps he was destined to encounter number 1. An exhilarating thrill coursed through him. The prospect of utterly transforming the soul and character of such a formidable target was indeed captivating. In one fleeting moment, he remained composed and unperturbed. In the next, he found himself in a state of utter panic, kneeling and pleading for mercy. He had witnessed countless such scenarios, yet each instance retained an air of novelty. Jagged rock spikes erupted beneath his feet, prompting Su Hui to evade with agility. However, a series of rock plates followed relentlessly, akin to a fly swatter pursuing its prey. In the distance, he discerned a pale figure. Indeed, he had encountered the elusive number 1. With remarkable composure, Su Hui wore a confident smile as he locked onto his target and rejuvenated his spirit. Enormous blossoms of rock began to rise beneath him, attempting to engulf him, while his efforts to evade grew increasingly arduous, sapping his strength. Just moments ago, he had unleashed his extraordinary powers, yet there had been no response. How could this be? Determined, Su-hui unleashed his abilities once more as he drew closer to his target amidst the chaos. However, upon getting a clearer view, despair washed over him. It was neither a human nor a zombie, but rather a puppet. The doll regarded him with button-like eyes, and as its round arms lifted, another rock spike emerged, piercing his right leg while he stood in shock. With a cry of pain, Su-hui collapsed to the ground. In his moment of despair, the puppet suddenly went limp and toppled over, its entire form beginning to dissipate like a mass of tattered cotton melting into the sand. Su-hui was overwhelmed with joy. He had survived. But what manner of creature was this? He had never encountered a puppeteer capable of crafting such formidable dolls. Just as he prepared to rise, darkness enveloped his vision, and as he slowly lifted his gaze, he was met with the visage of an enormous dog's head. Where did this beast come from? Su-hui dared not delay. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his extraordinary abilities, which could even influence animals. Yet, the canine visage before him showed no signs of alteration. If anything, its expression turned even more menacing. I detest being called a dog, he thought. In a swift motion, the creature's claws flashed, and Su-hui felt a sudden lightness as his head was severed by the small gray figure. Confounded, he pondered the nature of this talking canine, why it remained unaffected by his powers. Little did he know that Ji-chuan possessed the soul of the small gray creature, rendering him immune to such status effects. This marked Su-hui's first defeat. An overwhelming fatigue washed over him as he closed his eyes. A radiant white light emanated from his severed head, soaring into the sky, while the small gray figure and the outsider, Xiaoxian, remained oblivious to the spectacle. Shin Mingting did not hesitate to enter the transparent zone, believing it to be the most probable entrance to the stronghold. It was also the area where encountering Subject 1 would be most likely. True to her instincts, upon entering, she discovered the hotel's grand entrance, which, astonishingly, swung open immediately after her arrival. From a distance, she spotted a pallid figure standing in the center of the courtyard. A smile graced Shin Mingting's face. Her judgment had proven accurate once more. Her instincts had never led her astray. With unwavering confidence, she advanced, and before Subject 1 could react, she deployed her extraordinary abilities. She offered her prey no chance of resistance, loathing those who, despite having the opportunity, chose to reveal their vulnerabilities. Her exceptional power, reconstruction, allowed her to dismantle her opponent's body at will, reconstructing blood with nails, reshaping the brain with tofu, reorganizing the internal organs with poison, and remolding the body with sand. She possesses a profound understanding and mastery of her extraordinary abilities, believing that no one can defeat her, including the figure before her, designated as Number 1. A bomb has replaced Number 1's mind, and with a deafening explosion, Number 1 collapses. Shin Mingting observes as the surrounding domain becomes entirely transparent, then vanishes completely. Tu and Brother Hui rush toward her, their faces alight with smiles as they praise her. You're still the best. Young, beautiful, and so powerful. Indeed, Number 1's domain nearly tormented us beyond escape. These foolish swine, sending us after such weak targets. How laughable. Chapter 66. Despair of Zhuang Tu surrounded by endless darkness. Even the sense of direction fades. Zhuang Tu releases a luminous orb before him, cautiously surveying his surroundings. This place resembles a void, devoid of any living beings or objects. Behind him, Wang Lin accompanies the zombie Xiao Lian, while Lan Xing follows closely, both venturing deeper into the abyss. Zhuang Tu feels assured that he is on the right path. Continuing in this direction should lead him to the center of the domain, the location closest to the hotel. Initially brimming with confidence, he now experiences a twinge of trepidation. They are undeniably formidable in Jinglian City, thanks to Xiao Lian's timely release of the domain. The mutated beings were drawn in, their lethal powers effectively contained, granting the group a moment of respite. He heightened his awareness of the surrounding environment, benefiting from the research achievements at the Jianghua City base, which allowed him to wield his extraordinary powers without the concern of energy depletion. Although his offensive strength was not overwhelmingly powerful, his abilities were remarkably comprehensive, and combined with an inexhaustible supply of energy, he would become a formidable force within the team. He approached, Zhuang Tu abruptly halted his steps, and Wang Lin also gazed ahead. Despite the profound darkness enveloping them, the glow of the light sphere appeared feeble, seemingly consumed by the shadows. Yet, they discerned a pair of eyes emanating a crimson light within the abyss. The figure's footsteps were steady and forceful, showing no signs of hesitation at their pause, as it advanced towards them unperturbed. It was number one. The death energy unique to zombies loomed ominously, and Zhuang Tu felt an overwhelming pressure. He swiftly launched an attack towards number one. However, the anticipated inferno and searing heat did not manifest. Was it the influence of the domain? Zhuang Tu sensed that the situation had become rather precarious. For it was not merely a matter of possessing powerful abilities to unleash a domain. Few were the ability users capable of mastering such realms. Xiaolian, quickly employ the frozen domain. With Wang Lin's command, the zombies behind them let out a guttural roar, rising from beneath her feet as the dark ground froze, swiftly enveloping the area from below. The entire world illuminated once more, revealing a landscape of crystalline ice resembling a mirror. In the distance stood a pallid young man, a smile gracing his features as he regarded them. They had succeeded. Indeed, Xiaolian's domain surpassed his, breaking through his own with ease. Wang Lin felt an immense joy within. The opponent had expended a tremendous amount of energy to create such numerous domains, yet they were not particularly astute. The simultaneous existence of these domains suggested that each one was diminished in power. Furthermore, Xiaolian's frozen domain not only enhanced her own supernatural abilities, but also bolstered Zhuang Tu's ice-based powers. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhuang Tu, though curious about the number one mentioned in the analysis report, recognized the formidable energy emanating from the opponent, which undoubtedly warranted a wager on his very life. Being enveloped in the frozen domain, Zhuang Tu unleashed the maximum intensity of blue light, with countless ice spikes cascading like a blizzard towards Ji Chuan. However, just as the ice spikes were about to reach Ji Chuan, they were entirely absorbed. Zhuang Tu's eyes widened involuntarily. Such a phenomenon seemed to indicate protection from the domain. Yet, the domain was one their side had unleashed. How could it possibly shield number one? Wang Lin found himself firmly grasped by Lan Xing, who possessed the most advanced body technique abilities. Despite the presence of his own protective barrier, Wang Lin, being frail and emaciated, had no means to counteract. With a forceful motion from Lan Xing's fingertips, Wang Lin's neck snapped instantly. His gaze was filled with shock and terror. He could not comprehend why Lan Xing would attack him. He simply collapsed. With a mere thought from Xiaolian, the ice monument engulfed Zhuang Tu, transforming him into an ice sculpture. Yet, in an instant, flames erupted, and Zhuang Tu shattered the ice, emerging anew. He observed that Ji Chuan had remained inactive throughout, while Xiaolian and Lan Xing had already encircled him. Wang Lin's form slowly rose, his eyes brimming with rage. Little did he expect to maintain control over himself even after death. Unlike ordinary zombies, Wang Lin's enunciation was remarkably clear, reminiscent of his living days. Had it not been for the peculiar angle of his twisted neck, one could scarcely discern that he was a corpse. Wang Lin attempted to unleash several waves of dark energy towards Ji Chuan, only to discover he could not lift his hand. Before he could fathom why the blue star was beyond his control and attacking him, he realized he too was not in control. You can actually control yourself. Is it truly possible? This marked his first utterance since encountering Subject 1, leaving Zhuang Tu astonished that he could indeed speak. Amidst Zhuang Tu's astonished gaze, Wang Lin unexpectedly began to perform a tap dance, the ice beneath him cracking with each beat. Did you do this? Is it you? Wang Lin gazed at Ji Chuan with terror, his tone laced with fury. He had never learned to dance, and found himself in such a ridiculous predicament. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, Zhuang Tu was certain that he was not under mental control. Moreover, his subordinate was supposed to obey his commands, yet now aided Subject 1. Is your ability to plunder? Zhuang Tu speculated that Subject 1 had usurped Wang Lin's powers, but Subject 1 merely laughed. Soon, you will also obediently lend me your strength. Zhuang Tu grasped Ji Chuan's intention, his eyes widening in realization as he strenuously resisted. The two former captains before him were proving to be overwhelming. To his astonishment, Wang Lin was also launching dark attribute attacks against him. Throughout, Subject 1 remained passive, akin to a beast waiting for its prey to struggle. Blue Star persistently attempted to subdue him, while Xiaolian continuously launched long-range attacks. Xia Lian herself was an exceptionally powerful class AI-based ability user, making it exceedingly difficult for her to approach him even with the cover provided by Blue Star and Wang Lin. Zhuang too emanated a variety of hues, though predominantly a green light enveloped him, aiding in his recovery from injuries. Stop struggling. Soon your corpse will be unappealing, taunted number 1 from a distance, instilling a profound sense of despair in Zhuang Tuesday. I will return shortly to take you away. My comrades are in need of my assistance. Despite number 1's disappearance, Zhuang too did not feel relieved. Facing 3 adversaries of equal caliber required all his strength merely to survive. Had he just mentioned his comrades? The notion that zombies could have allies was shocking to Zhuang Tuesday. If he had not sensed the unique death energy emanating from this zombie, it would have seemed more human. This perilous information must be conveyed. This zombie not only possessed formidable powers, but also engaged in coordinated attacks. Yet, could he manage such a task in his current state? Chapter 67. More blood than Song Ci Xiao Ci. If you do not surrender, you will perish. Hua Ranqiu exclaimed anxiously. She could not comprehend why Song Ci had betrayed them. However, if this stalemate continued, paralysis would render him immobile, and the venom would easily claim his life. I must protect the base and prevent you from approaching. Coughing violently, Song Ci spat out a mouthful of blood. For such a frail body, the volume of blood lost seemed enough to induce shock. Song Ci, the ability user base is your stronghold. Regain your senses. 3 luminous arrows surged towards Xiao Su's face, yet were effortlessly thwarted by the wall of vines. The leaves, akin to swiftly rotating locusts, lunged at Lin Dull. But Song Ci valiantly leaped up to shield her. Song Ci. Lin Dull could hardly fathom that the sharp-tongued Song Ci could protect her so selflessly. His frail frame already drenched in crimson. Song Ci's legs had turned a ghastly shade of purple, the potent poison creeping steadily towards his heart. Both Lin Dull and Gu Yunxi were also grievously wounded. Upon encountering these 2 captains within the domain, they had merely listened to one of them play a melody. A wave of intense discomfort washed over the 3 of them. Gu Yunxi found herself blinded, her limbs feeling as if encased in ice. Despite knowing that Lin Dull and Song Ci had been enduring relentless blows, she felt utterly powerless, merely a stationary target awaiting protection. Among the trio, Lin Dull experienced the least severe symptoms, merely feeling dizzy. Fortunately, after releasing her arrow, she commanded the luminous arrows to pursue their targets without the need for aiming, a skill honed under Song Ci's tutelage. Meanwhile, Song Ci, ensnared by the venom, felt his body growing numb as he suffered the relentless onslaught of the toxin. He understood that this affliction stemmed from Hua Ranqiu's extraordinary abilities. After her hands danced through the air, any target within range would suffer random negative effects. Just one such effect was sufficient to turn the tide of battle, and she could inflict 3 different maledictions. Although his cards were immensely powerful, they were consumables, and he was reluctant to utilize them unless absolutely necessary. Many of the cards serve to enhance abilities permanently, devoid of any support for card consumption. One is merely endowed with physical prowess and perceptual abilities that far exceed the ordinary. However, when compared to peers with supernatural abilities, one possesses no tangible advantage in combat. The role assigned is that of a secret weapon. Once all trump cards are exhausted, that marks the day of diminished value. Their leader is formidable. Despite being battered and bruised, it is still not the moment to wield cards. You have performed admirably. Now, take a well-deserved rest. It is the voice of the leader. Song Ci longs to exert the effort to open his eyes, yet he lacks even the strength to do so, his entire body devoid of sensation. However, the numbing effect alleviates the pain of recent wounds. Ji Chuan, undeterred by the surroundings, administers rudimentary treatment. It is number 1. Hua Ranqiu dares not delay. Her delicate hands swiftly pluck at her chest. Although no instrument is visible, the sound of the qin resonates within the domain. Several dark gray beams of light intertwine with Ji Chuan's form, yet he exhibits no signs of discomfort. Typically, powerful negative effects are accompanied by immense suffering. Yet, Hua Ranqiu perceives that Ji Chuan remains entirely unaffected by her supernatural abilities. Has her power failed to activate? Hua Ranqiu continues to play, but in an instant, several metallic blades sever her fingers. Within this silvery metallic domain, thin sheets of metal lie in ambush, having approached her unnoticed. Do not disturb me while I am healing. Ji Chuan persists in treating Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi, temporarily preserving the lives of the three. Xiao Su is drenched in cold sweat. He has long heard of number one's exploits and is now torn between the options of attacking or fleeing. Beside her, Hua Wanxiu was on the verge of fainting from pain. Gazing at the severed fingers on the ground, she knelt down, enduring the excruciating agony as she attempted to retrieve them with her palm, believing that Ning Chuha would surely find a way to heal her. Number 1. Release Song Ci. Let him come with us. After confirming that the three of them were not in mortal danger, Ji Chuan gradually stood up, his overwhelming presence causing Xiao Su to instinctively retreat. I am the one who heals and protects him. It was you who nearly killed him. Why should he accompany you? Upon hearing Ji Chuan's words, Xiao Su was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for number one's response. Because you are a zombie, a monster, humanity is destined to eradicate you. Ji Chuan paused, realizing that he was no longer human. Why did he still strive for peaceful coexistence with humanity? He was merely resisting. He had shown considerable mercy. Yet humanity remained relentless in its desire to eliminate him. Noticing the grim expression on number one's face, Xiao Su prepared to unleash his abilities. Yet, it was said that even Xia Yiqing could not defeat him. Could he truly prevail? A towering tree erupted from the ground, seemingly intent on ensnaring Ji Chuan, to absorb him as its nourishment. The venomous sap tainted Ji Chuan's entire being, yet under the extraordinary immunity of perfect body. Both the illness from Hua Wanxiu's haunting melody and the current deadly divine tree had no effect on him, as if they had fallen into an abyss. Before the tree could fully flourish, several beams of cold light sliced through its trunk. You were the ones who sought to harm me first. I was merely resisting. Why do you label me a monster? I see you as the true monsters. Countless steel blades instantaneously materialized around Xiao Su, revolving incessantly. Any movement would result in his body being impaled. Spare us. Allow us to depart, and we shall never return, pleaded Hua Wanxiu. Despite her status as the zenith of weakening type abilities, her powers were ineffective against number one, rendering her a mere mortal in his presence. Alas, it is too late. Having embraced the resolve to eliminate me, is it not equitable to be vanquished in turn? The steel blades relentlessly pierced Xiao Su's flesh. Despite his attempts to summon trees for defense, the density and proximity of the assault negated any protective capabilities. Blood flowed freely, surpassing even Song Ci's effusion. For inflicting such agony upon my comrades, you shall atone by remaining here. The somber and indifferent voice petrified Hua Wanxiu's mind. Her face, drained of blood, became ashen, and her entire being trembled violently. She beheld the formation of steel blades, identical to those surrounding Xiao Su, poised before her. They gleamed brilliantly, the most exquisite mementos in this silver metallic domain. Devoid of any miraculous intervention, the blades penetrated her entire being. As Ji Chuan departed, the corpses of Xiao Su and Hua Wanxiu gradually rose, their forms rendered ghastly by the profusion of blood. Sensing the state of affairs in the adjacent domain, he discerned that the conflict had ceased. Zhuang Tu stood beside 3 additional corpses, awaiting his command. A curve formed on Ji Chuan's lips. It was time for an acquaintance with the formidable Captain Shun. Chapter 68. The Realm of Illusions. As Shun Mengting emerged from the hotel, she was unexpectedly greeted by the crowd gathered outside, as if they had been anticipating her arrival. Enthusiastic voices rang out, exclaiming, "The beautiful girl Shun Mengting! The great hero Shun Mengting!" With her head held high, Shun Mengting refused to bask in the flattery of these foolish admirers. It seemed her reputation was on the cusp of spreading throughout Jianghua City, and perhaps other bases would soon vie to borrow her from the minister. Alas, who could truly comprehend the burdens of the powerful? Although the individuals here were quite feeble, they possessed a certain discernment. On the plain, Zhuang Tu sat beside her, his complexion slightly flushed. It was clear that contemporary university students wore their emotions on their sleeves. To her surprise, the usually stoic Zhuang Tu exhibited shyness in her presence. Indeed, only a beautiful girl could command such privileges in this world. Shouting, "I believe you are the most beautiful and formidable person in the base. Could you grant me an opportunity?" "Tu, are you serious?" She chuckled, amused by Zhuang Tu's unexpected boldness, although he was not quite her preferred type. Nevertheless, she contemplated the idea of indulging his advances. Perhaps trying something different could yield pleasant surprises. "I am serious," shouting. "You are the most stunning person I have ever encountered." Shun Mingting's eyes narrowed into crescents as she involuntarily laughed aloud on the plain. It seemed that her elevated spirits transformed even the monotonous flight into a fleeting moment, and before long, they had arrived in Jinglian City. Indeed, the world revolved around her. The leader and the minister awaited them outside the aircraft, accompanied by all the captains from the base. It was unexpected that the formidable number one could perish at the hands of their own, and astonishingly, it was she who had achieved such remarkable feats. All gazes were fixed upon her with admiration, and Shun Mingting felt she ought to be the leader of the base. Mingting, you have worked tirelessly. It is due to your efforts that we have overcome humanity's greatest adversary. I wish to appoint you as the vice leader of the base. Mingting, today the logistics department has prepared a sumptuous banquet in your honor. Please, go in and enjoy your meal. Suddenly, Shin Mingting recalled the unpleasant odor from their journey. But it seemed she had not detected any foul scent. She turned to look behind her. Wang Lin was there with Xiao Yan, and Lan Xing remained standing. Yet she found that the two zombies possessed no odor. Could it be that her rhinitis was acting up? A beautiful young lady must exude a delightful fragrance to truly shine. As Shin Mingting bathed, humming a cheerful tune, she was taken aback by the leader's intention to appoint her as vice leader. All her efforts were indeed worthwhile. She gently dried herself with a soft towel, and then stood before the mirror, unabashedly admiring her reflection. The youthful firmness and softness she possessed were gifts of this apocalyptic era, bestowing upon her such formidable abilities. She selected the most elegant dress and made her way towards the dining hall. Along the way, the members of the base marveled at her beauty, their eyes filled with admiration and fervor. Upon reaching the dining hall, all eyes followed her as she gracefully approached the central stage, where a pyramid of wine glasses awaited. And the leader looked upon her with a warm smile, ready for the ceremony to commence. The leader raised his hand and, with a smile, announced to the crowd that Shin Mingting was the most formidable individual in the base. She had bravely ventured into Jianghua City to confront the most perilous of mutated species, and her exploits were well known throughout the base. He proclaimed Shin Mingting as the deputy leader of the Jinglian City Abilities Base. The audience erupted in applause, and Shin Mingting graciously accepted the accolades. She noticed that several handsome young men from the base had squeezed into the front row, eager to catch a glimpse of her beauty that day. Their eyes were filled with admiration, longing, confusion, and fear. It was not only the young men in the front row. All eyes in the audience were fixed upon her with the same intensity. The applause faded, leaving Shin Mingting on stage in a state of bewilderment. The leader beside her wore a similar expression of shock, as if gazing upon an anomaly. Shin Mingting surveyed her surroundings, perplexed by the unfolding events. The pyramid-shaped goblet reflected her image, a middle-aged woman with a sallow complexion. Startled, she hurriedly glanced at her own hands, which were no longer the delicate, youthful ones she remembered. As if recalling a haunting truth, Shin Mingting frantically dashed off the stage. The high heels she wore felt cumbersome, and she discarded them, revealing feet covered in thickened calluses as she raced toward her room. Upon entering the bathroom, she closed her eyes, facing the mirror as she fervently prayed, hoping that when she opened her eyes, the reflection would not reveal the familiar visage she dreaded. With anticipation, she finally opened her eyes, only to behold a weary middle-aged woman, styled in an incongruous fashion for her age, dressed in a frilly dress that appeared utterly ridiculous in the mirror. Shin Mingting seized the toner from her side and forcefully hurled it against the mirror. Despite the shattering glass, countless fragments reflected the disheveled visage of a middle-aged woman. How could this be? Why has it returned? Shin Mingting endeavored to unleash her extraordinary abilities upon herself, having discovered the most valuable application of her powers. Upon acquiring the skill of recombination, she experimented with numerous forms of usage. As her proficiency grew, she became capable of instantaneously vanquishing her adversaries, and due to the varying nature of each recombination, no one could discern her true actions. In the apocalypse, she encountered a colleague from her previous workplace, a young woman who had graduated merely 3 years prior. A prestigious university alumna, possessing high emotional intelligence and exceptional work capabilities, the company had appointed this young woman to the position of vice president. Meanwhile, Shun Turong had toiled ceaselessly in the company, sacrificing countless hours in pursuit of advancement. In a fit of frustration, she stormed into her superior's office, unable to comprehend why. Despite devoting nearly all her time to the company, she had allowed this youth to usurp her position. To her astonishment, her superior merely remarked that the young woman was exceedingly talented and that the vice president frequently had to engage with clients. prompting the company to prefer a candidate with a more appealing image. Shun Turong came to realize the truth. Men are invariably drawn to youth and beauty, rendering her efforts utterly inconsequential. In this desolate world, she wielded her powers against the young woman, declaring, "I wish for your obesity. I wish for your aging. I wish for your grotesque demise." It seemed to be a cathartic release of her inner resentment. As Xin Mingting finally embarked upon the actions she had long yearned to undertake amidst the apocalypse, to her astonishment, she had succeeded. The girl before her, disheveled yet exuding an undeniable grace, was undergoing a transformation under her extraordinary powers. Her body swelled continuously, her face marked by terror, wrinkles and dark spots rendering her no longer a figure of sympathy. Her once lustrous black hair had turned brittle and gray, resembling an aged individual in decline. Hunched over with murky eyes filled with despair, abandoned in a forgotten corner of the city, Shun Tsurong was overwhelmed with excitement. Her abilities could even reorganize cells. If she could induce aging in others, could she not also reverse it and reclaim her youth? Chapter 69. The Soul Contract with a Heart Brimming with Exhilaration. Shun Tsurong stood before the mirror to effect her own transformation. She envisioned youthful cells permeating her entire being, picturing a slender waist and a delicate visage. She aspired to surpass the girl who had usurped her position. She would be younger, slimmer, and more beautiful. The world naturally favored the young, and now she possessed the power to live as a girl once more. As she gazed into the mirror, the youthful reflection before her confirmed that the weary, worn-out Shun Tsurong was no more. Instead, a lovely and charming Xin Mengting had emerged. She admired her taut cheeks and slender form, smiling contentedly at her reflection. She began to deliberately mimic the demeanor of a young girl, adopting her gestures and tone, though she felt somewhat unnatural. Yet no one would dare criticize a beautiful young woman. Such is the injustice of the world, but in this moment, she relished being the favored one. Despite the apocalypse surrounding her, she found the world more beautiful than ever before. The powerful woman effortlessly ascended to the position of captain of the psychic combat team in Jinglian City. Everyone praised her commanding presence, noting her maturity that surpassed her years. How amusing it was. She merely feigned youthfulness, for true maturity was her authentic self. The grotesque, defeated, and enviously bitter middle-aged woman haunted her like a nightmare. Yet, for reasons unknown, her psychic abilities had faltered. No. Shun Tsurong knelt on the ground. Her heart wrenched as she cried out, bewildered as to why her powers had failed her. The reflection in the mirror revealed a visage so hideous, sagging cheeks, dark spots at the corners of her eyes, and withered hair, her image gradually merging with that of the woman before her demise. Shun Tsurong screamed as she fled into the room, terrified to approach the bathroom mirror again. The woman in the mirror glared with malice, forming the shape of a death sentence with her lips. Each time she uttered those words, her smile widened, revealing a mouthful of yellowed, pointed teeth. Shun Tsurong, why did you kill me? What wrong did I commit? Does it feel good to murder me? I see you reveling in it. The voice from her memories turned venomous and eerie, and Shun Tsurong felt it drawing closer. A profound terror consumed her heart as she beheld a bloated, corpse-stained hand reaching out from the bathroom. I can save you, restore your youth, grant you back your powers. It was a whisper akin to that of a devil. Who are you? Please, save me. Shun Tsurong curled into a corner, trembling incessantly. The price of your assistance is the sacrifice of your soul, which shall be wielded by me. Shun Tsurong was taken aback. Could one truly exist devoid of a soul? Was her interlocutor a demon? The ashen hair was matted with blood and dust, revealing a bloated visage. The woman had emerged from the bathroom, gazing at Shun Tsurong with murky eyes, a smile curling upon her lips. You are here, you are here, you are here. The malevolent specter drew ever closer, prompting Shun Tsurong to scream, I am willing to give anything. As her cries ceased, the apparition began to dissipate slowly, her face contorted with rage and resentment. The surroundings continuously faded, the entire world turning pale, so white that it was blinding. Shun Tsurong shielded her eyes with her slender hands, and as the brilliance subsided, she gradually lowered her delicate arms. Xin Mingting opened her eyes to behold a man with pallid skin and sharply defined features, his crimson eyes betraying a hint of amusement. Recalling the devilish whisper she had just heard, she pondered, could he truly be a demon? Her chaotic thoughts began to crystallize. Number 1. Xin Mingting felt a sense of impending doom. She immediately attempted to launch an attack on Jichuan, only to find blood spilling from her own lips. In the realm of illusion, we have forged a pact. To harm the master would invoke retribution. Jichuan had not anticipated that the new recruit from Xia Yiqing's team possessed such formidable abilities, capable of gleaning the deepest secrets of others to conjure an illusion, enticing them to enter into a soul contract. The realm of illusion, the contract. Shin Mengting's pupils abruptly constricted. It had all been an illusion. Yet, the pact within the illusion was undeniably real. Ever since she had entered this domain, she had fallen prey to the opponent's deception. Another mouthful of blood was expelled, but this time it was from the fury she directed at herself. Had he seen all the secrets hidden within the illusion? Jichuan nodded. What? I know everything you are thinking. I possess complete dominion over your soul. I hope you strive harder for your stronghold. Only then can I ensure your survival. Shin Suero. Shin Mengting stood frozen, her mind rendered incapable of thought. She had anticipated swiftly dispatching this adversary. Yet here she found herself in such a predicament. What of the others? Surely, I cannot be the only one ensnared in this illusion. They must still have a chance. Are you referring to them? Zhuang Tu approached impassively from behind, while Wang Lin appeared unwilling, yet his body moved against his will. Xiao Lian and Lan Xing followed closely. Additionally, there were two captains from Jianghua City, though Shin Mengting could not recall their names. Brother Hui is not inside. Brother Hui is still alive. That individual? His head has been severed. He is of no use now. Despair washed over Shin Mengting, for this meant that the entirety of the Jinglian team had been annihilated, leaving only two captains from Jianghua City to survive. As she gazed in shock, Jichuan began to crack open a walnut. No, stop! Wang Lin screamed, though he was already deceased, his consciousness lingering. Despite his desperate cries, his body knelt involuntarily, bowing his head gently to present himself at the most convenient angle for Jichuan. With the shattering of his skull, Wang Lin's screams fell silent. Her entire body was devoid of life, akin to the lifeless corpse beside her. Shin Mengting trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face, realizing that without Jichuan's command, she was incapable of even kneeling. Just moments ago, while perusing the report, she had laughed until she nearly struck the ground, thinking it absurd that zombies could speak, drive, and possess various supernatural abilities. She had believed she could easily vanquish him with a mere gesture, yet she found herself confronting a creature of unimaginable horror. Indeed, he was a devil. If you continue to perceive me as a monster, I shall extract your crystal core. No, please don't. Master, do not take my crystal core. It was not that Jichuan desired to extract it, but rather that he had suddenly become affluent, having acquired 6 red crystal cores. The core of the individual slain by Xiao Hui was still unclaimed, bringing the total to 7. Thus, he would inevitably succumb to slumber once more. The last period of dormancy lasted 3 days, and the duration of this slumber remained uncertain, necessitating a formidable guardian. Shin Mengting was exceptionally suitable, as her supernatural ability was among the most powerful he had ever encountered. With a soul contract in place, he could rest assured that she would protect him. Upon his awakening, he would contemplate whether to consume her crystal core, for after uncovering her secret, Jichuan felt a wave of disgust. Chapter 70. Possession. What did you say? Xia Yiqing is still alive, yet has betrayed us. Li Jingru could scarcely believe his ears. Xia Yiqing was indeed in league with number 1. Indeed, my leader. I endeavored to liberate him from mental control, yet there was no response. It appears to be his own volition. Li Jingru was perplexed by Xia Yiqing's betrayal. What of Song Xi? If he were to regain consciousness, he could undoubtedly escape using his cards. Yet, why has there been no news? Is he still in a stupor? Has he perished? Or is he, like Xia Yiqing, ensnared in a similar fate? Li Jingru dared not entertain such a possibility. My leader, neither of us can contend with Captain Xia. He has warned us that should we approach again, he will end our lives. Thus, our team cannot undertake any further missions in the Xinghe district. In Lai felt somewhat dispirited. Despite being of the elite class, the intrinsic disparities in abilities and levels of development among them rendered a palpable distinction in strength. It was evident that Xia Yiqing surpassed him. What of the others? Li Jingru reassured himself that there remained 4 formidable experts in Jinglian City, and his own team had not encountered life-threatening perils. He would place his hopes upon them. To his astonishment, number 1 could wield 5 domains. In light of Xia Yiqing's treachery, Li Jingru surmised that number 1 must have other accomplices, The domains were likely dependent on various individuals for their creation. After all, the likelihood of a single zombie utilizing 5 domains simultaneously is exceedingly low, though a profound unease stirred within him. He recognized that the 4 individuals in Jinglian City were indeed powerful and should not falter. Understanding Yin Lai and Ning Chua's lack of further intelligence, he permitted the 2 to rest. For now, all they could do was await developments. Ji Chuan approached the final corpse, a prize yet to be claimed. The members of the stronghold released their anxieties and emerged to assess the condition of the wounded. Their tranquil existence in this apocalyptic world is solely reliant on Ji Chuan's protection, and no one wishes for this serenity to be disrupted. Strangely, from a distance, Ji Chuan perceived that the crimson core of Su Hui's corpse had dimmed, an unprecedented occurrence. Above, a white orb of light merged seamlessly with the clear morning sky, unnoticed by anyone. The orb seemed to possess a life of its own, sweeping over the crowd below as if meticulously selecting something. It fixed its gaze upon a target, descending swiftly like a shooting star. In the courtyard, Tang Yu felt a throbbing in her head, her vision beginning to blur. She sensed that she might be dreaming. In this dream, she was ruthlessly attacking her companions at the stronghold, yet those being assaulted appeared oddly unaffected, merely lost in a daze, their expressions akin to amnesia. "Anin, what is wrong with you?" Zhou observed his daughter's peculiar demeanor. "Get away, uncle. Who are you?" Zhou Yuan's tone was fierce, utterly uncharacteristic of a little girl, her gaze toward Zhou filled with disdain. A pang of sorrow struck Zhou as he longed to check on Anan's condition. But as soon as his hand rested on her shoulder, she forcefully brushed it away. The individuals in the stronghold who had been attacked by Tang Yu appeared bewildered, struggling to comprehend their surroundings. Tang Yu's eyes brimmed with madness, just as she raised her hand to unleash her powers against Zhou. Ji Chuan had already restrained her with gravity. In that moment, Ji Chuan noticed that Tang Yu's body harbored 2 crimson cores, while Su Hui's core had vanished. Number 1. Did you ever anticipate this? My extraordinary ability extends to soul possession. I am aware that this body belongs to a formidable superhuman. Several of your companions have already had their souls reshaped by me, and these souls shall endure the torment I bestow upon them. Should you advance any further, I will shatter their souls. A triumphant smile graced Tang Yu's face, surprised that this zombie still had companions. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss regarding whom to possess. The consciousness of the deceased lingers but briefly, and yet number 1 emanates an ominous black mist. Deep down, he recognized that taking the risk of possession against number 1 could result in failure, squandering this singular opportunity. Thus, Su Hui opted for Tang Yu. Observing that this girl was also a superhuman, radiating an abundant energy and brimming with vulnerabilities, she posed no possibility of resistance. After possession, Su Hui maneuvered Tang Yu's body, swiftly reconstructing the souls of the base members within the courtyard, thus securing leverage for negotiation. Despite Ji Chuan binding Tang Yu with gravitational forces, a smug smile remained on her face. Even if her hands were restrained, she could still wield her consciousness, albeit requiring a brief period to acclimate to this new form. Release me, and only then can I ensure their survival. The bewildered individuals in the courtyard seemed to sense excruciating pain, clutching their heads and collapsing to their knees in agony. Ji Chuan furrowed his brow at their reaction. Tang Yu scoffed. Indeed, threatening these individuals could reveal his vulnerabilities. She focused her intent, employing soul reshaping on the imminent number 1. The most prudent course of action, of course, was to eliminate him. Tang Yu was convinced that her extraordinary abilities had come into effect, yet the figure before her, Ji Chuan, exhibited no signs of reaction. A fissure appeared to have formed in the center of his forehead, revealing what seemed to be an eye within. This was not merely a crack or a scar, it was an eye. To Tang Yu's astonishment, Ji Chuan reached towards his own head, intent on dissecting his brain. "Are you insane? Don't you care about them? Only I can ensure their survival." In the midst of Tang Yu's terror, Ji Chuan ended her life. A crystal core within Tang Yu's mind flickered before vanishing. Seizing this opportunity, Ji Chuan aimed to conduct an experiment to ascertain whether her demise would leave behind a crystal core. However, the results were evident. He was left with only a soul reconstituting crystal core in hand. Zhou cradled the lifeless Anan, overwhelmed with anguish. Yet he recognized that he still had a chance. Gazing at the multitude of crystal cores, Ji Chuan sighed. He addressed Zhou, "Activate your abilities. Leader, you are aware of my powers?" Zhou realized that his leader was fully informed. Leader, my abilities can only be employed while I am asleep. I shall. Before he could finish, Ji Chuan raised his hand, enveloping Zhou in a mist of purple fog, inducing a deep slumber through his range of influence. The familiar interface of time reappeared before Zhou's eyes, though he remained oblivious to the nature of the recent crisis. No, he needed to secure more time for his leader. He possessed memories that were crucial, and he needed to clarify everything with Ji Chuan. Otherwise, Anin will perish, and many will suffer in this stronghold. This sanctuary is the sole refuge for him and his daughter in this apocalyptic world. He cannot allow anyone to destroy it. Chapter 71. Unexpected fainting. Daddy, Daddy, you're bleeding. Anin was anxiously calling out to him. Zhou's chest heaved violently, the entire world spinning around him. A ringing in his ears, akin to electronic signals, prevented him from maintaining his balance, and he collapsed, his tray crashing to the ground. Anin, Daddy, what's wrong? Upon witnessing Zhou's fall in the cafeteria, Zhang Yun rushed over. Zhou's complexion was ashen, and blood flowed profusely from his nose. Quickly, go find the leader. Hurry. Zhang Yun was alarmed. Such a display suggested a grave affliction. The base lacked a physician, with only Ji Chuan possessing the healing ability. This setback had cost him an entire day, and he had not anticipated such a toll on his body. Anin began to weep at his side, yet her tender age rendered her powerless to assist. Zhou urgently needed to see Ji Chuan. He had to convey all the information he possessed, leaving others to summon the leader. After a brief moment of confusion, Ji Chuan recalled the situation. Yet, why was he unaffected this time? Su Hui had indeed performed a soul reconstruction on him upon possessing Tang Yu. Could it be that his undead nature shielded him from the effects? Ji Chuan had divided the 5 realms with the intent to eliminate them one by one. At that moment, he had been uncertain about Su Hui's soul reconstruction. So as a precaution, he had entrusted Xiao Xian's puppet and the ever-reborn Xiao Hui to confront him. Even if Xiao Hui were to be affected, he could simply end his life and be reborn. If Su Hui's abilities do not pertain to him, then there is no need to trouble others this time. Ji Chuan clenched his teeth tightly. Had it not been for Su Hui, he would have already consumed 7 crystal cores and prepared for slumber, only to find himself entangled in this situation once again. Upon returning to the base, he discovered everyone anxiously searching for him, and he discerned that he needed to visit Zhou's room. The person on the bed appeared pale and frail, and upon seeing Ji Chuan arrive, Zhou hurriedly sat up. Chief, I must tell you. It's all right, I already know. Ji Chuan slowly raised his hand to heal Zhou. You know? Tomorrow a crisis will unfold. Yes, I remember. This time, nothing will go awry. Hearing Ji Chuan acknowledge his recollection, Zhou felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared the chief might doubt his words. Yet, upon recalling that Ji Chuan was aware of his abilities, he felt a sense of comfort, though his body still felt heavy. Thankfully, Ji Chuan's treatment alleviated some of his discomfort. Indeed, the chief was privy to everything. Zhou nodded, finally at ease, knowing the chief remembered was sufficient for him to trust Ji Chuan to resolve all impending crises. Chen Yuru waited anxiously at Zhou's door, concerned for Tang Yu, who had not risen from bed all day. Initially, she thought her daughter was merely indulging in sleep. But as mealtime approached with no sign of her, Chen Yuru hurried to Tang Yu's bedside, only to find her unable to awaken, her state akin to that of a comatose individual. Spotting Ji Chuan emerging from Zhou's room, Chen Yuru quickly grasped his arm, urging him to assess her daughter's condition. How could this be? Before even entering the room, Ji Chuan had already sensed something amiss. There existed a life form within, yet it lacked a crystal core. Upon pushing open the door, he found Tang Yu sprawled on the bed, her crystal core inexplicably vanished. Su Hui had taken over Tang Yu, ultimately leading to her demise. It was then that he realized her missing crystal core must have triggered her rebirth. Ji Chuan helplessly shook his head at Chen Yurue, whose eyes instantly brimmed with tears. What has happened to Yeya? She cannot be in any danger, can she? I am uncertain, but her vital signs are stable. There is currently no immediate threat to her life. Ji Chuan found it challenging to elucidate the situation to Chen Yurue. It seemed that the reasons behind Tang Yu's coma would need to be explored in the future. Chen Yurue wept as she held Tang Yu, her only family in the world, who had unexpectedly become a mere shell of her former self. Ji Chuan proceeded to brief everyone on the combat plans for tomorrow. This time, however, the preparations were expedited. He no longer needed to infiltrate the base of the ability users, as all necessary information was already at his disposal. Tomorrow, Jinglian City would dispatch 4 combat team leaders to assist in Jianghua City, while the ability user base would also send forth 4 leaders, intent on eliminating me directly. Xia Yiqing and Song Ci wore grave expressions. While the others might not grasp the gravity of the situation, the two understood the caliber of these leaders. The individuals from Jinglian City likely possessed unfathomable strength. Although they recognized Ji Chuan's formidable abilities, it would be exceedingly challenging to contend with 8 elite ability users. The leaders among them were exceptionally powerful, and the risk of harm to the others was considerable. Perhaps I should take the lead in assisting tomorrow. Ji Chuan. We can help too. Ji Chuan merely shook his head, declaring that he would suffice alone tomorrow, and that everyone else need not venture outside the confines of the room. Leader. Xia Yiqing wished to dissuade him further, considering the presence of 8 extraordinary abilities at stake. However, upon witnessing Ji Chuan's resolute demeanor, he refrained from further persuasion. Tomorrow, he could observe the battlefield from the sidelines, ready to assist should the leader find himself in peril. Seemingly attuned to Xia Yiqing's thoughts, Ji Chuan addressed the group, stating, "No one is to leave the premises without my explicit command tomorrow." The gravity of Ji Chuan's seriousness prompted unanimous agreement from the others. Unbeknownst to Ji Chuan, the conditions under which Su Hui could usurp control remained unclear to him. He was determined to prevent any opportunity for Su Hui until absolute safety was assured. The exertion of Zhou Mi's abilities would impose a tremendous burden upon him, and he was uncertain how many times Zhou Mi could invoke his powers. Should Su Hui seize control once again after they had dealt with everyone, it would spell trouble. Thus, ensuring their confinement was the safest course of action. With this in mind, Ji Chuan devised a strategy to thwart the potential usurpation. Chapter 72. Not a traitor, a throbbing ache consumed her head. Why did it feel as though she had just emerged from an interminable dream? The tumultuous memories surged into her mind, akin to her own recollections. The girl experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. Her memories were distinct, devoid of others' imprints, yet it seemed she was living someone else's existence. Additionally, an inexplicable regret lay buried deep within her heart. Lazy girl, get up quickly. You'll be late for dance class. I know, Mom. I'm getting up right away. It's just that my head aches a bit. Such a young child is already aware of headaches. I believe you are simply being lazy. The mother, upon hearing her daughter's tone, sensed a subtle change compared to before, yet attributed it to the girl's feigned illness. She raised her hand in a mock gesture to frighten the child. The girl quickly got up, dressed, and proceeded with her morning routine. Breakfast consisted solely of a modest bowl of milk, as her mother was stringent about her dietary habits, allowing no room for even a slight weight gain. On her way to the training school, the girl fell into deep contemplation. Did she harbor any regrets deep within her soul? Why would a child of her age possess regrets? She pondered earnestly, for a child's thoughts often wander freely. And even she felt that this peculiar sensation was merely a figment of her imagination. An inner voice urged her to abandon the notion of always being understanding and yielding. Instead, one must strive to seize everything and live for oneself. What is this? Why do I feel this way? Am I akin to a protagonist in an animated tale, endowed with some extraordinary ability? The girl believed herself to be remarkably unique. Perhaps following this inner feeling was indeed the right path. Cui Zixuan was tasked with leading the group to Oligier the following morning. She felt it imperative to speak with Ji Chuan beforehand, fearing that upon her arrival, he might indiscriminately bring about her demise. She truly wished to avoid any entanglement with him. Thus, after the mission briefing concluded, Cui Zixuan exited the base, harnessed her powers, and made her way to the vicinity of Oligier. I know you can hear me. Just as she called out, she discovered Ji Chuan standing before her. Oh no. Startled, Cui Zixuan retreated and sat on the ground. Please don't kill me. I merely came to inform you that I've been tasked with bringing people here tomorrow. It was not my intention to come. Tears welled in her eyes as she realized she had barely finished speaking before she bumped into Ji Chuan. Would he believe her? Would he think she had some ulterior motive for being there today? I understand. Ji Chuan's words caught Cui Zixuan off guard. Did he just say he understood? Did he believe her? How fortunate. Perhaps she would escape death after all. It seems number 1 is rather reasonable. Tomorrow, I might spare your life. Cui Zixuan swallowed hard. Her life was indeed preserved, but it was evident that his statement was incomplete. She would have to offer something in return. Was he implying that she would need to sacrifice her own body? Gazing at number one's robust physique and striking features, she pondered that perhaps it was not entirely out of the question. He certainly aligned with her aesthetic preferences, whether it was due to overwhelming fear or some other reason. Cui Zixuan's thoughts began to stray, her mind racing with an intensity that was unmistakable. She swallowed again. Jichuan sensed something peculiar in Cui Zixuan's gaze, attributing it to her excessive fear. As long as you transfer them in 2 separate batches tomorrow, I won't kill you. Is it really that simple? Cui Zixuan realized she had overthought the situation. She could indeed manage the 2-batch transfer. After the first batch, she could simply inform them that she had forgotten to bring the energy core. Her own energy could not support the transfer of 8 individuals simultaneously. Just like that, Cui Zixuan began to find number 1 rather agreeable. Separate the personnel from our base and those from Jinglian City for transmission. He knows everything. Cui Zixuan's fear of Jichuan deepened. They had just concluded a meeting at the base and assigned tasks, having personally transferred. She was astounded that he was aware of everything. Was it the same transferability? Or could his perceptive powers extend over such vast distances? If it were the latter, number 1 would indeed be terrifying. Would they encounter misfortune? Jichuan's arrangements filled Cui Zixuan with trepidation, as she vaguely sensed that her actions were detrimental to the captains. I ask you, what is their purpose for coming here? Are they merely here for a vacation? Cui Zixuan lowered her head. Their intent was undoubtedly to eliminate you. A thought she dared not voice, yet it seemed number 1 was fully cognizant. Do as I say, you have no choice. Jichuan vanished, leaving Cui Zixuan feeling as though she had struck a bargain with the devil, ensnared in her own inner turmoil. However, she held little affection for those individuals. The reconnaissance team primarily operated independently. A dead comrade does not hinder the path of the living. In truth, Jichuan was confident he could eliminate them without Cui Zixuan's assistance, but her help would enhance efficiency. Through their recent encounters, Jichuan recognized her timid nature and her instinct for self-preservation. If he were to employ mental control directly, the squinting-eyed Zhuang too would surely sense it. And Ning Chuha possessed the means to dispel such control. Yet, to prevent Cui Zixuan from divulging anything that could jeopardize his plans, Jichuan, after vanishing, concealed himself within her shadow. This time, he intended to let no one escape or allow anyone to interfere with his scheme. Previously, he had assigned Xia Yiqing to oversee a particular domain. However, due to past affections, Xia Yiqing had spared 2 individuals. Jichuan did not wish to assign blame, as he remained human after all. Yet, after experiencing Ning Chuha's techniques within the domain, Jichuan was resolute in his desire to reclaim what was lost. With the power of spring, he could liberate Song Huai from mental control, making their escape significantly more convenient. This would prove immensely beneficial for future endeavors. And with ample time at hand, revisiting the ability's base was a delightful prospect. Back at the base, Cui Zixuan found herself in a state of turmoil. Yet she dared not utter a word, locking herself away in her room, refusing to venture out. All afternoon arrangements transpired within the confines of the base. She swiftly received her assignment and departed, but Jichuan was fully aware of everything. Thus, the base remained under his vigilant surveillance. Cui Zixuan had no intention of wagering her life. She was not one to sacrifice herself for the greater good of humanity, especially since her primary objective was to escort those individuals. The only difference was the division into 2 groups, which was inconsequential. Cui Zixuan reassured herself, noting that the goal of those 8 individuals was to eliminate Jichuan, making his resistance entirely justifiable. While she might face peril in her mission, a slight alteration in the approach could ensure her survival. Accepting this arrangement to safeguard her own life seemed entirely reasonable. She was merely valuing her existence, not betraying anyone. As Jichuan observed Cui Zixuan preparing for a bath and subsequently retiring for the night, he quietly exited the room. Having no need for sleep during the night, he intended to wander through the base. Chapter 73. Celestial aspirations. Originally intending to directly descend to level -10 to visit Songhuai, Jichuan's curiosity was piqued by the movement of a red crystal core. In the stillness of the night, the base lay largely dormant, making the already scarce red crystal cores particularly conspicuous. Jichuan distinctly sensed one red crystal core approaching another. It was the reclusive gamer he had observed drawing closer to Li Jingru. Jichuan was aware that Li Jingru possessed the ability of a queen ant, though he remained uncertain of its precise implications. The gamer, who had been under scrutiny for 20 minutes, wielded the power of celestial aspirations. the function of which also eluded Ji Chuan's understanding. During the daytime observation, the gamer had been engrossed in video games, seemingly unburdened by any tasks, while his quarters brimmed with an abundance of food and beverages. This seemingly privileged treatment sparked Ji Chuan's intrigue regarding the gamer's role. Sensing that the gamer was now exceedingly close to Li Jingru, perhaps having already entered his chamber, Ji Chuan discreetly followed. What could possibly compel a man to summon a gamer to his room at such an hour? Ji Chuan concealed himself in the shadows of Li Jingru's room. Leader, the success rate for exterminating zombies is a mere 0.0002. The probability of eliminating subject number 1 stands at 0.03, while the chance of acquiring 2 tons of beef is 35. How shall I proceed with my wish? Li Jingru sighed, taken aback by the dismally low success rates of the first 2 options. Let it be the beef. Understood. The gamer exited the room and made his way to the level -6 hall, where, despite the late hour, several guards were stationed at various entrances. Nearby, a logistics team stood ready, awaiting further instructions. In the hall, an electronic clock displayed the time, 23:58. Midnight was fast approaching. A reclusive young man fixated on the timepiece, keenly monitoring the seconds. As the clock struck 00:00, he lowered his head, clasping his hands over his chest, seemingly engaged in a silent wish. To everyone's astonishment, radiant starlight began to materialize above the hall, and as it flickered, shadows of objects gradually emerged, becoming increasingly distinct. With a resounding thud, a mound of beef materialized in the hall. The nearby guard appeared utterly unfazed. The wish had been granted, and the logistics team was set into motion. The standby transport team commenced their task with precision, methodically removing the beef from the hall, destined for Song Huai's room. The young man, having accomplished his objective, turned and headed towards his own quarters. Ji Chuan felt a headache coming on. He had grasped the essence of this celestial wish phenomenon, an exceedingly troublesome ability that required resolution. He surmised that this ability could calculate the success rate of 3 wishes daily, with the opportunity to make a wish precisely at midnight. The success of the wishes was contingent upon this rate, leaving room for both triumph and failure. The ability's user had seemingly made the elimination of Ji Chuan a wish, though for now, the success rate lingered at a mere 0.03. However, what if this wish were made daily? Would he not one day find himself unexpectedly perishing? Nevertheless, his immediate priority was to acquire the red crystal cores tomorrow. Once absorbed, he would feel emboldened to launch a decisive assault on the ability user's base, addressing the reclusive young man subsequently. For the time being, discretion was paramount. Otherwise, he risked incurring more losses than gains. After visiting Song Huai, Ji Chuan departed from the base of the ability users, preparing to arrange the battlefield from earlier that day. Shin Mingting yawned, being the last to arrive, while everyone else had long been waiting in the hall. However, Shin Mingting remained unperturbed, continuing to tie her hair. Once everyone is gathered, we shall set off. Cui Zixuan appeared somewhat anxious. She grasped the hands of Ning Chuha and several others, swiftly leading them to the entrance of the hotel. Unlike the images online, where only a layer of black mist enveloped the hotel, they now beheld a silvery expanse, resembling a dome atop a Western dining plate, encasing the hotel within. What is this? Before Yin Lai could finish his observation, the silvery area abruptly expanded, akin to an explosion, instantly engulfing the 4 of them. I apologize, I forgot to bring the crystal core energy. My abilities cannot transport so many people at once. I shall take a few of you over. Cui Zixuan bowed to the individuals from Jinglian City, while Shin Mingting wore a look of disdain. However, Zhuang Tu gazed at her with a serious expression. You've been tense from the very beginning. What is it that troubles you? Cui Zixuan gasped, astonished at the perceptiveness of the people from Jinglian City. I have always been part of a reconnaissance team with lower ranks, and have rarely encountered such formidable captains. I hold great admiration for the combat team, which is why I feel somewhat anxious. My nervousness led me to forget the crystal core energy. Cui Zixuan's eyes remained apologetic as she bowed slightly. Let it be, Tu. What more can you expect from a mere reconnaissance team? Shin Mingting interjected, expressing her desire to avoid wasting time. The sooner they departed, the sooner they could conclude their task, for the accommodations in Jianghua City were far from her own comforts. Zhuang Tu nodded in agreement, choosing not to further comment, while Cui Zixuan led the group to the hotel entrance. Once they arrived, Cui Zixuan vanished in an instant. With such audacity, she still wished to join the combat team? She fled faster than anyone else, Shin Mingting scoffed. Was this hotel truly his stronghold? A zombie managed to maintain such cleanliness? You few may follow behind, for soon the efforts of our Jinglian city team will suffice. Shin Mingting addressed the captains from Jianghua City behind her. The group nodded respectfully, and Shin Mingting felt a sense of satisfaction. In an instant, the hotel's grand entrance crumbled to the ground, transforming into sand, as Shin Mingting and her companions strode confidently within. The hotel courtyard was vast and desolate, seemingly devoid of existence. Zhuang Tu heightened his awareness of the surroundings, yet he too found nothing amiss. Could it be that number one had foreseen our arrival and fled? Shin Mingting furrowed her brow. She excelled in combat, but the art of cat and mouse was not her forte. We go. I will search the west side building. I will investigate the hotel's backyard. I will guard the main entrance. Su Hui was somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated such swift division of labor among them today. Leaving only the main building to be explored, which suited him perfectly, he made his way directly to the most prominent structure, convinced that the likelihood of encountering number one was greatest there. With his formidable abilities, he harbored no doubts about his chances of success, and making the worst of plans. Even if he were to lose, the opponent would never anticipate that after death, he would possess another chance for possession. However, Su Hui did not believe there was any possibility of him utilizing that opportunity. Upon entering the hotel lobby, he was unexpectedly taken aback. In this apocalyptic world, a supposed stronghold established by zombies, the lobby was remarkably pristine, even cleaner and more orderly than during the hotel's regular operations. He leisurely surveyed the floor, finding no useful clues, and thus resolved to ascend the stairs for further exploration. Unbeknownst to Su Hui, from each individual's perspective, others were also presenting various justifications for separation, each engaged in solitary exploration. Chapter 74. The Metal Realm. It was a world of polished coldness, with an exceptionally hard ground that emitted a dull thud with each step taken upon its metallic surface. Towering around were metallic crystals, embodying the original forms of metal as found in nature, varying in size and hue, yet all gleaming with a metallic sheen, resembling exquisite artworks. What was this situation? Moments ago, Yin Lai and his group had been surveying the exterior of the hotel, yet now they found themselves within, with not even a shadow of the hotel in sight. It was a realm. Xiao Su's expression darkened. The ability to simultaneously draw 4 elite supernatural beings into a realm, with no visible boundaries, indicated the extraordinary power of its master. Could zombies wield such realms? Or did he perhaps have accomplices? Yin Lai found it hard to believe Xiao Su's assessment. He suspected that the realm before them was a result of betrayal by humans, who were engaging in deceitful machinations. Do not panic. Even though it is a domain, it remains powerless in the face of absolute strength. Ning Chuha exuded confidence, feeling unperturbed while confronting 4 exceptional ability users, whether human or zombie. She perceived no chance of victory for them. Let us advance. Every domain possesses boundaries, and with our collective efforts, we shall swiftly dismantle it. Hua Rank's brow suddenly furrowed as she sensed an imminent threat to life, instinctively placing her hands before her chest, poised to unleash her powers. Thud, thud. The sound of a 5th individual's footsteps resonated within the metallic domain, steady and leisurely, akin to a mere spectator within the realm. The 4 behind the metallic crystal beheld the figure of a pallid youth emerge. Were it not for his crimson eyes, he would appear no different from an ordinary human. Hua Rank deftly plucked the strings, producing a jarring melody in shades of gray and black. Launching it towards Ji Chuan's body in a flash, the stillness of the domain shattered by a wailing akin to a funeral mound. Without any pause, Ji Chuan continued his unhurried advance, disregarding Hua Rank's assault. Yin Lai's veins bulged as he prepared to strike, and above Ji Chuan, a colossal hammer engulfed in flames materialized, the metallic crystals reflecting its blazing light. Despite the vastness of the domain, the temperature surged dramatically. However, to Yin Lai's astonishment, the flames of the giant hammer rapidly dissipated, causing the hammer itself to shrink continuously, dwindling to the size of a mere nail. Ji Chuan effortlessly caught it with his hand and gently tossed it to the ground, transforming what had once been a colossal hammer into a fragment within the metallic domain. A multitude of violet vines ensnared Ji Chuan's calves, the tendrils seemingly alive, tightening with venomous thorns as if a colossal serpent sought to constrict its prey. Yet, before the vines could ascend to Ji Chuan's knees, They were consumed in an instant by a raging inferno, reduced to ashes. The ground of the metallic realm surged forth, manifesting a grand tree as if completing millennia of growth in a mere moment. This tree enveloped Jichuan, exuding neurotoxins that transformed him into nourishment for its towering form. As the giant tree ceased its growth, enveloping the surroundings in silence, Xiaosu finally exhaled in relief. Once ensnared within the tree, the potent toxin would render the target unconscious, rendering any resistance futile. Zhao's team had triumphed. It was indeed you. Hua Dianqiu rejoiced. Yet upon witnessing her powers fail to affect Jichuan, a wave of dread washed over her, questioning the wisdom of celebration so soon. A low, somber voice resonated behind Xiaosu, and before he could turn to investigate, he felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his chest and back. Lowering his gaze to discern the source of his agony, he beheld a multitude of metallic spines piercing through his torso, as if a metal sea urchin had taken root within his chest. Ning Chuha swiftly conjured sharp stones, relentlessly bombarding Jichuan. However, upon contact, the stones produced a clanging sound, akin to striking a metallic wall. A cloud of dust rose around Jichuan, the sharp stones crumbling into mere debris, their only effect being to obscure the target's line of sight. Your attacks are so filthy, came Jichuan's voice, laced with disdain. In the astonished gaze of Ning Chuha, she witnessed the sharp stones in the air dissipate completely. Even though she had not ceased her assault, she discerned the cause of this vanishing attack. An excruciating pain surged through her arm, her brain instinctively withholding the overwhelming sensation to protect her. With two dull thuds, Ning Chuha beheld her arm fall to the ground, blood beginning to spread beneath her feet. Her eyes pulsated violently. She had never attempted to unleash her powers without the use of both hands. She yearned to scream, yet the intense agony rendered her voice hoarse and trembling. Tears mixed with saliva streamed down her face, as the present torment surpassed all her previous experiences of pain. From head to toe, she felt disoriented, realizing that her own head had been swiftly severed by a metallic blade that had appeared in the air. The world around her plunged into darkness. Do not resist. I shall grant you a swift end, lest your suffering be prolonged, Jichuan remarked, observing the two individuals before him. Hua Ranqiu had been so terrified that she collapsed to the ground. Though she was a special-level ability holder and the captain of the combat team at the Powers base, a position envied by countless others, she had merely awakened a special-level weakening ability, rendering her little more than a high-intensity support. The majority of the kills relied upon her teammates. Enlai's attacks were effortlessly neutralized by the zombies before them, and her weakening seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Hua Ranqiu's despair continued to magnify. She did not wish to die. Prior to the apocalypse, she had merely been a store clerk at a piano shop, awakening her powers in hopes of finding fortune at the Powers base, only to discover that her abilities were remarkably high, leading her to become the captain of the combat team. Each time she casually unleashed her abilities, her adversaries stood no chance, effortlessly vanquished by her teammates. Many praised her, envied her, and revered her, leading her to realize her remarkable prowess. Yet, she pondered why it was so. Shouldn't each battle culminate in the agonizing struggles of her foes, followed by their inevitable collapse? If given another chance, she would refuse the role of captain at the ability user's base. The accolades and admiration from others held little significance. Even as a mere, ordinary team member, she would avoid the peril that confronted her today. All she desired was to survive. The shadowy needle pierced her brain, and Hua Ranqiu closed her eyes, her body succumbing to the ground. Enlai trembled, his imposing figure quaking as he met Jichuan's gaze, fully aware that survival was beyond his grasp. Monster, perish. Yet, before he could finish his exclamation, the light of life faded from his eyes. Chapter 75. Wang Lin's Secret Freak. Freak. Haha. Where's this? Wang Lin surveyed his surroundings and realized he was in school, a place he had dreamt about countless times. Perhaps he was simply exhausted, leading to yet another dream of his school. Freak. Where's your hair? A sharp pain struck the back of his head as a boy's hand landed upon it. Ouch! Wang Lin exclaimed in surprise, bewildered by the intensity of the pain. Wasn't this supposed to be a dream? With growing terror, he scrutinized his surroundings. It was recess. Despite being tucked away in a corner of the classroom, it did not deter those ruffians from making him the butt of their jokes. They formed a circle around him, and despite their long acquaintance, it felt as though they were seeing him for the first time, scrutinizing him from head to toe. He was naturally frail and devoid of hair, and since his school days, he had accumulated numerous nicknames: Freak, Bald Head, Voldemort, Egg. They seemed to expend all their creativity in mocking him, as if ridiculing him were a spice in their lives. The slaps, pushes, and the familiar yet detestable sounds they made were things that could never manifest in dreams. When the class bell rang, Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. His anticipation for lessons stemmed not from a love for learning, but from a desire to escape the encirclement during breaks. It was the most effective method to evade bullying. He often wished he were a normal child, or that his family possessed wealth. Even if he remained hairless, having some influence at home would have spared him from the torment inflicted by these demons disguised as humans. Wang Lin harbored an equal disdain for everyone. During his adolescence, he had never felt affection for anyone. Boys bullied him, while girls screamed at him, highlighting their own fragility and evoking pity. He longed to be an ordinary person, yet he remained an outcast. His only means of relief was to attract stray cats with food, capture them, and torment them to death in various ways. He discovered a peculiar joy in bullying the weak. No wonder those scoundrels were so fixated on tormenting him, for the sensation was indeed addictive. Moreover, as the vibrant lives slipped away in his hands, lying motionless, he found himself strangely captivated by their lifeless forms. Despite his commendable academic achievements, no institution would employ him due to his appearance. He preferred to don hooded attire, which served to obscure his face to the greatest extent possible. However, no establishment would permit him to attend an interview while wearing a hood. Wang Lin applied for a position at a hospital, working in the morgue, where his responsibilities were limited to overseeing the area and managing entry and exit logs. Such a role would be unthinkable to most, yet he found immense joy in it. He felt no regret for his prestigious university education. He believed this place to be his ideal sanctuary. It seemed to him that a person is most alluring only after death. One day, a female corpse was brought into the morgue. It was said that the girl had suffered from congenital heart disease and succumbed shortly after an episode. Unlike other corpses that bore the marks of age and violence, her face bore a serene expression, as if she were merely asleep. In the stillness of the night, Wang Lin felt as though the girl was calling out to him, expressing a sense of suffocation, yearning to breathe freely. He opened the drawer where the girl lay, and she sat up gently, gazing at him with tenderness, her hand brushing against his cheek. Though these moments were likely mere figments of his imagination, he discovered a stirring within him that had eluded him during his adolescence, now manifesting with fervor. The lifeless body before him was unexpectedly captivating. She was tranquil, offering no disdain for his appearance, nor hurling insults or physical violence. She awaited him in serene stillness, as if she existed solely for him. As Wang Lin's hand made contact, he felt no chill, but rather a profound sense of having experienced the most wondrous night of his life. Their encounter was destined to be fleeting. The following day, the girl's family proceeded with her cremation. A profound sense of desolation enveloped Wang Lin. In subsequent explorations of numerous corpses, none evoked the intensity of emotion that this girl had stirred within him. This time, he resolved to cherish their meeting, employing every conceivable means to retain her presence. During a break, he unhesitatingly concealed himself in a stall of the restroom, standing on the toilet seat, awaiting the sound of the class bell, which would provide an escape from those ruffians. He was there. He was not using the restroom. Wang Lin's heart raced as he gazed up, only to meet the mischievous eyes of a boy who had perched himself atop the stall, scrutinizing him from above. With the boy's loud proclamation, Wang Lin's terror escalated as the restroom became a cacophony of commotion. Boys surged in excitedly, relentlessly kicking the stall door. Each forceful impact against the wall echoed ominously, instilling fear in Wang Lin. These boys, like malevolent spirits, bore wicked smiles, taunting, "So you thought you could hide? Look at you, a coward." With each blow, their fists and feet rained down upon Wang Lin, as if he had committed an unforgivable sin, the embodiment of righteousness delivering judgment upon him. Wang Lin's head swirled in confusion, and as the class bell rang, he found his release. The teacher, upon witnessing his limping entrance into the classroom, displayed no concern for his injuries. Instead, she ordered him to stand at the door as punishment for his tardiness. Wang Lin's gaze fell upon the blackboard, where only 3 days remained until the college entrance examination. Fortunately, only 3 days remain until this nightmare concludes. Although the astonished gazes of my peers in university are palpable, none would dare to turn their fists against me. I merely need to endure, and it shall pass. By noon, Wang Lin felt a haze enveloping his senses, while the group of ruffians below reveled in their amusement at his expense. Wang Lin made a concerted effort to memorize their faces, for he knew that in the apocalypse, he would become formidable, and he vowed to ensure that these individuals would wish for death in that time. At lunchtime, they inverted their trays upon their heads, and the entire cafeteria regarded him with disdainful, mocking smiles. Wang Lin had grown numb. He yearned to escape this city, just 3 more days to endure. The following day, he noticed that the pain from his injuries had lessened. Despite arriving at the school gates early, he lingered until class began before entering. He loathed this place, despised every aspect of it. Yet, upon glancing at the blackboard during class, he was bewildered to find yesterday's lesson still inscribed there, alongside the announcement that only 3 days remained until the college entrance examination. Why is it still 3 days? It should be 2. In the midst of his peers' astonished stares, Wang Lin stood up and shouted. As the bell rang, the teacher cast a disdainful glance at him before announcing the end of class and exiting. Freak! Freak! Ha ha! Everyone converged around him, and a slap struck the back of his head. Why is this happening? Who can come to my rescue? Chapter 76. The coerced youth Su Hui ascended the stairs with composure, maintaining an air of serenity. However, the opulent decor of the lobby had not been sustained. This floor appeared to be aging and worn. What an eccentric hotel this is, with the entire renovation budget seemingly allocated to the lobby. Su Hui opened the door to each room, yet not even a cockroach was in sight, gradually succumbing to irritation. He was aware that this hotel was quite tall, and he pondered how long it would take to search through each floor. Where could room 1 be hiding, exhibiting such cowardice? With a soft snort, he ascended the stairs. The stairwell was somewhat worn, with fragments of peeling paint scattered on the floor. He lightly furrowed his brow, as certain items struck a familiar chord within him. He pushed open a door, which creaked ominously, despite its seemingly modern appearance. As Su Hui scrutinized the door closely, he realized it was reminiscent of a wooden door from his memories. Much of the paint had flaked away, revealing a childish drawing affixed to its center. Why did his gaze gravitate toward the middle of the door? To his astonishment, Su Hui discovered he had shrunk. Lifting his hand revealed a pair of still somewhat juvenile hands. He had not become shorter, but had indeed become smaller. This wooden door was unmistakably from the room in his orphanage. Brother, where have you gone? The director is looking for you. A delicate girl was gazing at him, her large eyes sparkling like radiant stars. Xiaotong. Su Hui, overwhelmed with confusion, rushed into the room and embraced the girl, his eyes brimming with tears. The child who had grown up alongside him in the orphanage felt like a sister, the person he cherished most. Yet, it had been an eternity since their last encounter. Brother? It's all right. Everything will be fine. The gentle voice of Xiaotong in his arms enveloped him in warmth, and Su Hui greedily basked in the comfort of the moment. It is truly wonderful. Brother, what are you saying? Isn't it real right now? Xiaotong gazed curiously at Su Hui, her tender hand reaching to wipe away the tears at the corner of his eye. Brother, what is wrong with you today? You seem so strange. Xiaotong placed her hand on Su Hui's forehead and then broke into a radiant smile. Brother, you don't have a fever, do you? Are you teasing me again? With that, she pouted her cherry-like lips. Su Hui affectionately ruffled her hair, replying, No, dear sister, I simply miss you too much. He insisted he was not teasing, just that he had yearned for her after not seeing her for an entire afternoon. Xiaotong, feigning anger, turned her back to him. Su Hui, feeling apologetic, tried to soothe her, but Xiaotong grasped his hand firmly. Brother, you forgot about the important matter. The director is looking for you. As they traversed the humble corridor, Su Hui found himself momentarily lost in thought. Could dreams truly manifest in such a vivid manner? The Xiaotong before him resembled the one from his memories perfectly, even down to the familiar scent of milk that lingered. Su Hui, you have finally arrived, spoke Director Zhang, a kind elderly woman, her eyes crinkled with warmth as she regarded him. Xiaotong is here as well, just in time. For I have delightful news to share with you both. What good news, Director? Xiaotong inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. A flicker of apprehension stirred within Su Hui, as familiar memories began to resurface. Have you not both long wished to be adopted together? At last, I have found a family willing to adopt you both simultaneously. Is it true? That is splendid. Thank you, Director Zhang. Xiaotong exclaimed, her joy bubbling over as she danced around like a jubilant little rabbit. Brother, did you hear? We are going to be adopted by the same family. Su Hui felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. The woman, The most terrifying figure from his memories had once elicited joy in him, akin to Xiao Tong's exuberance upon hearing the news. However, after being taken in by that woman, he soon realized that he had descended into hell. Madame Ho appeared sophisticated and elegant, exuding a sense of opulence, yet she was, in truth, a devil incarnate. Initially, she treated him and Xiao Tong with remarkable kindness, but it wasn't long before her true nature was revealed. At the slightest misstep, she would unleash her wrath upon the siblings. Despite the perpetual smile gracing her face, they felt an unsettling chill emanating from it. Within less than 2 months of their adoption, Xiao Tong vanished. Su Hui, driven to madness, searched frantically for her, yet Madame Ho remained indifferent. When he reported her disappearance to the police, Madame Ho dismissed it as mere childish play, asserting that her daughter was not lost. Xiao Tong is simply playing. There is no need for alarm, she insisted. It was inconceivable. Xiao Tong would never be so reckless as to stay out all night. Where have you hidden Xiao Tong? Su Hui questioned her with frantic desperation. Be a good boy and take a bath. Your mother will tell you everything once you're done, she replied. Clinging to hope, he hurriedly washed himself. The door to Madame Ho's room stood ajar, and he stepped inside. Suddenly, the door was slammed shut by Madame Ho. Her ample figure still adorned with a smile, though this time, it bore a predatory gleam. Look how much you've grown, Xiao Hui, she remarked, seizing his hand and flinging him onto the bed. What do you want? Let me go? He cried out. But Madame Ho's strength was overwhelming, far beyond what his small frame could resist. Her greasy lips descended upon him, the foul stench invading his nostrils, and in a desperate act, he bit down hard on her lip. As a hand, akin to a bear's paw, descended, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Xiao Hui, let your mother love you well, or it will hurt you, echoed in his mind. His gaze was vacant, and Mrs. Hu's sweat repulsed him. Yet he found himself utterly powerless to resist. Such nights were destined to occur. Brother? Brother, why are you not happy? Xiao Tong queried, observing Su Hui lost in thought. I reckon your brother is overly joyful. The parents will arrive shortly. You two should wait here for a moment. Brother? What are you doing? Su Hui's strength far exceeded Xiao Tong's, causing her discomfort. Few families were willing to adopt 2 children, especially since they were no longer very young. This opportunity might slip away forever. Xiao Tong burst into tears, prompting Su Hui to halt his actions immediately. Xiao Tong, I'm sorry. This time, let us not be adopted. Okay. Su Hui, what nonsense are you speaking? Such an opportunity is rare. Do you not consider Xiao Tong's feelings? The director was about to step forward to admonish Su Hui, but noticed that the prospective adoptive parents had already entered. Mrs. Hui, you're here. This is Xiao Hui and Xiao Tong. They share a close bond and are both quite intelligent. A familiar smile appeared on Mrs. Hu's face. One Su Hui could never forget. The overwhelming sense of pressure instilled fear in him, even making him feel nauseous. Xiao Tong obediently stepped forward to greet her, and Mrs. Hui nodded with a smile. Director Zhang, I am quite fond of these 2 children. Let us proceed with the paperwork. No. Su Hui wished to scream. But to his astonishment, he found himself utterly voiceless. Like a puppet, I found myself seated in Lady Hoff's carriage, as I had in times past. Despite my yearning for change and my desperate attempts to resist, everything unfolded as before. I felt akin to a ghost adrift in the ether, observing a tale that had already been recounted. Xiao Tong had been sold to the mountains by Lady Hoff, and I would never see her again. Lady Hoff tore at my garments, her fleshy hands exploring me repeatedly. Su Hui felt breathless, questioning why this was happening once more. Who could rescue me? Chapter 77. A luxurious feast. Shen Mengting lowered her delicate arms, and the blinding glare before her dissipated. To her astonishment, she found herself still in the hotel courtyard. There were no award ceremonies, no banquets, and none of the malevolent specters from the bathroom. Before her stood a strikingly handsome young man, his scarlet eyes fixed upon her. Behind him were Wang Lin, Su Hui, and the blood-soaked Zhuang Tuesday. As her chaotic thoughts began to crystallize, she recognized the figure before her as number 1. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen Mengting launched an attack on Ji Chuan, only to cough up blood in return. The soul contract within the illusory realm was indeed authentic. Striking the master would result in backlash. Ji Chuan had initially intended to resolve the matter with all 4 of them within the illusory realm. Yet he had not anticipated Zhuang Tu awakening midway. Thanks to his formidable perceptive abilities, Zhuang Tu discerned that this was a meticulously crafted illusion. Thus, Ji Chuan was compelled to transform him into a zombie, a process that proved rather uncomplicated. As long as Shin Mingting remained unconscious, the remaining 3 posed no threat to him. This illusory realm was primarily designed for Shin Mingting. However, this time, he intended to exert control over Su Hui, aware that directly killing Su Hui would provoke a struggle for possession. Yet, following the soul contract, such a threat would dissipate, as all actions of the other party would require his consent. Under the terrified gaze of Shin Mingting, he methodically extracted the crystal cores from the 3 individuals beside him. Despite their incessant pleas for mercy, the soul contract ensured their loyalty, yet he still plunged his hand into their brains. Shin Mingting trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. "Master, please do not kill me. I will obey and will not betray you." Shin Mingting realized that she was now incapable of even kneeling. Ji Chuan held absolute dominion over her, a despair she had never before experienced. To her astonishment, Ji Chuan nodded, instructing her to guard the stronghold diligently during his slumber. "As you command, Master, I shall protect the stronghold and allow no one to enter." Steadying herself, she shifted from a sitting position to kneeling. Gazing at the lifeless bodies of her former comrades, she felt a lingering dread. Ji Chuan soared into the hotel, promptly arriving at Tang Yu's room to assess her condition. The future had already shifted. Was there still a chance for Tang Yu to awaken? Yet, Tang Yu lay there serenely, devoid of any crystal cores, resembling a young girl lost in slumber. Since he did not require sleep, he seldom entered this room, but it remained impeccably tidy, thanks to Su Qi's efforts. Ji Chuan entrusted Lin Luo to relay to Gu Yunxi that he would likely enter a deep slumber this time, urging them to inform others to safeguard the stronghold. Shin Mingting was now a member of the stronghold, and she would take action in the face of danger. Gazing out at the unshackled realm beyond the window, Zhou Mi exhaled in relief, having encountered no unforeseen circumstances. His heart swelled with excitement as he lifted Anan into his arms. Their leader had succeeded, saving everyone this time, with the sole exception of Tang Yu. While there lingered a sense of regret, the salvation of Anan was more than sufficient. Before Ji Chuan lay 9 resplendent red crystal cores, a feast unlike any the child had ever experienced, causing his hands to tremble slightly. Fearful that consuming the first would plunge him into slumber, Ji Chuan resolved to absorb all 9 cores simultaneously, cradling them in his palm and preparing to swallow them whole. These cores represented the only primal desire he retained since his transformation into a zombie, with every yearning for bloodshed stemming from a longing to savor the exquisite essence of these crystals. Without lingering in indecision, Ji Chuan consumed the cores. In mere moments, a searing heat enveloped his entire being. His once frigid body now blazed with an extraordinary warmth. Visible tendrils of black mist rapidly erupted from his form, spreading throughout the room like ethereal phantoms. Meanwhile, Li Jingru anxiously awaited news from the battlefield at the base. A full morning had elapsed without any updates. In desperation, he dispatched reconnaissance teams to the rooftops of skyscrapers surrounding the Xinghe district, employing military-grade binoculars for observation. Yet, the only report they returned with was that the hotel remained shrouded in the ominous black mist, reminiscent of the early days of the apocalypse, with no discernible differences in the situation. Not even a trace of conflict had been left behind, as if no one had ever set foot there. Why has it come to this? Even if they are lacking in strength, one would expect that the hotel would be left in ruins. Setting aside the people of Jinglian City, who have kept their abilities under wraps, even a single strike from Yinlai should have left a substantial hole in the building. Yet, there has been no sign of disturbance whatsoever. Li Jingru hesitated to send anyone to Xinghe District, for it is the territory of number 1, until he is eliminated. Sending anyone there could result in their demise. Is it possible that these few have pursued number 1 to another location? Li Jingru found this to be the most plausible explanation. Upon witnessing the arrival of 8 individuals, number 1 must have abandoned his stronghold and fled. Hence, the 8 are now pursuing him elsewhere, leaving Oliger unchanged compared to before. His phone buzzed. "Jingru, what is the status of the battle? Has the situation been resolved?" It was the leader of Jinglian City. Li Jingru had already reported that their team departed at 9 o'clock, yet now, at noon, he had received no word from Captain Zhang Huasher. Meng Haoyan had similarly not heard from the captain of Jinglian City, and their group was completely out of contact, which was highly unusual. He was well aware of Shin Mingting's capabilities. No zombie had ever survived her onslaught, nor had any human. Yet, there had been no communication from them. The reconnaissance team observed the hotel from a distance, and it appeared utterly tranquil, devoid of any signs of conflict. Thus, I deduced that number 1 might have fled, while the others are in pursuit. Currently, their whereabouts remain unknown. Upon hearing Li Jingru's words, Meng Haoyan was somewhat taken aback. Could any zombie truly escape the gaze of those few? If Li Jingru's assumptions were incorrect, did that mean they had all perished? Meng Haoyan shook his head. The likelihood of those 4 individuals succumbing without resistance was lower than that of successfully fleeing before their eyes. Moreover, Jianghua City had dispatched 4 extraordinary ability users, each possessing unique strengths that could effectively compensate for any battlefield disadvantages. Such a formidable assembly might well be the most extravagant expedition in history. Inform me of any developments at the earliest opportunity. Understood. Li Jingru hung up the phone, an overwhelming sense of unease gnawing at him, rendering him devoid of appetite. Leader, the reconnaissance team has new intelligence to report. Speak. The reconnaissance team reported that a bizarre black column had risen from the hotel, piercing the heavens, with ominous dark clouds gathering in the vicinity. The black column was exceptionally tall, visible even from the base. Li Jingru hastily exited his room, rushing to the elevator and descending to the first floor. Upon leaving the base, he immediately observed the anomaly in the distance. The reason for its visibility from such a distance lay in the fact that the black column soared skyward, seemingly endless. The dark clouds above continued to amass. Were it not for their presence, Li Jingru might have suspected that the black column reached the cosmos. This peculiar phenomenon led Li Jingru to feel that the battle had truly commenced. Uncertain of the abilities possessed by those individuals from Jinglian City, he was not overly surprised by the unfolding scene. Chapter 78. The possibility of retreat. Lin Lulu, Gu Yunxi, and Zhang Yin struggled to grip the door frame and the weighty objects on the ground. Others, sensing the anomaly, rushed to the top floor to investigate, only to be loudly deterred by the 3 of them. The aura surrounding Ji Chuan emanated an immense energy, unlike the tranquil and gentle black energy he had previously exuded. When Ji Chuan was in slumber, this dark energy resembled a mist, imperceptible to Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi upon contact. However, the current energy surged forth like a magnetic storm, accompanied by flashes of lightning, shattering the glass in the room and forcefully erupting from every conceivable exit, sending various objects soaring into the air. Shin Mengting, under orders to guard the courtyard, was drawn to the unusual phenomenon behind her. The dense black energy shattered the hotel windows, reaching skyward and giving rise to ominous clouds above. Shin Mengting was momentarily stunned. Potent individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities could project energy to create an oppressive aura or a murderous intent, allowing those nearby to perceive the corresponding pressure. She had never encountered anyone whose energy surpassed her own. When she emitted pressure, it could generate airflow, a feat impossible without ample energy. The greater the energy, the stronger the resulting airflow. During meetings, her oppressive presence was always greater than that of Xia Huaiji. Yet, what was this surging energy from above? Her own sense of pressure paled in comparison, merely a gentle breeze against the face. This energy, unleashed at such proximity, could potentially sever life with its violent currents. Akin to a hurricane's tornado, she had traveled great distances to this lair of a monster, foolishly believing she could subdue Ji Chuan. This was undoubtedly the most foolish decision of her life. Shin Mengting remained oblivious to the reason behind Ji Chuan's reaction, mistakenly attributing it to some foolhardy individual provoking his wrath. In theory, such an overwhelming surge of energy could only be sustained for a fleeting moment. However, Shin Mengting had been observing for approximately 10 minutes, and the energy showed no signs of waning. She now felt rather fortunate to have forged a soul contract with Ji Chuan. If Ji Chuan were to become an adversary to humanity, this level of intensity would spell death for anyone. Uncertain if her allegiance had come too late, Shin Mengting resolved to demonstrate her worth in the future. Although she was unsure how an enchanting young woman should comport herself, she believed that fulfilling the role of a diligent aide would be well within her grasp. Perhaps she could even aspire to the position of deputy at this stronghold. Hao Nian had encountered new developments. A dark energy column had erupted from the Oligier, reaching an estimated height of 12 meters, piercing the heavens. The sky was thick with gathering clouds, indicating that the latest battle had commenced. The video footage has already been transmitted to you. Meng Haoyan gazed at the screen before him, witnessing a phenomenon of supernatural abilities he had never encountered before. Such an exhibition was not characteristic of the few individuals from Jinglian City. Could it be the work of those from Jianghua City? If it were indeed a technique from Jianghua City, was Li Jingru attempting to flaunt their prowess? To convey that Jianghua City was not to be underestimated? Meng Haoyan shook his head. If they possessed such strength, they would not need to borrow personnel from him. Li Jingru was not the type to engage in such ostentation. Was this anomaly caused by your people? Was it not the doing of those from Jinglian City? Li Jingru was thoroughly alarmed. If this outpouring of energy was not the result of their forces, then the sole remaining source of this phenomenon could only be the number one. I need to convene an urgent meeting. Please compile all the collected data and the latest information from today for me. Understood. Li Jingru, having set aside his phone, was enveloped by a wave of anxiety. He deemed it necessary to convene an urgent meeting, albeit restricted to the upper echelons. If the energy emanated from entity number one, it was highly probable that no abilities could contend with him. Thus, the only means of survival lay in vacating Jianghua City. However, with nearly 6,000 individuals in the current base, a complete evacuation was unfeasible. If relocation were indeed necessary, only the core personnel could be taken along. Swiftly, Li Jingru gathered all high-ranking members of the base, even resorting to isolation abilities to seal the conference room. For hours had elapsed since the assault team of Entity No. 1 had departed, yet no communication had been received from them. Everyone present had likely witnessed the ominous black pillar of energy. I have already conferred with Jinglian City, confirming that the black energy column was not a product of their forces. Upon hearing Li Jingru's words, a chill descended upon the hearts of the assembly. The pillar was evidently not conjured by the captains of Jianghua City either. Thus, it was highly probable that such an energy surge capable of invoking celestial phenomena originated from entity number one. Please share your thoughts, Li Jingru implored, his brow furrowed, yearning for an analysis that might instill hope. A profound silence enveloped the room as everyone contemplated alternative possibilities. Time was of the essence. Should the adversary still be engaged in battle, this could incite the wrath of entity number one. If he possessed such formidable energy, it was likely no one could stand against him. I understand, he continued, which is why I have summoned you all here. Is there any possibility that this energy does not stem from entity number one? Li Jingru was on the verge of despair. Why did Jianghua City have to face such a predicament? In another city, he might not even be considered a secondary leader. There might be secrets associated with Aeligier, and this energy could very well stem from some extraordinary artifact. With the awakening of people's supernatural abilities, nothing seemed impossible. Alternatively, it could merely be a natural phenomenon, akin to a blood moon, coincidentally occurring in Aeligier. Jiang Zhilan consoled him, suggesting that these were indeed the only two possibilities. Ideally, it would be so. Yet if this energy emanated from number one, we might have only two choices. The first option involves the covert relocation of key figures. Currently, there are 2 small aircraft in the base, capable of evacuating a maximum of 30 individuals. The second option entails shutting down the base starting today and reinforcing it comprehensively with supernatural powers. I would then petition the higher authorities for a nuclear strike. However, this would mean that we must live underground for decades to come, ensuring that the star vision and the keeper of the time and space god remain unharmed. Regardless of the choice made, it would inevitably lead to numerous sacrifices. The first option would leave the survivors of the city and the base's supernaturals to fend for themselves, while the second would preserve those at the base, but all other survivors in Jianghua City would perish. Damn it, can't we take one more gamble? Su Huaiji exclaimed, slamming his fist on the table. He could not bear to act like a coward. None of the elite superhumans in the base were superior to Xin Mingting, and if she had failed, how could they possibly succeed? Li Jingru, too, felt a deep sense of reluctance. Yet the urgency of the situation compelled him to make a decisive choice. Jiang Zhilan was truly incensed. She was merely the head of logistics, yet found herself entangled in matters of offense. The current predicament was profoundly linked to the decisions made by others. Minister Jiang, you were present at the meeting where it was decided to borrow personnel from Jinglian City for the assault on target number 1. Not a single person in attendance voiced any dissent. Li Jingru was on the verge of exclaiming in frustration. But Jiang Zhilan's subsequent remark held merit. Sending someone to communicate could indeed be a prudent course of action, for allowing others to err entails no considerable loss. Nevertheless, your subsequent suggestion was commendable. Dispatching someone to attempt a negotiation was the last flicker of hope, yet the question remained. Who should be sent? Cui Zixuan sneezed within her chamber, having isolated herself there for days due to the perilous nature of the outside world. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Cui Zixuan. The leader requests your presence for an urgent meeting. Chapter 79. Reluctant to negotiate, Cui Zixuan felt tears welling up in her eyes. The moment she received the summons to the meeting room, an ominous premonition gripped her. Upon hearing Li Jingru's words, she felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Having faced target number 1 multiple times and survived, you possess the most extensive experience in communicating with it, as well as the ability to transfer your skills. The base believes you are the most suitable candidate for this negotiation, and it is imperative that you proceed without delay. At that moment, Cui Zixuan was nearly driven to laughter by her incredulity. Despite warnings not to provoke the creature, her superiors had disregarded them, inciting the monster's wrath only to later contemplate peaceful coexistence. The leader, the higher-ups, and the captain all abstained from negotiating, leaving her, a mere subordinate, to engage in discussions. Surely, they understood the inherent dangers of such a venture. Did they think she was oblivious? With each step taken outside the conference room, Cui Zixuan moved at a deliberate pace. She had already spotted the towering black columns in the distance. Oligier had likely transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Would she be instantaneously swept away by the chaos of the battlefield, meeting her demise? Even if the first commander could heed her words, would the 8 captains do the same? Particularly that Xin Mingting, who had the audacity to declare her a failure right before her eyes. Surely, she would not listen to her. Cui Zixuan felt the urge to flee, yet there was nowhere to escape to. She began to lament the misfortune of her awakened abilities, wishing instead for a more mundane power, one that would allow her to remain at the base and await assistance. After several deep breaths, she relocated to a spot further from the hotel. Esteemed and handsome leader, can you hear me? I harbor no ill will. If the base intends to withdraw, might you grant me an opportunity? Gathering her courage, Cui Zixuan pressed closer, resolving that if she discovered no one was listening amidst the tumult of battle, she would simply retreat and inform no one of her futile attempts to communicate. The scene before her, Oligier, appeared deceptively tranquil, devoid of any signs of conflict. Yet the black energy surged skyward in a breathtaking display upon closer observation. Handsome leader, can you hear me? Before she could finish her plea, the sound of footsteps reached her ears. The figure moved swiftly, effortlessly leaping down from the entrance. To her astonishment, it was Xin Mingting. She had the time to come out and meet her. Was the base of supernatural beings gaining the upper hand in the conflict? Xin team, do not come any closer. I am responsible for guarding the outpost. Any further approach will result in death. Huh, guarding the outpost? What outpost are you speaking of? Is this not Oligier before us? Cui Zixuan found herself somewhat perplexed. Captain Shan, I have been entrusted by the leader to negotiate with number 1. The leader wishes for a ceasefire with number 1. What is the current situation? Can everyone retreat? Xin Mingting was seething with rage. Was there something amiss with this base of supernatural beings in Zhonghua City? They even borrowed individuals from Jinglian, yet now only she remained alive, and now they spoke of negotiations. No need for that. The great leader has already triumphed. Everyone else is dead except for me. Cui Zixuan was even more baffled. Everyone else was dead, yet the great leader had emerged victorious? Xin Mingting, with such an arrogant disposition, dared to refer to Li Jingru as the great leader? If she was not speaking of Li Jingru, then who was she referring to? Captain Xin, are you referring to number 1? Xin Mingting nodded. From now on, I shall heed only the leader's commands. As for the ceasefire, I will await the leader's instructions. I cannot make any determinations at this moment. However, during this interim, anyone attempting to breach the stronghold will be met with lethal force without hesitation. Yet, how had number 1 managed to subdue someone with Xin Mingting's wretched temperament? Such matters were no longer her concern. Meanwhile, Li Jingru and his entourage anxiously awaited the outcome in the conference room, urging Cui Zixuan to enter so they could closely observe the battlefield's conditions. Hurry and let her in. Cui Zixuan lowered her head, contemplating how to convey the outcome she had before her. I went near Oligier to prepare for communication and encountered Captain Shun. Captain Shun informed me that everyone except her has perished, and she has already defected to the stronghold of number 1. I proposed a withdrawal and a ceasefire, but Captain Shun stated that it depends on number 1's opinion. Currently, she is solely responsible for guarding the stronghold, and she would not hesitate to kill anyone who approaches. What did you say? Everyone in the conference room was incredulous at what they had just heard. 8 elite superhumans, 7 dead? The strongest among them has betrayed us? A betrayal is worse than death. The furious roar of Li Jingru startled Cui Zixuan, causing her to instinctively retreat. Are you certain that Shin Mingting said this? I am certain, but I cannot perceive Captain Shun's mental state. The third option seems unfeasible. All were wearied by sorrow. There was mourning for the deceased and concern for the current predicament. The power of number 1 indeed seems unfathomable. Even Shin Mingting has directly chosen to betray us. It appears that no one left in the base is capable of launching an offensive. Even if number 1 does not act, Shin Mingting alone suffices to deal with them. Has Shin Mingting fallen victim to mental control? There are no powerful decontrol superhumans left in the base. Ning Chuha has already died. Are we left with no choice but to leave Jiang Huashu or apply for the use of nuclear weapons? No, there is still one option. Suddenly, Li Jingru's eyes lit up. You may go. Cui Zixuan finally heard what she longed to hear and swiftly exited the room. There is still a chance. I hope everyone can discuss the most viable course of action. All eyes turned to Li Jingru, and the somber atmosphere reignited a flicker of hope. Gu Yunxi, Lin Lulu, and Zhang Yun, with the assistance of others, departed from the rooftop. Despite the unusual nature of Ji Chuan's current unconsciousness, the three found themselves utterly powerless. Approaching him had become perilous, as the overwhelming energy was capable of inflicting wounds upon their skin. Are you all right? Su Shin inquired, meticulously examining the various abrasions on their bodies. We are fine, but we are uncertain about Ji Chuan. Lin Lulu expressed a tinge of guilt, acknowledging that in the present circumstances, they were rendered ineffective. Although the recent surge of energy had been ferocious, Gu Yunxi remained vigilant, concerned for Ji Chuan's condition. The last time Ji Chuan was unconscious, he had endured great suffering. However, this time, Gu Yunxi perceived a serene expression upon his face. Perhaps even a hint of happiness, an emotion she had never witnessed on Ji Chuan before. Chapter 80. Reminiscence. Dad, Chuan has a fever. His forehead is burning. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ji Chuan slowly opened his eyes. Mom, Dad, hurry and prepare to go to the hospital. Chuan is in a daze from the fever. Mom, I am fine. Ji Chuan embraced his mother, a sudden flood of tears escaping him, driven by a long-standing yearning for her presence, though Xu Ning, enveloped in his embrace, remained oblivious to his tears. At the doorway, Ji Mingzhou was hastily throwing on a coat before rushing into the room, ready to carry Ji Chuan to the car. Dad. Ji Chuan instinctively clung to his father, savoring the warmth of his parents' embrace, a sensation he had not felt in a long time. Chuan. Ji Mingzhou felt a surge of joy at the realization that his son had not held him like this in ages. It is truly scorching. Ji Mingzhou felt the warmth emanating from Ji Chuan and hurriedly prepared to lift him. However, Ji Chuan stopped him, surprised at the newfound strength of his son. Dad, I'm fine. Although he felt a slight heat in his body, Ji Chuan did not perceive any discomfort. He simply wished to quietly remain by their side. Chuan, I will request a leave for you. Do not go to work. Yes, Mom, I don't want to go anymore. Xu Ning exchanged glances with Ji Mingzhou, then smiled and nodded at Ji Chuan. Very well, then Chuan can spend more time at home with Mom. A warm glow filled Ji Chuan's heart, knowing that whatever decisions he made, his parents would always support him, never allowing him to feel even a hint of grievance. Mom, don't you want to ask me why? Surely it is due to them. My Chuan is so exceptional. Their loss is your departure. Mom, why are you so good to me? Even though he had heard it once before, Ji Chuan was still deeply touched. Your father and I have only you as our precious child. If we do not treat you well, who else will we treat well? Even if you never work a day in your life, your father and I can support you, so do not worry. Xu Ning gently patted Ji Chuan's back, and he began to cry once more, as if all the past suffering had merely been a prolonged nightmare. Son, let's go to the hospital. We must not let you succumb to fever. Xu Ning spoke with a tenderness that suggested Ji Chuan was still a small child. I'm fine, Mom, truly. Look at me. I'm full of energy. I'm simply craving Dada's cooking. All right, I shall prepare a meal right away. Ji Mingzhou walked cheerfully towards the kitchen, as his son expressed a yearning for his culinary skills. Today, he was determined to showcase his talents to his child. Ji Chuan felt an intense hunger. Having not savored his father's cooking in what felt like an eternity, it almost seemed as though he had not eaten at all. Yet, that notion was absurd, after all. One cannot simply forego sustenance without dire consequences. Perhaps he had indeed fallen ill, depleting his energy reserves. However, At this moment, he felt entirely well, devoid of any discomfort. It was as if any ailment vanished upon the sight of his parents. Master Jichuan appeared to hear a faint voice, tinged with urgency. Their residence, a standalone villa, was typically serene, making it improbable for the sound to originate from a neighbor. From where could that voice have come? Perhaps he had simply misheard. Descending the stairs, Jichuan observed his father bustling about in the kitchen, a wave of warmth enveloping him. It had been ages since he had experienced such comfort, and today he sensed something peculiar within himself. What is the matter, Chuan Chuan? Is it not to your liking? Ji Mingzhou noticed his son standing dazed at the table, a flicker of anxiety crossing his face. Had his new culinary creation failed to impress? Jichuan shook his head, a smile breaking through. This is the most delectable dish I have ever tasted. Everything my father prepares is simply exquisite. Ha ha ha, my son truly knows how to lift my spirits. Laughter resonated throughout the family, yet Jichuan harbored an inexplicable sense of melancholy within. Chuan Chuan, if you're feeling better, your father and I need to attend to a project this afternoon. Xu Ning's expression bore an air of regret. They had initially arranged to meet with the other party in the morning, but upon noticing Jichuan's unusual state, they had unceremoniously canceled. Yet, they found it unavoidable to proceed now. It's all right, Mom and Dad. Your important matters take precedence. Jichuan understood that his parents were often preoccupied, tirelessly seeking out promising projects and engaging in numerous social gatherings. Yet, whenever he fell ill or felt unwell, they would always be by his side. Throughout his schooling, during every graduation performance, representative speech, and sports event, his parents were there, capturing every moment as if he were a celebrity. No parents could be more extravagant than they were. As they were about to leave, Jichuan embraced them. Xu Ning felt her son had grown increasingly endearing. Even after graduating from university, his round face still resembled that of a high schooler. Mom, I'm an adult now. Stop pinching my cheeks. I simply cannot resist my adorable baby, Xu Ning replied with a joyful laugh as she settled into the passenger seat. After waving goodbye to Jichuan, they drove off. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was Song Huai. Song Huai sounded quite upset. For Jichuan, the most effective way to reach him was through a call, as he was often absorbed in his games, oblivious to his phone. Huai. Under normal circumstances, Jichuan would have responded with his usual playful banter. But hearing Song Huai's voice now left him momentarily dazed. Jichuan, what's wrong? Song Huai sensed something was amiss in Jichuan's tone. Is it something I said? It's nothing. Where are you? I'll come find you. Huh. I'm at the Guomao Center. Are you coming? Yes, wait for me. It had been a while since Jichuan had spoken to Song Huai. He realized how much he missed him, pressing the accelerator with renewed urgency. Upon arriving at the International Trade Center, Jichuan reached the designated location where Song Huai stood, gazing at the stage in the center of the first floor. Momentarily taken aback, Song Huai chuckled as he nudged Jichuan aside. What are you doing? Have you been pining for me after being single for so long? You still resemble that unrefined version of yourself. I do miss you a bit, Jichuan confessed. Song Huai dramatically shielded his rear, exclaiming, No wonder you always want to play thousand-year kill with me. What brings you to the trade center? Jichuan asked, dismissing Song Huai's theatrical gestures. Feeling a bit awkward amidst the bustling crowd, he quickly shifted the subject. You truly haven't checked your phone? The PS7 has been released, and I stood in line for quite a while to secure one for you. Am I not your wonderful benefactor? With a grin, Song Huai affectionately ruffled Jichuan's hair, easily reaching the top of Jichuan's head, who stood at 175 centimeters, while Song Huai towered at 186 centimeters. To his surprise, Jichuan offered no resistance today, behaving unusually well. He naturally took the gaming console from Song Huai's hands. Thank you, my dear son. Such obedience must be a ruse. Let us depart. I shall treat you to afternoon tea. Not so fast. Xia Yida will arrive shortly to promote her film. Soon. This prime spot will be occupied. Song Huai gestured towards the stage below, and only then did Jichuan notice that the crowd had begun to swell, filling the central area across several floors. Xia Yida was coming to Jianghua City for promotion. Jichuan's pupils dilated in realization. He remembered this day well. When the first-tier star Xia Yida would grace Jianghua City, a fact easily found scrolling through the internet. The reason this day left a profound impression on me was that on that night, I received a call from the hospital informing me that my parents had perished in a car accident. Chapter 81. The car accident. Jichuan, where are you going? There are so many seats. I can't hold them all. Jichuan merely stated that he had urgent matters to attend to and left with a grave expression. Song Hui let him go, as such an opportunity to admire Zayeda from such proximity was rare. Jichuan dialed his parents' numbers repeatedly, yet no one answered. A sense of unease enveloped him, and the anxiety was suffocating. He found nothing pertinent on the table. At that moment, Jichuan realized how little he had cared for his parents. He had grown up without a worry in the world. His parents bore all the burdens. Their work intricate and fraught with risks, requiring meticulous analysis and scrutiny of investment projects, while he had never paid heed to any of it. His gaze shifted towards the safe. On a whim, he attempted to unlock it with his birth date, and to his astonishment, it opened. Inside lay a thick stack of project documentation, organized meticulously by his parents. At the very top were the recent projects. Jichuan hastily retrieved them and began to read. The proposal for the Chinan vaccine project by Bonda Biotechnology Company, Limited. The introduction to the cell activation technology by Taipu Technology Development Company, Limited. Jichuan noted that the two projects at the top were strikingly similar, indicating they were the focus of his parents' investigation. Yet, the two companies were situated in vastly different directions. He pondered where he should proceed. He swiftly gathered the two documents and headed to his car, planning to visit the nearer one first. The protagonist's parents are renowned investors, and their presence would surely be remembered by the receptionists of the two companies. The traffic in Jianghua City becomes increasingly congested precisely when urgency peaks. Despite the gridlock, Jichuan persistently attempts to reach out via phone, yet no one answers. He recalls receiving the devastating news from the hospital that evening, and he believes that if he hurries, he can still make it in time. Upon finally arriving at the first company, Jichuan scans the parking lot in hopes of spotting his parents' vehicle, but to no avail. He intends to inquire at the reception about whether Ji Mingzhou had arrived that day, but upon entering the lobby, he is taken aback to find Su Wanwan at the front desk. At this moment, she does not recognize him. Jichuan is aware that she works in administration at a company and often complains to him about the hardships of her job, prompting him to suggest she resign. However, he is unaware of the name of her company. Suppressing his underlying resentment, Jichuan asks her if Ji Mingzhou is among the afternoon visitors, explaining that he is a family member in urgent need of contact. Upon seeing the striking resemblance between Jichuan and Ji Mingzhou, Su Wanwan deduces their relationship. With utmost seriousness and kindness, she assists Jichuan in searching the visitor records, yet that name does not appear. Su Wanwan once entered his life with a similar gentle demeanor, yet the Navi Jichuan failed to perceive the depths of her heart. She offers to leave her phone number, suggesting that it is possible someone may have come in while she was in the restroom, and she could inquire with her colleagues and reach out to Jichuan if she discovers anything. Though Su Wanwan is certain that Ji Mingzhou did not arrive, her current intent is merely to obtain the contact information of the son of a prominent investor. Jichuan suppressed her resentment and disgust, resolutely refusing to linger. She hurried towards another company without delay. As she traveled, her phone rang. Upon seeing it was her mother, she quickly pressed the Bluetooth button in the car to answer. "What's wrong, Chuan? They wouldn't allow phones inside the project meeting." "Mom, where are you?" "We're at the project company, Taipu Technology, located in Lianjiang District. By the way, Chuan, your father and I have a business dinner tonight. Make sure to have a proper meal on your own." "Mom, please tell Dad not to drink tonight. Wait for me. I'll come to pick you both up." "Oh dear, it's quite congested at this hour." "It's all right if you can't make it. Your father will have a designated driver, so don't worry. There's also another meeting here where phones aren't permitted. If you do come, just wait for us in the lobby." This child, showing such concern for others, reminding you not to drink tonight. Xu Ning hung up the phone and turned to Ji Mingzhou, who felt that Jichuan had grown more sensible. Yet he paid little heed to her admonition. Jichuan felt anxious but understood her parents' trust in her judgment. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to fetch them herself. Navigating through the city's clamor, the sun descended gradually as Jichuan finally arrived at Taipu Technology. She hurried into the lobby and informed the receptionist that she was awaiting someone. The receptionist, indifferent, instructed her to take a seat. As time passed, Jichuan grew increasingly uneasy. "Where are Ji Mingzhou and Xu Ning? Why haven't they come out yet? I want to go upstairs to find them." Unable to contain her impatience, Jichuan inquired with the receptionist. "Mr. Ji, Miss Xu left a long time ago. Well before you arrived." "What? Are you certain?" The sight of Jichuan startled the receptionist. Indeed, although she had only seen his back, she noticed that they had already driven away, presumably having left. Since he was certain that his parents were there, Jichuan had not checked the parking lot, and thus failed to notice whether their car was present. He dialed several calls, but none were answered. Why had he arrived so early, only to be met with silence? Unable to reach them. Could you assist me in contacting the person responsible for their reception to confirm their whereabouts? The receptionist, observing the redness in Jichuan's eyes, felt a twinge of fear, yet proceeded to make the call. Mr. G, is Mr. Shu still upstairs? Oh, I see. Thank you for the information. They had indeed left. Why hadn't his parents answered his calls, and why had they departed without informing him? He had clearly stated he would come to pick them up. In a state of panic, Jichuan hurriedly got into his car, his anxiety palpable, wondering where to go. He recalled the location of the accident, which had already been reported in the news. He had instantly recognized his parents' vehicle at that time. Now, he fervently prayed that they were safe, yet inexplicably found himself driving toward that intersection. The roads became increasingly congested, accompanied by the impatient honking of horns. What was happening up ahead? Drivers had begun to lower their windows, craning their necks to inquire. It seems there has been an accident ahead. Jichuan felt a chill at the mention of the accident, and disregarding the traffic, he vacantly exited the vehicle. He sprinted towards the intersection, the cacophony of honking horns, murmurs, and the wail of ambulances ringing in his ears like a swarm of flies, utterly disregarded by Jichuan. The world seemed to quiet as he caught sight of the flames at the crossroads, the air turning thick and suffocating, the very fabric of reality spinning around him. He witnessed two charred, contorted bodies being lifted into an ambulance. The severity of their injuries left no doubt about their survival, yet the paramedics continued to fulfill their duty. Someone retrieved a phone from the ground, scrolling through the contacts before pressing dial. Jichuan's chest heaved violently. As he beheld the chaos before him, he whispered a final prayer. Yet his phone began to ring. Chapter 82. The monochrome crystal core. Hello, your parents have been in an accident. Please come to Lianjiang First People's Hospital. Hello? Hello? Jichuan's face turned grave as he hung up the phone, feeling utterly drained by the tumultuous scene unfolding around him. I can save your parents. A voice, low and oddly familiar, echoed ominously. Jichuan remained expressionless. I can save your parents, if only you offer your... Get lost. Do you think I am unaware that this is the realm of illusions? What? He appeared so composed, behaving as though it was entirely natural. Yet he claimed to know this was an illusion. When had he discovered this truth? Before Jichuan, the world began to fade slowly. Initially, he believed he was merely dreaming. But the palpable sensations and vivid memories were too real to dismiss. So real that he wished not to awaken, but instead yearned to mend the regrets harbored within his heart. Deep within his subconscious, he believed that the illusion realm was a unique ability that only he could wield, oblivious to the monstrous presence that resided within him. If this dreamscape were sufficiently enchanting, Jichuan yearned to savor the long-lost warmth it offered, even harboring the futile hope of preventing his parents' demise, fully aware that the events of the past were immutable. All his anxiety and efforts amounted to nothing more than a mere one-sided longing. As the blinding light dissipated, the chaotic streets transformed into a desolate wasteland, with Xiao Hui supporting Jichuan's frail form. Master, you're awake. The warmth of animal fur enveloped him as he lay in Xiao Hui's embrace. Behind him, Xiao Hui appeared somewhat disheveled, numerous wounds marring his body, one eye barely able to open due to injury. At that moment, a realization washed over Jichuan. Gently, he caressed Xiao Hui's wolfish head, and to his astonishment, all of Xiao Hui's wounds miraculously healed. We meet again. The terrifying zombie before him seemed taken aback. The fearful Jichuan from before now emanated an aura of intimidation. Aren't you afraid of me? The zombie lunged at Jichuan, its sharp fangs dripping with rancid blood. So close that Jichuan could see the festering sores within its mouth, teeming with insect-like egg clusters. The murky eyeball fixated on him, as if attempting to penetrate Jichuan's facade of calmness. Why should I fear you? Jichuan glanced at his own hands and body, recognizing his resemblance to the zombie. He began to engage the creature in conversation, appearing remarkably nonchalant. I have also wielded the realm of illusions. When confronted by formidable abilities, I conduct a brief assessment. If the adversary poses a threat, I delve into their secrets, conjuring an illusionary realm to extricate myself from immediate peril. Yet, when faced with the powerless, I prefer the most direct approach of forceful suppression, as it proves far more efficient. So, why do you invoke an illusion against me? To the astonishment of the zombie, Jichuan's form began to transform. His physique grew increasingly robust and imposing. Just moments ago, we had been locked in gaze, but now, he towered above me. His body manifested a multitude of faces, each bearing a distinct and horrifying expression, all fixated upon the zombie before him. His hands elongated into sharp claws, akin to steel blades capable of severing bone, and his mouth stretched wide beneath his ears, exhaling wisps of mist with each movement, mimicking the zombie's earlier posture. Jichuan bowed his head and seized it in his grip. The once formidable zombie now resembled a mere captured guinea pig. He held the creature before him, mirroring its previous demeanor as he scrutinized it. So, why should I fear you? The zombie's murky eyes began to tremble. Something was amiss. Normally, during its prior invasion of his subconscious while he lay in slumber, it should have instilled a deep-seated terror within Jichuan. Why did he exhibit no fear whatsoever? What manner of creature was this, more terrifying than itself? Had Jichuan not once been human? The zombie struggled with all its might, only to find itself ensnared within Jichuan's grasp. This is impossible. This cannot be. You cannot inflict harm upon me. As Jichuan exerted force with his hand, the zombie unexpectedly felt a long-lost sensation of pain. Why am I in pain? Are you mad? If you kill me, your abilities will be significantly diminished. What are you, and why do you invade my mind each time I lose consciousness? The immense Jichuan spoke with a voice that caused the very earth to tremble. Deep and oppressive. I am your primordial crystal core. The monochromatic crystal core awakens its will as the host grows stronger. I do not wish to be manipulated by you, so I intend to utilize the powers you absorb to control you. Release me. If you kill me, your advanced resistance will vanish entirely. Jichuan understood. No wonder he had seen strange visions each time he fainted after absorbing the crystal core. It appeared this core had been scheming all along, laying the groundwork to seize control over him. Yet, it had not anticipated that this time, the substantial absorption of crystal cores would greatly enhance his perception, enabling him to detect all anomalies. When he employed the illusory realm, Jichuan could further ascertain that this abnormal situation posed little threat to him. If it truly could endanger him, it would have resorted to brute force. After all, it was merely a matter of resistance, which he did not mind. Jichuan tightened his grip, feeling the beginning of his transformation shatter. Having never before experienced pain, he was now engulfed by a sense of fear. The tone and actions of Jichuan made it clear that he was not merely speaking idly. He genuinely did not care for its survival. Do not kill me. You have already sensed my existence, so I have no chance left. I have laid extensive groundwork, hoping to instill fear in you. My condition for control is fear, but I know you will no longer fear me. From this moment forth, I shall pledge my unwavering allegiance to you. As those final words echoed, Jichuan's form deflated like a punctured balloon, rapidly diminishing. The hands that had been so tightly bound moments ago now hung limply by his side. Gone were the grotesque features and the gaping maw. Jichuan appeared as he originally was. The black crystal core before him no longer took on the horrifying visage of a zombie, but rather revealed its true self, a diminutive, single-eyed imp. Such an appearance, however, evoked no terror, prompting it to adopt a fearsome guise based on its observations. Witnessing the transformation of Jichuan and his surroundings, the black crystal core finally grasped the situation. Was that an illusion realm? This little crystal core proves quite astute, yet the transaction has been sealed. This host has managed to completely master his own essence using the same tactics? It seems I am the most failed monochromatic crystal core. Chapter 83. Alternative wishes. We now have another choice. I hope everyone can deliberate and propose the three most suitable options. Li Jingru's words instilled newfound hope among the group, and all present in the conference room awaited further elaboration. We still possess the stellar vision, which had not been fully disclosed earlier due to the overwhelming power of its abilities, capable of achieving nearly anything one desires. However, every endeavor carries a corresponding probability of success, with more challenging tasks yielding lower odds. Take, for instance, the previously mentioned wish to eliminate subject number 1, which has a mere 0.03 chance of success, an almost insurmountable feat. Each day, one can validate the success probability of only 3 matters, and wishes may only be made at midnight. Given the current circumstances, what do you believe should be the 3 matters we validate? Our opportunities for trial and error are dwindling. The crowd expressed astonishment. They had assumed that the celestial vision merely assisted the base in gathering additional resources, unaware of the extraordinary potency of this ability. Nonetheless, One can only wish once per day, and the probability of vanquishing Subject 1 with a mere 0.03 success rate is practically negligible. How about the desire to relocate all survivors from Jianghua City? Li Jingru shook his head. Based on past experience, the likelihood of success for such a substantial alteration is quite low. I urge everyone to propose wishes that are relatively easy to realize. Perhaps those with a smaller scope and fewer targets, as they possess a higher probability of success. However, this is merely a conjecture grounded in experience. For the advancement of the base, wishes have predominantly been allocated for fresh supplies. Moreover, due to the space god, concerns regarding storage are alleviated, and wishes that could alter the global landscape carry a success rate that is virtually zero. What if we wished for Subject 1 to suffer amnesia? This way, he would be unaware of our previous confrontations, allowing for amicable dialogue. This notion, however, sparked a line of thought. Conceiving a wish with a small target yet significant impact might aid them in resolving their immediate crisis. How about wishing for a human hero endowed with invincible power? I believe the success rate is exceedingly low, and even if such a wish were realized, how could we ascertain that this being of absolute power would not become the next Subject 1? Zoazi contemplated suggesting that he himself become the embodiment of invincible strength to eradicate Subject 1, yet he refrained from voicing this aspiration. Upon observing the individuals in Jinglian City, he realized that although his abilities were considered formidable in Jianghua City, there were indeed many who surpassed him. He had an inkling that in the not-so-distant future, strength would dictate the order of this world. A thought struck him, an easily attainable solution to the pressing crisis at hand. It was the Minister of Human Resources, Chenong, upon whom all eyes turned. Despite being merely a senior student, he possessed the rare purple ability of memory, enabling him to selectively store specific information. Thus, he was well versed in the details concerning the abilities of those within the base. Individuals with teleportation abilities were exceedingly rare, yet the likes of Cui Zixuan, who wielded a stealth teleportation power, were still classified as possessing only a lower-tier purple ability. This aspiration did not seem unreasonable. We could wish to transfer Subject Number 1. Currently, there were no signs of any long-range teleportation abilities detected in Subject Number 1, so if we could manage to relocate him, it would potentially resolve the crisis plaguing the entire city. Li Jingru's eyes sparkled. This was indeed an excellent proposal, and it was the ingenuity of youth that shone through. Indeed, it could be considered a viable option. With the disruption of the original crystal core now absent, Ji Chuan found the process of absorption to be remarkably tranquil. Xiao Hui, residing within him, was able to communicate with him even in the realm of his unconsciousness. During his recent entrapment in the illusory realm, Xiao Hui had risked everything to offer a reminder, and Ji Chuan was pleasantly surprised by Xiao Hui's loyalty. However, the sheer volume of crystal cores he had absorbed was overwhelming, and the power of the original crystal core was intensifying, rendering Xiao Hui incapable of contending with the black crystal core in the realm of consciousness. How long must this absorption continue? Xiao He, do you have any insight? Ji Chuan has once again whimsically named the black crystal core. What is the solitary crystal core you mentioned? Each solitary crystal core possesses only a single hue, and as the host grows stronger, it awakens its own consciousness, distinctly different from that of humans. My personality desires to remain ungoverned by the host. How many such cores exist like yours? I am uncertain. Prior to awakening, I possess no memory. Ji Chuan understood, and without the nightmares conjured by the little black entity, this time seemed exceptionally prolonged. Please recreate the previous kind of dream for me. They'll make it one where I play games at home. The little black entity sighed, taken aback that its host could make such a request. Sister Yunxi, the overflowing energy has dissipated. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunxi hurried upstairs to investigate. Ji Chuan lay calmly on the bed, appearing merely to be asleep. Yet the entire room had been transformed beyond recognition due to his energy outpouring. Su Qi arrived to tidy up the room, and with the aid of her abilities, the space was instantly restored to order, though the shattered windows would have to wait for Ji Chuan to mend with his powers upon awakening. Fortunately, Ji Chuan had little need for gazing at the scenery or basking in the sun. Gu Yunxi sat at the edge of the bed, gently observing the slumbering Ji Chuan. Unconsciously, her hand brushed against his cheek, and she startled herself upon realizing her action. Sister Yunxi, what are you doing? Lin Ludu, noticing Gu Yunxi's gesture, found it somewhat peculiar, and Gu Yunxi's cheeks flushed. I noticed his hair was disheveled, so I was helping him tidy it. Lin Ludu leaned in, teasingly asking, "Really? I don't believe you." With a mischievous grin, she leaned close to Jichuan's ear and teased, "You Jichuan, you sleep like a dead pig. Can't you hear me? Ha ha." She then playfully flicked his forehead. "Lulu, that's too much. Yunxi, don't tell me you're fond of Jichuan." Lulu. Gu Yunxi's face flushed even more. Meanwhile, Jichuan, who was merely at home playing games, silently paused the game and attentively listened to the sounds that seemed to drift in from outside. He distinctly heard the faint call of Xiao Hui, clear despite its softness. He had already devised a plan to teach Lin Lulu a lesson upon waking. A smile played on his lips as he resumed his game. Chapter 84. A wish fulfilled. Su Wanwan's head rested against Su Huaiji's sturdy chest, while he embraced her, gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought. "Godfather, from now on, Wanwan belongs to you. Every time I hold you like this, it brings me a sense of peace." Feeling the embrace tighten around her, Su Wanwan's lips curved into a smile. "Wanwan, we will have results in a couple of days. If the plan fails, I will secure you a transfer opportunity." Su Huaiji felt he still held some sway in this matter, and considering Su Wanwan's water-based abilities, while not particularly outstanding among the water users at the base, bringing her along would not be a waste. "Godfather, you treat Wanwan so well. I will not let your expectations down." Su Wanwan's fingers gently traced circles on Su Huaiji's chest, her gaze filled with longing as she looked up at his face. Despite being middle-aged, Su Huaiji, owing to his long-standing habit of exercising, remains an alluring figure. When Jiang Zhilan first encountered him, she was quite taken with him, though Su Huaiji harbored no romantic thoughts towards her. His gaze towards Su Wanswan was imbued with fervor, and he leaned in for a kiss. From their very first meeting, he had been captivated by this gentle and innocent girl, even though she regarded him as a father figure. Yet, the warmth of that long-lost touch and the fluttering of his heart compelled him to confront his true feelings. The world was perilous, and there was nothing amiss in bravely pursuing one's desires. Furthermore, it was unseemly for a girl as delicate and pure as Su Wanswan to take the initiative in such matters. Meanwhile, Li Jingru anxiously awaited the outcome in the room. It was already the fourth day, and after calculating the probabilities, the chance of successfully relocating Subject 1 to another city stood at 23. Among numerous options, this appeared to be the most promising solution to the urgent crisis in Jianghua City. The ominous black energy column had vanished, and Li Jingru sensed that Subject 1 was on the verge of action. Time was exceedingly limited. He believed he could afford only 2 more days of attempts. Should they fail within this time frame, they would have to evacuate the core members. Requesting a nuclear strike was an arduous task. Higher authorities would consider the fate of the city's surviving populace. The existing evidence was insufficient to substantiate the claim that Subject 1 posed a threat to all humanity, and a nuclear strike would reduce Jianghua City to ruins. They themselves would have to endure life underground, constantly prepared to protect their base from nuclear radiation, a fate not unlike imprisonment. Thus, relocation emerges as the most prudent course of action. As for the others in Jinglian City, they must resign themselves to fate. Confronted with such formidable adversaries, he is incapable of saving everyone. Such a capacity lies beyond his reach. It is human nature to prioritize self-preservation. This sentiment encapsulates Li Jingru's remorse regarding Jinglian City. However, he is disinclined to ponder excessively about the lives of those in the Jianghua City base. Once they relocate, a new order will inevitably arise, giving birth to new leadership, a matter that does not require his concern. Upon learning of Shun Mengting's betrayal and the demise of others, Meng Haonian found himself in a prolonged state of unrest. Unable to fathom the terror that the entity known as Number 1 embodies, a being capable of rendering even the most elite combatants powerless. Yet, without definitive intelligence on the conflict, Meng Haonian refrained from dispatching individuals to investigate further, a sentiment echoed by other bases, all adopting a stance of cautious observation. With the cautionary tale of Jinglian City in mind, no one is willing to risk their personnel in such a precarious endeavor. In this apocalyptic era, one cannot afford to concern themselves with the tribulations of other cities. Li Jingru is acutely aware of the prevailing thoughts among his peers, which is why they remain tight-lipped about the plan to relocate Number 1. Should the relocation succeed, the enigmatic nature of Number 1 will ensure that they are oblivious to how it arrived in their city, leaving them to grapple with this troublesome predicament themselves. As the clock struck midnight, Li Jingru lit a cigarette, engulfed by anxiety. Should today culminate in failure, only tomorrow would remain as their final opportunity. Despite having meticulously prepared for the relocation over the past few days, the sight of this familiar base fills him with profound reluctance. He faced the clock striking midnight, his heart racing with anxiety. This was the first time he had made the same wish for 4 consecutive days. A wish that held the fate of all survivors in Jianghua City. Although he was aware that his abilities could secure him favorable treatment anywhere, the conditions in Jianghua City were undeniably the finest. Transferring Subject 1 was undoubtedly his best option. Yet, he harbored deep concerns. A mere 23 success rate felt alarmingly low. What if Subject 1 attacked in the coming days? From the moment he learned the truth, he contemplated fleeing the city, but the bases for abilities were interconnected. Where could he escape to if he acted alone? With only one wish granted to him each day, survival in the face of danger would be exceedingly difficult without the protection of such an organization. He fervently clasped his hands in prayer, more sincere than ever before. May Subject 1 depart this city swiftly. Let the transfer reach as far as possible. Starlight gathered in the hall, flickering intermittently, each moment stretching into eternity for He. Unlike the dimness of previous days, the starlight erupted into a brilliant radiance within the hall. He was elated to realize that his wish had come true. Meanwhile, several individuals at the base took turns keeping watch, anxious that Jichuan, who lay in a deep slumber, might experience any anomalies, enabling them to respond swiftly. Xiao Xian and Fan Jiahao volunteered for the night watch, having contributed little since their arrival at the base and being naturally inclined to stay awake. However, just moments ago, a flash of light illuminated the room, blindingly bright. And in an instant, Jichuan vanished from the bed without a trace. No, it had been so quiet. What was that burst of white light? Alas, have we found ourselves in a predicament? How shall we elucidate this to everyone? I am at a loss. We must promptly inform them. What was that sound? An earthquake? Perhaps. To my astonishment, Dazhuang scaled the hotel wall, only to feel a child's sense of abandonment upon discovering the empty room. My master has forsaken me. Where has he gone? Dazhuang could not sense his master's presence. He leapt down, causing the entire hotel to tremble. In a frenzy, Dazhuang dashed out of the courtyard, desperately searching for Jichuan, while Xiaomei had similarly vanished into the nocturnal shadows. Due to Dazhuang's erratic behavior, many were roused from their slumber, and Xiao Xinshi and his companion hastily called out for news regarding Jichuan's disappearance. Upon learning of this situation, Su Xin first assessed the loyalty levels of the two. They remained remarkably high, indicating they were not deceiving him. Yet, where had their leader vanished to? A heavy weight settled in Su Xin's heart. Could it be true that their leader had abandoned them, as Dazhuang had cried out, retreating to another realm? You say a flash of white light occurred, and then Jichuan simply vanished? Xiao Xinshi nodded, recounting how just a moment before, Jichuan had been in bed, only to disappear in an instant with the flicker of white light. The gravity of the situation cast a pall over all, as they remained oblivious to the unfolding mystery. Engulfed by an overwhelming sense of pressure, Su Qi endeavored to console the group. However, what was the matter with Dazhuang and Xiaomei? I recall they possessed the ability to sense Jichuan from a distance, yet their current demeanor suggested otherwise. It was as if Jichuan were no longer within this city, though Song Ci refrained from elaborating further. Chapter 85. The solitary starlet Jinlu Terrace, Nuz City. One of the nation's most opulent real estate developments. In this post-apocalyptic world, the number of zombies within this community is significantly lower than in other areas, primarily due to its inherently low population density. Each building accommodates only one household, and most of the spacious units span several hundred square meters, typically housing no more than a family of 3. The residents here often find themselves preoccupied with various pursuits, leaving numerous vacant properties. Consequently, as long as supplies remain sufficient, the safety index of this community is remarkably high. Xia Yida is among the fortunate homeowners. As a frontline celebrity, she seldom dines out to avoid being photographed, and she simply lacks the time for such indulgences. Her meals consist of just a few bites. She has grown accustomed to hunger, which indeed enhances her overall condition and minimizes the risk of edema. Prior to the apocalypse, she fortuitously followed the advice of a nutritionist and prepared an array of nutritious meals, stockpiling provisions for the future. During her leisure time at home, she merely needs to heat these food items briefly before consumption. The use of sugar, salt, or other seasonings is minimal. She primarily relies on fresh ingredients, cooked simply to preserve their natural flavors while avoiding excessive additives, effectively maintaining her beauty. For someone like her, who consumes only a few bites per meal, there is currently no pressure to scavenge for food. Each day, she rises punctually, engages in exercise, practices yoga, and indulges in reading. In her perception, the authorities will inevitably resolve the prevailing challenges. After all, it is merely an unusual virus, and quarantine is not a new phenomenon. Observing from her window, the scene below is devoid of the gruesome imagery often portrayed online. Only a handful of zombies meander about the community, resembling benign neighbors strolling leisurely, evoking no sense of terror within her. In the aftermath of this apocalypse, she is determined to demonstrate her self-discipline amidst such a crisis. A cultured idol must continue to shine, instilling pride in her fans for supporting her. Even without the assistance of an entourage, she begins to document her daily life in this new world, learning the art of video editing and experimenting with various filming angles. Xiaoyita remains in a work-oriented mindset, yet finds herself frustrated by the absence of communication from her assistant. Is it merely a viral outbreak that warrants such a halt? Xiaoyita feels a twinge of dissatisfaction, contemplating a reprimand once the pandemic subsides. Were it not for her assistant's knack for capturing her beauty, she might have already considered a replacement. Despite the apocalypse, many affluent individuals lead relatively comfortable lives. Xiaoyita's family enjoys substantial wealth, residing in an opulent estate in Canyon City, where her financial resources render her mixed-race beauty merely an embellishment. She remains largely unaware of the world beyond Jinlu Terrace, often scrolling past news stories that, due to their graphic nature, elicit a frown. Yuqing, I crave the bird's nest from Yongjing Pavilion. Could you procure some for me? Xiaoyita compensates her assistant generously, yet her demands are equally stringent, which she perceives as merely normal expectations. She typically refrains from making phone calls, as they are susceptible to recording, and being a celebrity entails numerous complications. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable. Xiaoyita angrily sets down her phone, vexed that it has shut off so early. The prolonged consumption of nutritional meals has rendered her somewhat irritable. Delicious and nutritious foods, low in calories, incessantly filled her mind with tantalizing textures, particularly during the late hours when such cravings surged with intensity. Throughout her life, anything she desired was instantly within her grasp. Yet now, she found herself unaccustomed to this reality. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, catching Xiaoyita by surprise. Few were privy to her address, and she happened to reside here, owning other properties as well. It was rather late. Who could it be? She approached the LCD screen at the door, revealing a figure clad as a security guard, brandishing a knife. Miss Xia, I am aware you are home. This floor has been plagued by wandering zombies. It is quite unsafe. Please open the door. As Xiaoyita remained silent, the guard knocked forcefully on the door. He had harbored feelings for her for quite some time, having fallen deeply in love since the release of her first film. Meticulously analyzing every video and photo from her social media platforms, he scrutinized the background details, seeking clues. Eventually, he pinpointed the Jinlu Terrace community and applied for the position of security guard there, all for her sake. Although she often appeared without makeup, sporting sunglasses and a mask, he could still recognize her at a glance. By monitoring the surveillance footage, he identified her building number, and the lights illuminating her apartment at night confirmed her door number. Each time she passed by, he would greet her warmly, ensuring that no suspicion arose. In his efforts to maintain a facade of familiarity, he garnered the goodwill of many residents. He always considers her needs comprehensively, believing his love to be grand and selfless, convinced that no one in this world loves her more than he does or has sacrificed as much for her. One day, as she stepped outside, a gust of wind swept her mask from her face, leaving it to fall at the entrance of the guard booth. Yet, she did not retrieve it. Instead, she walked directly out of the community and entered her vehicle, the mask undoubtedly left behind intentionally. After her departure, the security guard picked up the fallen mask, greedily inhaling its scent as he held it to his nose. This is the happiness of mutual pursuit. Living alone in such apocalyptic times must instill great fear within her. She is such a frail woman, surely yearning for protection. In this dire world, he should have breached the barrier between them, yet his prior silence stemmed from a desire not to hinder her career. He always considers her perspective, believing that loving her surpasses self-love. However, as order teeters on the brink of collapse, she need no longer ponder her career. What she requires now is him. It is time for him to step forth from her shadows and allow her to feel the depth of his devotion, transforming her into the happiest woman, nourished by love. Yita, Do not fear. It is I. Open the door, and I shall protect you. Suddenly, Xiaoyita felt a surge of fear as she noticed the guard glaring with bloodshot eyes, pressing his face against the peephole. He pounded on the door, attempting to glimpse the situation inside through the small aperture. Losing patience, the guard raised the knife in his hand, striking it repeatedly against the smart lock. As the image on the LCD screen distorted and vanished, Xiaoyita began to panic. The frail figure exerted considerable effort to shift the sofa to the entrance, yet it was evidently futile. With a penchant for minimalist decor, her home was remarkably vacant, devoid of any hiding spots. She flitted about like a headless fly, darting to the kitchen to procure a knife, yet she was acutely aware that she was no match for the man outside. A flash of white light pierced the air. "Ah!" Xiai exclaimed in alarm. "Yita, I heard you. You're home. Do not be afraid. Quickly, open the door." The intelligent lock was struck repeatedly, its endurance seemingly waning. Chapter 86. The favor of fortune. Ji Chuan perceived an unfamiliar scream. While there were numerous female members within the base, the faint cry that resonated was unrecognizable. The cacophony continued, accompanied by an unfamiliar male voice. Ji Chuan furrowed his brow, straining to listen within the illusion. Could the base be under siege? With Shun Mingting and Xia Yiqing present, was it even possible for someone to infiltrate? Meanwhile, Xiaoyita, in a state of anxious desperation, sought a refuge within her home when she caught sight of the white flash once more. A man lay sprawled on the corridor floor. Was he a devoted fan or an accomplice? Xiaoyita was bewildered. The outer door remained intact, yet how had he gained entry? He appeared as though he were in slumber, motionless on the ground, his skin a coveted pale white that Xiaoyita envied. She even contemplated inquiring about his skincare secrets. The man on the floor surpassed many male celebrities in allure. Xiaoyita mused that such a striking figure could hardly be a mere fan. Such is the world. When faced with extraordinary beauty, even the most intrusive presence could be forgiven. Gathering her courage, she cautiously approached and gently kicked the man's sturdy leg. Why was he so cold? Summer Yita mustered her resolve and crouched down, carefully extending her hand toward Ji Chuan's nose. There was no breath. She leaned against Ji Chuan's chest, which was thick and icy, yet devoid of a heartbeat. Oh no! Summer Yita quickly covered her mouth and retreated, realizing that this handsome man was, in fact, a corpse. Why would a dead man appear in her home? Behind her, the door resounded with powerful banging, and as she collapsed to the ground, a tremor coursed through her body. Fear began to take hold. With a clatter, the lock fell to the floor, and a hand reached in, swinging the door wide open. The security guard effortlessly pushed aside the sofa, noticing Summer Yita sitting on the floor with a knife aimed at him, yet he showed no fear. A smile crept across his face as he remarked, "Yita, why didn't you open the door for me? Now we can finally be together." He advanced towards her, and Summer Yita's hands, clutching the knife, began to tremble. "Stay back. Don't come any closer." The security guard, undeterred, continued his approach, but the smile faded from his face as he noticed a man lying in the corridor. Who is he? Why is he in your home? With a sudden surge of rage, the guard swung his knife forcefully against Summer Yita's, easily knocking it from her grasp. Grabbing her by the hair with one hand, he spat, "You wretched girl! How dare you hide a man from me?" Summer Yita cried, protecting her pulled hair with her hands. But a brutal kick landed in her abdomen. Like a mere wisp of paper, she was sent reeling from a violent kick, the intense pain nearly causing her to lose consciousness. Having consumed little, she could only retch up some bile. Witnessing the agony etched on Shaya's face, the security guard's expression shifted to one of pity. He relinquished the knife in his grasp and, with a gentle touch, cupped her chin. "I love you dearly and have sacrificed so much for you. Why must you betray me?" Shaya longed to cry out for help, yet after that brutal kick, all she desired was to kneel and submit to the torment of the guard before her. He dragged her into a room, indifferent to her desperate struggles, in his presence. Her strength was akin to that of a mere child. "Please, let me go," Shaya pleaded, her tears cascading down in heavy droplets. Though she had never been adept at feigning tears, an overwhelming sense of despair engulfed her, and the tears flowed uncontrollably. "You are merely playing hard to get, aren't you? You have indeed exerted yourself to win my affection." The guard's demeanor hinted at a hint of madness. He forcefully pinned her hands to the bed, relishing the close proximity that allowed him to marvel at her beauty, even in pain. He felt gratitude for this apocalyptic world, which had finally liberated his emotions. The once celebrated star, Shaya, was now beneath him. She was pleading for mercy, yet he perceived it merely as a playful ruse to heighten the allure. Having read countless novels, he believed women were drawn to domineering men. As long as he possessed her, she would never escape his grasp. Help! Save me, ugh! Once again, a slap struck her face, and Xiaoyida felt stars dancing before her eyes. She had never been treated so rudely before, and fear gripped her heart. The once haughty young lady, who had looked down upon the world, now appeared to be the most pitiable mortal on earth. The man's voice was filled with anger and warning, rendering Xiaoyida mute. Tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking the bed linen beneath her. Her eyes were filled with despair, and she even prayed for a swift death. However, that despair gradually morphed into terror. Upon witnessing the transformation of Xiaoyida's expression, the security guard wore a confident smile, as if to say, "Have you ever encountered such a situation? Just endure a bit longer." Yet, in the next moment, a shadowy spike protruded from his forehead, and the guard collapsed, utterly naked. Xiaoyida wished to scream, but her throat felt hoarse. The cold corpse now loomed before her, its eyes a sinister crimson, resembling that of a vampire. Ji Chuan surveyed the peculiar scene before him, bewildered as to why he was there. Upon awakening, he was greeted by this unsettling sight. Where was this? Ji Chuan's deep voice resonated, causing Xiaoyida to freeze in surprise. He could speak. Was he a ghost? Could zombies converse? She regarded Ji Chuan warily, adjusting her disheveled clothing. This is my home. As she sat up and clearly discerned his features, Ji Chuan was taken aback. Wasn't this the goddess of Songhui, Xiaoyida? You are Xiaoyida? Xiaoyida was stunned upon hearing Ji Chuan's words. If he recognized her, he must be human. She nodded, wiping away the tears from her face, always striving to present her most beautiful self in front of her fans. What city is this? What day is it? Xinzhou City, December 28th. Ji Chuan was astonished. Why had he awakened in such a distant place after his fainting spell? For days had elapsed since he lost consciousness, earlier than he had anticipated. The door swung open, and the violent struggles and screams had drawn the attention of the zombies. She noticed several had entered the room. Yet, the man before her seemed unfazed, simply waving his hand, and astonishingly, those zombies retreated as they came, even leaving the unlocked door ajar. How did he accomplish that? Ji Chuan gazed at Xiaoyida, somewhat entranced, not merely by her beauty, but by the crystalline core in her mind, a color he had never encountered before. A pink crystal core, goddess of fortune. Chapter 87. Development strategy. A full night had passed without any news regarding Ji Chuan. He remained vigilant about the situation at the base, which was the source of security for all members, as long as Ji Chuan was present. Every troublesome issue could be resolved effortlessly. However, Ji Chuan's disappearance was likely not a mere outing. Xiao Mei and De Zhuang had also vanished, seemingly embarking on their respective quests to find Ji Chuan. Meanwhile, the members of the base had to formulate their future strategy, whether to search for Ji Chuan or swiftly transition into a state of independent development. We must prepare a survival plan for the prolonged absence of our leader. Judging by the behavior of De Zhuang and Xiao Mei, it appeared that the leader was no longer in Zhonghua City. Su Xin calmly analyzed the situation, while everyone bore a solemn expression. It is imperative that we hasten our search for supplies. Previously, many provisions lacked expiration dates due to the leader's time-freezing ability, yet only the leader can access that realm. Upon hearing Song Si's warning, a collective gasp escaped the crowd. In order to preserve resources to the utmost, numerous supplies had been stored within that space, which is also why Ji Chuan cannot be absent for too long. He remains ever vigilant to the needs of the outpost members, managing to meet nearly all of them. Yet now, with Ji Chuan's disappearance, how shall we address the issue of supplies? Chen Yuru, worn and haggard from Tang Yu's unconscious state, scarcely consumes anything each day. Su Xin nodded, relieved that we possess these freezers, along with the hotel's small cold storage, allowing us to maintain a steady supply of provisions. However, as our resources grow increasingly precious, it seems we must promptly establish a supply search team. Otherwise, with each passing day, the difficulty of sourcing supplies will escalate. Many areas have already experienced water and power outages, and although large supermarkets may stock ample goods, many perishable items are prone to spoilage without refrigeration. Each day spent collecting supplies is a race against time. I possess spatial abilities. I wish to join the supply collection team, Zhu Zhu declared, raising her hand. This is one of the few ways I can assist the outpost. Aside from the leader, Others are vulnerable to zombie attacks and require the protection of those with formidable powers. Allow me to take on this responsibility. Xia Yiqing volunteered to assume the role of team leader for the supply collection effort. I can also contribute. I have grown quite strong. Then count me in as well. Should we encounter any unforeseen circumstances, my cards can help safeguard everyone's lives. Song Xi raised his hand, feeling uneasy about the others. Gu Yunxi was excessively gentle. Lacking the necessary discernment on the battlefield, in the face of genuine peril, she might not react appropriately. The group was now complete, and adding another person would make the vehicle rather cramped, rendering it inconvenient for the rear middle seat to utilize their abilities. Zhu, can you drive? Zhu nodded. I possess commendable driving skills. At the office, when others are reluctant to take on field work, I am usually the one chosen. I often assist others with errands. So my driving is quite respectable. Su Shun had a clear line of thought, having already organized the team responsible for gathering supplies. The next step was to determine the acting leader of the stronghold. Before Su Shun could finish speaking, Shin Mingting interrupted him. Upon learning of Ji Chuan's disappearance, she felt a surge of excitement, as if she had regained her freedom. Consequently, she attempted to leave the stronghold last night, but after advancing less than 20 meters, she found herself unable to proceed. It dawned on her that Ji Chuan's orders were still in effect. He was not dead. She was bound by her duty to protect the stronghold and could not venture far. However, even if she could not leave, becoming a leader within the stronghold was well within her grasp. Who could rival her in combat prowess? Promotion was Shun Mingting's obsession, both in her workplace and in this post-apocalyptic bastion. I believe that the acting leader should be the strongest among us, and I humbly put myself forward as a candidate. I should be the most capable fighter in the stronghold. Shin Mingting raised her head with pride, despite her stature only reaching the chins of other adults. The aura she exuded was undeniably imposing. Others exchanged uncertain glances, unaware that she was, in fact, a middle-aged woman. Lin Lulu wore a cold smile. The proxy leader requires a person of clear intellect. If you were to assume the role, we might find ourselves aiding the enemy. What did you say? Shin Mingting felt an urge to explode. No one had ever dared to mock her so brazenly, exposing her wounds directly. She approached with confidence, only to be subdued as a guardian of the stronghold. Faced with the formidable Shun Mingting, Lin Lulu remained unperturbed. For Ji Chuan had already advised her that Shin Mingting would protect the stronghold and would not harm its members. I assert that you are unfit to be the leader. Even if you wished to overpower the members of the stronghold, you would be incapable of doing so. Qiu Xinshi, come here. Suddenly called out, Qiu Xinshi appeared frightened. Lulu, why did you call me? Why should I call you sister when you are older than I am? Do you believe she cannot even defeat you? Although Lin Lulu was addressing Qiu Xinshi, her gaze remained fixed on Shun Mingting, whose eyes revealed a hint of insecurity, as Ji Chuan had evidently briefed them beforehand. Sister Lulu, I do not wish to perish. My ability can at most turn her back to me. Who can I truly defeat? Enough. Whoever wishes to lead may do so. Shin Mingting, enraged, turned to leave. She had intended to secure a leadership position, but for now, she could only fulfill her duty as a guardian of the stronghold. Any actions that harm the members of the stronghold would contravene Ji Chuan's orders, and to defy him would invite dire consequences. During this time, we can discuss and resolve all significant issues, determining the optimal course of action based on everyone's perspectives. After Su Shin concluded, the group largely agreed. At present, in addition to gathering supplies, we must continue to monitor the security situation of the stronghold. In the monitoring room, 2 individuals are assigned to shifts, vigilantly overseeing the stronghold around the clock. In the face of perilous situations, it is imperative to promptly notify everyone, striving to resolve any unstable factors in advance to prevent damage to the stronghold's exterior walls, especially in the absence of the leader, who is unable to oversee repairs. Prior to the logistics team's departure, it is essential to inform all members, as this period marks the moment when the stronghold's defensive capabilities are at their most vulnerable. Although a leader has not been elected, Su Shun, as a senior executive of the hotel, demonstrates remarkable acumen in personnel allocation, with everyone attentively heeding his directives. On the first morning following Ji Chuan's disappearance, the foundational policies for the stronghold's ongoing development began to take shape. Chapter 88. Oh no. A new pervert last night marked the most restful slumber for Li Jingru in quite some time, as he had not experienced such peace in ages. All unexpected variables in Jianghua City stemmed from the number 1. and this hot potato has now vanished. He remains unaware of its current whereabouts. Yet Jianghua City has once again transformed into a dominion ruled by supernatural beings. When Hele reported the successful transfer last night, his excitement surpassed that of a parent receiving their child's university acceptance letter. While the realization of the stellar vision is quite tangible, he feels compelled to conduct further exploration to ensure absolute certainty. He contemplates allowing those with self-preservation abilities to venture from the outskirts of the Xinghe district. In truth, he wishes for Cui Zixuan to undertake this task, as her ability to remain concealed and protect herself is particularly formidable. However, it has been said that she is unwell and in poor spirits, so he shall excuse her this time. In the conference room, Li Jingru bears a rare smile. Ladies and gentlemen, the starry vision has successfully commenced. We have finally relocated Subject 1. Chenong, your suggestion was commendable. A smile of gratitude illuminated the youthful face of Chenong, as this endeavor will undoubtedly benefit the citizens of Jianghua City, thanks to Hele's extraordinary abilities. Li Jingru nodded in acknowledgement, his expression soon turning grave. Although Subject 1 has been moved, we must still proceed to Orijar to investigate the stances of Shin Mingting, Xia Yiqing, and Song Xi. It is possible that they may be under a more advanced form of mental control. Minister Chun, please keep a vigilant eye on the information regarding members capable of dispelling such control. Furthermore, although I have emphasized this before, it bears repeating. We remain unaware of Subject 1's current location. We must maintain strict confidentiality regarding the functions of the starry vision and the relocation plan for Subject 1. I trust you all comprehend the significance of this matter. These individuals are astute. Only a select few are privy to this information from the outset. If the plan to relocate Subject 1 were to leak to other cities, it would undoubtedly incite discontent among the extraordinary ability users in Jianghua City, complicating future requests for assistance. Moreover, the new city housing Subject 1 may, due to Jianghua City's prior experience with Subject 1, seek continuous inquiries regarding the data on Subject 1, which would not only mitigate any potential grievances against Jianghua City, but also create a debt of gratitude owed to us. We must simply assert ignorance as to why Subject 1 has journeyed to their city. Should the purpose of the starry vision be divulged, it could very well be appropriated by higher authorities, a scenario Li Jingru wishes to avoid at all costs. The uniqueness of such abilities is irreplaceable, and Hele's information must remain absolutely confidential. During the meeting, Li Jingru arranged an exploration method that progressed from the periphery to the core, gradually ensuring the safety of access to the Galaxy District. Everyone acknowledged this approach. Exercising caution was certainly prudent. Although Subject Number 1 did not exhibit any long-distance mobility abilities, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of him possessing similar powers. The base for abilities in Jianghua City thrived. Yet the former team members mourned the loss of the 4 captains. The dynamics of the combat team would inevitably shift, as these members would be reorganized. I sensed a faint essence of the crystal core within the other party. They likely had not fully awakened, unlike myself. It was the voice of Xiao He. Ji Chuan scrutinized the only monochromatic crystal core holder he had encountered thus far, the pink crystal goddess, Xia Yida. A first-tier celebrity, her ethnic features radiated an exotic charm. Her facial contours strikingly vivid on screen, exuding an impressive aura, and she was undeniably beautiful. However, Ji Chuan did not anticipate her slenderness. In reality, she resembled a mere wisp, though her figure was well-proportioned where it mattered. Despite Xia Yida's current disheveled appearance, the beauty of a first-tier star was surreal, akin to a flawless character model in a game. How do you utilize your abilities? Ji Chuan inquired with curiosity. What exactly was the nature of the goddess of luck? A security guard with a green crystal core, possessing strength, had effortlessly subdued her, indicating that her abilities might not serve offensive purposes. Abilities? What abilities? Is what is said online true? Xia Yida pondered, having come across discussions about abilities on the internet. She merely assumed it was a narrative element from a particular film or television series, never taking it seriously. Living an ordinary life, she had always enjoyed favorable economic conditions since childhood, rendering her oblivious to many aspects of life that seemed unimportant to her. Concepts such as Crazy Thursday, ride-sharing, Pinduoduo, and group meals were merely foreign terms, irrelevant to her existence. Thus, when she encountered news about supernatural abilities, she dismissed it as yet another facet of life she had no need to comprehend. Ji Chuan felt a twinge of frustration. It appeared she had never paid attention to her own abilities, likely because they manifested in a manner as subtle as Gu Yunshi's. However, Jichuan began to speculate that her transfer to this realm was possibly linked to Xiaoyida. Had she not arrived, Xiaoyida might have fallen victim to the security guard. Under such dire circumstances, her rescue could be deemed a stroke of luck. Yet, Jichuan was curious about the extent of the other party's powers. I wish to conduct an experiment. Jichuan's voice resonated, cold and somber. Xiaoyida felt an ominous premonition. What do you intend to do? In the face of Xiaoyida's alarmed gaze, Jichuan pulled her onto the balcony. The security guard had exhibited considerable strength, but Jichuan felt as though she were a crane, her power surpassing human limitations. Let us see just how fortunate you are. Before Xiaoyida could react, Jichuan had already hurled her over the railing. They were on the 28th floor, perilously close to the top. A fall from such a height would undoubtedly be fatal. Yet, to her astonishment, Jichuan was right beside her, defying gravity as they plummeted together. Yet why does he maintain such a calm expression and an impeccably straight posture? Xiaoyida felt a wave of despair. It seemed this handsome young man was equally deranged. The security guard wished to possess her, and this young man actually desired to die alongside her. It appeared he was yet another fan who loved her to the core. Indeed, beauty is a curse that incites criminality. In this moment, Xiaoyida found herself regretting her striking appearance, wishing only for wealth in her next life. Xiaoyida believed she was plummeting to the ground, feeling a sensation at her back, but it was not the piercing pain she expected. As she neared the first floor, an awning belonging to a nearby family unexpectedly sprang open. The homeowner had installed a large awning over their spacious yard to provide shade during the summer. Just moments ago, it had been neatly retracted, yet it had conveniently unfurled at the very instant she was about to land. The homeowners were affluent, and for durability and aesthetic appeal, they had chosen an exceptionally expensive material, light, soft, and elastic, resembling a massive air cushion. Xiaoyida felt as if her body sank into the awning before being gently rebounded. Falling from the 28th floor, she had merely sustained a minor scrape. Even without the awning, Jichuan could have pulled her back up before she hit the ground. Jichuan squinted. Was this the power of the monochrome crystal core? How fortunate one must be to possess such luck. Could it be that one acquires an immortal ability through transformation? Chapter 89. Keen perception. Before Xiaoyida could fully comprehend her situation, she was soaring toward the 28th floor. A chilling sensation enveloped her arms. The man was indeed carrying her as they flew. What on earth was happening? The man possesses the extraordinary ability of flight? Upon returning to the room, Xiaoyida gasped for breath, her face a mask of terror as she stared at Jichuan, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The exhilaration of soaring through the air alongside Jichuan surpassed even that of riding a free-fall tower. Not to mention, she had never dared to bungee jump, and yet, astonishingly, she had survived her plummet from the 28th floor with merely minor injuries. She felt an overwhelming fatigue, perhaps due to the late hour or the multitude of intense experiences she had endured in such a short span of time. Your ability is luck. My appearance here to save you is a testament to that. The fact that you survived your leap is undoubtedly a manifestation of your power, Jichuan mused. Sensing the diminishing energy emanating from Xiaoyida, it appeared that evading death consumed a substantial amount of energy. Yet, should she acquire the crystal core energy, she might transform into an almost indestructible entity. Jichuan contemplated whether to eliminate her outright, but at that moment, Xiaohe interjected with a warning. Master, do not. I sense a threat from her. Should you act, unforeseen complications may arise, such as attracting a more formidable individual to her aid. Or perhaps an unexpected turn of events that could harm you. Jichuan recalled the infatuated gaze of Song Huai, fixed upon Xiaoyida, and he sighed. Since his awakening, Jichuan had felt a palpable shift within himself. He had grown increasingly indifferent. In the name of experimentation, he had callously cast Xiaoyida from the building, and even upon discovering her formidable nature, he contemplated her demise. Previously, he harbored no intentions of harming innocents. Perhaps it was humanity's incessant provocations that had led him to this point, where his desire for peaceful coexistence was met with relentless aggression, ultimately resulting in the inversion of right and wrong, with the blame directed towards himself. In the realm of metal, the human captain mused to himself that, being a zombie, he was inherently a monster, destined to be eradicated by humanity. It was they who inflicted harm upon their companions and sought to take his life. Should they not be deemed the true monsters? Upon awakening this time, Jichuan felt an even greater scarcity of his humanity. It was not out of pity for Xia Yida's plight, but rather a consideration of Xiao Hei's counsel. Attempting to eliminate the person before him could plunge him into jeopardy. Such a risk was unnecessary, prompting Jichuan to abandon his plan to sample the singular crystal core. "You should rest. It's quite late," he remarked, his concern leaving Xia Yida in a state of confusion. What manner of being was he? She had once believed him to be a benevolent figure who rescued her, only to later cast her aside with talk of experiments. Yet, she had indeed survived. Could it be true that she possessed some latent ability, as he suggested? Raised in a life of affluence, blessed with exceptional beauty and a flourishing career, she had always received what she desired with ease. She had prided herself on her discipline and hard work, only to be told now that it was merely luck. Nevertheless, even if she were to lie down and sleep, who would dare to do so? There lay a naked corpse in the bedroom. Once the pandemic subsided, she resolved to sell this house and never return. "I will not harm you. In fact, I can ensure your safety." If killing was not an option, then he must remain by her side, for the threat posed by the singular crystal core was formidable, likely capable of producing a powerhouse like himself. Jichuan sought to endear himself to Xia Yida. In the midst of Xia Yida's terrified gaze, the naked security guard rose to his feet, prompting her to scream and dash towards the balcony. However, Jichuan merely gestured, and the guard exited her home. Reflecting on the prior behavior of the zombies, Xia Yida realized that these creatures seemed to obey the commands of the man before her. "What on earth are you? Lacking breath and heartbeat, icy to the touch, yet capable of speech, and commanding the obedience of the undead. What manner of being is this?" "I am a zombie who retains my consciousness. If you do not betray me, I shall not harm you." Jichuan, absorbed in his own thoughts, approached the front door. The once shattered door, under his repair, had transformed into an extraordinarily sturdy barrier, its unique metallic texture exuding an artistic flair. A conscious zombie? What an abstract concept. Betrayal. Did it have any relation to them? If not for his appealing appearance, such a statement would seem rather perverse. He claimed he could secure her safety, and indeed, he possessed the ability to protect himself. For the zombies appeared to heed his every word. Perhaps he could serve as her assistant. After all, she could afford to pay a handsome salary. She felt more exhausted than after 24 hours of sleepless filming. Lacking even the strength to wash up, she lay down and drifted into slumber, sensing that her entire being was utterly depleted. In the depths of night, Jichuan soared above the city, discovering that his life perception could now encompass the entire metropolis. With a processing speed markedly enhanced, as if his brain had undergone an upgrade, he sensed the presence of the singular crystal core, contemplating whether to assimilate or eliminate. He wished to leave no potential threats behind. He had absorbed 9 red crystal cores, and now the red crystal core wielders posed no threat to him. After a meticulous assessment, he discovered that in the entire city, only Xia Yida possessed a unique crystal core. It appeared that such singular cores were exceedingly rare, bringing a sense of relief to Jichuan. This was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Otherwise, he would have been apprehensive about the sudden emergence of a formidable adversary akin to himself, launching an assault from within the ranks of humanity. However, his flight speed was not particularly swift. If he were to fly, it would likely take 2 or 3 days. The thought of long-distance travel by human aircraft already caused Jichuan considerable distress, let alone a journey spanning 2 or 3 days. Furthermore, he was reluctant to let Xia Yida fall into the hands of others. He wished to keep this unique crystal core close to him to avert future complications. Transporting Xia Yida over such a lengthy duration would likely leave her utterly exhausted. At that moment, he needed to locate someone proficient in piloting an aircraft, someone who could help him and Xia Yida escape together. Xia Yida exuded an air of magnificence. Although Jichuan's parents were renowned investors, he felt rather ordinary compared to her illustrious family. Such celebrities likely had private jets at their disposal, which would also mean they could have leads on pilots. Resolving to pursue this course of action, Jichuan carefully attuned himself to the situation in Nuzhe City, hoping to uncover any unexpected opportunities. Extending his perceptive abilities, he resembled a signal tower, broadcasting his awareness throughout the city's myriad corners. The 9 newly acquired red crystal cores within him made him feel as though his energy had transformed into a boundless black hole. A multitude of advanced crystal cores congregated underground, confirming Ji-Chuan's suspicions that this city housed a base for wielders of extraordinary abilities. They remained oblivious to his arrival. At the far end of the city, Ji-Chuan encountered a peculiar zombie. Although he was beyond the creature's perception, it still stood attentively, gazing in Ji-Chuan's direction when he sensed its vicinity. Chapter 90, Pursuit. Intrigued by the acute awareness of this zombie, Ji-Chuan, through his possession ability, discovered its remarkable nature. Its skin was smooth and intact, resembling his own. Were it not for the pair of black wings and a black tail, it could easily be mistaken for a human. A multitude of zombies congregated around it, their vitality dimmed by its presence. Some corpses even began to rise from the ground, indicating that the slaughter of these individuals had only recently transpired. Ji-Chuan noted another anomaly. Unlike ordinary zombies that viewed humans merely as sustenance, the beings before him remained remarkably whole. A subtle smile graced the zombie's face, suggesting a mere enjoyment of the act of killing. Its gaze was gentle, fixed upon the direction from which Ji-Chuan emanated his perception. If not for the bloodstains adorning its face and body, it could easily be mistaken for an elegant youth swaying in the wind. The smile widened, and the black wings began to flutter as it took flight. Ji-Chuan's curiosity about this zombie intensified as he closely monitored its movements. Meanwhile, Ho Jiqiang, undeterred by the fatigue from expending his abilities, continued to sprint toward the base. His power, feigned death, had rendered him uninteresting to the zombies, a realization of his sole value to the base. In a world where resources were as precious as gold, they tirelessly transported supplies, making repeated journeys. The resource allocation at the New Jersey base for superhumans is meticulously regulated, distributed in proportion to each individual's labor. Should they successfully move the supplies from this warehouse, their team would be exempt from outdoor duties for nearly a month. They are, after all, members with rather mediocre abilities, facing immense risks while undertaking arduous tasks, solely to secure a safe place to rest amid the apocalypse. With a concerted effort, it is indeed rare to find such a complete warehouse. If they do not finish today, it is likely that others will discover it by tomorrow. Indeed, it is fortunate that our team boasts a bloodhound among us. Hurry up and move, lest darkness envelop us completely, obscuring the positions of any lurking zombies. What is there to fear? The Combat Team 9 reported that this area was cleared just yesterday. I see no immediate threats around. But we cannot. Cannot what? Old Lou, why don't you finish your sentence? Crash. A box of supplies tumbled to the ground as the man stood frozen, staring at his teammate collapsed in a pool of blood, while a young man with wings smiled at him. Were it not for the blood still dripping from his hands, one might think him merely a benign passerby. Who are you? Before he could fully grasp the situation, the smiling youth had already materialized beside him. In a moment of disbelief, the claw extracted his heart, and darkness enveloped the world entirely. Ho Jiqiang sensed the imminent danger and immediately activated his powers. With no zombies present within the warehouse, he remained vigilant on the perimeter, assisting his teammates. However, he was entirely unaware of when the winged man had appeared. Sensing the threat, he hastily employed his abilities. Pretending to move like a zombie, he distanced himself from the scene, oblivious to his teammates' anguished cries. Even if he were to return, it would only lead to his own demise. Once he felt he was far enough away, Ho Jiqiang sprinted towards the base with reckless abandon. His abilities could not be sustained indefinitely, and he was acutely aware of the fatigue creeping into his body. He could only activate his powers just before the zombies were upon him. His heart raced as if it would leap from his chest. This was the closest he had ever been to death. He felt no guilt for his teammates. Their relationships were merely transient connections forged amidst the apocalypse. The guards hastily assisted him. On Kuntong Street, there is a monster. Our team has been slaughtered. Take a moment to catch your breath, one guard replied, unconcerned. Deaths occurred daily at the base, and they had grown desensitized to such occurrences. The supply collection team, in their eyes, was merely a group of laborers, and their fates were of little consequence. The term monster merely referred to one of the mutated creatures they encountered. This group of inept individuals could not even contend with any form of mutation. What they perceived as a monster was, to combat-oriented ability users like himself, akin to mere livestock. That monster has a pair of black wings and a black tail. It is a devil. Yet, the guards interpreted Ho Jiqiang's demeanor as a response to the battlefield stress, merely casting a glance before preparing to escort him to the medical room. How could there possibly be zombies with wings and tails? Such a precedent for mutations has never existed. Is this truly your stronghold? As the group was about to enter the base, a clear, masculine voice resonated from above. He descended gracefully, his countenance still bearing that gentle smile. It was him, that very fiend. Ho Jiqiang cried out in terror. How could this monster be here? He had fled for an entire night. Could it be that he was deliberately allowed to escape, merely to reveal the base's location? The realization sent a chill through Ho Jiqiang's very being. The cold stemmed from the excessive use of his abilities, his body's energy long since depleted, and from the fact that his heart had been pierced. His blood no longer circulating. Ho Jiqiang collapsed in a state of utter dread. This is the retribution for your sluggishness, for making me tarry so long. The youth casually flicked the blood from his hand, as if it were mere filth. The guards, not daring to delay, hastily launched an assault on the youth. But before they could even raise their hands, they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The base's alarms blared. Fu Qingyu, jolted from his slumber, quickly rose. The News City Esper base's alarms had never before been triggered, indicating that the base was facing a grave threat. Chief, someone has initiated an attack on the base. There are currently 3 casualties, and combat units are rapidly assembling. How many assailants are there? Fu Qingyu was perplexed. Who would be so deranged as to attack an Esper base in the post-apocalyptic world? Could they be attempting to seize control? One individual. The assailant possesses wings and a tail, and appears to be human. No, a zombie. The guards who perished have already zombified. Upon hearing the security department's description of the surveillance footage, Fu Qingyu's pupils dilated, his mind swiftly awakening from its slumber. Outwardly, it appeared to be a human, possessing wings and a tail. If it had wings, surely it could take flight. Could there truly be a flying zombie in Zhonghua City? Could it be the infamous number 1? Such a notion seemed improbable, given the considerable distance between the 2 cities. Might Nuja City have also birthed a creature akin to number 1? Fu Qingyu dared not dwell on these thoughts and hurriedly donned a coat, making his way to the monitoring room. Chapter 91. The Overlooked Warning. Team 15, secure. Team 9, secure. Team 21, secure. Team 17, secure. All confirmations received. Proceed towards Aoligier. Ku Fan clutched the walkie-talkie with palpable anxiety. Despite Li Jingru's reassurances that number 1 was no longer in Zhonghua City, he found little solace. The news of number 1's exploits in Xinghe district had spread like wildfire, resulting in the demise of nearly an entire elite squad and the deaths of 7 captains with extraordinary abilities. No one dared to set foot in Xinghe district. Yet, Li Jingru had commanded him, as the leader of the reconnaissance team, to lead several squads in scouting Aoligier. Orders from superiors were not to be defied, so Ku Fan steeled himself for the task ahead. It was said that entering Xinghe district would inevitably alert number 1, compelling them to approach cautiously from the periphery in 4 directions. Fortunately, no anomalies had been detected thus far. He longed to borrow Cui Zixuan for assistance. However, she appeared utterly exhausted, her dark circles conspicuous, and she trembled as if on the brink of madness. Reports indicated that she had begun taking antidepressants. With no other option, Ku Fan reluctantly selected 4 teams with some self-preservation capabilities, albeit expendable. Should danger arise, it could very well lead to death. He was reluctant to select those elite teams, fearing that his reconnaissance unit would suffer severe losses. The combat group had already sustained significant injuries, and the reconnaissance unit was already lacking in talent. Losing any promising individual would weigh heavily on him. Although it seemed unfair to the chosen teams, Ku Fan had deliberated extensively before reaching this decision, recognizing that fairness was a luxury in the current circumstances. Team leader, Team 21 has spotted the target's off-road vehicle. Should we pursue? Ensure that we are not detected before following. Pay particular attention to whether number 1, Xia Yiqing, and Song Ci are inside. Understood. With Jichuan's assistance no longer available, Xia Yiqing took on the primary responsibility of clearing the path. Zhu Zhu did not accelerate excessively, as zombies were continually rushing towards them. To prevent the road from being obstructed by the undead, Xia Yiqing skillfully dispatched them, scattering the remains far and wide. Lin Lulu and Song Ci felt somewhat superfluous. Their abilities proved ineffective in such terrain. Their goal was clear, the shopping malls and supermarkets teeming with hordes of zombies. The remote convenience stores had long been scavenged by survivors, while places swarming with the undead were seldom ventured into for exploration. Song Ci furrowed his brow, sensing that someone was watching them. He had utilized all his ability-enhancing cards on himself, granting him strength, perception, and speed that far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. However, he dismissed the feeling of being observed. Xia Yiqing's impressive maneuvers, coupled with their group's outing, would undoubtedly attract attention. It was likely just the gaze of survivors peering from behind the windows of a building. Team leader, we have located Xia Yiqing. She is in the vehicle, which appears to be occupied by 4 individuals. The rear window remains closed, preventing a clear view of the others inside. They are en route to Taishihui. Continue to follow them. Ku Fan recalled that Number 1 had previously employed aerial means to abduct Team Leader Xia and Team Leader Song. Given that they are traveling by car, it is likely that Number 1 is not in the vehicle, suggesting that he may indeed have been relocated. The direction of the vehicle does not lead towards the base. Captain, we are only a few streets away. Should we report? Do not report. Hold your position and allow the other teams to proceed first. Upon hearing the captain's orders, the members of Team 15 instantly understood. Despite their internal reluctance, they could not defy the superior's orders. Although the captain had advocated fervently for them, Team Leader Ku did not acquiesce. The team closest to Oligar is undoubtedly in the most perilous situation. Fortunately, their leader did not rigidly adhere to protocol. They simply awaited the transmission from the other teams. Team Leader, Team 9 is 1 kilometer from the target and has not detected any anomalies. Should we continue to advance? Proceed, but retreat immediately if any danger arises. Upon hearing the exchange over the radio, Team 15 felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, the other teams were less cautious. In the event of real danger, retreating would be a fantasy. 7 elite ability users had already perished, and the strongest captain had surrendered. Who did they think they were, to expect a safe retreat? Those capable of escaping unscathed would not engage in such perilous reconnaissance tasks. After receiving the affirmative response, the captain of Team 9 exchanged glances with his team members and continued to advance. The towering metallic gates loomed before them, and not far away. The Oligar resembled a medieval fortress of steel, shrouded in mystery and imposing in stature, instilling a profound sense of oppression. He activated the intercom, prepared to communicate any perilous situations to his comrades without delay. The vicinity of Oligar appeared to have recently witnessed a massacre. The streets were strewn with mangled flesh and dismembered bodies. The stench of decay mingled with the pungent scent of blood, transforming the daylight atmosphere into one of terror. The members of Team 9 encouraged one another as they advanced, rationalizing that since their superiors had indicated that the first unit had already departed, the stronghold must merely be a hollow shell devoid of danger. They consoled themselves, unaware that the team positioned farthest from Oligar was, in fact, the first to arrive. It seemed their path was the most favorable, while the other teams likely encountered unforeseen troubles. Just as they approached the hotel to deliberate on their entry strategy, they noticed a figure squatting at the entrance. It was a girl with her hair styled in a bun. Her petite stature, coupled with her crouched position, rendered her inconspicuous. She stared at them, her emotions inscrutable. "Little one, what are you doing here? I should have warned the base personnel to keep their distance from this place. Blame that woman for not informing you." Before Team 9's captain could comprehend the meaning behind her words, he was suddenly seized by excruciating pain. His screams were short-lived, and soon all fell to the ground. Countless steel needles had sprouted from their bodies, resulting in a gruesome demise, while the intercom clattered to the earth, producing a sharp sound. A few members of Team 15, hearing the noise from the intercom, felt a chill of dread creep down their spines. Retreat. Upon receiving this task, the captain of Team 15 felt an overwhelming sense of peril. Although he had no authority to refuse, it did not imply he must maintain a standard level of efficiency. Since 4 teams were selected, what harm was there in his own team proceeding at a slower pace? Taking a few more risks inevitably increased the danger of death. It would be wiser to allow others the opportunity to gamble with their lives. Hearing the conversations and the anguished screams left Ku Fan in a state of shock. While he was aware that this line of work was fraught with danger, he never anticipated witnessing the demise of an entire team. Hadn't Team 1 already been evacuated? Who was it that attacked them? A child? A girl's voice? Had there been warnings? His mind was in turmoil. His superiors had not instructed him to steer clear of Oligar, nor had anyone mentioned any warnings. Was this a deliberate ploy to send them to their doom under the guise of reconnaissance? Gritting his teeth, Ku Fan ordered the other teams to retreat. Chapter 92. Feigning madness. Chui Zishuan stood before the mirror in her room, meticulously applying makeup around her eyes, designing a look of delicate exhaustion. She had come to perceive her unique ability as a curse. Every perilous task seemed to seek her out, with all teams in need of reinforcements turning to her. Having faced Ji Chuan multiple times was already daunting enough, but the last encounter with that madwoman, Shin Mingting, was truly harrowing. The latter had threatened to kill anyone approaching Alajar, a statement she took to heart, reporting it faithfully to her superiors. How they chose to act was beyond her control. All she desired was to preserve her own life. It seemed that displaying weakness would be futile, prompting Cui Zixuan to contemplate the ruse of feigning madness. She adorned herself with pronounced dark circles under her eyes, startling others in the base, who momentarily feared a zombie had infiltrated their sanctuary. She feigned surprise and trepidation, embodying the essence of fright and timidity. Those who encountered Cui Zixuan perceived her as deeply traumatized, which perfectly aligned with her intentions. As anticipated, perilous tasks had recently bypassed her, revealing her newfound secret to surviving comfortably within the base. The reflection in the mirror revealed a smug smile on Cui Zixuan's face. Truly, she was a genius. Gazing at her exaggeratedly haggard visage in the mirror, she marveled at her exceptional makeup skills. She struck various ludicrous expressions, preparing to elicit deeper sympathy from others through diligent performance. Mission accomplished. Each day spent in this charade banished her worries. Oh ho 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 ho. Timing her visit, Cui Zixuan inhaled deeply to adjust her demeanor before heading to the cafeteria. Despite often retreating to her room, sustenance was still a necessity. A girl beside her nudged her elbow, whispering that she had been spooked during consecutive missions, rendering her utterly deranged. Upon sighting Cui Zixuan, murmurs of gossip filled the cafeteria. With her head lowered, she cautiously glanced around while eating, as if on guard against an unseen threat. No one dared to sit near her, fearing that her madness might inadvertently harm them. A figure settled across from her. It was Sun Tao. With his head bowed over his meal, he quietly remarked, "Zixuan, you are taking this too far. You're acting as if you're mentally impaired." Cui Zixuan did not lift her gaze, biting her molars in response. "What do you know? I'm merely channeling the behavior of a lunatic I once knew in elementary school. Are you certain this is truly beneficial? How will you survive in the future?" Cui Zixuan exhibits an impressive audacity, while Sun Tao merely finds her amusing, indifferent to the gazes of others. "I must first ensure my own survival. With the entire 9th team perished, should I lose my sanity, it would be I who meets a similar fate during a mission." "Indeed, you are the most astute. With such madness, there is no need for you to concern yourself with others, for I am the one you need." The sound of Sun Tao's words touched the tender core of Cui Zixuan, causing the steel spoon in her hand to clatter onto the table. "Ah, no, don't come any closer." Seizing this moment, Cui Zixuan feigned panic in the cafeteria, resembling a startled creature. All eyes were filled with disdain as they regarded her. While casting sympathetic glances towards Sun Tao, the former captain has perished, and the teammates have descended into madness. How distressing this must be. Despite Sun Tao's fondness for Cui Zixuan, her brazen antics rendered him quite embarrassed. He lowered his head, his cheeks flushed, hastily shoveling food into his mouth in an attempt to escape this tumultuous scene. In a corner, Xiao Dushing observed Cui Zixuan, lost in thought. He set down his tray and approached the door of the leader's private room in the cafeteria. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Li Jingru, who was dining, gestured for Xiao Dushing to take a seat. "What is it, Dr. Xiao?" "I would like to request an individual." "Who?" Li Jingru inquired, slightly puzzled. "The research center is short-staffed, but one can directly approach Chenong for suitable personnel. If there is a need for supplies or equipment, one can coordinate with Jiang Zhilan. Why seek him out at this time?" "Cui Zixuan. She appears to be quite unhinged and should no longer be fit for missions." Li Jingru gently furrowed his brow. "Is it truly that insane? You may observe for yourself now." Li Jingru followed Xiao Dushing's gaze to the window of the private room and beheld Cui Zixuan performing peculiar gestures in the cafeteria, as if she had encountered something terrifying. All eyes were fixed upon her, to the extent that some timid girls were frightened away. Her countenance was equally horrifying, resembling that of a zombie who had undergone transformation for a week, devoid of any color. Li Jingru sighed, comprehending Xiao Dushing's intentions, and nodded in acquiescence. Such an individual could neither partake in missions nor be allowed to pose a threat to others in her derangement. Although her abilities were somewhat regrettable, a person who had lost their sanity was tantamount to being without powers. Thus, there was no choice but to handle the situation in this manner. "Thank you, leader. I shall not disturb your meal any longer." Xiao Dushing exited the private room, casting a sinister smile at Cui Zixuan. Ji Chuan found this zombie to be rather reckless and, driven by curiosity, observed its movements closely. He discovered that it had followed him to the base of the ability users in Shinza City, where it commenced a massacre. Possessing the sense of life, Ji Chuan realized that the base was still replete with the red crystal cores, and given that it was late at night, most team members were present. Although the attack caught the base off guard, it was merely a matter of time before the skilled reinforcements would arrive. As he continued to observe, he flew toward the base, intrigued by this particular zombie and eager to discern its true intentions. The individuals who had been slain moments earlier slowly rose, their gazes vacant as they stood in place. As the alarm blared incessantly, a multitude of armed personnel surged from the base, illuminating the battlefield in a sudden burst of brilliance, dispelling the darkness of night. Various extraordinary abilities rained down upon the airborne zombies. Yet the young zombie maintained a composed demeanor, simultaneously commanding the undead beneath him while launching an assault against the humans. His strikes were ruthless and lethal, akin to a bullet on an unrelenting pursuit, weaving through the throngs to enact a gruesome slaughter. The number of corpses dwindled as they gradually rose to become zombie puppets. Do not let ordinary soldiers venture out to their demise, observed Fu Qingyu, urgently halting the operation as he scrutinized the surveillance footage. The ordinary combatants posed no threat to this zombie. If this continued, it would only result in the formation of a horde at the base entrance, rendering any external movement problematic. It appeared to be a mutant of the speed variety, capable of flight and possessing formidable strength, capable of piercing human bodies with rapid assaults. Shikai Zhangtai engaged swiftly. Yi Yue, remain on standby for support. The prepared captain stationed himself at the base entrance, determined to prevent any zombies from breaching the stronghold, while Qi Lin promptly cleared away the deceased. All unrelated personnel above the third floor were instructed to swiftly descend to the fourth floor. Fu Qingyu rapidly orchestrated the actions of his comrades, his observations suggesting that this might be the most formidable mutant they had encountered, one endowed with intelligence, aware that this was their stronghold. What could this zombie's true objective be? To single-handedly annihilate everyone within the base? Despite the presence of numerous elite superhumans, Fu Qingyu felt an overwhelming sense of peril, a foreboding dread creeping within him. Chapter 93. The Smile of the Strong. Damn it. Just as I was drifting into slumber, trouble brews. Shikai angrily leapt from his bed, hastily making his way to the ground without even donning his clothes. How audacious for a speed-type mutant to provoke the power's base. Such audacity is rarely seen across the nation. The entrance to the power's base is rather concealed, surrounded by barriers set by the abilities users that obscure scent and sound, making it exceedingly rare for zombies to locate this place. Even if a zombie were to approach, it would be swiftly eradicated by the guards. Yet, how this mutant found its way here was beyond Shirkai's concern. If it were a speed or strength-type mutant, it would hardly be a match for him. Hey, team leader. Upon seeing Shikai enter the elevator bare-chested, Yi Yue shyly averted her gaze. The urgency of the situation left little room for attire, as battle awaited them imminently. And no worries, I will provide my utmost support shortly. The commotion caused by a single speed-type mutant seemed somewhat exaggerated to Shikai, who was known for his straightforward demeanor. Yi Yue chose not to respond to his remark about the leader. As they exited the base, the scene before them was utterly horrific. Many of his former comrades stood there, expressionless, having transformed into obedient zombies. The base's members awaited Qi Lin's intervention on the battlefield. She was the most formidable fire-type abilities user, capable of granting those familiar faces eternal peace. Intense combat raged in the sky, and upon witnessing the chaos, Shikai immediately prepared to join the fray. His body unexpectedly manifested a sleek mech, transforming him from a previously bare-chested figure into something reminiscent of a robot. Propelled by a powerful jet of air from beneath his feet, Shikai soared towards the aerial battleground, evading Shirkai's laser fire. The zombie's lips curled into a faint smile. It dashed forward, its claws lunging fiercely at Shirkai's chest, only to be met with a resounding clang as the mech absorbed the impact. Shikai swiftly raised his hand to unleash a laser, only to discover that the zombie had already vaulted to a distance behind him. How swift! Shikai mused, momentarily astonished. The preceding attack and evasion seemed to transpire in the blink of an eye. Be cautious. This creature is formidable, both rapid and ruthless. In the sky, there existed a water entity, blending seamlessly into the night, making it difficult to discern its presence. Zhang Tai, in his aqueous form, merged with the darkened sky. Recognizing the unique assault methods of this mutated being, Fu Qingyu deployed Shi Kai and Zhang Tai as the primary forces, specifically for countermeasures, as both possessed aerial combat capabilities. Shi Kai's extraordinary ability, Battle Mech, enveloped him in remarkably resilient armor, capable of withstanding the majority of physical attacks. Meanwhile, Zhang Tai's Mystic Water allowed him to transform into a liquid state, rendering physical strikes nearly ineffective against him. No matter how fierce, they cannot harm us. Shi Kai aimed meticulously, unleashing a barrage of lasers and bullets at the zombie. Yet the adversary exhibited extraordinary agility, evading even the slightest graze. This zombie possessed an undeniable advantage in speed. Despite their own ability to ascend, their aerial mobility paled in comparison to that of the formidable zombie before them. Zhang Tai raised his hand, causing countless droplets of water to coalesce in the air, shooting towards the direction of the zombie. Though they appeared to possess little power, upon collision, they emitted an explosive sound. However, the zombie's movements outpaced Zhang Tai's aim. It seemed as though he was a sovereign of the skies, effortlessly shifting positions before the two with superhuman reflexes and agility. With a smile, he echoed Shi Kai's words, declaring that no matter the attack, it could not reach him. It was as if he realized his claws could not harm the two. The zombie extended its palm beside itself. What was it doing? Shi Kai stared at the zombie. Yet it remained still. In that moment, Zhang Tai discerned a clue. Within the zombie's hand, a spherical object was forming, gradually expanding. Due to its deep hue, it was difficult to observe in the darkness. The reason for the sphere's growth was astonishing. It was drawing the blood from the zombies on the ground. Zhang Tai watched as droplets of blood ascended from the earth, coalescing in the zombie's palm. Though uncertain of its intentions, a foreboding sense washed over him. The sphere's expansion accelerated. Just as Qi Lin prepared to clear the battlefield, she noticed that these zombies seemed to have significantly reduced vitality, their movements slowing. Blood flowed from their wounds, rising towards the sky, their bodies visibly withering. Shi Kai and Zhang Tai dared not cease their assault. Yet the zombie before them moved like a specter, making it challenging to even catch a glimpse of its afterimage. The warm-up was drawing to a close. As the clear male voice concluded, the blood sphere erupted instantaneously. The blood surged like a swarm of frantic insects towards the two individuals. Shi Kai raised his arms in defense, and although he was drenched in blood, he felt none of the anticipated pain. Is that all? Are you merely splashing water? Shi Kai found his earlier tension somewhat amusing, as he had not expected this technique to possess any real potency. However, Zhang Tai was gripped by a sense of dread, for he realized that his aqueous form was merging with the blood. A profound unease settled within him. Based on his experience, after his transformation into water, only electric, ice, and spatial abilities could affect him. He had yet to encounter other elemental powers that could inflict harm. Yet, it was evident that the zombie's recent maneuver would impact him. The question was, how? Suddenly, Zhang Tai was seized by excruciating pain. His mind plunged into chaos, and his aqueous state became exceedingly unstable. His limbs began to materialize, and he plummeted from the sky. Shi Kai hastily caught Zhang Tai as he fell, realizing that Zhang Tai could no longer engage in aerial combat. Yi Yue rushed over, her face etched with concern, eager to administer healing to Zhang Tai. Yet, there was no sign of improvement in his condition. Why is this happening? Why does my healing seem ineffective? Before Yi Yue could ponder further, Shi Kai sensed something amiss. Why did his mouth taste of blood? Shi team, why is the blood on you moving towards your head? Yi Yue was struck with fear at the sight. The darkened blood appeared almost sentient, seeking entry into Shi Kai's body. His mech suit enveloped him entirely, leaving only his mouth and nose exposed, even his eyes concealed behind a curved mirror. Blood had already entered Shi Kai's mouth. Yi Yue intended to continue her attempts at treatment, but a tremendous force tugged at her arm. We must leave now. It was Qi Lin. She had sensed the urgency of the situation. This bizarre attack was exceedingly difficult to defend against. The zombies in the sky merely observed them with a chilling gaze, their faces perpetually adorned with a warm smile. That smile instilled a sense of dread in Qi Lin, for it was the expression of an absolute powerhouse confronting the weak. The fact that the formidable being did not pursue them in their moment of vulnerability suggested that it deemed their demise inevitable. The zombie that had been airborne moments ago now loomed before them. Chapter 94. The charming tale, a chill surged within Qi Lin, yet without a hint of hesitation. She unleashed flames upon the looming zombie. Unlike lower-tier fire elementalists, Qi Lin required no preliminary gestures to channel her abilities. The flames could be summoned directly through her will. However, the blood orb in the zombie's grasp transformed instantaneously into a wall of blood, as if it had anticipated her attack and effortlessly countered it. Behind her, Shi Kai and Zhang Tai were writhing in agony, their cries of despair echoing as their blood continued to spill forth. Hearing their anguished wails, Yi Yue covered her mouth and began to weep, shocked that such powerful individuals were meeting their end this very night. Ji Chuan was astonished by the zombie's prowess. It was the strongest specimen he had encountered. It displayed no sign of weakness when faced with 3 red crystal core and 1 golden crystal core elementalists. In fact, it seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment, its energy becoming increasingly formidable as the number of fallen increased. Could this be related to the blood he had collected? Such extraordinary abilities and speed are likely a nightmare for many. Through the surveillance, Fu Qingyu has discerned the gravity of the situation. No reinforcements, seal the gates, he commanded. In despair, Yi Yue observed that the base showed no signs of support. She witnessed her own blood swirling in the air, reminiscent of a rain of roses under the night sky. Leader, are we certain to initiate? Fu Qingyu nodded affirmatively. With the leader's confirmation, the elder behind him radiated an intense aura, his white beard rising as if caught in a tempest. Esoteric symbols began to materialize around him, hinting at a sacred ritual in progress. Ji Chuan detected the energy fluctuations within the base, emanating from a crimson, annihilation, crystal core, exuding an extremely perilous aura. He ceased to conceal himself, stepping out from the shadows. My king, I did not anticipate encountering you so soon. The once smiling zombie now wore an expression of astonishment, kneeling before Ji Chuan in utmost reverence. There is no time. You must flee from here, commanded Ji Chuan. The zombie hesitated for a moment, but offered no objections. Swiftly departing into the distance, Ji Chuan raised his hand, summoning the dark forces of the night like ghostly fingers, swiftly extracting the crystals from the brains of 4 corpses and transferring them into his grasp. Subsequently, Ji Chuan vanished, merging into the boundless darkness. In the monitoring room, the symbols in the air gradually dissipated, and the light in the elder's eyes began to fade. He coughed, expelling blood, having suffered backlash from halting the annihilation. Leader, I have seen it. Elder Fu Qin, please retire to rest. Fu Qingyu's countenance was ashen, grappling with the enigma of the individual he had just encountered. What manner of being was that, and why did the zombie exhibit such deference, even addressing him as king? Had he misheard? The retreat of that creature suggested an uncanny foreknowledge of their impending use of oblivion. This formidable ability could only be deployed thrice, targeting a singular victim within its range, ensuring their demise. Yet, the wielder, after 3 uses, would face their own mortality. Qin Ruishu was acutely aware of the consequences. He had aged considerably and deemed it a worthy exchange to sacrifice his life for his granddaughter's safety amidst the apocalypse. The tightly shut doors likely awaited the activation of Qin's ability. In the hall, devoid of surveillance footage, the exterior of the base was eerily tranquil, as if the preceding events had merely been a figment of their imagination. Although they had never witnessed oblivion firsthand, such a potent maneuver should not transpire without a trace. With the target vanished, from this night onward, the number of guards in the hall would be increased and unnecessary excursions curtailed, with the base doors remaining firmly closed. Upon hearing Fu Qingyu's orders, the assembled personnel were momentarily flummoxed. Had the target truly evanesced? How had such a monstrous entity manifested in Shinza City? While the base remained securely locked, they were oblivious to the far more terrifying presence of Ji Chuan lurking behind those doors. The atmosphere in the hall was laden with tension. The existence of such a creature in Shinza City raised the specter of life-threatening dangers with every venture outside. However, only the leaders of the combat teams were privy to the events of the night, while the remainder had merely heard the base's alarm. With the immediate crisis averted, they naively assumed that the dangers of the evening had been resolved by the base's intervention, believing that a well-deserved rest awaited them. Fu Qingyu ordered the news to be contained, citing the need to prevent unnecessary panic, treating tonight merely as an assault by an ordinary mutated species. For if the details of this evening's battle were to be disclosed, it was likely that no teams would be willing to venture out to work. and the base in New Jersey City heavily relied on resources gathered from the outside. He needed to swiftly resolve the current predicament. Back up the surveillance footage from tonight and notify the combat group leader along with all captains for a meeting tomorrow. Indeed, such a supernatural ability had never been encountered before, necessitating the formulation of a battle strategy. If there were truly no alternatives, they would have to resort to employing Qin Ruishu's powers to deal with this monster. However, was the creature's retreat tonight merely coincidental? Did it possess awareness of the ability of oblivion? Therefore, a method to delay time must be devised, engaging that monster until oblivion could successfully launch, thereby resolving this troublesome affair. Ji Chuan surveyed the zombies before him from the air, and when he heard the creature kneeling and proclaiming itself as his king, Ji Chuan understood that yet another scattered subordinate had emerged. Its appearance bore no distinction from that of a human, and was indeed rather handsome. "You are Xiao Shui," it declared, grateful for the bestowed name. Remarkably, Xiao Shui's tail began to wag vigorously. "Why did you attack the base of the supernatural beings?" This was a question that Ji Chuan was eager to comprehend. "Upon the awakening of my self-awareness, I understood that I was birthed to become your strength. The great king seeks to annihilate all humanity. Thus, I aspire to be the vanguard of your dominion over the world. Tonight, I located the human base, intending to commence the assault from this very stronghold. However, I obey your command to retreat, for the king must have his considerations." Ji Chuan felt somewhat bewildered. When had he resolved to annihilate all of humanity and dominate the world? "Cough, cough, master, it is I," came the hesitant voice of Xiao Wei. "Those thoughts were mine. They all stemmed from the emergence of the black crystal core. As you grow stronger, the black crystal core can generate formidable subordinates. I had believed I could skillfully manipulate you, but I have failed. I shall put aside my ambitions. You may command him as you see fit." So that was the case. These loyal subordinates had indeed been prepared by Xiao Wei to rule the world. Such an exaggerated notion now seemed plausible to Ji Chuan. However, exterminating all of humanity was a different matter. As long as Su Shun was present, those who allied with him would pose no threat, rendering extermination unnecessary. There exists a powerful esper at that base. I sensed a looming threat of death just now. Had you delayed your departure any longer, you might have perished. Xiao Shui's tail perked up from its previously swaying state. It turned out Wang's earlier command was to safeguard him. Though he had sensed the energy fluctuations, he had not gauged the opponent's power. He had not anticipated Wang's keen perception. Moreover, his king had slowed the conquest of the world for the sake of such an ordinary subordinate. The king he followed regarded him as so significant. It was the inadequacy of his subordinate that hindered the king's ambitions of world domination. Ji Chuan sighed. "Henceforth, heed my commands, for certain human abilities can be perilous." Indeed, Wang did not blame him, but instead expressed concern for his well-being. The tail of the little handsome dog wagged incessantly, creating a sound of air friction that broke the silence of the night. Chapter 95. Has a jackpot struck in New Jersey? The leader. The reconnaissance Team 9 was completely annihilated upon approaching Aligier, presumably by a girl who claimed she had warned that anyone nearing the stronghold would meet their demise. It has been observed that Xia Yiqing was seen departing in an off-road vehicle from that stronghold, accompanied by 3 others, though their identities remained unclear. Ku Fan felt a surge of anger. If a warning had already been issued, why had it not been communicated to him? Was this a deliberate act to send their reconnaissance team to their doom? Yet, Ku Fan dared not voice further dissent, realizing the limits of his words. "All right, I understand." Li Jingru offered no explanation. Those in power seldom concern themselves with trifles. It appeared that the Xinghe district was open for exploration, provided they maintained a distance from Aligier. It seemed that Number 1 had indeed been relocated. However, what surprised him was that Number 1 was not in Jinghuashi. Xia Yiqing, Shin Mingting, and the others had yet to change their positions. Were they acting of their own volition, or would they remain in this state as long as Number 1 lived? Should those two join forces with Song Ci, it was likely that the Jinghuashi base of enhanced individuals would still be no match for them. Yet, as long as Number 1 was absent, everything could be negotiated. After all, they had once fought for humanity and did not appear overly formidable. After assessing the situation, Li Jingru circulated the news within the alliance of enhanced individuals, indicating that Number 1 had likely departed from Jinghuashi. Thus, Jinghuashi had fulfilled its obligations. It was prudent not to wait until other cities suffered before seeking retribution. The leaders of all bases began to take this matter seriously, delving into the files on Number 1. Initially, they were indifferent, as it had no bearing on their own city. They were preoccupied with the affairs of their own locality, feeling unaffected by the presence of a monster in a distant place. Yet now, the news from Jianghua City has erupted like a ticking time bomb among the populace. A zombie, having effortlessly slain 7 out of 8 elite superpowered individuals and compelled the strongest among them to submit, is now unaccounted for. As inquiries multiplied, Li Jingru chose to publicly disclose the information regarding Subject 1. He felt remarkably at ease and patiently addressed the questions posed by others. As long as the threat did not loom over him, he would exhibit as much benevolence as possible. Upon receiving the news, Fu Qingyu felt a heavy weight in his heart. Indeed, Subject 1 was no longer in Jianghua City. It was rumored that this entity possessed the ability to fly and evolve, raising the unsettling possibility that it might sprout wings. The video footage lacked close-up shots, rendering a clear identification of Subject 1 impossible, although it bore a faint resemblance to an individual encountered the previous night. Fu Qingyu felt a shiver of apprehension. If the second individual was indeed Subject 1, then what of the first zombie? Had no city struck the jackpot? 2 aberrations of such caliber arriving simultaneously? Trembling, he sent a message to the group. Subject 1 was suspected to be in News City, which was besieged by formidable aberrations. After some deliberation, Fu Qingyu ultimately decided to share the surveillance footage from the previous night in the group. This is not Subject 1. Li Jingru gazed at the zombie in the video with a sense of disappointment. Despite its remarkable capacity for destruction, it was still far inferior to Subject 1. He released the news in hopes of garnering attention from other cities. Only upon the complete discovery of Subject 1 and its reporting could he be absolutely certain of the successful transfer of Subject 1. Wait, this is Subject 1. Li Jingru was astonished to see the silhouette of Subject 1 appear in the final seconds of the video. This was the moment Li Jingru had yearned for, and a radiant smile illuminated his face. Had he known that waiting just one more night would yield the desired information, he need not have dispatched a reconnaissance team to peril. Nevertheless, the cost of a mere reconnaissance team was negligible compared to the joyous news that had just unfolded. The danger in Jianghua City had been averted, and the target had been relocated to Xinzi City. He instructed the senior officials to be informed of this development, ensuring that all activities proceeded as normal, but advising them to refrain from approaching Origier for the time being. Indeed, Song Ci realized that they were indeed being observed. Logically, after moving such a distance, they should not still be feeling that gaze. Yet, Song Ci discerned that the scrutiny emanated from a singular individual, unwavering despite the distance. Someone is tracking us, Song Ci alerted the group. It must be someone from the ability user's base. Who else would possess such intent? Xia Yiqing did not regard those individuals with any seriousness. Few from the Jianghua City ability user's base could contend with him, especially since he had not exerted much effort in their usual sparring sessions. An attack while we are in the vehicle would be perilous. I cannot ascertain the nature of their abilities. Can you determine their direction? Yes, at the 7 o'clock position, they have maintained a distance of approximately 800 meters from us. Xia Yiqing nodded. I'll leave Xiao Ci in your capable hands. I'm going to meet them. Be cautious. Rest assured, came the reply. Zhu Zhu halted the vehicle, and Xia Yiqing swiftly dashed out, her form akin to a gust of wind, seemingly leaving only an ephemeral shadow behind. They've stopped. What are they doing here? There's nothing in this vicinity. Did someone just disembark? One team member, endowed with the ability of distant observation, akin to possessing a built-in telescope, noted the peculiar situation. However, this skill was of limited utility, relegating him to the reconnaissance team. Stop. They've come to a halt. Do not approach. It was indeed strange. The car remained stationary without any sign of movement. What could the occupants be plotting? Are you members of the reconnaissance team? Why are you tailing us? A familiar and handsome visage emerged into view. Xia, Team Xia. Xia Yiqing pointed toward them, and the members of Team 21 instantly felt a surge of fear, for it was said that Xia Yiqing had the power to cause instantaneous explosions. Team Xia. We merely received orders from our superiors to investigate your and Team Song's whereabouts. We harbor no ill intentions. We want to trouble you further. Indeed, Team Xia. We can only perform reconnaissance. We truly mean no harm. We shall take our leave. Sighing, Xia Yiqing replied, very well then. Do not disturb me again. Also, we will be taking the Ocean supermarket from Tai Shi Hui. Should anyone attempt to seize it, I won't hesitate to confront them. Understood, Team Xia. We will certainly relay your message. The group exhaled in relief, grateful that they had encountered Xia Yiqing. They had narrowly avoided danger when they learned that the ninth team, led by Shin Mingting, had been completely annihilated. Initially, they had felt fortunate to have not pursued the off-road vehicle to Aligier, yet now they found themselves discovered. However, how were they discovered, remaining always at a distance? There has been no indication of Xia Yiqing possessing a strong perception ability. Otherwise, he would not have chosen Yuan's son, who has energy-sensing capabilities, for his previous team. It is likely that Song Xi is also in the vehicle, as his perception and ability to detect hidden auras are formidable. The captain of Team May 21st lack exceptional powers, yet his analytical skills are commendable. He resolved to relay this speculation back to the base, but their team would no longer take on the task of monitoring Team Xia. Well done, you foolish Xia Yiqing. How clever you are. Xia Yiqing unexpectedly shifted from the front passenger seat to the back, intending to pinch Song Xi's face. Yet, Song Xi wore a broad smile. Lin Lulu furrowed her brows, observing the two, while Zhu Zhu's face flushed red, lost in her own thoughts. Lin Lulu could no longer contain herself. The antics of these two were causing quite the ruckus in the vehicle. Upon hearing Lin Lulu's words, both individuals instantly turned crimson, and the atmosphere grew quiet. Flirting? What a peculiar term, but how could one refute it? Silence enveloped the car, the only sounds being the explosions of nearby zombies. Very well. Let us make several trips in the coming days. There are few places in the base capable of storing fresh food, so we should try to gather canned goods. The others nodded, preparing to clear out the ocean within a few days. Chapter 96. Can you be my assistant? Are you awake? That deep voice resonated, instantly reviving Xia Yida's mind. Exhausted from the previous night, she had dreamt not at all. Though it was nearing noon, she still felt insufficiently rested. The zombies before her were undeniable proof that everything from last night had indeed occurred. Yet, standing beside this zombie was another figure. Was it a demon? Though he appears human, he possesses wings and a tail, and while he wears a smile, an aura of malevolence surrounds him. This is Xiao Shuai, my subordinate. Observing the terror in Xia Yida's gaze directed at Xiao Shuai, Ji Chuan made a brief introduction. Greetings, beautiful lady. In the absence of the king, I shall ensure your safety as per his orders. Remarkably, he can speak, and his emotional intelligence seems to be quite adept. This zombie has dispatched someone to protect her. Are you a zombie as well? Xiao Shuai bears little resemblance to a typical zombie. He is quite handsome, and his attire is suitable for a role as a demon or vampire, which would save considerable time in costume and makeup. What shall I call you? Xia Yida inquired, glancing at the zombie from the previous night, who had rescued her from the clutches of a security guard after throwing her from the 28th floor. Ji Chuan. To her surprise, he bore a name akin